A demon, endowed with the memories of a past life, descends upon the mortal realm. Driven by an unwavering obsession, she seeks to annihilate the entire magical world. Her aim is to reconstruct the ideal kingdom that resides within her heart. Chapter 1. Mirabel Beresford. In the outskirts of the magical realm of Albania, within the Beresford estate, a girl has believed herself to be extraordinary from the very moment of her birth, chosen by fate. Primarily, it is wisdom. Typically, a being is born into a state of ignorance and blankness. Yet she is unlike others. At the moment of her birth, she possessed a sense of self, wisdom, and profound knowledge. Historical records recount that some witches and wizards have transcended their former bodies to reincarnate into new ones. Thus, it is not entirely remarkable. However, Mirabel discerned her past life without employing any form of magic, which is why she considers herself unique. She refers to it as her legacy of the past life, believing it to be an inheritance from her former persona. Upon reflection of her past existence, one discovers she was a mundane muggle, an ordinary office worker devoid of any distinguishing traits. Her personality is exceedingly ordinary. She is a rather dull woman, merely existing day by day without distinction. With Mirabel's profound sense of self-worth, she could never align herself with such a person. Thus, Mirabel perceives her former life and her current self as entirely separate entities. She is a natural winner, merely extracting and trampling upon the memories of her past, appropriating the knowledge, experiences, and wisdom of her former self. Most of these legacies stem from a humble muggle life, yet they also encompass invaluable knowledge regarding the Harry Potter series and the future of this world. This unremarkable woman read a tome that narrated the events of this world as a story. Although she had only perused 5 of the 7 volumes of her past life's memories, she was nonetheless able to fathom the entire series of events leading to the Dark Lord's return. Indeed, she was born with knowledge of a future that others should not possess. A natural winner. Fate has chosen this Mirabel Beresford to become an entity above all else. Secondly, her talents. From a young age, Mirabel exhibited an extraordinary memory. Any book she read once became superfluous. Her physical prowess was also remarkable, allowing her to easily triumph over individuals her senior. However, what surpassed this was the magical aptitude inherited from her pure-blood parents. Those of pure-blood lineage attend magical school at the age of 11. Prior to this, the Beresford family, a noble pure-blood lineage, subjected the young girl to an exhaustive education, bordering on abusive. Yet her talent did not wish to confine her there. She feasted upon the humiliation bestowed by her parents, transforming all that she was taught into her own strength, utilizing pain as her foundation to ascend further. Her parents were pleased to witness their daughter being educated so impeccably and delighted to have a suitable heir to the family. However, they would remain oblivious to the cold gaze with which Mirabel regarded them. Mirabel would never forget the humiliation she endured. She would never forget the disgrace of being trampled upon by such lowly beings. The education imparted by her parents only served to further distort the already warped Mirabel. They instilled in her a selective mindset. A genius should possess the right to trample. Finally, regarding appearance, if one were to inquire, what is the most beautiful thing in the world? Mirabel would answer without hesitation, it is I. If asked, what is the greatest work of art in the world? Mirabel would again respond without a moment's pause, what else could possibly rival me? This epitomizes the zenith of egotism and narcissism, yet no one could dispute her words. Her soft golden locks cascade down to her waist, radiating brilliance even in the dimly lit streets, swaying silently with her every step. Her pristine skin is untouched by blemish, as soft to the touch as that of an infant. Her piercing golden eyes, sharp and resolute like those of a feline, are complemented by a regal nose, cherry-hued lips, and a flawless array of pearly white teeth. Her legs are supple, slender, and elongated, reminiscent of a pianist's delicate fingers. Though only 11 years of age, this girl possesses an enchanting allure that is almost intoxicating. She wields a witch-like charm that captivates men. Her only perceived flaw is her modest bosom, yet given her age, this is quite understandable. These characteristics contribute to her growth, and nothing can hinder such an infatuation. She has no enemies, No setbacks, and nothing is beyond her reach. If she encounters an obstacle, her self-centeredness will not allow her to relent. She may perceive herself not as a chosen one of fate, but rather as a fortunate girl who has merely stumbled upon a few blessings. In a world rife with distortion, twisted family dynamics, and warped perceptions, her heart refuses to yield. She must emerge as the queen, dismantling walls that obstruct her path and eliminating any barriers that impede her progress. To Holger, the house elf of the Baron's family, Mirabel appears as an enigmatic girl. It is commonplace for house elves to be treated as slaves, often oppressed, and seldom shown kindness, particularly by arrogant noble families. The Baron's family is no exception. They regard Holger as a mere outdated tool, sometimes discarding him simply because he displeases them. Yet Mirabel is the sole exception, treating Holger with a semblance of respect. Holger recognizes her character, a girl marked by arrogance and disdain for others. Confounded by this, he one day inquires, "Miss, why are you so kind to Holger?" With a smile gracing her lips, she responds, "That is because you are better, Holger." Holger is better? Holger is taken aback by this unexpected compliment, shaking his head in disbelief. It is true. You elves, who wield powerful magic without wands, far surpass the pure-blooded lords and ladies. If you wished, you could eliminate everyone in this estate except for me. Good heavens! You would kill everyone? How terrifying! Holger, that is merely a hypothetical. Yet it holds truth. You are remarkable. I cannot endure seeing someone of your caliber oppressed by the inept. Mirabel gazes into Holger's eyes with her golden orbs, gently placing a soft finger under his chin. Though merely 11, her gestures evoke profound contemplation. With a mysterious smile, she continues, "Holger, I am aware you are a house elf, who values labor as virtue, yet deep down, you yearn for freedom, to serve a worthy master. Listen well, Holger, this is my father's sock and pillowcase, and I present them to you now." Holger's eyes fixate on the girl's feet. House elves must unconditionally obey their masters, unable to resign from their servitude. However, receiving a master's clothing signifies one's dismissal. In other words, it grants freedom. Currently, Holger's master is the Baron's family. If this girl bestows clothing upon him, it signifies his liberation. What you choose to do thereafter is your own decision. But Holger, if you desire a master worthy of you, don the pillowcase and renew your oath of loyalty, not to the Baron's family, but to me, Mirabel Baronst. Donning anything other than clothing bestowed by a master serves as proof of enslavement, such as pillowcases, sheets, and towels. When Holger wears the pillowcase, it signifies his renewed allegiance and the signing of a new contract. But, Holger began, yet Mirabel interrupted, "I assure you, no one understands your worth better than I do, nor is anyone more deserving of you. I shall never grow indifferent towards you. I will provide you with the work you desire, becoming the master you wish for." As Mirabel's words resonate, Holger finds himself unable to divert his gaze from her eyes. Strangely, her golden eyes shimmer with an enigmatic allure, as if ensnared by some binding spell, firmly capturing his attention. A sock is casually placed in Holger's hand, and moments later, he exclaims, "My master has given me a sock." Holger is bewildered by this unexpected taste of freedom. From this moment forth, he possesses the autonomy to leave the estate or to obey her, to confront her. The girl crosses her arms and smiles, as if she is unwaveringly confident in the unfolding events. Now you are free. Holger is free. Holger is a liberated elf. While Holger's desire for freedom is genuine, it does not negate his wish to remain a house elf. This girl understands his desires. She comprehends him and regards him as exceptional. There's an unspoken quality about her that compels Holger to submit, even in the absence of such a quality. A natural gift for dominion. She possesses a mysterious charm that elicits a desire to obey her without uttering a word. Every whisper melts his heart sweetly, akin to an aphrodisiac, while her golden eyes rob him of his capacity for thought. Most importantly, she can penetrate the will of others and draw them into her realm. I pledge my loyalty to you. What a good child. As he adorns her new pillowcase, her hand caresses Holger's cheek. This gesture melts Holger's heart, enveloping him in a mysterious ecstasy. Yet, that hand swiftly retreats, prompting Holger to display a reluctant expression. Mirabel smiles at Holger and inquires, "May I give you a command?" "Holger, teach me magic, the way you elves wield magic without wands." Holger is taken aback by the unexpected command. Regardless, this girl is destined to be mentored by the fairies. No one has ever attempted such a thing before. Holger gasped in astonishment. However, the anatomical structures of fairies and humans are dissimilar. "Do not compare me to those foolish humans, Holger. For me, nothing is impossible. There exists a form of flight that does not require a broomstick. Thus, you have no justification for your doubts. Indeed, they can wield magic without wands, despite their differing physical forms." Holger elucidated the principles of wandless magic, and Mirabel transformed those principles into her own understanding. Subsequently, in less than a year, Mirabel mastered wandless magic, and Holger was left astounded. In this world, there are indeed such individuals. After her 11th birthday, Mirabel received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and the gears of the story began to turn. Everything commences today. The protracted battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort begins. Voldemort's resurrection occurs 4 years later. For now, she lacks sufficient authority and knowledge. Just like at present, she can perceive that any action she takes will be crushed by Dumbledore or the Death Eaters. Mirabel harbored no doubts about being the greatest genius in the world, yet no great genius, leader, or revolutionary is born as such. Only through adequate preparation and comprehensive growth can one truly become a formidable ruler. Therefore, these 4 years will serve as a period of self-enhancement. She will utilize this time to acquire diverse knowledge and power. This is not merely a competition. It is a determination of who is worthy of ascending to the pinnacle of the magical realm, a struggle for power. The strong shall rise, while the weak shall perish. To establish that ideal world, Voldemort is an obstacle. He must die, regardless of the circumstances. Mirabel contemplated the Dark Lord she had yet to encounter, filled with ambition. It should not be the failed Voldemort who stands atop the world, but rather I, Mirabel Beresford. Chapter 2. The Vampire Wand. Diagon Alley. This quaint thoroughfare is a haven for wizards and witches, offering an array of magical artifacts indispensable for their craft. Concealed from the eyes of muggles, access is granted solely through the rear courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron, which is enchanted with a recognition charm. If you are a wizard, you may arrive here effortlessly by using flue powder from your own chimney. Mirabel Beresford, the pureblood daughter of the esteemed Beresford lineage, is no exception. She can transport herself here directly from her home. On her solitary excursion to this alley to procure supplies for Hogwarts, Mirabel made her way without hesitation to Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was modest and somewhat dilapidated. As she entered, a bell chimed, and an elderly gentleman emerged. "Welcome. Here to purchase a wand?" It is said that the wands here are of exceptional quality. Many a wand has found its way to its rightful owner from this very shop, accompanying them throughout their lives. Let us begin with the measurements. Do you wield your wand in your right hand? Indeed. As Mirabel extended her right arm, the silver-eyed proprietor retrieved a measuring tape from his pocket. Assessing her dimensions from shoulder to fingertips, elbow to shoulder, knee to armpit, and around her head, meticulously measuring every angle. During the process, the tape, moving with unerring precision, approached Mirabel's face, prompting her to crush it in her grip, though the proprietor appeared oblivious. Each wand crafted by Ollivander is imbued with a powerful core. No two are identical. Dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, phoenix feather. The key lies in discovering which is suited to you. For instance, even if you wield another wizard's wand, you shall never unleash the same magnitude of power as with your own. The shopkeeper, spitting as he spoke, presented a wand before Mirabel. Redwood with a phoenix feather core. 9 inches, remarkably durable. As Mirabel waved the wand gently, a flicker of light escaped, yet it felt ill-fitting in her grasp. The proprietor promptly reclaimed the wand, offering her the next. Double-horned unicorn hair from a pine tree, 8 inches. Light and supple. Mirabel swiftly returned the wand to the elder's hands, clearly sharing his sentiments. Without delay, he presented another wand. Hound hair from a holly tree, 9 inches. Perfect for fire magic. When she waved it, a surge of warmth radiated, rendering the room sweltering like midsummer. The elderly shopkeeper nodded approvingly. Excellent. Yet, Mirabel remained unsatisfied, sensing an absence of something essential. Next. That last wand suited you splendidly. As she spoke, flames erupted from her fingertips, startling the old man. A girl capable of magic before even attending school, without a wand of her own. Do you comprehend? A mere ordinary wand is unbefitting for me. I seek one of significance. Well, then, what remains is. Is there none? No, there is, but. The proprietor hesitated, reluctantly retrieving an item from the shelf. It was a wand of immense proportions, unmistakably unique. It appeared as though it could also serve as a bludgeoning weapon. He brushed away the dust from the rugged wand and held it before Mirabel. Vampire wood, with a core of vampire hair, 32 inches. Rigid, heavy, unwieldy, and above all, violet. It's a troublesome specimen that has never found favor since the shop's inception. Mirabel grasped the wand, aptly described as colossal, channeling her magic into it. Accompanied by a sensation of revulsion, an overwhelming impulse for destruction surged forth. Surprisingly, the wand disregarded Mirabel's intent, attempting to unleash magic on its own accord. As she observed the wand dancing in her hand, a smile graced her lips. I adore it. To be my wand, it must possess strength. This was precisely the wand Mirabel desired, one formidable enough to challenge its master. How delightfully rebellious. With a beaming smile, Mirabel gathered her magical energy in her palm, endeavoring to subdue the wand with her reckless power. Lightning erupted, sparks flying wildly. It was the first instance since the establishment of Ollivander's wand shop that a witch engaged in a frenzied contest with a wand. The skirmish concluded swiftly, the lightning finally subsiding, leaving no trace of magical turbulence. The victor was clear. I shall claim this one. I will purchase it at the asking price. The triumphant conqueror of the tempestuous wand was this young girl. She had forcefully subdued the unruly wand. The shopkeeper was left in awe. Yet, a customer is a customer. Business must proceed, as she insisted on a price. 10 galleons. I shall buy it. After settling the payment, the girl exited the shop, leaning on a wand disproportionate to her stature. The elderly proprietor bid her farewell, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Even when someone selects that particular wand, he had never felt such disquiet. Let us hope that wand is not wielded for malevolent purposes. He was certain his hopes would be dashed. Yet he continued to pray. After acquiring her wand, Mirabel proceeded to flourish in blots, gathering all the necessary materials for school. Her next stop was the apothecary to purchase a cauldron for her potion classes. The volume of her purchases was overwhelming, undeniably cumbersome. Yet it was a necessity dictated by the school. On her way, she noticed a broom shop, but paid it no heed, as she had no need for one. She also made a brief detour to a prank shop named Gum and Jokes. This establishment specialized in mischievous wares. Mirabel appeared quite intrigued by the prank shop, purchasing everything she deemed useful before heading to a pet shop to select a companion. Owls were the most popular pets, yet Mirabel had no interest in them. While they might be handy for delivering mail among wizards, Mirabel had no intention of sending letters to her family, and she knew that if anything were amiss, an owl would arrive from the other end. Upon entering the store, the witch behind the counter greeted Mirabel warmly. Welcome, miss. Are you here to select a pet? Yes. Let me see. How about this rabbit disguised as a top hat? It's a recent arrival. She gestured to the cage housing the rabbit. As the witch spoke, the rabbit transformed into a top hat before reverting to its original form. Rabbits are undeniably charming creatures, yet Mirabel could not take one home. She retrieved her acceptance letter from her pocket, checking the school's regulations. No, it seems only cats, toads, owls, and mice are permitted at Hogwarts. The rabbit's transformation into a grand top hat was amusing, but the school did not allow rabbits. In this case, a mouse would be the most practical choice. Easily transportable and capable of accessing places otherwise unreachable. Please help me select a mouse. I desire one that is lively. How about this one? The witch pointed to a cage housing a yellow mouse. Its size was astonishing, nearly larger than a human head. It possesses a coat of vibrant yellow fur, round eyes, and circular red patterns adorning its cheeks. Pikachu, the recently arrived electric mouse, emanates a staggering voltage of up to 100,000 volts from the electric pouches on its face. No, on to the next. Mirabel yearns for a mouse that can freely explore the castle, rather than one the size of a cat. The witch then gestured towards a black mouse in a cage. It was approximately the size of a palm and energetically scurried about within its confines. Very well, this one will do. After handing over 3 gold galleons, the witch retrieved a mouse from the cage. The creature began to thrash wildly, clutching the witch's hand, before ultimately being taken outside. The mouse continued its raucous antics in Mirabel's grasp, her golden eyes narrowing coldly at the creature until it momentarily ceased its commotion. Then, it glared back at her with its tiny eyes. They held each other's gaze for about 10 seconds. The mouse, intimidated, averted its eyes and settled down completely, prompting a satisfied smile from Mirabel. This is indeed a remarkably clever mouse. Astonishingly, it has managed to calm Peter down. Mirabel placed the mouse, named Peter, into her pocket and exited the shop. Now, only the uniform and robe remained. Upon arriving at Madame Malkin's robe shop, She noticed a towering figure over 2 meters tall, standing outside. His hair was unkempt, his beard bristled like wire, and his eyes glinted like gold beetles. He exuded an image that was rather unsavory. Perhaps he is the forest guardian, Hagrid. Mirabel took no interest in Hagrid, merely brushing past him to enter the shop. Inside, 2 boys were engaged in conversation. Harry Potter appeared rather glum. He was pleased to encounter a fellow young wizard of similar age in Madame Malkin's, yet after their exchange, he realized he found this young wizard exceedingly annoying. The boy spoke to Harry in an arrogant tone, oblivious to Harry's sullen demeanor. "Hey, look at that guy. It's the forest keeper Hagrid. I've heard he's a savage." The pale-faced boy in front of Harry twitched his sharp chin, uttering unpleasant words. The content of his speech insulted Hagrid, further infuriating Harry. Hagrid was the one who had rescued Harry from the Dursleys and introduced him to this marvelous magical world. Merely insulting Hagrid stirred within Harry an impulse to strike the boy. "I think he's the best." "Huh, why are you with him? What about your parents?" "They're dead." "Oh, I'm sorry, but your parents are of the same kind as us, right? Wizards and witches, if that's what you're asking." To be honest, Harry wished to swiftly conclude the conversation with the boy. However, matters took a turn contrary to Harry's wishes, as the boy invited an even more troublesome presence. "Hey, are you from Hogwarts too?" A boy addressed a girl who had just entered the shop. Upon seeing her figure, Harry sighed. Her golden hair shimmered like moonlight, and her striking golden eyes stood out even in the dim shop. Her face and well-proportioned limbs bore the hallmark of perfect symmetry. She was perhaps the most beautiful girl Harry had seen in his 11 years. The only women he had encountered were Aunt Petunia, and he had never seen such a stunning girl. "Hey, are your parents like us?" "If you mean pure blood, then yes." Clearly, this girl was a pure blood witch. Just like Harry and the boy spoke proudly, perhaps due to his pure blood lineage. "That's good. After all, magic belongs to the pure bloods. I believe muggles should not be admitted. They are unlike us. Those people only find out about Hogwarts when they receive their letters. I think admissions should be limited to pure bloods." It was unclear what the girl thought, but she seemed to hold a differing opinion, emitting a disinterested hum. She pursed her lips and expressed her theory. Regardless of whether they are muggle-born, more talented individuals should be allowed in. That is how a brilliant future is forged. Whether pureblood or renowned wizards, the incompetent pigs and pests should be dealt with. Harry was dizzy from the girl's charming lips uttering such crude words, and he pressed his forehead. Although her direction was entirely contrary to the boys, it was undoubtedly a form of dangerous elitism. No, on the contrary. When the term dealt with suddenly arose, she might be more radical than the boy. What do you mean, you want to deal with pure-blood families?" "No. If you are talented, muggles and pure-bloods should both have opportunities. If you are incompetent, whether you are a muggle or pure-blood, you should be replaced. Bloodline is irrelevant. Only those who are truly exceptional deserve glory. The inferior will be eliminated. Do you not believe this is the right and beautiful way?" A terrifying notion, one that Harry could not comprehend. 2 distinctly divergent lines of thought. Hearing this, Harry felt perplexed. Is this the magical world? Such thoughts seemed utterly ludicrous. Incorrect. No. It is not I who am mistaken. It is your ideas that are outdated. This cannot be. For Harry, both were wrong, but to the boy, the golden-haired girl appeared as a mysterious and dangerous figure. His previously pale complexion turned even paler, and he swiftly turned to leave the shop. After speaking, she appeared bored as she approached the counter. Suddenly, she turned with a smile and asked Harry, "What's wrong, Harry Potter? Are you worried about my height?" Clearly, she had noticed Harry staring at her. Harry blushed, averting his gaze, suddenly realizing that this girl had called his name even before he spoke it. "Well, since I have come to this alley, it is not particularly rare." Everyone he encountered seemed to know Harry and approached him like a hero. Yet the glimmer in the girl's eyes was strikingly different from any he had seen before. No, that. The rumored hero seemed somewhat shy. The girl appeared to have purchased all her clothing, placing her robes and uniform into a bag. It seemed she was not adjusting the length, but had perhaps made prior arrangements with the shopkeeper. She walked past Harry, bidding him farewell. "Goodbye, Potter. See you at Hogwarts." This marked the first encounter between Harry Potter and the golden-haired girl, Mirabel Beresford. Chapter 3, The Nosy Hermione. September 1st, the first day of the new term. Mirabel was at King's Cross Station, where many muggles bustled about. A blue tie was wrapped around the collar of a white shirt, topped with a waistcoat. White knee socks concealed her thighs, which peeked out from beneath an old-fashioned pleated skirt. She donned a black robe draped over her shoulders. Some wondered how this robe steadfastly clung to Mirabel's shoulders, regardless of the gusts of wind. This is it. Clad in her new uniform, Mirabel checked the paper in her hand against the surrounding scenery. Destination, Platform 9 and 3-4 at King's Cross Station. And she now stood before the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which confirmed she had indeed arrived at her destination. As she made her way to Hogwarts, Towards platform 9 and 3-4, one could hardly fathom the existence of such an anomalous platform in any mundane context. This was merely a perspective grounded in Muggle standards. Any wizard would undoubtedly know its precise location. With her luggage in tow, Mirabel approached the barrier with unwavering resolve, and in the blink of an eye, she emerged through an archway marked with the numbers 9. Before her stood a crimson steam train, its signage proclaiming the Hogwarts Express. Colorful cats darted across the platform, while owls hooted intermittently. Students clad in uniforms mingled with their parents, exchanging conversations or voicing their anxieties regarding the upcoming term. It is worth noting that Mirabel's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Beresford, were absent from this scene. They deemed it preposterous for someone of their noble standing to be seen in such a place, and more importantly, Mirabel herself had assured them that she did not require their presence for a send-off. Instead, her devoted house elf, Horg, had been by her side, employing invisibility magic to accompany her, silent and unnoticed by anyone. Now, my lady, do take care. Do not be too lackadaisical. Demonstrate your loyalty to the Beresfords before the time comes. Undoubtedly, Horg was a house elf solely devoted to Mirabel. Yet, he refrained from disclosing this fact to the Beresford family, continuing to feign allegiance to them while laboring within the estate. Nevertheless, the nature of his duties had shifted. It appeared that Mr. and Mrs. Beresford had never noticed the house elf's leisurely demeanor. The industrious little creature was more adept at slacking off than anyone else. Mirabel accepted the luggage Horg had brought, boarding the train without a backward glance, as Horg vanished silently. As she made her way toward the rear of the train, she found an empty seat in the 5th compartment. Ideally, she would have preferred to sit at the back, but alas, that section was already occupied. Before long, the train began to move, and the scenery outside flowed like a tapestry. The station swiftly faded from view, replaced by picturesque fields. Yet Mirabel soon grew weary and opened her bag. She retrieved a recently purchased novel, flipped through its pages, and after perusing about 10 of them, she lost interest and closed the book. Since her purchase, she had already devoured all her textbooks and reference materials. Mirabel possessed a remarkable ability for instantaneous recall. Having read something once, she could remember it completely, requiring no revision. While this was an advantage academically, it proved to be a definite detriment in terms of entertainment. After all, regardless of how captivating a story or novel might be, once read, she would retain every detail perfectly. In other words, once she had experienced a narrative, she could never enjoy it anew. For someone like Mirabel, who cherished novels and films, this ability was rather vexing. Reluctantly stowing the book back into her bag, she heard a knock at the door, which opened to reveal a round-faced, diminutive boy. "Excuse me, is this seat taken? Everywhere else is full." Mirabel sighed softly, gesturing towards an empty seat while crossing her arms and turning her gaze to the window, seeking to pass the time by appreciating the scenery. "Ah, thank you," the boy said timidly as he sat down, but Mirabel did not respond. Truth be told, she held little interest in him. The boy, lacking in conversational skills, remained silent, occasionally glancing at Mirabel in an attempt to speak, but the aura she exuded rendered him speechless. As time dragged on uncomfortably for the boy, at precisely 12:30, an annoying clattering echoed through the aisle. The compartment door opened to reveal a dimpled elderly woman. "Refreshments for sale. Would you like anything? Has it already reached lunchtime?" Mirabel mused as she turned towards the trolley. Bertie bought every flavor: beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and cauldron cakes, mostly sweets that seemed rather unfriendly to one's teeth. However, hunger was undeniable. She decided to order a drink and a pasty. "1 pumpkin pie, 1 pumpkin juice, and a chocolate frog, please." Handing over a few sickles, she tore open the packaging of the pumpkin pie and took a bite. The tender, flaky crust yielded to her teeth, revealing the pumpkin filling within, which she savored as it mingled with the buttery aroma, delightfully stimulating her palate. Afterward, she sipped the pumpkin juice. The sweetness of the pumpkin spread across her tongue, the refreshing coolness momentarily banishing the heat. This was no mere blended pumpkin juice. It seemed to be enhanced with apple juice, offering a slightly tart sweetness to appeal to the younger patrons aboard the train. Finally, she picked up the chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Contrary to its frog-like appearance, the chocolate within was simply ordinary chocolate. The sweet flavor enveloped her senses, instilling a sense of tranquility. The chocolate frog was indeed the perfect choice, aligning splendidly with my palate. It was a somewhat saccharine luncheon, yet Mirabel relished it. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she basked in the delightful afterglow, only to find the boy growing restless, as if intent on shattering her post-meal bliss. Nothing was more irritating than watching him incessantly check his belongings and gaze tearfully around the compartment. Before long, he seemed to muster his resolve and, with a quivering voice, called out to Mirabel, "Have you seen my toad? Does this fellow not even take care of his pet?" Mirabel coldly disregarded the boy. casting her gaze back out the window. She felt no concern for his lost pet. He muttered an apology before rushing into the aisle, barking out his search for the creature. It seems it will take a while to arrive. I should have brought at least one novel that I have yet to finish. Reflecting on her miscalculation, Mirabel closed her eyes, seeking to drift into slumber. If there was no way to pass the time, sleeping was the simplest option. Yet, just then, the door swung open once more, as if someone was determined to prevent her from succumbing to dreams. Hey, has the toad returned? This time, it was not the previous boy, but rather another girl. Also a first-year student. Her tousled, unkempt chestnut hair seemed to have been neglected, creating a rather bothersome appearance. Her complexion was passable, but not particularly attractive, with slightly protruding front teeth reminiscent of a squirrel. This was Mirabel's first impression upon meeting her. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm a first year at Hogwarts. By the way, it's astonishing how many different kinds of pets exist in the magical world. If I were to have a pet, it would undoubtedly be an owl, as they can deliver letters, which is incredibly convenient. I have no wizards in my family, so I was truly amazed when I discovered that owls could send mail. The school's white owl delivered a letter to my home, and I was enchanted by the idea of attending a magical school. I simply had to go because it was so marvelous. By the way, what is your name? Hermione, as she introduced herself, spoke in one breath. Unsurprisingly, Mirabel felt somewhat taken aback by this barrage of words. Is this the protagonist of Harry Potter, Hermione? Despite her muggle origins, she is a prodigy. More diligent than anyone else, and consistently maintains exemplary grades. In fact, throughout much of the story involving Harry and his companions, she is often the first to arrive at the answers. To a significant extent, Harry and Ron serve as her stumbling blocks. One could argue that she surpasses Harry in many respects. She is indeed a remarkable girl. I am Mirabel Beresford. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mirabel. Since you share a compartment with that boy, please find his pet. Mirabel recalls that she is a rather self-assured girl, but I shall forgive you. Mirabel muses. She believes she is entitled to such confidence. Her theory is that exceptional individuals ought to speak in such a manner. This is why her demeanor often exudes an air of superiority, brimming with arrogance. It is a manifestation of her conceit, believing that those of excellence stand above all. Let him find it himself. That is his own dilemma. How cold-hearted. Can't even locate a toad. Isn't that his own issue? Ah, I see now that you can't find it either. Hence your remarks. Mirabel set down her empty bottle with a sigh. What a cheap provocation. Yet, it seems the girl genuinely thinks this way. How troublesome. Being looked down upon since day one is hardly encouraging. Realizing there was no other option, Mirabel retrieved a black rat named Peter from her pocket. First task, Peter, fetch me a toad. She placed the rat in the aisle, crossing her legs and maintaining a still posture. 2 minutes later, Peter returned, toad in mouth, and deposited it on the table. Trevor, the boy exclaimed, then leaped onto Mirabel's crossed legs. The film translated it as rivet, which is incorrect. It should be Trevor. Mirabel rewarded Peter with his favorite food, cheese, and then stroked his throat. The notion that rats love cheese is merely a myth. It is said that they seldom partake. But this is a rat from the magical world. The taste of magical world rats appears to differ from that of ordinary ones. This is how one utilizes a pet. She glanced at the astonished Neville and then at the dizzy Hermione. Clearly, she had successfully silenced the boisterous girl. Mirabel turned her gaze back to the window. Thank you, she heard the boy say, but she chose to ignore him, relishing the scenery. Yet Hermione intruded once more. She puffed her cheeks and screamed in anger. Wait. He is thanking you. Why do you not respond? Are you too nosy? Mirabel, astonished by the shrillness of her voice, replied, how intrusive. Hermione flushed with anger and stormed off. After bidding her farewell, Mirabel leaned back and closed her eyes. In the 4 years preceding Voldemort's emergence, Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, and Ron Weasley would work together to overcome various challenges. But the true terror was the one controlling them, Dumbledore. For 4 years, he monitored their movements while amassing power. Dumbledore was manipulating them, and in turn, one could infer aspects of his psyche and actions from theirs. If possible, she wished for Harry and Hermione to remain home. In such a scenario, the story would not unfold as it did in the books, nor could one predict Dumbledore's maneuvers. Mirabel needed Voldemort and Dumbledore to confront each other, allowing her to navigate the situation, rather than having Voldemort face off against the trio of Harry. Chapter 4, The Sorting Ceremony. Congratulations on your acceptance to Hogwarts. The welcome feast for new students is about to commence, but before taking your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine to which house you will belong. In a small room outside the main entrance of Hogwarts, a tall witch in an emerald green robe, her black hair framing a wrinkled face that radiated seriousness, stood before the first-year students. Her name was Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of the school. She surveyed all the students, calmly explaining, her voice clear. The sorting is a highly significant ceremony, for while you are at Hogwarts, Your house will serve as your family. There are a total of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each boasts a glorious history and has produced remarkable witches and wizards. At Hogwarts, your exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while infractions will result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the prestigious House Cup. So I hope each of you takes pride in your house. With that explanation, McGonagall exited the room. It seemed preparations for the sorting ceremony were underway. Soon after, ghosts, similar to specters, a common occurrence in this school, appeared, astonishing the students, though Mirabel paid them little mind. After the ghosts had made their entrance, McGonagall returned, escorting the first-year students to the Great Hall. The hall was magnificent and expansive, prompting Mirabel, hailing from a noble lineage, to marvel. Thousands of candles illuminated the space, with 4 long tables set in the center. Golden plates and goblets adorned the tables, as hundreds of upperclassmen sat watching the newcomers. At the foremost table sat the 5th table, where the teachers, including the school headmaster Dumbledore, were seated. The ceiling was equally enchanting, a starry expanse resembling an astronomical dome, bewitched to mimic the true sky. As the first years admired the hall's splendor, McGonagall suddenly set down a 4-legged stool and placed a tattered wizard's hat upon it. Of course, this was not merely a filthy hat. It was the sorting hat, a whimsical hat tasked with determining which house each student would belong to. It sang a song about the 4 houses, a bit comical yet dreamlike. You may find me unremarkable. I am but the sorting hat for Hogwarts, and I shall determine which house you should join. You may belong to Gryffindor, where the brave reside, their courage, spirit, and generosity setting them apart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where individuals are honest and loyal, their students steadfast and hardworking. If you possess a clever mind, perhaps you will enter the wise Ravenclaw, where the learned and intelligent find their kin. Or perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where you may forge sincere friendships. Yet beware of the cunning and treacherous individuals who will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Come, don me. There is no need to fear. Do not panic. This summarizes the essence of the song. In short, a student's character appears to dictate the house they are sorted into. Thus, one can become a member of a house alongside those of similar tastes. Names were called in alphabetical order, and those summoned would step forward, take a seat, and don the hat. Hannah Abbott, a girl with blonde braids, dashed to the stool and sat down, placing the hat upon her head. A moment of silence ensued before the sorting hat proclaimed her house. Hufflepuff. A jubilant cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table on the right. The girl named Hannah sat shyly at the edge of the table, her demeanor timid. Names were called one after another, students rising to approach the tables of their assigned houses. Each announcement was met with exuberant applause from the older students. It could be argued that the selection of houses based on personality was rather biased. Perhaps the number of students a house could attract was of paramount importance to its reputation. Mirabel Beresford. Her name echoed through the hall, and she stepped forward. In that moment, the clamor quieted as if silenced by a lie, and the hall descended into an eerie stillness. Every gaze was fixed upon the girl as she gracefully walked toward the chair. The sound of her shoes striking the floor was unmistakably clear, each movement captivating the audience. What was this silence? Why had everyone fallen mute? Thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers, yet no one dared to speak. They were all entranced by the peculiar aura emanating from her. Professor McGonagall swallowed hard. What was this intimidating sensation? Could it truly be the essence of a first-year student? She knew that such students appeared only sporadically. Certainly, some possessed a certain charm that set them apart. For instance, yes, like him, Professor Dumbledore. What was this? McGonagall was not the only one who drew a parallel to him. Dumbledore found himself leaning forward, his gaze fixed on the girl, not merely observing her, but perceiving an illusion of someone else, reminiscent of a scene from 50 years prior. She was not him, an entirely unrelated individual, even in terms of lineage. Yet Dumbledore felt a chill as he glimpsed that malevolent wizard within her. He wanted to believe there was no connection, but something deep within him denied it. What is happening? To see Tom Riddle, Voldemort, in such a girl. Mirabel seated herself upon the chair, donning the sorting hat, and the hall was enveloped in an uncanny silence. What should have merely been a chair, a piece of unremarkable wood, was, for an instant, perceived by all as a throne. Even the simple act of sitting transformed her into a figure of regal stature. What did this signify? The sorting hat emitted a voice tinged with bitterness. Only Mirabel, adorned with the hat, could hear it. No one else could comprehend the hat's anguish. The hat was suffering now, more troubled than it had ever been before. Its thoughts were utterly unreadable. Mirabel's overwhelming sense of pride had created a psychological barrier. It was a wall of arrogance, closed off to anyone but herself, refusing to yield to her own heart. This was not merely a case of mental occlusion. Even in such instances, the hat could penetrate the thoughts and talents of its wearer. Yet this girl was impervious. Her thoughts eluded its grasp. All it knew was that her confidence reached an unprecedented zenith. What on earth was this? The Sorting Hat's torment did not cease there. It sought to explore something beyond mere thoughts. It endeavored to discern the girl's talents and assign her to the appropriate house. But the Hat could not fathom Mirabel's abilities. Even the term genius became a pejorative, an immense, unfathomable genius. The Hat found itself incapable of measuring Mirabel, as if confronted by a towering wall. It was hard to believe. It couldn't help but think that the girl before it was some enigmatic entity beyond human comprehension. No, this thought was accurate. This girl was undoubtedly a monster, an unprecedented monstrosity. Slytherin. Ultimately, the Hat concluded that Mirabel's thoughts and talents were beyond measurement. The sole criterion for judgment was a self-esteem so immense that even the Hat could not gauge it. Perhaps this was the reason Mirabel was sorted into Slytherin. As anticipated by Mirabel, this conclusion was rather mundane. An object like the Hat was incapable of self-assessment. Mirabel had believed this from the very beginning, and indeed, it proved true. She flung the Hat aside onto the chair and settled into her place among Slytherin. There should have been cheers, yet not a sound was uttered. The atmosphere was completely consumed by an abnormality. Mirabel smiled enigmatically at the Slytherin students who regarded her in silence. What is it, upperclassmen? Am I not welcome? Sorry. Haha, I'm just joking. As she reached for a nearby goblet, a third-year student quickly seized a bottle and poured wine into her cup. There was no directive to do so, nor any obligation. Rather, he ought to have shown respect, as she was a first-year student and he a third-year upperclassman. Nonetheless, it was quite natural for him to pour the wine and for her to sip from it. Observing this scene, all the Slytherin students pondered. An unexpected new student had arrived in Slytherin. The sorting was successfully completed, and it was finally time to welcome the newcomers. Harry and the other sorting results mirrored those in their memories, thus requiring no further explanation. The table was laden with an array of dishes, and students ravenously indulged. Before Mirabel lay an assortment of delicacies, among which was roast beef, served on a platter. To be honest, Mirabel was not particularly fond of British cuisine. Yet, this piece of roast beef held a certain distinction. It began with Yorkshire pudding, served with gravy as an appetizer, followed by the beef. A delightful elasticity was transmitted to her teeth, and with each bite, the flavor of the meat unfolded in her mouth. Roast beef is indeed indispensable. Yet ironically, this has led to a stagnation in British culinary culture. A dish of bean sprouts caught Mirabel's attention. At first glance, it appeared to meld seamlessly with the shredded meat. Presenting no dissonance, the sprouts were hollowed out and filled with the shredded meat. This shredded meat seemed to be anything but ordinary. With a bite, the aromas of the sprouts and meat burst forth in her mouth, two distinct flavors merging harmoniously to create something new. I quite enjoy this flavor. Perhaps it relates to memories of a past life, as I feel there are countless delightful and wondrous dishes in Huagua. As Mirabel contemplated these thoughts, she savored the moment, nodding in satisfaction at the flavors dancing upon her palate. In any case, her first meal of the day had left Mirabel thoroughly content. She raised her cup, drinking with a cheerful spirit, and dabbed her mouth with her napkin. Just as she did, a timid voice called out from beside her. It belonged to a lively girl with blue eyes and short light brown hair. Her face bore no discernible flaws. You had quite a personality during the sorting. Or more accurately, an atmosphere, something remarkable. But, do you have a special background? Like Harry Potter? I'm Edith Rain Hagel, from a pureblood family that has persisted for 3 generations. If you're speaking of special, I suppose that could be the case. The Beresford family is of noble descent, a lineage that has endured for over 15 generations. From the moment I began to form memories, an indelible mark has been etched upon my existence. Should you perceive anything extraordinary in my demeanor, it is undoubtedly a consequence of this. The Beresford family stands as one of the most illustrious lineages within the British magical community, rivaling even the esteemed Black family. For generations, this family has maintained an unbroken line of pure-blood lineage, resulting in an exceptionally rigorous upbringing for their offspring. The family creed mandates the procreation of as many children as possible. Historically, each generation has never produced fewer than 5 siblings, who are then subjected to a form of familial cruelty in the name of heritage. Among them, the most gifted is chosen to become the next head of the family, while the remaining siblings are relegated to servitude. This ensures the perpetuation of a superior bloodline for future generations. Thus, only one chosen descendant remains, while the others descend into the ranks of servitude. The successor, selected in such a manner, is obliged to study governance and economics and is bound to emerge as an eternal victor. The current head of the family, Heathcote Beresford, the father of Mirabel, is a man who will stop at nothing in his pursuit of victory. An exceptional expert in counterdark magic, he meticulously examines captured offenders for traces of dark arts. In the absence of evidence, he resorts to fabrication and, in certain instances, even bribery. This perpetually victorious, cursed family has orchestrated countless tears, anguish, and victims from behind the scenes. Such is the legacy of the Beresford family. Is it superior to the Malfoy family? Like the Malfoys, they belong to the illustrious 28. Surely, one would assume you are more formidable than the Malfoys? With an audacious smile, Mirabel answered this inquiry as if it were a matter of course. Personally speaking, an overwhelming triumph. That boy is no match for me. Wow, Mirabel, you truly are a paragon of confidence. To which Mirabel replied with a smile, no, it is merely a fair assessment of oneself. Upon hearing this, Edith was convinced. This girl is indeed insufferably self-assured. Edith had never encountered anyone so confident, and this confidence appeared to be her source of strength. Amidst their light-hearted banter, a ghost silently materialized at the table, surveying the students with a bloodless, ghastly visage and vacant eyes. The specter, resembling a wraith, addressed the first years in a haughty tone. Listen well, Slytherin newcomers. We have triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, all thanks to the efforts of your predecessors. Will you seize the glory of the 7th year, or shall it come to an end this year? The outcome rests entirely upon you. Personally, I certainly hope you aim for the 7th year House Cup. After the ghost's remarks, Mirabel, spooning vanilla ice cream into her mouth, relished the coolness that spread through her mouth and the sweetness that melted upon her tongue. She savored the delightful tingling sensation that sent shivers down her spine, believing this to be the true joy of indulging in frozen treats. Although Mirabel felt satiated, she sensed she could still partake in more. Hey Mirabel, are there any classes you are particularly looking forward to? I am most eager for the broomstick class. Is there anything more romantic than soaring freely through the skies? I don't have anything particularly special in mind, but I have a bit of interest in potions. My parents do not specialize in that area, so I never had the opportunity to study it. As Mirabel finished her ice cream, she set down her spoon, contemplating the possibility of another scoop, though dessert awaited her. The welcoming feast came to a close under Dumbledore's cautionary words. Do not venture into the forest adjacent to the Quidditch pitch. Refrain from using magic in the corridors. If you wish to join the Quidditch team, please contact Madam Hooch. This applies to 2nd years and above, not 1st years. And if you value your life, do not enter the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Finally, all the students joined together in song, guided to their respective house dormitories. As Mirabel made her way to the dormitory, her mind was awash with thoughts of the classes ahead. How might one outsmart Dumbledore and obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Chapter 5, Snape. At Hogwarts, the rate of tardiness on the first day of classes exceeds 40. This phenomenon can be attributed to the multitude of intricate and beguiling quirks present within the school. There are 142 staircases, ranging from wide, seemingly useless ones to narrow flights leading to uncommon destinations, including staircases that vanish mid-step. The peculiarities abound, such as doors that refuse to open unless scratched or walls that appear as doors yet are impenetrable. The portraits frequently engage in visits with one another, rendering them unreliable as landmarks, and the mischievous Peeves delights in tormenting students, further contributing to the prevalence of tardiness. However, Peeves now faces the most wicked student of all time. The poltergeist clumsily rolled on the floor, his head colliding with a solid surface. Before he could utter a sound of pain, a girl who had kicked him stood before him, seizing his head. He was supposed to be an invisible trickster, and the fact that he had been so easily captured left him utterly bewildered. Hey, ghost, you have the audacity to throw trash at me. For such a lovely lady, I shall bestow upon you a small reward. Ah, why are you touching me? No, are you touching me? Mirabel Beresford, a first-year Slytherin, had a firm grip on Peeves' head. She was able to seize him due to the enchantment she employed. Indeed, a human hand cannot touch a ghost or a poltergeist, but magic operates under different rules. By concentrating her magical energy in her palm, she managed to grasp Peeves. Mirabel, knowing how to wield magic without a wand, was engaging in a trick, yet there was no obligation to be friendly or courteous in imparting such knowledge. Rejoice, Peeves. I recently discovered the perfect spell for you in the library. You make an excellent test subject. What is that spell? It is a protective charm, said to be effective against ghosts and such, the ghost's nemesis spell. This charm requires close proximity, almost face-to-face, to be effective, hence it is rarely studied. Peeves, in a frenzy, sought to escape, but his head was firmly held in place. For the frightened spectre, a merciless command accompanied by the spell's name was delivered. Experience. Ghost be gone. A flash of white light scorched Peeves' head, causing his body to convulse. Indeed, even a poltergeist like Peeves could not be eradicated. Yet the effect was remarkable. No, let me correct that. There is nothing impossible. With enough study, a method to vanquish him could surely be found. But it was simply unnecessary. Peeves writhed in desperation, attempting to flee. Ah, stop it. Very well, If this poltergeist disappears with this spell, it would truly be amusing. Save me, save me. I shall no longer cause mischief. This was an experiment, originally a spell to repel ghosts. How much power could it wield when cast at point-blank range? Yet Peeves' pleas ignited another thought in Mirabel's mind. Can you swear, from this day forth, to cease opposing me? I swear. I swear. Will you unconditionally obey my commands? No, that is a bit. As Pai Pai Gui expressed his disapproval, Mirabel tightened her grip with her vacant left hand, choking him, while reciting a spell. A brilliant white light intensified, engulfing Pai Pai Gui's form in flames. Stop. Has he truly vanished? Now, make your choice. Disappear or obey. Obey, obey. I will heed your words. So cease. Hearing the tearful voice of Pai Pai Gui, Mirabel smiled with satisfaction. Ultimately, she liberated him, discarding him like refuse. As she spoke, she stepped on his convulsing head that had fallen to the ground. Very well. My first command, clear away all the mess you left behind. Yes. Mirabel lifted her long robe and directed her gaze towards a corner. There stood Edith Raynagle, trembling, her face the only visible part of her. Mirabel regarded her presence with a wry smile, addressing her in a tone markedly different from before, imbued with a hint of warmth. What troubles you, Raynagle? Do not hide in such places. Come out quickly. Our next class is Professor Snape's potions. Let us hasten to the classroom. Mirabel was truly ruthless. I began to feel a pang of sympathy for Pai Pai Gui. Because he intends to torment me. The potions class was a joint session with Gryffindor. Mirabel and Edith descended the staircase to the basement, entering the classroom. The headmaster, Snape, was the administrator of Slytherin House, and the classroom was in close proximity to Slytherin. The walls were adorned with glass jars, containing various creatures steeped in alcohol. In that room, Snape stood at the instructor's desk, and when he confirmed that all students had arrived, he commenced the roll call. However, as he approached Harry, his voice faltered momentarily, adopting a disquietingly soft tone. Mr. Harry Potter, our new star. Slytherin erupted in laughter, mocking Harry. But as soon as he finished, he suddenly shouted Potter, directing his reprimand towards Harry. What do you obtain when you add a tincture of wormwood to powdered daffodil bulbs? Suddenly called upon. Harry was at a loss for an answer, his eyes darting around in search of assistance. No, most students, not just him, likely could not answer this question, as they had yet to attend the lesson. Hermione was among the few exceptions, raising her hand, but Snape did not even glance at her. I do not understand. It seems that mere fame does not suffice. Mirabel pondered as she listened to the exchange. If memory serves, Snape is a fervent supporter of Slytherin. Thus, if the hand raised was not Hermione's, but belonged to a Slytherin student, points would likely be awarded based on their response. Mirabel cared little for points. But one matter weighed on her mind. At year-end, when he presented the House Cup, Dumbledore favored Gryffindor, or more specifically, Harry. The loathing of failure that characterized Mirabel found this quite irksome. However, what if, outside the established order, points were awarded to Slytherin? Giving Gryffindor the points they deserved would allow Slytherin to triumph and claim the House Cup. Alternatively, awarding them more points than they merited could force Gryffindor to victory. That would indeed be intriguing. If it were the former, then it would be a rather equitable assessment, proving Dumbledore to be a fairly just individual. If it were the latter, it would imply a sentiment driving Harry to such lengths. In other words, it would reveal a disparity. It is amusing to attempt this. A means to pass time in the monotony of school life. In that case, should one not actively strive for points? Mirabel quietly raised her hand. It caught Snape's attention, his dark eyes glinting. Oh, do you understand Beresford? Certainly. The combination of daffodil bulb powder and wormwood yields a potent sedative known as the draught of living death. However, to enhance its efficacy, one must also incorporate chopped valerian root and the juice of sleep beans. Thus, the first two alone are insufficient. Mirabel smiled, and Snape returned the gesture. Perfect, Beresford. 5 points to Slytherin. Just as Mirabel had surmised, Snape's inclinations clearly lay with Slytherin. Perhaps this was the secret to Slytherin's 6 consecutive victories in the House Cup. He mercilessly deducted points from all but Slytherin, while generously awarding them points. This certainly augmented Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup. Naturally, other house administrators could likely perform similarly, but regrettably, none, aside from Dumbledore, favored that one house as ardently as Snape did. Especially McGonagall, who, even within her own house, would deduct points without hesitation. This could very well account for Slytherin's victories thus far. Very well, Potter, let me pose another question. If tasked with locating a piece of Cowbane stone, where would you search? I do not understand. You did not consider opening your textbook before attending class, did you, Potter? He was a dreadful teacher, Mirabel mused, stifling a laugh. The preceding question was material learned in the 5th year, and this question was a dreadful trap. Judging by the content regarding the location to find it, One might think of a specific place, but that would be absurd. It is a question that can never be answered correctly based on geography, as Calbane Stone is not something found in specific regions. When Mirabel raised her hand once more, Snape, elated, ignored Hermione and called upon Mirabel. Oh, Beresford. Do you know as well? Yes, of course. Calbane Stone is extracted from the stomach of goats. While it appears akin to desiccated viscera, it is a primary ingredient in most antidotes. Huh, you might say, well, 5 points to Slytherin. However, the teacher was addressing Harry. And your raised hand was a breach of etiquette. Next time, points will be deducted. Be wary. Snape, in high spirits, directed yet another reprimand at Harry. The next question was also a trick inquiry. From what I gleaned from the tale, Snape harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Harry, yet this hatred seems oddly gratifying. With this in mind, Mirabel could not help but chuckle. Potter, what is the difference between wolfsbane and monkshood? I do not know. I believe Hermione is aware. So why not ask her? In response to Snape's inquiry, Harry calmly pointed out that he was disregarding Hermione. Yet, it had the opposite effect. He had forgotten Snape's previous warning. He remained oblivious to the fact that his words had provided Snape with a rationale for point deduction. Snape merely uttered one word to Hermione, sit, followed by a grin. Potter, did you not hear me say that rudeness towards the teacher will result in point deduction? 5 points from Gryffindor. Well, Beresford, do you know the answer? Alas, this time Mirabel did not raise her hand, yet she was still called upon. How could the teacher know she possessed knowledge of these topics? Mirabel grinned, responding with a rather unsightly smile. This is also a tricky question. Wolfsbane and monkshood are the same plant, merely different names. Also referred to as aconite, in Muggle terms it is known as skullcap. Therefore, the answer is that there is no distinction. Excellent. 5 more points to Slytherin. With a malevolent smile gracing her lips, she engaged in an internal dialogue. You are wicked too. No, how could one be so wicked? Mirabel pondered that this was indeed their shared sentiment. The two exchanged approving thumbs up, affirming their mutual understanding. Observing this, Edith was left speechless, exclaiming, I just witnessed a dreadful collaborative performance. By the way, why don't you jot it down in your notebooks? No sooner had she spoken than the sound of quills and parchment being drawn forth echoed in the room. The ensuing lesson continued its thorough critique of the favoritism shown towards Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape instructed the students to pair up and concoct a simple potion to treat boils. Yet his gaze remained vigilant upon all, save for Malfoy, who appeared to be his favored pupil, alongside Mirabel, Edith, and Pyre, who blended their potion flawlessly. Indeed, Neville, however, failed to properly amalgamate the contents of his cauldron, leaving it inadequately covered in liquid. After sending him away, covered in boils and dispatched to the infirmary, Snape turned his ire towards Harry, imposing a penalty. How could you not pay attention in my vicinity? 1 point deducted. Consequently, Slytherin's score soared 15 points above what Mirabel recalled, while Gryffindor's score dipped by 6 points, the original deduction being just 2. To rectify this disparity, an infusion of 21 points was requisite from some source. Yet, even this singular task might fall within the realm of error. Should that occur, from that moment forth, Dumbledore would have to concede. Come now, how far can you truly tread alongside Gryffindor, Dumbledore? Poison against poison. If the opponent is a Gryffindor enthusiast, then one ought to capitalize on Snape's fervent Slytherin devotion. Mirabel presumed this would be a tedious period of concealment, yet it held its merits. She looked forward to the year-end gathering a year hence. With this thought in mind, Mirabel proceeded to her next class. There were no lessons on Friday afternoons. Mirabel found herself engrossed in a book at the table in the basement common room. Before her lay a stack of tomes borrowed from the library, rivaling the diligence of Hermione. However, the quality of her reading material surpassed that of her peers. The book Mirabel currently perused encompassed concepts reserved for 6th and 7th years, clearly placing her ahead of her classmates. Is it so? If this is not sufficient, I shall have to venture to the forbidden shelf. Mirabel resolved to regard these 4 years as a period of power accumulation. Yet, she could not merely acquire what she desired through participation in the school's stylish curriculum. To put it plainly, her expectations of the school curriculum were modest. What she sought was the vast array of books that the school had housed from the outset, and her goal was to read them and educate herself. This magic holds potential for improvement and is versatile, depending on the methods outlined in the texts. It might be adaptable to other applications. She meticulously organized the knowledge gleaned from her readings in her mind, jotting down her thoughts in her notebook. Her aim was to better utilize the existing magic, refine its application to other uses, and enhance efficiency. She envisioned developing original spells based on these principles. Such endeavors were not typical of a first-year student. Usually, they would never achieve such feats. Yet, Mirabel was resolute in her belief that she could succeed. Even if others might falter, she had no reason to doubt herself. This pride was her strength. It was conceivable, no, What mattered was the conviction that she could. As natural as inhaling and exhaling. As effortless as snapping an HB pencil. She regarded her potential as an inherent truth. This was the essence of Mirabel's formidable nature. It was this overwhelming self-esteem that propelled her forward. If wielded adeptly, the magic within knowledge could indeed be replicated. I merely scorn it as a fictitious form of magic. Though I know not why. Acquiring magical knowledge and understanding its application. Thus far, the original spells crafted from it had ventured into uncharted territories. Only she was privy to the legacy of her past life, a magic existing solely within the tales contained therein. Based on some of these, she had already conjured certain spells. Curses such as the Cruciatus and the Dementor's Kiss are forbidden and cannot be employed. However, the key lies in the fact that they ought not to be prohibited. Hypnosis is not the sole means of subjugating others. Fear can also serve as a binding force. With her left hand flipping through the pages and her right hand writing notes at an astonishing speed, her gaze darted about as she organized her thoughts, murmuring softly to herself. Thus, theoretically, the potency of the fire spell could be enhanced by approximately 10. The difficulty correspondingly increases, but I have no issue with that. Reaching the conclusion of her research, she closed the book. After finishing her reading, she made her way to the library. Of course, she did not merely intend to return her books. She picked up another unread tome before departing the library. In truth, her interest had completely shifted to the forbidden shelf, though it was still too early for that venture. Even if she were to sneak in, discovery was inevitable. If she wished to slip in unnoticed, it would be prudent to wait until the watchful eyes were far removed, such as during the time a giant clandestinely entered. Perhaps I should wait until Halloween. Solidifying my foundation before then would not be a poor idea. The path to ambition is not one to be traversed in a single stride. For now, all she could do was conceal her fangs, continually honing her claws in preparation for the day to come. Chapter 6. The Gap of Talent. Today's flying lesson was the class I had long anticipated. Well, I questioned whether I truly required training. After all, I excelled at Quidditch. Should I represent the Quidditch team within the year, I would undoubtedly aid Slytherin in securing victory. During breakfast on Thursday morning, Malfoy's boastful voice inadvertently caught Mirabel's attention. He politely elaborated to those around him about what an exceptional broom rider he was. Yet Mirabel was indifferent to such matters. What mattered now was how to savor and consume her breakfast. British cuisine is often said to be subpar. Yet breakfast is quite commendable. The novelist William Somerset Maugham remarked, "If you wish to eat well in England, partake of 3 breakfasts." And Mirabel found this sentiment to be quite apparent. I had been riding a broom since childhood, having played Quidditch with the neighbors. Naturally, I was always the seeker and the star player, consistently the first to spot the golden snitch, never having played as a beater. First, I cut into a hard fried egg with my fork and took a bite. Mirabel felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the absence of soy sauce, yet deemed it acceptable. Slowly relishing the rich flavor of the egg, she then turned to the sausage. As her teeth sank into the roasted meat, the crisp exterior cracked, and the juices flooded her mouth. After swallowing, she lifted her cup and took a sip of milk tea to calm herself. This was it. This encapsulated the essence of breakfast. Last year, while soaring high on my broom, I had an encounter with a Muggle helicopter that approached me unexpectedly. Muggles seemed to be a limping breed. They appeared incapable of flight without such a vast iron contraption. I swiftly dodged the helicopter, just before being struck. It was a last-minute escape. Did you think you could hit me? Huh, no chance. It appeared to cease its movement. Next, I took a slice of toast slathered with strawberry jam and began to chew. Regardless of how coarse English food may be, the flavor of the bread remained consistent. The sweetness of the strawberry jam paired exquisitely with the bread, a delight to the senses. However, the reason why Mirabel could not truly relish this exquisite breakfast was perhaps due to the unnecessary cacophony that marred the experience. A dark line appeared on Mirabel's forehead as she vacated her seat and made her way to the seat 2 places behind Malfoy. She seized his hair and tugged it fiercely. "Foy." "Yes, Beresford, what is it?" Malfoy retorted, "If you wish to brag, why not do so elsewhere? When one is dining, it is imperative to be at liberty and unencumbered by disturbances. Spitting, loud conversations, or jokingly consuming food were actions Mirabel deemed irreverent to the art of culinary mastery. Even if God were to forgive, Mirabel would never extend such leniency. Forcing Malfoy to face her, she narrowed her golden eyes sharply and glared as she spoke. "Shut your mouth and eat your food. If you cannot, I shall make you regret it, understood?" "I comprehend," Malfoy replied, though he continued to speak. Those eyes were indeed serious. She meant every word and showed no mercy to those who disrupted her meal. Had he dared to decline her ultimatum, Malfoy might have been reduced to a mere rag, shattered like stained glass. Her gaze was that formidable. With Malfoy silenced, she returned to her seat, savoring another elegant morning. At 3:30 p.m., The long-anticipated flying training session for many students had finally arrived. Students from Gryffindor and Slytherin congregated on the school lawn, engaged in lively conversation. Perhaps they discussed their favorite Quidditch teams or their brooms. Mirabel and Edith were no exception, chattering about some trivial matter. Hey, does Mirabel have her own broom? I possess a number 7 broom. I have a favorite broom, a silver arrow designed just for me. Silver arrow? That is a name I have never encountered. An antique broom handcrafted by a craftsman named Leonard Jux, now discontinued. However, it seems the craftsman was acquainted with my father, who arranged for a modern replica to be made for me. Just as they were conversing, Madame Hodge, in charge of the session, appeared before the students. With her short white hair and eagle-like yellow eyes, she bellowed at them as soon as they arrived. What is all this noise? Everyone stand by your brooms, quickly. Upon hearing her command, the students scrambled to position themselves beside their brooms. Mirabel and Edith had already taken their places. The broom at Mirabel's feet was a rather unremarkable, inexpensive model known as the Meteor. Released in 1955 by Global Thick Base Limited, the Meteor was notorious for its subpar quality, prone to rapid deterioration. Such poor craftsmanship resulted in a high accident rate, leading to the company's bankruptcy. It was perplexing why such a dreadful broom was designated as the school standard. Well, perhaps it is simply due to its affordability. Place your right hand on the broom, on the count of 3. Madame Hodge instructed. All followed her directive, shouting 1, 2. Mirabel appeared to lack enthusiasm. She had grown weary of such antics since she was 3. If it did not rise, she would be reprimanded each time. Gently, the broom fell into Mirabel's grasp, yet it seemed there were still many adept individuals present. Malfoy, Harry, Mirabel, Edith, and a few other students managed to lift their brooms with ease. Even Hermione struggled unusually. Once everyone had acquired their brooms, Madame Hodge delivered a lecture on the proper way to mount a broom, circling the students to observe their grips. When that was complete, they were ready to commence their flying training. Now, when I blow the whistle, kick off the ground with force. Hold the broom steady. Rise approximately 2 meters into the air, then lean slightly forward before descending immediately. Let's go. 1, 2. Ah! Before Madame Hodge could even blow the whistle, Neville erupted with a shout, leaping into the air. Perhaps due to anxiety, fearing he would be left behind, he panicked. Madame Hodge hurriedly called him back. But if he had remained calm, he would not have taken flight at all. Neville soared roughly 6 meters high before releasing his broom, plummeting to the ground like an unrestrained bungee jumper. With a disconcerting thud, he landed face down on the grass and began to cry. He had broken a bone, yet he was evidently still conscious. I've broken a bone. A person has 206 bones. Which one is it? Madame Hodge rushed over, cradling Neville as she sprinted toward the infirmary, offering him some rather unpalatable encouragement. However, she paused briefly along the way, sternly admonishing the students. I am taking Neville to the infirmary, and if I return to find anyone in the air, you shall be expelled before Halloween. My bones. All right. I'll take you now. What transpired after Madame Hodge left is best left unspoken. It was almost as Mirabel recalled it. Malfoy leaped up with Neville's memory orb, which glowed red when he forgot something, with Harry trailing behind to retrieve it. Ha! Did you see that foolish Potter face? He is surely destined for expulsion. Malfoy's triumphant laughter echoed after Harry and McGonagall departed. Meanwhile, the surrounding entourage began to laugh uproariously, creating a cacophony of derisive mirth. Hermione and Ron appeared dejected, yet remained silent, for they could foresee the fate awaiting Harry. The one to halt Malfoy's laughter was Mirabel, a fellow Slytherin. Malfoy, you seem excessively pleased. Potter will not be expelled. What? If he is expelled, you too shall face expulsion for flying with him. Most importantly, the look in Professor McGonagall's eyes was not one of anger, but of delight. All eyes turned to Mirabel as she crossed her arms and remarked in astonishment. That is correct. If Harry is found in violation of the rules, Malfoy should be implicated as well. Yet McGonagall did not do so. Well then, why was only Potter taken away? The reason is your sentiments differ from his. Sentiments? Indeed, it was his first time riding a broom. And he flew 16 meters on that flawed meteor, catching a fallen ball without a single scratch. Are you certain you could accomplish the same? Faced with Mirabel's assertion, Malfoy groaned. He wanted to claim he could. He desperately wished to prove himself. Yet for some inexplicable reason, when under the scrutiny of Mirabel's golden gaze, those fabrications failed to escape his lips. Anything other than the truth seemed an insurmountable sin. He found himself ensnared in a web of predictability. He would make an excellent seeker, a natural talent, a gift that emerges only once in a decade. Professor McGonagall must have thought so as well. That is why she only took Potter. Malfoy realized that not only had she refrained from expelling Potter, but she had also elevated him to one of Slytherin's greatest adversaries. Impossible. What is this madness? Potter is being treated as a seeker? He is still our age. He is a prodigy, even in the 7th grade. One would be hard-pressed to find a better seeker than him. Harry is a Gryffindor, the nemesis of Slytherin. When Mirabel speaks of him, her joy is palpable. She senses that Harry's talents are far from being underestimated. She is that kind of person, one who believes that anyone with skill and capability deserves respect. It is precisely because she champions meritocracy that her evaluations and respect for the exceptional hold utmost importance. Do you recall what I mentioned previously at the clothing store? Oh, yes indeed. Only those of true caliber may attain glory, while lesser beings will inevitably be discarded. Potter's exceptional talent caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, who seized the opportunity to utilize you as a stepping stone. Malfoy's complexion turned ashen, seemingly startled by Mirabel's words, standing frozen in place. Leaning closer to his ear, Mirabel whispered, "This is reality, Malfoy. The world operates on strength and talent. Do you begin to comprehend how utterly powerless notions of bloodlines truly are?" That's a lie. A deception. I refuse to acknowledge it. He should be expelled. He must be. Malfoy shrieked, fleeing from Mirabel. Upon returning to her original spot, a visibly sweaty Edith approached with an expression of incredulity. Though their acquaintance was brief, Edith was already familiar with Mirabel's astonished demeanor. "You truly are heartless, Mirabel. He is not inept. He could soar through the skies if he honed his skills. By second year, he ought to be able to become the representative of the house." Edith was taken aback by Mirabel's unexpected commentary. "What? Do you genuinely admire Malfoy?" She pondered, yet the next statement made her realize Mirabel was indeed Mirabel. Mediocrity. Even if he becomes a seeker, he will merely be an average one. Talent cannot be acquired solely through practice. Oh dear, Edith sighed, feeling utterly fatigued and at a loss. This was disturbingly alarming. She wondered why she was friends with this individual, but could certainly not fathom a reason. When Madame Hodge returned and resumed training, Mirabel demonstrated the talent she spoke of, mediocre effort yielding unattainable heights, showing off like a juggler in midair, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 7. The Troll. October 31st marks Halloween. The Great Hall was lavishly decorated, with jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the space, and tables laden with pumpkin dishes. As for Mirabel, she yearned to savor these delightful delicacies at leisure, but today was not the day for that. This was due to the party being cancelled because of a troll's appearance in the basement. In other words, there was a time constraint. If she did not eat early, she would have to wait until next year. The pumpkin casserole is quite cool, albeit somewhat peculiar, yet enjoyable. However, the pumpkin truly shines in the desserts. In this regard, the hot cake is particularly favored. I adore the sweetness of the pumpkin and the tender dough. Bit by bit, she placed several pumpkin dishes onto her plate, tasting them quietly to assess their flavors. Pumpkin pie, hot cake, pudding, and tarts, all varieties of desserts, yet Mirabel was thoroughly pleased with them. A dinner predominantly featuring sweetness is a pleasant change of pace, indeed. After relishing her meal, she quenched her thirst with red tea, dabbing her mouth with a disposable napkin. You didn't eat much today, did you?" "Well, I can't eat much today. I feel as if I've overeaten. Truly, how has my stomach grown?" Edith sighed, comparing Mirabel's slender figure to her own slightly bulging stomach. Since arriving at this school, the food had been too delectable, and she felt she had gained a bit of weight since starting. Nevertheless, Mirabel, who consumed more than she, showed no signs of change. "That's because I burn off what I eat." "Burn off?" "Indeed. Magic expends energy. I practice magic daily, so the energy I consume dissipates quickly. Magic involves establishing theories in the mind and releasing them through mental strength. In other words, even subconsciously, when magic is cast, the brain endures tremendous strain, to the point of becoming overworked. Sugar is the primary energy source for the brain. This is why Mirabel has a penchant for sweets. It allows her to consistently release magic in peak condition. It is certainly not merely a matter of her liking sweet treats. "Well, my body simply doesn't gain weight. It's unfair," Edith complained while rubbing her now slightly flabby stomach. Recently, she had been attempting to eat less as part of a diet, but the results were less than satisfactory. Given this context, it was no wonder Mirabel, who could eat anything without gaining weight, sparked feelings of jealousy. Just as Edith was feeling anxious, Chilo suddenly burst into the hall. His scarf was askew, and his normally blue face was now even more so due to fear. He stumbled towards Dumbledore's table, trembling as he announced, "A troll is in the basement." "Oh, I thought it prudent to inform you." After saying this, the irresponsible Chilo fainted, leaving chaos in his wake. The remaining students were, naturally, in disarray. Terrified by the prospect of a troll, the atmosphere became uncontrollably noisy. There were those who screamed in fear, those who shouted in confusion, those who embraced their nearby friends, and those who vowed to vanquish the troll. The collective hysteria bewildered not only the first years, but also the upperclassmen, leaving them oblivious to who was saying what. Slytherin House was no different. Draco was in tears, panicked, while Edith anxiously looked at Mirabel. Yet Mirabel remained composed, with a gesture that exuded a sense of calm. She drew her wand and cast a spark to force the Slytherin students into silence. Then, striking the table with all her might, she gathered everyone's attention and calmly stated, "Quiet down, please. This is quite unbecoming." These were words from a first-year student, one who had only been at the school for a brief time. Yet curiously, no one dared to contradict her. Her words not only silenced the first years, but also hushed the seventh years. However, only Malfoy mustered the courage to speak, rushing towards Mirabel. "But a troll has entered. And what of it?" "Merely a mindless heap of muscle," Mirabel replied nonchalantly, dismissing Malfoy's terror. "Do not worry. I am here." Her voice was calm, imbued with an absolute confidence that instilled belief without question. "If you understand, then quiet down. Your clamor is ruining dinner." With that, Mirabel casually sipped her drink. It was not vanity. Deep within, she believed the troll was not worthy of fear. Her imposing presence mysteriously captivated everyone in Slytherin House, soothing their frayed nerves. "Oh, it's all right. With this girl around, there is nothing to fear." Yes, they were compelled to believe it. "Hey, you lot. Are you a toothless pig? A beast without claws? Are you not? You possess fangs known as wands, imbued with magical claws." In moments of profound terror, individuals gravitate towards companionship, seeking the solace of a trustworthy presence. What is there to fear from a troll? Where lies the terror? Is it not merely a grand target? You are not feeble. Do not allow such mindless creatures to perceive you as their equal. Mirabel's overwhelming ability to dominate and captivate others reached its zenith in that moment, forcefully imposing her ideals while silencing dissenting opinions and reasoning. Such is the talent of a leader. This is the true essence of her intimidation and allure. However, a calm and clear voice resonated with overwhelming force across the Slytherin table, effortlessly penetrating their ears. "You must make him understand whom he is truly confronting. The weak must adhere to the rules. Transgressions warrant consequences, and you are capable of enforcing this." As her words echoed, the Slytherins rose to their feet. Indeed, what is a troll? What of such a formidable being? Here lies the magic of disarming, the spell of paralysis, and a weapon known as magic itself. There is no need for fear. No, this is our school. In this moment, we must rise. Prefects, escort the younger students back to their dormitories. Those who can fight, follow me. Protect our school. Do you know where the troll resides? In the dungeons. I suspect it to be deserted. The senior Slytherins stood resolutely in the center, each brandishing a wand, no longer afraid. Their hearts were filled solely with an immense sense of security and pride. They were making the right choice, following the correct course of action. That illusion dispelled their hesitation and dread. The teachers, bewildered by the sudden surge in morale, attempted to halt the Slytherins. But they would not be deterred. Even as Dumbledore set off fireworks, their fighting spirit remained unquenchable. Their commander was not a teacher, nor a supervisor, but in that moment, it was the blonde girl, Mirabel, who issued her full command to the Slytherins, whose eyes glimmered with ferocity, as if awaiting her signal. "Very well. Let me witness the power of wizards." The Slytherins nodded, akin to soldiers following their officer, and the prefects surged out of the hall. "Fear not. Here lies magic. The destination is below, the target a foolish troll invading the castle. To trample it, to destroy it, to crush it, they united as they descended into the depths." McGonagall witnessed this scene and swallowed hard. What remarkable leadership! What a commanding presence at such a young age! With but a few words, she calmed the Slytherins. Such talent is formidable, yet it also presents an opportunity. If the students could regain their composure, it would be splendid. Immediately, under the prefect's guidance, they ushered everyone back to their dormitories. "Prefects, take your students back to the dormitory at once." Responding to McGonagall's directive, the prefects sprang into action. Under their leadership, the students began to leave the hall, step by step. However, they remained unaware that Mirabel was not amongst them. It was simple. As all the students of Hogwarts made their way to their dormitories, Mirabel whispered softly to herself. She shouted at them, yet she did not go to the dormitory herself. This was because she was putting her prior plans into action. Her motive for inciting them was singular, to divert the teacher's attention towards them. It was merely a diversion. "Well, I should hasten to the restricted section. The objective is the forbidden books." She sought the tome hidden there, intending to return to the dormitory with an innocent expression. That was her intention. Mirabel escaped the clamor of the hall and entered the library. She stepped into the restricted section. Where is it? Carefully observing the books on the shelves, she searched diligently for her desired volume. She could not afford to select the wrong book, as some foolish tomes would scream upon contact. Should she make such an error, retreat would be her only option. Fortunately, she soon located the book she sought, and with a faint smile, she retrieved it. Flipping through the pages, she confirmed it was indeed the forbidden tome. Without a doubt, This is the one. Mirabel exited the library, employing concealment magic to mask her presence, and made her way to the dungeons. If her conjecture was correct, it was time for the Slytherins to charge into the girls' restroom. Inside the restroom, a battle unfolded between the senior Slytherins and the troll. They cast spells boldly, shielding one another's backs, desperately defending their house. When one cast a spell, another would provide protective magic, while yet another would take cover behind the toilet. Over there. Gryffindor. Run quickly while we draw its attention. Grabbing the trembling hand of Hermione Granger, they attempted to lead the helpless first year away. Yet the troll soon noticed them and raised its club. Just then, Harry Potter lunged at the troll and seized its head. Harry, run, Hermione. Why was Harry there? To aid Hermione. Ron Weasley's cruel words had wounded her, and she did not attend the gathering. Harry's bravery would not allow him to abandon her. Hermione seized the time he won and dashed from the restroom. However, the troll pursued her, shaking off Harry and leaping out of the restroom as Ron attempted to intervene. Worse still, outside the restroom were other female students. Get out. You there, Ron. Harry shouted in panic from within the restroom. The Slytherins, too eager to cast spells in the heat of the moment, found it too late. The troll raised its club towards a girl who hadn't even attempted to escape. A staggering troll. A tragic fate was imminent. Hermione quickly covered her face with her hands. Meanwhile, the targeted girl slowly raised her hand. Then, with one hand, she caught the club. It was a bizarre sight. A girl standing at merely 5 feet 6 inches, single-handedly blocking the troll's club, which was over 13 feet long. The bewildered troll gripped the club with both hands and exerted force, yet the club did not budge. This spectacle, unfathomable to outsiders, was wrought by the blonde girl. It was Mirabel Beresford, the one who had rallied the Slytherins. Unable to comprehend what transpired, she wielded silent magic with her bare hands. It was a spell capable of weakening or softening objects, releasement, a convenient enchantment that could render even hard floors as soft and fragile as a mat. Mirabel employed it barehanded, diminishing the troll's strength to its limits. The troll was now merely a powerless beast, its club akin to a sponge. Well, Mirabel squinted with boredom, lightly leapt, and seized the troll's head. Then she slammed it onto the floor. This time, a spell known as descend was employed, capable of causing the target to plummet. With its formidable power, the ogre's head sank with sufficient force to shatter the floor beneath it. Mirabel raised her hand once more, sending the ogre flying, an effect achieved through her magic that propelled it through the air. Throughout her casting, Mirabel uttered not a single word, nor did she wield her wand. From Harry's perspective, this was a bewildering spectacle, resembling a young girl mercilessly assaulting a giant creature. The ogre, depicted as it soared through the air in a grand arc, rolled on the ground 2 or 3 times before attempting to rise. Mirabel, summoning her utmost strength, stepped firmly upon the fallen ogre's head, establishing a palpable hierarchy of power. So what transpired? Are you proud of your strength? Don't linger on the ground, rise swiftly. The ogre remained prostrate. Flailing its legs, it desperately sought to stand. Yet its weakened form was no match for the girl. A child, barely half the ogre's height, toyed with the creature as one might with a helpless infant. This stark juxtaposition of strength and weakness was painfully evident. The strong trampled while the weak were denied even the slightest resistance. When the ogre finally comprehended the disparity in power, Mirabel seized its head, forcefully lifting it to her eye level. Even a lowly creature seems capable of grasping the emotion of fear. The ogre trembled pathetically. Its pride, its sole source of strength, utterly vanquished. This signified the shattering of that which the ogre held most dear. Being a creature of limited intellect, it was acutely aware of the disparity in strength. When a predator realizes it is destined to be consumed, it transforms into a pitiful victim. The ogre had lost all will to fight. Gazing upon it, Mirabel suddenly resolved to release her hold. Do you know what to do next? The ogre regained its freedom but refrained from attacking Mirabel again. Instead, it laboriously rose, only to kneel once more, and unexpectedly, its tongue brushed against Mirabel's shoe. Like a cobbler meticulously polishing leather, who would perceive such an act as a threat? It was merely a tragic loser succumbing to fear. The scenario was a clear delineation of victor and vanquished, unmistakably evident to all. The Slytherin students erupted with exhilaration at the complete triumph of their witch. Their emotions reaching a crescendo. This is victory, this is dominion. They were Slytherin students, fervently inclined towards the ideology of the chosen ones. For them, Mirabel's victory and domination far outweighed the mere act of slaying an ogre, capturing their hearts in the process. Mirabel addressed the Slytherin students, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, it is time for the teachers to take over. Let us disperse before points are deducted. No one voiced any complaint. The Slytherins silently acquiesced to the young girl's command, raising no objections as they returned to their dormitory. Later, As Mirabel was about to head back to her quarters, Harry called out to her. Me, Mirabel Beresford, right? Indeed. We've crossed paths a few times in class, but is this the first time we've spoken so directly? You look well, Harry Potter. Mirabel replied naturally to the nervous boy. To Harry, Mirabel appeared more formidable than Malfoy, and he was reluctant to draw near. Even now, as Mirabel had aided him, he sensed that she was more menacing than anything else. Witnessing her overwhelming brutality only solidified his apprehensions. Thank you for your help, he stammered. Oh, no need for gratitude. I did it for my own reasons, Mirabel responded tersely, turning away before Harry could reply. By the time Harry regained his composure, Mirabel had already distanced herself. That day, Mirabel Beresford instilled in Harry an acute awareness of overwhelming power and a wave of trepidation. Chapter 8. Blood of Kin. What you require first is the fresh blood of your kin. A young sacrifice is essential. Ideally, the offering should be a pure maiden. The ritual must take place on the night of the full moon. Place 6 roses, soaked in the blood of the sacrifice and kin, into a chalice. At 3 o'clock in the morning, in the Slytherin girls' dormitory, everyone was fast asleep, save for one bed, which was stirring. That was Mirabel's bed. She pulled the blanket over her head, and, using magical illumination, read a book she had pilfered from the restricted section, having successfully stolen it. She knew that if the book lingered far from its shelf for too long, it would raise suspicion. Thus, to return it swiftly, she needed to read all its contents and commit them to memory. Fortunately, Mirabel possessed an exceptional memory. Once read, she could retain it entirely without the need for copying. This was a rather thick tome, detailing the entire process of the ritual, the necessary tools, and how to procure them. It documented the successes and failures of those who had previously performed the ritual, along with their merits and demerits. I am uncertain how Voldemort survived after his demise. In such a case, the quickest method to counter him would be to achieve immortality. However, I must say, this approach is a step below Voldemort's method of immortality. As long as they aimed for global supremacy, it was inevitable that they would confront Voldemort and Dumbledore. Yet, if the century's greatest wizard, Dumbledore, were to face an immortal Voldemort, victory would be exceedingly elusive. No, to be frank, it would be impossible. In such circumstances, Mirabel believed a strategy was necessary. That strategy was the ritual described in the book. Squeak. Peter, what is it? Mirabel heard a squeaking sound by her bedside and looked down to see her pet black rat standing there. Since entering school, he had rarely appeared before Mirabel. But there was a reason for that. Until now, Peter had been suppressing the rat population within Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, no creature knew the architectural structure and flaws better than rats. They were omnipresent, coming and going. Thus, Mirabel surmised that if she could control all the rats and familiarize them with her, she could cover every area of Hogwarts. With this idea in mind, she acted promptly. Empowered by magic, Peter was released into the school, where he had been overseeing the invasion of rats. At first glance, Hogwarts appeared tranquil, but behind the scenes, an intense struggle for dominance was unfolding among the rats. Squeak, Peter reported. Half of the school is under control. Well done, Peter. Now, lead the first half and subdue the remaining half. Releasing magic from her fingertips, she cast an enhancement spell upon Peter. This wild black rat, naturally more vivacious than the others, was exceptionally suited to serve as a general. With its newfound strength, ordinary rats stood no chance against it. As it scurried into the darkness of the night, it left behind a profound silence. If everything goes smoothly, there will be scarcely a place in the school that I cannot see. Mastering the inclinations of every individual, including both teachers and students, is not an insurmountable task. Ideally, one would keep a constant watch on Dumbledore's movements. With a soft clap, she closed the book she had just finished reading and tucked it beneath her sheets. Then, she let out a small yawn and buried her face into the pillow. For the moment, all was well. She hoped that everything would go smoothly by the end of the year. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Mirabel eventually succumbed to slumber. Quidditch is the most beloved sport in the wizarding world. No one is unfamiliar with this game, which is said to have originated in the Quidditch marshes of England in the 11th century. In the magical realm, both adults and children are filled with enthusiasm and excitement for this sport. Hogwarts is no exception. The stands for the Quidditch match were overflowing, with some students even armed with telescopes. Now, the battle of destiny was about to commence. Today's match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. For the past 6 years, Gryffindor had lamented Slytherin's cowardly and brutish behavior. Come on, I want you all to avenge this year. Jordan, I beg your pardon, Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor commentator sat in the announcer's chair as McGonagall rebuked him for his bias towards Gryffindor. Despite the fervor of the crowd before the match, Mirabel and Edith arrived at the stands a bit later. The seats were already filled. Mirabel had woken up late. She didn't mind, as it was a special occasion. It wasn't a holiday, It was just Quidditch, so it felt like a holiday. Edith, brandishing a megaphone, a cheering flag, and a stick, was exuberant, while Mirabel appeared rather indifferent. Having barely slept past 3 in the morning, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, dragged along by Edith. To Mirabel, the outcome of the match was already known. There was no necessity or value in watching it, while Edith remained oblivious to this fact. Hence her insistence on bringing Mirabel here. As Edith decided to stand for a better view of the match, several students jumped up in front of them. "Miss. See you later. Miss. How do you feel?" The Slytherins, comprised of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years, knelt before Mirabel, their heads bowed. Ever since the incident with the giant, this peculiar increase in numbers had been a source of concern for Edith. Regardless of their year, Mirabel's idolized image had sprung up among the Slytherins, who regarded her as royalty. "What, no seats? Hurry and make room. Come on, miss. Bring your classmates." "Oh, thank you." Half awake, Mirabel and Edith settled into their seats, surrounded by boys. Various items were present, such as freshly bought drinks and sweets. Did these boys not feel embarrassed to fawn over an 11-year-old girl? Edith thought so, yet refrained from voicing her opinion. "Miss, have a drink. Miss, here is a fan. Miss, shall we massage your shoulders?" Nothing could be more vexing than this. She even contemplated having Mirabel dismiss them, but felt it would only frustrate her more. With a sigh, Edith resigned herself to the situation, accustomed to it by now. Then the match commenced, but Edith felt there was no need to discuss it. As Mirabel knew, the game concluded with a victory for Gryffindor. Harry Potter's broom had experienced a moment of uncontrollable chaos, yet he successfully captured the golden snitch. For Mirabel, the match did not ignite any excitement within her, as she was already aware of the outcome. However, this did confirm that Quirrell's target was indeed Harry, so it was of little consequence. December 25th is Christmas, the holy day celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. Originally a Muggle event, it still holds significance at Hogwarts. On this sacred day, all classes are suspended, allowing students to return home. Of course, she could remain at school to enjoy the Hogwarts Christmas feast. But Mirabel decided to visit her parents temporarily, though she did not particularly wish to spend Christmas Eve with that family. Failing to return might arouse suspicion. Moreover, certain items required for the ceremony were legally prohibited, and there were plenty of items that could not be obtained at Hogwarts. Mirabel needed someone to gather them at Hogwarts. That someone, of course, was the house elf, Horg. To prepare for the ceremony, Mirabel resolved to return home. The Beresford residence, her family estate, loomed over the suburbs of Albania, a plot of land unmarked on Muggle maps unrelated to the Republic of Albania, or more precisely, a mansion. The garden was enveloped by a 5-meter-wide moat, sprawling over 500 square meters, adorned with various trees and blooming flowers. All were unique to the magical world and served as ingredients for various potions. At the edge, there was a private garden, a swimming pool, and even a Quidditch pitch. With not a single garden gnome in sight, trained hellhounds roamed around the garden, ready to devour and eliminate anyone who dared to trespass without permission. Beyond the meticulously maintained garden stood a mansion that resembled a small castle. Dozens of maids lined up at the entrance, making way for the daughter of the Beresford family. As Mirabel passed by, they bowed in unison, greeting her with, "Welcome home." When she arrived at the immense door, 2 maids hurried over to open it. Once inside, the butler awaited her. Mirabel entrusted her luggage to them and continued on without a backward glance. Upon entering the sitting room, she found her father, mother, and brother already seated. Upon seeing Mirabel, her robust brother with golden hair offered her a stern expression, yet she was accustomed to it. As the eldest son of the family, he felt overshadowed by Mirabel's accomplishments, leading to a deep-seated resentment towards his accomplished sister. Ignoring his gaze, Mirabel took a seat and called out to her father, "I'm home, father." How is your life at school?" "Everything is well." Her father, Heathcote Beresford, appeared to be a serious man with silver hair slicked back. Thick eyebrows and a long, angular face were his distinguishing features. Dressed in attire reminiscent of the British royal court, with fashionable ruffles at the collar and sleeves. Her mother, Mavis Beresford, was a stunning beauty with waist-length golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a deep red gown that was open at the chest, holding a folding fan. She had a penchant for elegant designs. "Have you met Malfoy as son?" "Yes." Mirabel recounted her encounters with Malfoy at school to her father. "I see. Haha. Lucius, it seems you are not adept at raising children. Your son pales in comparison to my Mirabel, haha." Sithcott harbored a profound disdain for the Malfoy family, primarily due to the fact that both families belonged to the esteemed lineage of purebloods, which had long instigated a conflict of interests between them. This animosity intensified during the reign of Voldemort, when Malfoy allied himself with the dark forces, an act that only further diminished Sithcott's regard for him. This association also underscored the undeniable truth that Lucius Malfoy had once been a Death Eater. Sithcott sought every conceivable means to secure a conviction and win the case, yet the one individual he could not bring to justice was Lucius Malfoy. Love, after all, should not demand excessive devotion, let alone indulgence. Everything must be meticulously chosen. It is perfectly acceptable to love only the finest, to bestow affection solely upon the most worthy, thus ensuring the family's standing is upheld. Do you not share this sentiment, Simon? Indeed, as you say, sir, replied the discarded eldest son Simon Beresford, his face contorted in a mix of frustration and resignation. Though he was the firstborn, he was not permitted to address Sithcott as his father. Not only was this the case for him, but Mirabel, too, was barred from calling them her parents. This was due to the fact that Mirabel had been designated as the next head of the household, and all the affection of the Beresford couple was lavished solely upon her. Having lost the contest for the family leadership, Simon was destined to serve Mirabel. In the Beresford family, the defeated and the weak were mercilessly cut down and trampled, even if they were one's own flesh and blood. By the way, Mirabel, I received an owl from school a few days ago. Well, what did it say? Although the letter praised academic excellence, it also contained complaints regarding a lack of cooperation with others. Despite the grievances from the school, a smile crept onto Sithcott's face. Mirabel discerned his true intentions and responded with a subtle, cold smirk. Is that not so? No, no. Indeed it is, my daughter, the next leader of the Beresford family, destined to be a perpetual victor. Such is the unyielding decree of this household. From the family's perspective, Mirabel, who was inherently imbued with a tyrannical disposition, could be aptly described as a prodigious child. In a buoyant mood, Sithcott poured wine into a goblet and placed it before Mirabel. At merely 11 years of age, such discussions would rarely occur within the Beresford family. She had been training in magic since the age of 3, and indulging in wine was as commonplace as sipping a soft drink. Mirabel took a sip of the offered wine, savoring its flavor. By the way, is that surviving boy Harry Potter also present? What manner of boy is he? Quite average, I suppose, considering he has been raised by muggles for 11 years. His adaptability is commendable, particularly in regard to broomstick flying. He possesses an innate talent. However, Voldemort, pardon me, if you were to ask me whether he is capable of defeating that individual, I would have to say not yet. With that, he took another sip of his wine and set down the goblet. Then, Mirabel's brother, Sidney Beresford, swiftly seized the bottle to refill her glass. Unlike his brother, he appeared to harbor no dissatisfaction in serving Mirabel, exhibiting the remarkable conduct of a well-trained steward. Take your time, sister. Indeed, you have grown more considerate. Thank you. This younger brother, who had inherited his father's silver hair and his mother's beauty, truly stood out. Although he paled in comparison to Mirabel, his intellect and magical prowess were exceptional, and his mind was sharp. Had it not been for his frail physique, he might have been nominated alongside Mirabel as a prospective head of the family. However, Mirabel believed that even with a robust body, he would ultimately cower, for he had already completed his training. As Mirabel's brother, he naturally became her closest confidant. From the moment of his birth, he had been captivated by the aura of leadership that she exuded. Thus, in Sidney's presence, Mirabel's dominion became absolute. At his tender age, he had transformed into a perfect servant. The notion of opposing Mirabel seemed entirely absent from his mind. Yet, Simon loathed this spectacle. He kicked his chair back in frustration and exclaimed, I refuse to accept this. I still cannot accept it. Why? Why must a woman be the next head of the family? Father, why not me? Simon, sit down. Your dignity is at stake. I will not accept it. Mirabel, have you forgotten how a year ago you uttered the very same lines, ambushing Mirabel only to be defeated by 10-year-old her? Sithcott roared, silencing Simon. Shame and anger were etched on Simon's face as he rose and exited the room, leaving Mirabel to ponder, using the blood of kin in the ceremony? Chapter 9. The Dark Robe. After conversing with her parents, Mirabel ascended to her second-floor chamber and locked the door. The interior was surprisingly simple, adorned with minimalistic decor. Although Mirabel was inherently extravagant, the room itself exuded an air of elegance, carefully avoiding any appearance of ostentation. The rationale was straightforward. If it shone too brightly, it would resemble a nouveau riche display. Nevertheless, her innate disposition could not be concealed. Upon closer inspection, the room was littered with gold and jewels, albeit unremarkably. Holger, are you present? Indeed. When Mirabel summoned her loyal servant within the confines of her secluded chamber, a low voice emerged from the fireplace, as if Holger had been clandestinely concealed within the chimney. Perhaps he had anticipated her return and awaited her summons. As if summoned, he leapt from the fireplace and knelt before Mirabel. I have a matter to inquire of you. He retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket and tossed it to Holger. Various potions, magical creature body parts, and names of elusive tools were meticulously listed. Holger squinted upon encountering some of the illicitly possessed perilous items. I expect you to gather everything on this list within 3.5 years. 3.5 years? Yes. Are you capable of this? It was not a question of whether he would do it, but rather, if Holger could accomplish it. Holger silently nodded, determined to meet his master's expectations. If his mistress deemed it necessary, he would procure anything, revealing to all how to surmount any unreasonable challenge. That was his pride in serving one named Mirabel. Miss, I have something to present to you. Reaching into the sleeve of Holger's attire, he produced a small object. It was a miniature display case. At first glance, it appeared to be a mere trinket, yet Mirabel understood its significance. No, this should be impossible. After all, it was Mirabel who initially commanded its acquisition. It is one of the few that still exist. Perfect, Holger. While it was merely a miniature display case, its true value would manifest when used in conjunction with two specific spells, the Shrinking Charm and the Growing Charm. It was currently of this size, but could be made smaller only through the application of the Shrinking Charm. Its true identity is that of a vanishing cabinet, a remarkable piece capable of remote movement. Once a treasured artifact during Voldemort's zenith, serving as an emergency means of escape from him and his minions. However, with Voldemort's downfall now 14 years past, its existence has dwindled to obscurity. Its operation is astonishingly straightforward. First, one employs the enlarging charm to adjust it to the dimensions of a genuine display cabinet, enabling it to traverse considerable distances. Subsequently, one can soar to their destination from any location. At Hogwarts, however, the protective enchantments render it impervious to intrusion. The movement is accomplished via a unique route exclusive to the cabinet, circumventing any use of the Ministry of Magic's Flu network, thus evading detection. Now, it stands as an invaluable asset, existing in but a handful of locations worldwide. While many believe Hogwarts to be impregnable, this notion is misleading. Like all things, Hogwarts possesses its exceptions. Unbeknownst to most, the barriers against intrusion are limited to magic wielded by humans. This implies that beings such as goblins, who utilize a different form of magic, can indeed infiltrate. Mirabel has been instructed by the house elf, Horg, on how to wield magic without a wand. Consequently, she employs elf magic, granting her the ability to evade most assaults. She has mastered wandless magic, yet despite her prodigious talent, she remains human. Just as a wingless creature cannot soar without magic, there are inherent limitations to her existence. Indeed, the ability to harness elf magic within a human form is already miraculous, an achievement unattainable even by Dumbledore and Voldemort. Yet, even miracles have their bounds. Mirabel requires considerable time to master advanced spells such as Fiendfire and the unforgivable curses without a wand. Thus, she finds herself contemplating her situation. To confront Voldemort, she must transcend the limitations of humanity. After the Christmas holidays, life resumed its usual rhythm. Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff in a Quidditch match. Yet this was merely a competition among the other houses, causing little concern. Snape continued to favor Slytherin, and Mirabel capitalized on this to accrue a substantial number of points, her total surpassing 70, with the gap widening alarmingly. She had returned the book she had borrowed from the restricted section with ease, merely placing it back in its rightful spot within the library. After all, a student had breached the restricted section during the Christmas holidays, none other than our Harry Potter. Casting suspicion upon that intruder, naturally, Mirabel had no reason to be suspected while at home during the break. Weeks of monotony passed until suddenly, a shift occurred. One morning, as Mirabel traversed the corridor, she encountered a throng of students gathered in animated conversation. Oh, what could this be about? Intrigued, Edith and Mirabel approached the circle. Mirabel casually seized a nearby Slytherin student to inquire. Excuse me, what is the commotion? Ah, Miss Beresford. Good news. The illustrious Harry Potter has reduced his Gryffindor points by 150 points. 150 points. Upon reflection, Mirabel found it hard to believe such an incident had transpired. If memory served, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were likely roaming about at midnight, incurring deductions due to Hagrid's illegal possession of a dragon. The keeper of keys and grounds had prioritized his personal interests, caring for a creature he could scarcely sustain. Yet, Filch and McGonagall had apprehended him, and the trio had been penalized a total of 50 points. In essence, Hagrid was the instigator, while Harry and Hermione were the unfortunate victims. If left unchecked, Hagrid could very well be sent to Azkaban for his lawbreaking, resulting in his departure from the school. Gryffindor now languished at the bottom of the points table. Surely, Slytherin would claim the house cup, my dear. And what of it? Huh. Disinterested, Mirabel turned away, with Edith hurrying to follow her. Honestly, Mirabel held no concern for Potter's predicament. If she were to fret over such matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate the impending end-of-year exams. Yet now, it became apparent that Quirrell was finally poised to act. She recalled the day after the final exams when Dumbledore departed. It was time for her to test herself. Her only worry was that Harry and his friends might become disheartened, feeling powerless in the face of the situation. If only Potter would not falter due to the deductions. In truth, Mirabel's arrival at the hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone was not entirely implausible. She remembered the three-headed dog guarding the stone, as well as various methods to bypass it. Thus approaching the mirror was never a daunting task. However, that was where the challenge lay. Before the mirror, Mirabel could never obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, the mirror set by Dumbledore was the most formidable obstacle, operating on the principle that only those who sought the stone for its own sake could obtain it, not those who merely wished to use it, but those who sought it earnestly. Tragically for Mirabel, she fell into the former category. She never believed she could acquire the stone from the outset. In this regard, one could argue that Dumbledore's defenses were flawless. They effectively deterred malicious individuals like Mirabel and Voldemort. Thus, in conclusion, there was, in fact, little need to guard the stone. Regardless of Voldemort's efforts, he could not seize the stone unless Harry was present. Ironically, had Harry ventured there, both Mirabel and Voldemort would have been pleased. Well then, let us cause an explosion. In any case, Harry must not lose heart. In such circumstances, it would be best to employ a bit of leverage. With this assessment, Mirabel resolved to take action. Harry and his friends had lost 150 points, yet their suffering continued. As punishment, they were ordered to venture into the Forbidden Forest, where they met before Hagrid's hut at 11 o'clock at night. Even with Hagrid, who knew the forest intimately, it remained perilous. One misstep could lead to encountering dangerous creatures, with fatal consequences. This illustrates how twisted Filch was in devising such a punishment. Look over there. Do you see that glimmering silver thing on the ground? Unicorn blood. There is a unicorn in this forest that has been harmed. This marks the second occurrence this week. Let us find that wretched individual, shall we? The punishment entailed protecting a unicorn hidden somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. Somehow, he managed to convince the frightened Malfoy, who was also one of those out after dark, splitting Harry and his friends into two groups to commence their search. Harry and Hermione teamed up with Hagrid, while Malfoy and Ron, accompanied by Hagrid's pet fawn, ventured into the woods. However, Malfoy and Ron did not get along well. When Malfoy startled Ron, he panicked and sent off a burst of red sparks, signaling an emergency and temporarily halting the search. Hagrid was compelled to team up with Hermione and Ron, leaving Harry and Fong to manage Malfoy. 30 minutes had elapsed since that moment. Deep within the woods, Harry and Malfoy beheld something extraordinary. A pure white, resplendent unicorn lay motionless on the ground, as if lifeless, while a shadowy figure was drinking its blood. The hooded entity was terrifying. It was difficult to discern in the darkness, yet its face was smeared with the unicorn's blood, and only its eyes glowed even amidst the shadows. Malfoy, horrified by the sight, fled at full speed. Only Harry remained, paralyzed with fear on the ground. The dark-robed figure, having noticed Harry, crawled towards him. What happened next? As the figure approached, the scar on Harry's forehead throbbed painfully, piercing his mind like an alarm. The dark figure advanced relentlessly towards Harry, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Harry attempted to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. His throat was numb with terror and pain. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. At last, the hooded figure loomed close to Harry's eyes. Enough, you filthy, crude thing. Accompanied by a sound like the ringing of bells, there came an intimidating insult that did not match the sound. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted. It struck someone, a high-pitched thud resounding as they were knocked down and sent crashing into a large tree. You. Harry endured the pain as he gazed upon the source of the voice that had come to his aid. Standing atop the tree was a beautiful girl, her back illuminated by the full moon. Her golden hair shimmered in the moonlight, and her golden eyes stood out strikingly against the night, looking down at the shadowy figure with undeniable disdain. She was the most intelligent, powerful, dangerous, and formidable person Harry knew in class. Yet, in that moment and place, she appeared more reliable. Mirabel Barrenford. What a disaster, Potter, to encounter such a thing. Mirabel, arms crossed, spoke in her usual calm voice. Like Malfoy, she was a Slytherin scoundrel, but if asked whom he would choose to stand with, Harry would undoubtedly choose Mirabel. After all, he could not imagine her screaming and fleeing like Malfoy. In dealing with such a mysterious affair, she might be more dependable than Hagrid. So, should I say it is a pleasure to see you here? Mirabel's words were not pursued further. She seemed dissatisfied with that sentiment. In an instant, she moved from the treetop to stand before the dark figure, seizing it by the throat. Harry did not comprehend what was happening. He certainly did not know. At their age, most people did not even know how to perform apparition magic, let alone that Mirabel wielded unusual elven magic. I am greeting you, you know. It is basic courtesy to respond. Harry witnessed a terrifying sight. Mirabel slammed the dark figure down before the astonished Harry, while she reached into her pocket and produced her wand. It was large and thick enough to be called a staff, and most importantly, It was sturdy. How could she conceal such an object? Mirabel swung the over 70-centimeter-long non-standard wand towards the dark figure's face. Voldemort dodged at the crucial moment. But Mirabel did not relent in her assault. Swiftly turning her wand upon the dark figure, she recited the incantation's name. Flames ablaze. Clear water like a spring. Mirabel's fire clashed with the dark figure's water at the center, canceling each other out. The scale of magic unleashed was evidently beyond what a first-year student could conjure. Even Hermione, the most adept at magic among Harry's peers, could not summon such hellfire, yet Mirabel had reached that level. Oh, it seems you possess some skill. How about this? Sandstorm. Armored protection. Shield. Thunderous explosion. All defenses up. Mirabel's wand unleashed spells one after another, which the dark figure barely managed to block. Initially, she uttered the names of the incantations, but it did not take long before she ceased speaking altogether, casting spells at an incredible speed and silence. Then, in the blink of an eye, the dark figure became defensive, unable to keep up with the onslaught. Even defensive magic has its limits. The magical barrier he conjured creaked, on the verge of being shattered by Mirabel's spells. If her offensive continued unabated, the victor would be abundantly clear. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter? The Cruciatus Curse. For the first time since the battle commenced, the dark figure unleashed an offensive spell. Yet the magic did not fell Mirabel. Her figure vanished faster than the speed of the spell, suddenly reappearing behind the dark figure. She swiftly seized the wand from his grasp. Unfortunately, this was a grave miscalculation. The dark figure, startled by Mirabel's sudden appearance, recoiled in haste. But now that the wand was in Mirabel's hand, the action was futile. Losing a wand in a duel between wizards is so fatal that it directly leads to defeat. At that moment, with victory almost assured, Mirabel smirked at the robed man. Well, dark figure, let me show you an intriguing spell. Do you know what a reversal charm is? A spell that repeats the magic cast by a wand. As long as I cast a spell on the wand, it can replicate the magic previously performed. Harry distinctly heard Mirabel's words, which made the dark figure hold its breath. Was it some kind of dreadful magic? Harry did not believe that merely repeating a previously used spell was particularly fearsome. To such thoughts, Mirabel coldly retorted, Potter, the issue lies with the magic this individual previously employed. It is known as the Cruciatus Curse, a torment more agonizing than death. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits its use on humans as an unforgivable curse. Upon hearing this, Harry understood. Why was the dark figure so terrified? Knowing what would transpire next, Harry realized that typically, if one possessed a sense of morality, such magic would be unthinkable to wield. At the very least, it was not the kind of magic that an 11-year-old first-year girl could employ. Nevertheless, Mirabel raised her wand without hesitation, not a trace of doubt in her demeanor. Come now, scream like a pig. The dark figure immediately fled, but Mirabel's spell casting was even swifter. Once the decision was made, there was no turning back. Harry, Mirabel. And even the dark figure sensed the moment when the conclusion was inevitable. But then came the rustling of grass, like pouring water, followed by Hagrid's booming voice. Harry. Clearly, he had seen the dark figure's retreat and rushed over. Upon hearing his voice, Mirabel clicked her tongue and retracted her wand. TCH, it was about to get interesting, but Mirabel interrupted the spell, allowing the dark figure to escape safely. Harry shouted, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished into the night, leaving only Mirabel and Harry behind. You go on ahead, I'll return first. Baronford. Potter, if you wish to know about that dark figure, come to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor after the punishment is over. Evidently, she did not wish to discuss the matter further at that moment. She might believe that it would be troublesome if Hagrid were to see her. After Mirabel spoke unilaterally, it was as if a cloud had dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Harry was momentarily stunned, but when Hagrid and Hermione arrived, he finally regained his composure. He then reflected upon her words. The girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Does Beresford know that cloaked figure? Chapter 10, The Philosopher's Stone. It was not until after midnight that Harry finally returned to the school, having completed his punishment, doubtful whether she was truly waiting for him at this hour. He ascended the stairs and entered the girls' restroom. He should have gone straight to the dormitory. If he were to be caught wandering the school at night, especially in the girls' restroom, he would undoubtedly face expulsion. Yet, his curiosity about the true identity of that cloaked figure persisted. No, I must know. This feeling enveloped Harry's mind. This was why he recognized the danger, yet accepted Mirabel's invitation. Beresford, are you there? He whispered beneath his invisibility cloak. But no response came. Instead, a mouse beneath his feet squeaked and scurried away. Not here. Looking around, Harry found the restroom to be dark and dreary. The mirror was cracked, the walls stained. The stone basin before the mirror bore numerous chips. The wooden doors separating the stalls were peeling and scratched. It seemed to be a restroom poorly maintained for many years. Under normal circumstances, Even Harry would not wish to approach such a place. "Oh, who's there?" Hearing a voice from the innermost part of the restroom. He was about to respond, but panic seized him, and he shut his mouth. No, that was not Mirabel's voice. Emerging from the restroom was a bespectacled ghost. Her hair styled in braids, her face covered in blemishes. She glanced around, her head tilted in curiosity as she approached Harry. Though clad in the invisibility cloak, which should render him unnoticed, Peeves and the other ghosts could sense when someone was present, even if hidden. Perhaps this ghost could do the same. At that moment, the voice of the person he had been searching for finally broke through as Harry regained his spirits. "It's me, Potter. Is it Beresford?" Likewise. Harry remained unaware of Mirabel's origins. Just as they had crossed paths in the woods, she appeared unexpectedly once again. She cast a glance in Harry's direction, a smile gracing her lips. "That's a lovely invisibility cloak, Potter. If I weren't paying close attention, I might have missed it." She could see him. But Harry quickly dismissed the thought. No, she couldn't possibly see him. Not even Snape or the other professors could. Perhaps she merely sensed his presence, much like Peeves. Convincing himself, Harry removed his cloak. "Tell me, Beresford, what is that cloaked figure who kills unicorns?" "Before I explain, let me first tell you about the power of unicorn blood." Harry was eager to know what the cloaked figure was, but Mirabel did not answer. Of course, she could have provided an answer swiftly, but the boy would not be easily persuaded. Explaining to such a level-headed individual required a certain process. Unicorn blood is the blood of life. It can sustain even those on the brink of death, but it comes at a price. A price? If you drink unicorn blood, you will be cursed forever. Even if you take but a single sip, in the end, that person may still be alive, but they are no different from the dead. Well, akin to a zombie or a ghoul. Harry swallowed hard. The mere thought of being eternally cursed was terrifying. Wouldn't it be better to be dead? To this thought, Mirabel continued. But what if there were a way to shed the cursed old body? What if you could create a new one? A new body? Yes. A fantastical existence that restores all power and grants eternal life, if such a thing exists. If you lived long enough, do you think you could enjoy the curse? Harry was startled by this notion. Yes, this school is currently concealing that wondrous tool, something that was once hidden within Gringotts Bank, which Hagrid has now brought to this school. The one and only legendary Philosopher's Stone, said to bestow immortality and even transmute stone into gold. The Philosopher's Stone. Indeed. Who desires the Philosopher's Stone? You already have the answer. You must know the name of the one who has waited so long to regain power. The one who clings to life, waiting for an opportunity. Harry understood what Mirabel was alluding to. A chill swept through him, causing his blood to run cold, as if an eagle had seized his heart. The scar on his forehead throbbed painfully, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow. "So, I just saw Voldemort?" Mirabel dared not respond, but that smile conveyed affirmation and agreement. Yet there is a three-headed dog guarding it. Unless Hagrid teaches us how to outsmart it, we shall never prevail. Indeed, then we can rest easy. Hagrid would never speak of it to anyone. Yes, there is nothing to worry about. The Philosopher's Stone is guarded by that fearsome three-headed dog, and only Hagrid knows how to control it. Hagrid can never betray Dumbledore and reveal this secret. To Harry, who felt a weight lift from his shoulders, Mirabel responded with a peculiar smile. "Do you truly believe that?" Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore, not even in death. However, Potter, you need not betray him to extract the truth. What do you mean? Hagrid is far more simple-minded than you might imagine. While he is undoubtedly loyal, he is not suited to be a keeper of secrets. His thoughts are shallow, and his temper flares easily, causing him to lose his composure swiftly. Even the slightest hint of doubt or trickery can lead him to accept it, and important information will spill forth. That is the kind of person he is. As a man, he may be trustworthy, but as a guardian of significant tasks, he is utterly unreliable. Well, believe it or not. For now, it suffices to share this much. It should be enough to shake Harry's sense of justice. He should feel a burning sense of duty as he approaches the Philosopher's Stone. Declaring, "I must protect the stone," Mirabel deemed no further action necessary. Subsequently, she would sip tea while observing Harry's endeavors, ultimately seizing the stone, marking her triumph. "I shall return to the dormitory now. Do take care." Wait. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Why are you telling me this?" Harry pressed Mirabel, who turned her back to him, as if the story had concluded. Then, Mirabel offered Harry a fearless smile and softly spoke. "You are not the only one who knows the truth. Our goal is to jointly protect the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's grasp. You too, to protect the stone? I hold great expectations for you, Harry Potter." With that, Mirabel vanished. The mouse has been waiting at the door of the 4th floor, ready to relay information to Mirabel should anyone visit. Utilizing its keen observational skills, the mouse has proliferated throughout the school. Wherever there is a mouse, Mirabel is never tardy. Everything is in readiness. The final examinations are surprisingly straightforward, consisting solely of first-year questions, and she completes them without a hitch. Having been educated in special education at Beresford, Mirabel is well-versed in this material from a young age. There is no reason for mistakes, be it in writing or practical magic, as she is flawless in both. The pale faces of the teachers reveal that Mirabel has evidently surpassed her peers, particularly in practical magic. When Professor Flitwick produced a pineapple and requested the Tarantaligra charm, it proved to be a trivial task for Mirabel. Not only did she animate the pineapple, but she also set all the other objects in the classroom to dance the Tarantaligra. The examination is graded on a scale of 100 points. But this is merely the benchmark for first-year standards. Initially, the exam establishes a criterion. If one meets it, they receive a perfect score of 100. And then scores are assigned based on proximity to that mark. It is indeed possible to exceed that standard and achieve scores of 120 or even 150 points. In this first-year examination, both Mirabel and Hermione are expected to score above 100. Oh, it's finally over. Now I have some time to relax without the burden of studying for exams. After completing all the tests, Edith stretched her body as if liberated. The past few days have been dedicated to preparation, and the pressure has undoubtedly mounted. Dark circles encircle Edith's eyes, and her cheeks appear somewhat gaunt. Typically, Edith does not engage in extensive preparation or review. She embodies the proverbial 3 days of fishing, 2 days of drying the nets. Well, I don't think I can achieve a good score. As long as I don't fail, that is sufficient. This is Edith's sentiment. How did Mirabel fare? That is a foolish question. Naturally, everything was perfect. Wow, such astonishing confidence. Edith offered Mirabel a dry smile, as Mirabel proclaimed her own perfection. In terms of ability, Edith is by no means inferior. Indeed, she struggles with theoretical questions, yet she possesses a talent in magic sufficient to place her among the top tier. Her prowess in transfiguration is noteworthy. Even admired by Professor McGonagall, Edith is quite gifted in this regard. However, when asked about the 3 great figures who used transfiguration to vanquish werewolves in the late 15th century, she could not conjure any answers. Mirabel, can your enormous wand cast spells swiftly? That wand must be as tall as half of you. Well, it's no problem at all. Mirabel's wand is indeed large, very large. A typical wizard's wand measures about 20 to 30 centimeters in length, and even Hagrid's wand, belonging to the larger category, is 41 centimeters, so one can comprehend the peculiarity of Mirabel's wand. When Edith first laid eyes on it, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow." By the way, Edith's wand is made from a feather of a thestral and a branch of white birch, measuring 28 centimeters. According to the shopkeeper, it is light, supple, and obedient. In summary, it is a rather unimpressive wand. Now that the exams are over, Mirabel, what do you plan to do? Well, now that the exams are completed, I plan to return to my room and rest. Mirabel replied nonchalantly to Edith's inquiry. Today must appear to be a day of rest, devoid of any additional activities. After all, if all goes according to plan, this day will coincide with Harry and the others seeking the Philosopher's Stone. However, even if the events diverge from the original narrative, Mirabel shall remain unscathed. In extreme circumstances, Quirrell could acquire the stone while Harry and the others remain inactive, though this is highly improbable. Ultimately, the outcome of the break-in will remain unchanged. The only potential issue for Mirabel arises if Dumbledore swiftly retrieves the stone in the presence of Harry or Quirrell. Should that occur, it might be prudent to make a concerted effort to steal the mirror. Yet, such concerns seem unfounded, as the school's mice have inadvertently overheard Harry and the others discussing their plans to venture into the hidden chamber at midnight. Dumbledore had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic and had departed for London, not to return until midnight. Thus, all Mirabel must do is wait for the moment when victory is within reach. At the Slytherin table, a variety of pasta, pizza, risotto, and bread are laid out. As Mirabel gingerly places a small portion of pasta and pizza onto her plate, her spirits are lifted, and her serving is larger than usual. Edith wonders about her anxiety, which seems poised to buzz at any moment. Mirabel, do you enjoy Italian cuisine? Oh, I truly adore the culinary delights of both our homeland and Italy. I can't help but think that even though our country embodies half of these two nations, we should possess a sense of gastronomic appreciation. She begins with a spoonful of risotto. The tender rice, soaked in the tangy sweetness of tomatoes, releases a rich flavor with each bite. It seems there are even chopped celery pieces within, imparting a refreshing aftertaste. When one thinks of rice, one often envisions the dishes of their homeland, which are indeed the most delectable in the world. However, occasionally, a change of palate is delightful. Next, the pasta. She twirls the slightly thicker noodles along with the ingredients using her fork before savoring them. The rich flavor of melted cheese intertwined within the noodles enhances the overall taste, rendering it irresistible. Why do cheese and butter dishes stimulate the appetite so? One can be certain that as long as the creator of this dish is referred to as a muggle, it will never be deemed a secret. Then comes the pizza. Bacon, tomatoes, squid, and parsley are layered atop freshly baked dough, woven together with cheese. Merely gazing at it makes Mirabel's throat tingle with anticipation, and the sensation overwhelms her. But there is no need to rush. If one bites into it all at once, the heat will scorch the tongue. Instead, she takes a bite, chews slowly, and relishes the experience. Mirabel wonders why tomatoes and cheese pair so exquisitely. If memory serves, a cartoon character she once saw in a past life remarked, "Cheese enhances tomatoes, and tomatoes enhance cheese." This statement rings entirely true. It embodies the harmony of flavors, creating the finest symphony that brings joy to the palate. With that in mind, the next dish is a vegetable salad, featuring tomatoes topped with mozzarella cheese. At first glance, it appears to be a simple dish, just tomatoes with cheese, but such simplicity should not be underestimated. Much like the stir-fried greens from her homeland, which seem straightforward, the combination of ingredients and the cooking technique elevate a seemingly simple dish to remarkable heights. Tomatoes and cheese should indeed be enjoyed together. She spears a tomato topped with cheese and places it in her mouth. The tomatoes and cheese seem to complement each other, harmonizing beautifully on her palate. It may not be extraordinarily delicious, but it is an eternally refreshing dish that never grows tiresome. I comprehend that mozzarella cheese, in its essence, possesses a rather insipid flavor. However, when paired with tomatoes, its richness and softness come to life, harmoniously complementing the latter. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. After finishing her salad, Mirabel quenched her thirst with a sip of water, exhaling contentedly as she dabbed her mouth. She had managed to spend a profoundly meaningful time preparing for the match that evening. "Shall we return to the common room, Edith? You don't seem to have eaten much." "Don't mind me. I am on a diet. I don't think you look any heavier. There's no need for such concern. You might as well indulge in some more meat." "No matter how much I eat, I don't gain weight. You simply do not understand my plight." After conversing with Edith, she vacated her seat and made her way back to the Slytherin dormitory. Mirabel had no further tasks at hand, merely awaiting Harry and the others to take action. According to the news relayed by Peter, who had leapt onto her shoulder, Quirrell was already in motion, stepping into the concealed chamber. Would he somehow obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Or would Harry, driven by memory, be eager to seize it? Regardless, Mirabel's actions would remain unchanged, and the outcome would be no different. As long as she was the one to ultimately possess the stone, the process itself held little significance. The struggles between Voldemort and Potter are inconsequential. I shall be the one to laugh last. Chapter 11, Albus Dumbledore. At 2 o'clock in the dead of night, the students were deep in slumber. Only a few 11-year-old boys and girls were endeavoring to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school. They had plunged into a perilous vortex at such a tender age to thwart the Dark Lord's ambitions of resurrecting himself. They lulled the three-headed dog to sleep, evaded the traps laid by malevolent forces, and sought the true key among countless others. Harry's best friend sacrificed herself to traverse the chess room, while Hermione, enveloped in flames, kept her composure, urging Harry to press on. Harry, too, ventured bravely into the depths, all for the sake of protecting the Philosopher's Stone from the clutches of the Dark Lord. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a mouse bore witness to it all. They were unaware that since the secret door had swung open, the mouse had been following closely behind. The time had come. The mouse, tasked with watching over Harry and the others, would relay its observations, akin to a game of telephone, to the mice of the school, which would ultimately reach Mirabel's pet. Peter. Mirabel was well informed. This was the network of mice she had meticulously cultivated over the past year. Naturally, this was a given. Yet Mirabel did not comprehend the language of mice. However, within this world, there existed a convenient spell known as the open mind charm, allowing one to glean the thoughts and memories of their adversaries. Employing it, she could effortlessly decipher Peter's thoughts and grasp the situation concerning Harry and the others. "Peter, is Dumbledore nearby?" "Squeak. Not yet. Then I shall prepare myself." According to her recollection, Dumbledore would return to the castle when Harry secured the Philosopher's Stone. "Peter, mobilize all the mice in the school to obstruct Dumbledore. Block the castle's main entrance and have a word with Peeves. If necessary, I wouldn't mind you utilizing the tools I acquired from the prank shop." Squeak. "Very well, let us proceed." After Peter endeavored to interfere with Dumbledore, Mirabel departed. She left the invisibility cloak, the ordinary version, with the mice, believing it prudent to execute some minor tricks as well. After all, her opponent was the greatest wizard of the century. There was no reason to be overly cautious. She vanished from the location and, in an instant, reappeared in front of the fourth-floor corridor, then pushed open the door to enter. Once inside, she closed the door behind her and aimed her wand at it. "Quickly, find it." She cast the closing charm to fully secure the door. Of course, Dumbledore would promptly counter with the disarming spell, but this was merely the beginning. Garuru. Cerberus, you too must assist me. Before the drooling, three-headed dog that yearned to bite Mirabel, she retrieved her flute. Then, softly, a melodious sound resonated, calming the three dogs into silence. The creature's Achilles' heel was music. Thus, even when it heard the melody, it would quiet down and inevitably fall asleep. Seizing that unguarded moment, Mirabel swiftly pointed her wand at its snout. Soul extraction. The forbidden brainwashing spell could be wielded with ease against her adversary. Were it to be used on a human, the young girl would not hesitate to cast the immediate sentence to Azkaban. It goes without saying that this was intended to target Dumbledore. Yet, with this alone, she had become the greatest vulnerability to music, so Mirabel amplified her magic. Close your ears. She cast the silencing charm, rendering it impervious to sound. Now, the three-headed dog could hear nothing. Even if the music played, it would remain oblivious, and thus would not succumb to slumber. In other words, this three-headed dog was bereft of weaknesses. Even Dumbledore would find it arduous to calm it. Owl, emerge. Flock of birds. Continuing her advance, Mirabel summoned a throng of snakes crawling across the floor and a multitude of birds fluttering from the ceiling, fortifying her defenses. Should Dumbledore dare to open that door, he would ultimately be besieged by the three-headed dog, the serpents, and the birds all at once. Even if a Hogwarts professor were to enter, Mirabel would not lower her guard, erecting an impenetrable barrier. The time she could gain from this strategy would likely be no more than 20 minutes, or rather, around 10 minutes. However, if her aim was solely to eliminate Quirrell and seize the Philosopher's Stone, that should be more than sufficient. Well, it is time for Potter to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. She muttered to herself before vanishing instantly. In a fleeting moment, she teleported to the secret chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was concealed. Kill, kill, kill. In the innermost room, a harrowing scream erupted. Most wizards, upon hearing that cry, would either be paralyzed with fear or flee in terror. After all, it was the furious roar of Voldemort, the once infamous and terrifying lord of the wizarding world. Yet, Harry did not flee. He grasped Quirrell's arm, striving desperately to thwart the wizard who had become Voldemort's servant from crossing over to the Philosopher's Stone. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident. Harry could never hope to defeat Quirrell. However, something was bridging that gap, shielding Harry. For some inexplicable reason, Quirrell could not touch him. Should he attempt to do so, his skin would melt, his flesh would burn, and an unending agony would engulf his mind. Realizing this, Harry leaped onto his arm, inflicting pain to halt him. Kill him. What are you doing, you fool? He is but a man. Voldemort's voice echoed in the recesses of Quirrell's mind. A horrific visage of Voldemort was parasitically affixed to the back of Quirrell's head, continuing to scream. Upon hearing that voice, Harry struggled to maintain his consciousness. The scar on his forehead throbbed excruciatingly, and his vision began to darken. Yet, the reason he did not relent was that Harry cherished this school, for he held love for everyone within its walls. Once Voldemort was resurrected, it would no longer be a matter concerning the school. Everything would be obliterated. Friends Hermione and Ron, the strict yet kind-hearted teachers, every member of Gryffindor, Hagrid, everything would be lost. Such occurrences must not transpire. This place is akin to home for Harry. By what right does Voldemort seek to desecrate it? Merely contemplating this notion invigorated the 11-year-old boy. Yet, in the end, the reality sank in, and visibility faded into obscurity. The screams of Quirrell and the cries of Voldemort became imperceptible, all surrendering to slumber, consciousness slipping away in the final moments. Harry was certain he heard it, a melodious, bell-like voice of a girl. A beam of golden light shot forth, striking Quirrell. The force of the blow sent him hurtling away, far from Harry. Quirrell recognized that all-encompassing assault. It had been years since he tasted unicorn blood in that forest. He knew the terrifying golden girl who unleashed that blow. Ah, Professor Quirrell. It seems you are in quite the predicament with Potter, Mirabel Barrowford remarked. She was a fearsome girl, even as a first year, overwhelming Quirrell with her presence. The audacity with which she cast the unforgivable curses made one question whether she truly was an 11-year-old child. That dreadful golden girl now stood resolutely before him. Quirrell instinctively took a step back, beads of unpleasant sweat forming on his forehead. Mirabel disregarded this reckless subordinate and called out to Voldemort. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Voldemort, she said, Harry Potter's companion, here to intervene once more. Companion? Me? As Voldemort uttered his trivialities, Mirabel emitted a low chuckle. Indeed, Harry proved to be a remarkably useful ally in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, providing information and even assistance at one point. In a sense, Mirabel was not his comrade. Yes, Potter has been quite helpful. They navigated through all the theatrics and retrieved the stone. But that is all. I have no affiliation with that child. You are not here to assist, are you? Of course. My objective from the outset has been the Philosopher's Stone. Mirabel wore a chilling smile as she drew a wand from her pocket. In response, Quirrell retreated once more, creating distance between them. I see. Then you should join me. You are a fine witch, hailing from a pure-blood lineage. Should you follow me, I shall grant you the benefits of the Philosopher's Stone. Is that not a delightful proposition? Mirabel offered no response to Voldemort's invitation. Perhaps interpreting her silence as a form of reply, Voldemort continued. What a pity. If you were to become my subordinate, you would grow ever stronger. You would make an excellent Death Eater, far more suited to serve the Dark Lord than Miss Quirrell. What say you? Even as a young girl, there is no reason to decline such an offer. Mirabel chuckled lightly at Voldemort's proposal. However, her laughter grew louder, ultimately erupting into an overwhelming cacophony. In the presence of the Dark Lord, feared throughout the wizarding world, the girl's laughter reverberated through the chamber. Ha 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 ha. No one had ever shown such blatant disrespect to the Dark Lord. To call it arrogance and insolence would not be an exaggeration. What is so amusing? Oh, how amusing, Voldemort. You simply do not comprehend. My ultimate pursuit is not the Philosopher's Stone. That is but a triviality. Allow me to enlighten you. What I desire transcends the Philosopher's Stone. I seek. Mirabel's smile twisted into a sinister grin, revealing her fangs. Quirrell, bewildered, ready to spare wand. Mirabel suddenly appeared before him, just as before. What I desire is the entire world. How could I possibly follow you, a failure? With a wand crafted from over 70 centimeters of vampire wood, she struck Quirrell in the abdomen. Fluidly directing her wand, she uttered an incantation. Splintering. Splintering. 2 slashes collided, negating each other. A second attack followed in rapid succession. This time, Quirrell was quicker. Clear water, like a spring. Glacier. Mirabel invoked the freezing charm to encase Quirrell's water spell. Then, with a swift motion, she shattered the frozen water, hurling it back at Quirrell. Startled by the reverse application of the spell, Quirrell inhaled sharply. Mirabel would not miss her chance. Disarm. The tip of her wand erupted in a crimson flash, wrenching Quirrell's wand from his grasp. Though a fundamental offensive spell, it was lauded for its ease of use and efficiency. Particularly in duels among wizards, disarming an opponent proved extremely effective. With determination, an 80% victory rate was assured. Weaponless, Quirrell drew another wand from his sleeve for a final strike. This was his original wand, stolen by Mirabel during their encounter in the forest. Now, the weapon he brandished was merely a temporary substitute. I have come to return what you have forgotten, Professor Quirrell. Prepare for the backfire charm. Reciting the last incantation his wand had executed, she declared, Backfire. Quirrell's wand unleashed its latest spell, the Cruciatus Curse, an infamous, unforgivable curse. It struck Quirrell's body, severing the nerves throughout. Ah! Ha ha ha! Scream like a pig, Mirabel proclaimed, toppling the writhing figure of her former professor to the ground. Then stepping upon his head, Voldemort, the Dark Lord feared by all, reduced to a pitiful sight, akin to refuse discarded by the roadside. The visage twisted by remorse was irresistible. Gazing upon that face marred by humiliation, years later, Mirabel would still recall that perverse thrill. Now, Mirabel stood upon a man whom all feared and dared not even name. Well, Voldemort. What does it feel like to be trampled by the shoes of a mere girl? Hoo. Your days are numbered, Voldemort. The world shall forge a new path, and the antiquated notion of pure-blood supremacy shall be eliminated. There is no place for you in it. To be honest. As she listened to the voice steeped in resentment, Mirabel longed to toy with Voldemort, yet she could not afford to linger. Should she tarry too long, Dumbledore would arrive. In such a scenario, Mirabel raised her wand, determined to complete her task post-haste. Let this humiliation be etched into your very soul. My name is Mirabel Barrowford. This is the name of one who shall eradicate old wizards like you and establish a new world. From the raised wand emerged a creature of over 10 meters in length, composed of golden flames. 9 beautiful, yet fearsome necks extended from its torso, with vertically split eyes and sharp fangs. It was a dragon-like beast known in myth as a Hydra. This was the highest tier of attack magic, termed Fiery Inferno, requiring immense training and magical prowess to wield. Should an inexperienced individual attempt to harness it, the flames would spiral out of control, leading to self-destruction. Yet Mirabel unleashed it with ease. The monster lunged at Quirrell. Chilo screamed, rolling frantically as flames engulfed the back of his head. The demonic fire was cursed, a flame that, once unleashed, would never extinguish until its adversary lay vanquished or the caster erased it. Yet, Voldemort suffered more than Chilo. After all, his face was scorched, rendering the pain somewhat trivial. That scream was no longer a sound. Only Mirabel's uproarious laughter echoed. Ah! This must be your first taste of agony, Voldemort. Ah ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to Mirabel, Voldemort had fragmented his soul into a vessel known as a Horcrux, ensuring his immortality. Nevertheless, this was still a torment worthy of death. To escape the suffering, Voldemort abandoned Chilo's body, leaving only his soul behind. Voldemort bore the humiliation in silence, fleeing from his useless minion without uttering a word. This marked the second humiliation since he had proclaimed himself the Dark Lord, and the first time he had been struck by Harry. Mirabel squinted in astonishment as the target of her assault vanished, the hellfire dissipating alongside it. Voldemort has disappeared? Did he flee? Master. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Voldemort had departed, leaving behind a pitiful, truncated figure. He glanced around, akin to a forsaken dog searching for its master. In such dire circumstances, abandoned in the presence of such a fearsome girl, salvation seemed forever out of reach. Desperately, he sought his master, ultimately locking eyes with Mirabel, who towered over him. Abandoned? How pitiful. You. Very well, at least I shall show mercy. I will bury you, sparing you further suffering. Mirabel aimed her wand at him, attempting to unleash the hellfire once more. Chilo's instinctive response was to kneel, prostrating himself in respect. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded with the 11-year-old girl in a manner more agonizing than before. Please, do not kill me. I beg you. I will serve you. I will do as you command. Be it chores or shoe polishing, it matters not. So please, spare my life. It seems there lies a deep-seated subservience within you, she remarked. Well, a man who once bowed to Voldemort in fear and became his slave is likely to be so. Frankly, having such a person as a subordinate offers no advantage. He is not entirely devoid of merit. He might possess the knack for utilizing giants. However, this man is the type to betray. One who yields to fear and alters allegiances can easily shift masters when confronted with another fear. Yet, as she contemplated this, Mirabel revealed a disconcerting smile. Indeed, there exists a magic perfectly suited for such a man. I see, you are Voldemort's slave, and now you shall be my tool. Yes, be it tool or pet, as long as I live. Excellent. Then I shall have you serve me. Chilo's face cracked into a smile at Mirabel's warmth. But that expression would soon be tainted by despair. Ultimately, at this juncture, Chilo remained oblivious to the true nature of the girl named Mirabel. She reveled in trampling and inflicting harm upon others, taking pleasure in the contorted faces of suffering. Chilo never considered himself a twisted individual, relishing in such deeds. He gazed up at her as Mirabel produced a bat's wing and incinerated it in her hand. The flames transformed into a vibrant blue, which she absorbed into her claws. Her nails turned azure, sprouting tentacle-like appendages. Chilo, eyeing the writhing, eerie blue claws, timidly inquired, what are those claws? Hee, a bit of betrayal magic. Concocted from a certain knowledge known only to me. These blue claws will delve into your body, spreading roots, transforming into parasites. Should you refuse to obey me, or attempt to sever one of these claws, they will shift from blue to purple, then to red. Does this mean the color of your nails will indicate how obedient you are? This thought left Chilo both relieved and terrified. With this, any rebellious thoughts would be utterly impossible. If even a shred of defiance crossed his mind, those azure claws would serve as irrefutable evidence. It was simple, yet it was exceedingly dreadful magic. Chilo, still sweet-natured in his reflections, thought to himself, when those nails turn a deep crimson like blood, that will be your last moment. Your body will be shattered into pieces, each fragment a new deformation. Become a helpless insect devoid of wisdom. Wah! Chilo finally grasped his misjudgment. Some things in this world truly make death seem preferable. This was undoubtedly one of them. To be unable to die, to be transformed into an insect, was far more cruel and tragic than being beaten to death. Mirabel seized Chilo by the neck, constricting him, her claws mercilessly plunging into his arm. The slave's claw. A blue claw emerged from the wound on Mirabel's finger, forcefully penetrating the muscle to reach Chilo's index finger. Chilo could no longer oppose Mirabel. No, strictly speaking. It was still possible, but even in refusal, it would ultimately culminate in the gravest error. If he disliked that fate, he had no choice but to devote himself to Mirabel eternally. Such crude and forcible submission magic rendered even the unforgivable soul-sucking curse pale in comparison. Master, what is it that you require of me now? Shall we hide you for the time being? Mirabel retrieved a miniature display case from her pocket, casting a spell to enlarge it to its normal size. It seemed the moment had come to employ the cabinet gifted by Holger. Mirabel grasped Chilo's tear-streaked face, shoving him into the cabinet. It leads to my villa on Magnolia Crescent. Originally built by my father, it is now unoccupied. Perfect for hiding you. Yes. Chilo complied, hiding within the cabinet, vanishing from sight. His absurd honesty was laughable. He surely wished to escape Mirabel as swiftly as possible. Mirabel reverted the display case to its original miniature size, placing it back into her pocket. If I were to give the magic stone to Chilo, it might facilitate retrieving it, but if I entrusted it to him, the power of the stone could potentially break the curse. Chilo was a pawn she had painstakingly acquired. Yet if she relinquished the magic stone to him, she risked losing both simultaneously. Attempting to lift the curse in a conventional manner would see it transform him into an insect faster than he could be freed, thus alleviating concerns of betrayal. But the magic stone was an exception. Utilizing the stone might indeed lift the curse more swiftly than his body could shatter, or perhaps even restore his form after being turned into an insect. This explains why Mirabel cannot relinquish the magical stone to Quirrell. Well, it matters not. Once I depart from this place, everything will come to an end. After all, I will be the one who triumphs in the end. As Mirabel spoke, she glanced at her watch. A mere 4 minutes had elapsed, leaving 6 minutes until Dumbledore's anticipated arrival. Even if Dumbledore were to travel at double his expected speed, he would still fail to arrive in time. With a faint smile, Mirabel approached the unconscious Harry and seized the magical stone from his grasp. The objective had been achieved. It had been a formidable battle. I could indulge for another minute or two. No, time is of the essence, Mirabel. Upon hearing a voice behind her, Mirabel's thoughts momentarily halted as she turned around. An elderly wizard clad in emerald robes stood before her. The blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled, and his hooked nose was notably crooked. Silver whiskers sprouted from the corners of his mouth, cascading down to his waist, entwined around his belt. This is preposterous. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. She had fortified the castle gates, laid traps everywhere, and even summoned Peeves to obstruct him. She had planted snakes and birds within the chambers, even brainwashing the three-headed dog, eliminating its weaknesses, taking every conceivable precaution. Mirabel did not underestimate Dumbledore. She thoroughly assessed his capabilities, initially predicting a 20-minute window, which she subsequently adjusted to 10. Yet the current situation revealed that time had dwindled to less than half that. How could this man be here? Disillusionment? No. Such a spell cannot be cast in this place. Dumbledore could indeed remove the anti-disillusionment charms that enveloped the school. But had he done so, Mirabel would have been aware. Yet there were no signs whatsoever. I have fractured bones and broken through your traps. Such a remarkable talent. Well, I am quite concerned for Harry. When I returned and found Voldemort defeated, I was genuinely astonished. But, so it seems, my assessment must be revised. She had intended to evaluate him thoroughly, yet it appeared he had been grossly underestimated. Misinterpreting an opponent's capabilities as less than 1/4 instead of half was an absurd error. Well, I concede. It is no wonder Voldemort fears this man. It is clear why he commands the respect of numerous wizards and witches. Hand over that magical stone to me, Mirabel. It is not yours to possess. This is the greatest wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 12. The Foolish Eternity. What transpired upon my arrival was a dreadful experience. The castle gates were barricaded, and traps lay strewn about, sticking to my soles. Peeves obstructed my path, and the door was jammed. Furthermore, the three-headed dog showed no inclination to respond to any music. As a reward, a bird pecked at me, wrinkling my glasses. Dumbledore replied indifferently, as if recounting the trivialities of tripping on his way here. Yet the content was devoid of humor. Even Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, had stumbled upon the knowledge of how to bypass the three-headed dog at the expense of a dragon egg, while this old wizard had managed it with ease. Mirabel, may I inquire as to your intentions for that magical stone? Too much talk. I merely prevented that stone from falling into the hands of that individual. Mirabel spoke no falsehood. The undeniable truth was that she had thwarted Voldemort from obtaining the magical stone. However, following that, she merely sought to pocket it for herself. Dumbledore calmly responded to this arrogant retort, maintaining his composure. Mirabel, there is no need for such bravado. I have long known you are unafraid of Voldemort. Is that so? Then let us refer to him as Voldemort. To Mirabel's knowledge, she had never mentioned Voldemort in his presence, yet it seemed he had been discovered. While they exchanged words, Mirabel contemplated her escape. Could disillusionment be employed? Or perhaps an unforgivable curse for a sudden ambush? Yet both methods might be swiftly dealt with by this unfathomable elder. You saved the magical stone from Voldemort. How splendid, truly remarkable. Now, might I ask what your intentions were in setting those traps? Quirrell was not the only Death Eater. There could be other Death Eaters coming to assist. Thus, do you not think it is quite reasonable to take precautions? Of course. How astute. Is it not akin to your reasoning for sealing the gates? It was heard that the headmaster had been absent from the school for some time. Dumbledore would not be returning today. At least, that was Harry's belief. This in itself was a trap for Quirrell, yet Mirabel had exploited it. She had never considered that Dumbledore would return, hence she had sealed the gates without hesitation. Despite Dumbledore's blue eyes aiming at Mirabel's heart, she possessed absolute confidence that he could not penetrate her thoughts. He would never uncover the truth of this matter. There remained a chance. Ultimately, to stealthily pocket it, to claim that I am not bewitched is a falsehood. One should not lie in this place, Mirabel thought. A magical stone could shield one from death. It could grant eternal life, a desire yearned by many. Merely this was sufficient justification for her actions. Conversely, to resist temptation here would be quite unnatural. However, Dumbledore appeared to disagree, shaking his head slightly, covering his eyes. Foolish, truly foolish. The magical stone is not as wondrous as you believe. You, young one, may not comprehend how dreadful eternal life can be. Eternal life is dreadful? Yes. Mirabel felt a disquiet at Dumbledore's words, raising an eyebrow. It was rather peculiar. Humanity's perception of what is undesirable varies. What is deemed best by Voldemort may not align with others. For instance, what is best for Mirabel could be the worst for Harry Potter, and vice versa. Yet Dumbledore proclaimed eternal life as the most dreadful. Mirabel found herself perplexed by their unusual short-sightedness. I see. You consider eternity the worst fate? Indeed. Then do you too desire the eternal life bestowed by the magical stone? Mirabel's words caused Dumbledore's eyes to widen slightly. Observing this, Mirabel felt a surge of certainty. As anticipated, this man had sought experiences related to life. This was why he could assert that the eternal life coveted by many was the most dreadful. Humanity possesses a proclivity to envision the worst for themselves. He certainly spoke from experience. In such a case, he must have sought some form of the worst outcome and regretted it. As if to substantiate this, Dumbledore spoke with a weary countenance. Ah, so foolish. A foolish experience. You do not deny it, do you? Then what do you believe? Dumbledore regarded Mirabel with caution, much like she regarded him. She was a fearsome girl, Dumbledore mused. No matter how one deceives their own heart, dons a mask, and speaks casually, she would effortlessly tread into the depths of the heart. With a forceful breach of the guard, she delved into the essence of the human Albus Dumbledore. Was it not the striking similarity in their natures that allowed her, and him, to see through one another? Mirabel, do not contemplate actions that defy fate, for they shall surely lead to your discontent. You are still young. If you channel this power in the right direction, you could potentially become the greatest witch. Mirabel possessed an uncanny understanding of Dumbledore, who, in turn, held profound insights into her psyche. It seemed she had mastered the art of occlusion a year prior, yet that was inconsequential. Even without the ability to read minds, she could comprehend his thoughts, for she mirrored his youthful self, embodying the foolishness of believing that muggles should be subjugated, like Grindelwald. Mirabel evoked memories in Dumbledore, leading him to believe that if we great wizards ruled over muggles, the world would transform. Now, hand over the Philosopher's Stone to me. It may bring you sorrow, but it shall certainly not bring you joy, he remarked, with a hint of disdain. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to relinquish the stone. Even if she fought now, victory was unlikely, and Mirabel was reluctant to reveal her trump card. She acknowledged her miscalculation in this matter, having misread his abilities and ventured into territories best left untouched. Thus, she would no longer conceal her failures. As Mirabel tossed the stone, Dumbledore aimed his wand at it, releasing his magic without hesitation. A thunderous explosion shattered it completely. A beam of light struck the stone, reducing it to fragments. Countless shards scattered across the floor, causing nearby rodents to scurry in panic. Dumbledore then summoned the wind, gathering each piece back into his hands. Let us depart. I shall take Harry with me. Then I shall take my leave, she replied. This was unfortunate, yet Mirabel could grasp Dumbledore's capabilities and his lack of self-awareness. Make good use of this next time. The absence of punitive measures, whether for comfort or disdain, puzzled her. As she lifted her robe and passed by Dumbledore, ascending the staircase, she heard him say, Mirabel, your ambition has no future. Do not forget this. Let us both remember. In that fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, a flicker of hesitation crossed Dumbledore's mind. Should he crush her here? Mirabel's actions should not be suppressed, nor should she be expelled from the school. She had not committed murder like Voldemort during her time there, nor had she raised forbidden creatures like Hagrid. Certainly, theft was a crime, but in the school's long history, 10 or 20 students had accidentally interacted with school equipment or another's belongings, a reason too trivial for expulsion, at most meriting a reprimand. Teachers administered punishment to guide them toward reform. After all, if such reasons warranted expulsion, James Potter and others would have been expelled 10 times over. Nonetheless, Mirabel posed a danger. This was unrelated to the severity of her crime. Even if she appeared well now, she could become a great evil in the future. Mirabel listened intently, yet Dumbledore understood that her ambition showed no signs of waning. This was the source of his confusion. Shouldn't this malevolence be stifled in its infancy? What a fool you are, teacher, Albus Dumbledore. Nevertheless, Mirabel remained merely a first-year girl. Dumbledore firmly believed that every villain deserved a chance at redemption. His sense of responsibility and compassion as a teacher restrained him. She deserved punishment, but not suppression. Perhaps it was because she bore a striking resemblance to our youthful selves. Because of her talent, he had grown arrogant and entertained foolish dreams. I should guide my students onto the right path, Dumbledore murmured quietly in his room. Aside from the unconscious Harry, uncertainty loomed regarding what would transpire next. Until the very end, there were no answers to what was right. Tom Riddle too had fallen into darkness, birthing the most malevolent wizard in history. The toll was heavy. Even James and Lily lost their lives. Dumbledore pondered then, what sort of great wizard was he, incapable of saving anyone? Once again, a girl was inexorably treading down a dark path. How powerless I feel. Do not despair. If I abandon her here, who will lead her back to the light? There was still time. This time, he would surely guide her in the right direction. He would not allow the tragedy of Voldemort to repeat itself. Not giving up was the only redemption for this foolish man, who once allowed his sister to perish due to his ambition. To prevent his students from repeating his mistakes, he must not succumb to despair. Thus, he could face his sister for the first time. He believed this to be true. Isn't that right, Ariana? Dumbledore's voice was laced with bitterness, as he wondered if his deceased sister was listening. Chapter 13, Humiliation. 3 days had elapsed since the battle for the Philosopher's Stone, and the day of the end-of-year feast had arrived. A multitude of students were seated in the hall, creating a cacophony of noise. The house cup now belonged to Slytherin. The hall adorned in Slytherin's green and silver, with a massive banner depicting a serpent, the emblem of Slytherin, hung behind the tables. Yet, would Slytherin still possess the house cup once this gathering concluded? Mirabel was unfazed by the knowledge of future events gleaned from her heritage. What is it, Mirabel? Mirabel contributed the most points. It is still too early to celebrate victory, Edith. Haven't you heard that rumor? Rumor? That Harry Potter protected the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school? The fact that Harry fought to safeguard the stone had spread throughout the school. Of course, Dumbledore had promptly regulated and concealed it, but secrets only imply that all are aware. Perhaps the rumor stemmed from Harry's closest friends, Ron or Hermione. Yet it was surprising how few doubted it. After all, Harry's injury coincided with Quirrell's disappearance. It was precisely for this reason that Harry was suddenly hailed as a hero. Once again embraced by all in the school. No longer was he the pariah, the brave hero who protected the Philosopher's Stone. Such an event could not go unacknowledged. Ultimately, he might even garner points for it. Really? Indeed. That old man who revels in surprises is quite pleased. Based on the points, Slytherin might claim first place. To date, Mirabel had amassed 126 points, elevating Slytherin's performance beyond what she rightly deserved. But vigilance was necessary. That old weasel could easily turn the tide to favor Gryffindor. Well, regardless, let us await Dumbledore's command. As Mirabel contemplated this, Dumbledore raised his voice at the opportune moment. Another year has passed. First, let us listen to the old fool ramble before enjoying our feast. A year has passed, and one can only hope that your mind has become more cluttered than before. As the new academic year approaches, summer vacation is just around the corner, and your mind is a blank slate. Before that, let us engage in a friendly inter-house competition. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 308 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with a remarkable 598 points. Upon this announcement, Slytherin rose from their seats, thundering with jubilant cheers that shook the very floor beneath them. 7 consecutive years of securing the House Cup. This victory was indeed overwhelming, with an unprecedented lead this year. The first years rejoiced at winning the House Cup in their debut year, while the 7th years wept tears of joy for having triumphed throughout their 7 years at school. What a splendid graduation ceremony. There was nothing more to desire. However, amidst all this jubilation, only Mirabel remained seated, arms crossed, awaiting the next moment. Well, Slytherin. Well done. But you must take into account the recent events. This statement fell upon the proud Slytherins like a bucket of cold water, plunging the hall into a profound silence. Oh, Dumbledore cleared his throat, speaking softly. I shall grade you at the last moment. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor has demonstrated the finest chess match ever seen at Hogwarts in years, earning 60 points. With these words, cheers erupted from Gryffindor, a cacophony that threatened to shatter the very atmosphere. The awarded points exceeded what Mirabel had anticipated by 10. She furrowed her brow. Next was Miss Hermione Granger. I award Gryffindor 60 points, as I employed some rather impressive magic while surrounded by flames. The roar from Gryffindor's table resonated, as students' footsteps echoed in excitement. They believed they were at the bottom, yet here they were, victorious, soaring to 2nd place, just 170 points shy of Slytherin. seemingly understanding their elation. Dumbledore smiled and announced the next score. Third, Mr. Harry Potter. For his impeccable mental fortitude and extraordinary courage, I award Gryffindor 120 points. The room erupted into thunderous applause. Reverberating like an earthquake, Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the tumult, speaking gently. Courage manifests in many forms. It takes immense bravery to confront an enemy, yet it demands equal valor to stand before a friend. Thus, I wish to award Neville Longbottom 50 points. The cheers exploded like fireworks. Such an overwhelming sound. It was uncertain whether it was the excitement or the noise itself that shook the entire hall, prompting all students to rise in unison. Ultimately, they could not displace Slytherin from the top, but they tied in points. This year, Slytherin would not monopolize the House Cup. All students, except for Slytherin, rejoiced and congratulated one another. On the other side, the faces of the Slytherins twisted in frustration, and Mirabel seethed internally. Truth be told, Dumbledore would allow Gryffindor to triumph. And Mirabel found this agreeable. Given that her objective was the Philosopher's Stone, it should have been condemned and points deducted. Yet Dumbledore did not. Was he showing sympathy for Mirabel? No, he still deducted points. Harry's score equaled Mirabel's deductions. Dumbledore deliberately avoided exposing Mirabel's illicit actions before the entire school, instead delivering a punishment that only she could comprehend through the elevation of Harry's score. Mirabel fixed her gaze upon the beaming Dumbledore on stage, reassessing her opinion of him. After all, he was the only opponent not to be underestimated. Despite Mirabel's mental barriers, she should still be able to decipher her own heart, as one reads their own hands. After finishing the meal before her, Mirabel buried her anger deep within her chest. This fury and humiliation were the results of weakness and immaturity. Therefore, she chose to patiently wait and accept it, treating it as sustenance. Humiliation was a skin that clung to her neck, imbued with life. She would ultimately consume this rage as a lesson learned. She would make him realize that failing to extinguish her here was his gravest error. This humiliation would one day be repaid. Albus Dumbledore. After the exam results were announced, Mirabel surpassed Hermione to become the top student in her class, amassing an impressive score of 126 points, admired by her peers as the best student of the year. If Harry Potter was the hero of Gryffindor, then Mirabel was the anti-hero of Slytherin. Some students seemed almost exhilarated to arbitrarily designate these two as rivals. Yet Mirabel remained indifferent. Finally, the time to return home arrived, and she packed her belongings into her travel bag: clothes, wand, textbooks, pots, and small vials. Mirabel gazed at the small bottle, clicking her tongue. Inside it were numerous red shards, fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. When Dumbledore shattered it, a mouse, which had been waiting on the floor, following Harry and the others, picked up the shards. Some pieces had eluded Dumbledore's recovery. Mirabel suppressed her inner humiliation, stowing away her meager spoils. In the end, this was all she could acquire. Yet she was compelled to accept this humiliation, in the hopes of triumphing one day. This anger too would be consumed as nourishment. This was the reason Mirabel was now departing. This was not failure. Chapter 14, The Vampire. Deep within the magical world lies a hidden village. It exists in the depths where sunlight never reaches, a dwelling for those who detest light. A shadow traverses the cavernous darkness leading to such a village. Now 12 years old, Mirabel Beresford navigated by the flickering glow, her golden hair standing out even in the gloom. Her attire was not the usual uniform, but rather practical sportswear and a cap, presenting a somewhat different image. She strode unhesitatingly along the dilapidated path, crushing the skulls that rolled along her way. In the distance, several bats clung to the cave's ceiling. These were fierce vampire bats, eager to attack intruders, particularly humans, yet none dared to assault this girl. This was because they did not wish to meet the same fate as their numerous kin, transformed into skulls upon that path. Eventually, Mirabel arrived at an open expanse, disregarding the bats that gazed at her from afar. Upon reaching this destination, she found a village that was both damp and dry, a sunless, subterranean hidden village. It was inhabited by only a few races, all beings of darkness, creatures whose arms could not extend beyond their confines. Most notably, the inhabitants who once dwelt here as the Night King had transformed their fearful names into their very will. Vampires, Night King, Nosferatu, Cain, Dracula. The embodiment of terror and the incarnation of nightmares. They are true legends, and merely uttering their names sends shivers down one's spine. They hover dangerously close to immortality. For even in destruction, they rise anew from the ashes. Monsters amongst monsters. Once upon a time, they were the true Dark Lords. Yet, that era has faded into the annals of history. Now, they exist merely as shadows of their former selves, recounted only in tales, short narratives, and rare sightings. Even in Mirabel's past life memories, the nearly extinct progeny of the Dark Lords scarcely make an appearance. In the autobiography of Gilderoy Lockhart, he has been reduced to a convenient assassin, employed by a writer named Eldred Werple, his authority no longer reminiscent of a legendary figure, but rather hollow. Such is the conclusion of those who once swept through the night. Mirabel murmured with a voice tinged with disdain and pity. This manner of retreating from the public eye is emblematic of the failures cast aside by time. Voldemort, having appropriated a name that inspires dread, finds even the very reason for his existence shrouded in ambiguity. He commands all dark creatures, yet for reasons unknown, he has never utilized vampires. The reason becomes clear upon observing this village. Mirabel comprehended this, even to the point of reluctance to articulate it. I wonder if this village possesses what you seek, milady. After surveying the village for a moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. A man, pale of complexion, with gaunt cheeks. Sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, revealing he was no mere human. Yet, his visage lacked ambition, evoking memories in Mirabel of the oppressed. Are you a vampire? Regardless, are you the wizard seeking to make a name for yourself? The man regarded Mirabel with eyes resembling those of a dead fish. In his gaze lingered only resignation and disappointment. He bore no anger towards the intruder, merely slumping his shoulders as if he had relinquished all hope. Mirabel spat some contemptuous words at him. Ha! Killing you is hardly a feat to boast about. The more mice one slays, the greater the chance there remains a response from the remaining vermin. This is the unvarnished truth. Once, vampires were synonymous with terror in the West. In the world of Muggles, these beings, still depicted as fearsome monsters, embody a pitiable weakness that transcends mockery and even anger. Born with immense power, they are natural conquerors. That is what vampires are. But what has become of them? How have they fallen so low? Then, may I inquire as to your purpose in coming here? I seek your secret, said to be infinitely close to immortality. An arm and sharp teeth. Can you provide me with such? After all, they will regrow in a day, will they not? Mirabel yearned to transcend humanity, to achieve eternal life. The most formidable paths lie within the most profound dark magic. Yet Mirabel found little appeal in them, for it is an act that rends the soul, significantly undermining the very existence of the spirit. Furthermore, Mirabel despised the thought of her appearance becoming grotesque. She could not abide distorting herself, the finest masterpiece in the world. Moreover, the concept of splitting the soul is not so absolute. If the Horcrux itself remains intact, immortality is assured. Yet conversely, the Horcrux presents a vulnerability. It can easily be obliterated by potent magical assaults, such as demonic fire. Mirabel's initial thought was to increase the quantity, but she quickly dismissed this notion as the most foolish of ideas. The act of splitting the soul invariably leads to a significant weakening of the spirit. Repeat this process a few times, and one would be reduced to mere dregs devoid of a soul. Thus, Mirabel resolved to exclude Horcruxes from her list of considerations. Therefore, what she truly desired was an immortality that would not diminish her essence in any manner. No scars upon my soul. No loss of my existence. To acquire a legacy worthy of a cold and indifferent sovereign's eternity. That is the ideal state. Mirabel had discovered the key to the vampire's existence. This was the very reason she journeyed so far. Fangs are our pride, and we cannot so easily part with them. Mirabel smiled in response to the weary vampire's retort, not in mockery, but with a smile so gentle. I am relieved to see that you have not entirely lost your dignity. Should you obediently surrender your fangs, it would serve as a warning bell. That is correct. As a superior species, do not forsake your final pride. Mirabel anticipated such a reaction. You are a vampire. That is why I say this. If you possess any pride, relinquish it to me. What? Are you prepared to remain here for eternity? A clan once heralded as the king of the night. Reduced to such a pitiful state by the passage of time, the decline of the vampire's name is attributed to another dark force, Dementors, Death Eaters, and Voldemort. Now, the embodiment of terror has been passed on to them. Vampires indeed are a race rife with vulnerabilities. They fear garlic, running water, sunlight, and crucifixes. They can be vanquished by ordinary wooden stakes, purified by silver, and terrified by the Bible. No wonder people no longer fear them. Yet, these are the clans closest to immortality. The ease with which one can attain eternal life piqued Mirabel's interest. She pondered what process they had undergone. But it was evident that those transformed by a vampire became the same, suggesting the risks are far less than those associated with Horcruxes. If that is the case, could it be possible to artificially create immortal beings? This is why Mirabel sought their body parts and fangs. There are no excuses, but it is an unavoidable consequence of the tide of the times. So what if the tide of that era returns? What? The tide of the era shall rise again. No, I shall summon it. Erase the old concepts and establish a new order and world. Do you not wish to restore the former glory of that world? Such were the musings of a little girl. Yet, within her words lay an extraordinary potency. They possessed a compelling charm that urged one to believe. It was terrifying. The vampire, who should have wielded the allure of mesmerizing eyes, was in danger of being enchanted by a human girl. The vampire unconsciously swallowed hard. At this stage. This is merely a daydream, yet it is inevitable. Thus, I shall offer you compensation. Compensation, you say? Do not jest. You have been gazing at me with a sorrowful expression. Mirabel smiled slightly, employing cutting magic without the need for a wand. Immediately, her right palm split open, crimson blood oozing from her hand. You desire this, don't you? The blood of a maiden, the most beautiful and talented of her kind, is a delight for you. Even if the vampire attempted to suppress his instincts with reason, his eyes were bloodshot and his throat parched. His tongue hung limply, unwittingly ensnared by the deep crimson liquid. No, you mustn't drink that. That was a pact with the devil. It is an irrevocable invitation to the realm of magic. How do you intend to proceed? Will you continue to lead a dismal existence devoid of pride here? Or shall you entrust your pride to me, paving the way for the future? I am indifferent to either outcome. Should you refuse, this will merely become a tale until you are compelled to accept it. It is a concession, the girl declared. If you are unwilling, she can forcibly rend it apart, tearing away its venomous fangs and limbs, without engaging in such a transaction. She refrained from doing so out of a certain respect for the vampire race. What a domineering statement. How utterly dismissive of others. Yet, their fierce self-esteem reminded them of the past. The bygone vampires, gliding through the night with an air of composure. This girl was none other than the former Night Queen. Unbeknownst to her, the vampire had already extended his tongue to swallow the blood infused by Mirabel. Like a dog, he lay at her feet, accepting the fresh blood that dripped down from above. Upon witnessing this, Mirabel triumphantly remarked, "Has the transaction been successful?" For the first time in a long while, the vampire, filled with fresh blood in his stomach, nodded slightly and severed his own arm with a claw. He then extracted his fangs and handed them all to the girl. Mirabel received them silently, magically chilling them, and nodded in satisfaction. "I am pleased. Thank you for your cooperation." Having obtained what she desired, the girl turned away, as if it were of no concern to her. However, as she reached the village's exit, the vampire called out in a panic, Wait. Tell me your name." "Mirabel Beresford, that is my name. Should you be intrigued by the new world, feel free to seek me out." With that, the girl departed from the hidden village. Observing her retreating figure, the vampires sensed the impending arrival of a new era. Undoubtedly, the tides of change were approaching. This wave surpassed even Voldemort. A tsunami-like revolution ruthlessly swept away all potential opposition, obliterating what she termed the old order. Anticipating its arrival, the vampires bowed towards the direction the girl had taken. The time for the fallen vampires to rise once more had come. Indeed, he had been persuaded. Chapter 15. Evading the trace on either side of Milan Crescent Street stood ordinary houses. There was an unnatural white mansion among them. This mansion, towering over 20 meters in height, stood out conspicuously among the other buildings, yet no one paid it any heed. Passers-by seemed to brush past it as if it were a matter of course. If anyone residing in the vicinity felt discomfort towards this mansion, it would likely only be Harry Potter. Indeed, this was a wizarding villa, cloaked in anti-Muggle enchantments. This was why, much like the Leaky Cauldron in London, it proudly loomed at the heart of a Muggle town without attracting anyone's attention. Originally, Heathcote Beresford, the head of the Beresford family, had built the villa in a fit of rage, only to grow weary of it and abandon it shortly thereafter. Yet now, two individuals were exploring this mansion that was supposed to be empty. So you know nothing at all. The next heir to the Beresford line, Mirabel Beresford, sat cross-legged in the living room chair, exuding pride. She sipped from the tea prepared by the servant and murmured, "The flavor is lacking." The young man, whose face was wrapped in bandages, was named Quirinus Quirrell. He had once been a teacher at Hogwarts, recently instructing in defense against the dark arts. However, at the end of the academic year, he had faced Mirabel over the Philosopher's Stone, was defeated, and subsequently cursed into loyalty, becoming her follower. "I only know that the master, no, that person has lost his body. If he does not attach himself to another, he will turn into a wraith. Therefore, to exist in such a state, he must be a monster." Quirrell was a former Death Eater. This is why Mirabel sought to ascertain whether he knew of any weaknesses of Voldemort, but the results were rather underwhelming. After all, this man, who had just become one of Voldemort's minions, seemed to possess no significant information. To claim there was no disappointment would be a lie. Mirabel sighed and took another sip of the unpleasant tea prepared by the servant. "Well, if that is the case, let us at least leverage our knowledge." "Knowledge? Yes. I'm referring to you. You are a teacher under Voldemort. You excel at outsmarting the law, do you not? This mansion will be used for some sort of ritual. Just in case, measures must be taken to deceive the Ministry of Magic. Ah, what? While Mirabel stated this matter-of-factly, it posed a considerable challenge. Every underage wizard emits a trace that the Ministry of Magic can detect immediately upon using magic. If one uses magic outside of school, officials will come knocking at once. However, if one possesses even a modicum of knowledge about the Ministry of Magic, one would understand how difficult it is to remove such a trace. I'll leave it to you. Complete it within a year. But what if I can't do it? Mirabel remained silent in response to Quirrell's anxious voice. She cast a glance at him, revealing a smile that was chillingly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Quirrell suddenly comprehended. Failure would mean death. This girl was, in some respects, more ruthless than Voldemort. If deemed an unusable tool, she would discard him without hesitation. Much like tossing a broken toy into the trash, Quirrell had no choice but to complete the task. After all, if she abandoned him, his future would be determined by a wretched creature that could not even die. I stake my life on it. I shall not disappoint you, Quirrell declared fervently as he burst out of the mansion, soaring back home through the chimney. A year's grace period. At the same time, he must fulfill the master's wishes and devise a means to deceive the Ministry of Magic. I despise wraiths. Quirrell ran off. First and foremost, he would undertake this unreasonable, arduous task, willing to go to any lengths to gain that young lady's approval. This was the sole path to survival. Chapter 16. Returning home upon returning to her parents' house. Mirabel turned back to observe the desperate demeanor of the servant from earlier, tilting her head in slight surprise. In truth, deceiving the Ministry of Magic to evade the trace was akin to a test. Hence, she did not anticipate Quirrell to accomplish the task alone. Mirabel was contemplating how to handle some matters herself. This was merely a quick test to assess how well it could be done. If they could garner even a modicum of attention from the Ministry of Magic, that would suffice. Even if it were unsuccessful, Mirabel would only impose a light penalty and resolve the issue. She attempted to soothe him with a smile, but for some reason, Mirabel felt slightly perplexed, having cornered Quirrell. Well, as long as there's motivation, that's all that matters. If it could brighten your spirits, there was nothing better than that. Mirabel reassured herself as she walked toward the living room. Seated there were her father, brother, and younger sibling. You're back, Mirabel. How did you fare? You can see for yourself. Mirabel opened her bag and placed the exam paper, inscribed with her grades, on the table. When father picked it up, his expression initially stiffened, gradually succumbing to despair, and ultimately, his face flushed with emotion. However, he seemed to regain composure almost immediately, clearing his throat and once again tightening his features. She was the top student in all subjects, contributing 126 points to the academy. Indeed, she was my daughter. Well done, Mirabel. By the way, how did Malfoy's son fare? With a score of 427 out of a possible 500, it is rather reasonable, contributing 32 points to the academy. So it turns out my daughter has achieved a resounding victory. By the way, since Mirabel slightly surpassed the maximum score in all subjects, attaining an inexplicable 970 out of 500 is rather remarkable. This is primarily due to points accumulated through practical combat, reflective of her abilities that are equivalent to those of a 7th-year student. Hermione ranks second with a score of 614, yet according to Mirabel, despite her Muggle heritage, she is a formidable warrior not to be underestimated. Had she been raised in a pureblood household and received a genius education from an early age, she might have surpassed Mirabel. Missing the monopoly on the House Cup, though painful, is ultimately inconsequential. By the way, Mirabel, is there anything you desire? I shall buy you anything. No, thank you. To be honest, Mirabel craved Chinese cuisine and snacks, but as expected, that request was unreasonable. Besides, Mirabel is already capable of apparition, so when she truly wishes to indulge, she can go on her own. Mirabel, it seems you will be able to play Quidditch next term. Yes. Will Malfoy's son be present? I suppose he will. Another cup of red tea? Unlike Quirrell's brew, it is usually quite delightful. After all, tea ought to be so. Well then, you should join the team and crush Malfoy's son. With the silver arrows crafted by Leonardo and your skills, no adversary stands a chance. Father, Malfoy is a fellow Slytherin. Even if I take on a proactive role, it would merely please him. Is that so? Then you needn't go. From Mirabel's perspective, Malfoy is frankly inconsequential. A spoiled man such as he could never be her rival, nor pose any threat to her. Conversely, Hermione and Harry Potter from Gryffindor could indeed become formidable opponents. Of course, Hermione possesses both intellect and talent, while Harry Potter is explosive. Neither of them is currently Mirabel's enemy, but she muses on what might transpire if they continue to grow in strength. Both have bright futures ahead. At this moment, Mirabel automatically disregarded the most inconsequential Ron. Well, by the time they truly encounter me, I will have ascended to heights beyond their reach. In his first year, he misjudged Dumbledore's abilities and faltered. However, due to that failure, he was fortunately able to accurately discern the heights he must surmount. It is not an insurmountable peak, but one that can be scaled. Mirabel firmly believed this as she took a sip of tea. Chapter 17, Lucius Malfoy. Flying via chimney to Diagon Alley. Mirabel gazed at the paper in her hand and sighed. This semester, there exists a list of compulsory textbooks, and it is utterly dreadful. Most of them are the foolish writings of Gilderoy Lockhart. Aside from reading them as novels, Mirabel could not fathom how such works could serve as textbooks. What made her even more uncomfortable was the presence of Lockhart at Flourish and Blots. His book signing was bothersome, and due to the throngs of middle-aged witches in line, acquiring the books proved difficult. After finally purchasing all the required texts, Mirabel ventured into the shadowy Nocturne Alley. I hope to find something intriguing. Borgin Burke's remains the prime locale for procuring illicit goods. Without hesitation, Mirabel strode down the grimy alley and entered the dismal shop. There, it appeared a previous customer had just departed, and a familiar figure stood before her. A pale face, a sharp chin, golden hair. This could only be Draco Malfoy. It seemed he had also noticed Mirabel's entrance, raising his voice. Pa. Beside him stood a man who appeared to have matured, and Mirabel recognized them as father and son. So, that must be Lucius Malfoy? Beresford, what are you doing here? Do not be so cautious. I am not here to seek you out. Ignoring Draco, Mirabel attempted to approach the counter, but Lucius blocked her path. He regarded her with an appreciative gaze, while Mirabel met his stare with a provocative smile. Lucius may have intended to project an air of intimidation, yet compared to Dumbledore, he seemed like a child frightened by a shadow. Instead, he found himself consumed by Mirabel's ambition. Are you the daughter of Beresford? I've heard you are quite the accomplished witch, am I mistaken? I have heard of you as well, Lucius Malfoy, an astute man among the ranks of former Death Eaters, yet undeserving of his position. Sparks flew between them, the atmosphere thick with tension, as though they were on the verge of drawing their wands. At first glance, they seemed to be glaring at each other on equal footing, but the true astonishment lay with Lucius. He had heard the tales. A mere girl, yet so audacious, possessing an eerie sense of intimidation. However, when actually confronted by her, Lucius found himself swallowing hard. What is this? Is she truly the same age as my son? It is as if the girl's exterior belies something else entirely. I see now, this is beyond my control. Did your father not teach you how to address your elders? If you know my father well, you should understand that I have no reason to be courteous to you. TCH, Lucius clicked his tongue, contorting his face. Indeed, as she stated, the Beresfords would never extend politeness to the Malfoys. After all, Heathcote had yet to relinquish his desire to send Lucius to Azkaban, with serpentine vengeance. He continued to await Lucius's next move. That contemptible man still regarded Lucius as a Death Eater. A wretched clan, worse than the Weasleys. Lucius turned and exited the shop, seemingly unwilling to engage further. Draco hurried after him, leaving Mirabel alone with the shopkeeper. Ah, miss, have you made any purchases? The shopkeeper, a hunchbacked man named Borgin, stroked his dark hair as he spoke to Mirabel. To be honest, Mirabel had merely come to browse the wares, finding nothing intriguing, and was about to head home. However, given the commotion that had just occurred, purchasing something would not be amiss. With this thought, Mirabel picked up a peculiar mask leaning against the wall. The eerie stone mask was riddled with cracks. It could serve as the perfect gift for Quirrell, whose face had been burned by Harry during the last semester's battle for the Philosopher's Stone, concealing one's true visage, a twofold advantage. Oh, you desire that mask, do you? It is the perfect dish for hiding your identity. What manner of hand is this? Ah, it is a silver hand, nearly indistinguishable from a true one. Esteemed as a prosthetic, after being burned by Harry, Chilo lost his face and one arm. In such circumstances, this product serves as a perfect substitute for a false hand. Mirabel paid a slightly elevated price to procure the item and subsequently departed from the shop. As it stands, this is an excellent place for shopping before the commencement of the term. Now all that remains is to await the departure date. The sole concern is the inept Gilderoy Lockhart. Should she inadvertently cause his demise, she would likely face expulsion from the school. Mirabel harbors no fondness for him, yet it is prudent to refrain from taking any direct action. Lockhart's book can temporarily serve as a novel to pass the time. Upon completing it, Mirabel found it surprisingly engaging. It is astonishing that the man seems far more suited to be a novelist than a wizard. Chapter 18, The Pureblood Ideology. On the express train to Hogwarts, Mirabel was engrossed in a book, swayed by the delightful vibrations of travel. She was reading Lockhart's tome, entitled A Vampire's Voyage Aboard the Banshiri, which chronicled the protagonist Lockhart's adventures aboard a vampire's ship as he traversed the globe. With her past life memories, Mirabel was acutely aware that this protagonist was not Lockhart himself, but rather another individual whose memories he had obliterated. making it all rather entertaining to observe. Some portions were vividly imagined, while others were excessively dramatized to enhance his own image, and certain scenes lacked adequate depiction. While she was absorbed in her reading, the sound of the compartment door opening and the voices of female students reached her ears. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Thank you." Mirabel did not divert her gaze from her book, but merely turned the page. She sensed two students entering the compartment, yet as long as they did not disturb her, it mattered little who they were. However, the newcomers seemed disinclined to allow Mirabel her solitude, as one voice, distinct from the previous, addressed her with an air of authority. "Hey, you're not some filthy Granger, so don't just read your book and look up. Can't you even greet us?" "Wait a moment, Millicent. But perhaps this person is. We're all in the same carriage, so let us introduce ourselves." The student speaking to Mirabel was named Millicent, clearly a girl who articulated her opinions with clarity. Mirabel, recognizing the futility of the situation, closed her book and rested it on her lap. The two girls simultaneously gasped and took a step back, evidently unaware of her identity, as her face had been obscured by the book. Beresford? This is rather unexpected. I thought something was amiss as there was no one here." Not a single student remained oblivious to Mirabel's presence. She was the finest student of Slytherin, the most beautiful girl in the entire school, an individual exuding a unique aura that set her apart from her peers. Her overwhelming presence exhibited during Halloween was still vividly etched in the memories of the students. The sentiments of Slytherin towards her could be categorized into three distinct types: respect, admiration, and fear. Those who respected and admired her overwhelming prowess and presence were utterly captivated, blindly considering her the leader of Slytherin. Conversely, others feared her exceptional abilities and undeniable severity. These two female students appeared to belong to the latter category. "I am sorry. Wait." The two hastily attempted to turn back, but it was too late. They had unwittingly stepped into the lion's den. The ends of their robes were seized, forcibly drawing them back into the compartment and onto the seats. Millicent was a rather tall student for a girl, yet this bore no significance before Mirabel. She seemed to eclipse any physicality unsuitable for her appearance, resembling a robust boy. "To see my face and flee is quite rude. You wouldn't mistake me for some beast, would you?" "No, rather a beast would be better." "Millicent, be silent." Millicent's remark was interrupted by another student with a bulldog-like visage, who appeared quite intimidated by Mirabel. In truth, there was no need for fear, unless faced with extreme disrespect. She would not act against anyone, yet this student evidently thought otherwise. He looked like an authentic bulldog, his face a mask of terror and anxiety. "I won't harm you. Just remain calm. You may already know, I am Mirabel Beresford, a Slytherin student entering my second year." "And you are?" "I am Millicent Bulstrode, also in second year, Slytherin." "I am Pansy Parkinson." "Yes, I am also a second-year student." Bulstrode and Parkinson, names that flitted through her memory. Yet, she could not recall their identities or roles. They likely paled in significance compared to Malfoy. "Bulstrode and Parkinson, huh? No, I wasn't referring to you. It's Hermione Granger." "Oh, indeed. Granger." The two hurriedly defended themselves against Mirabel's inquiry. "I know. No, it pertains to Hermione Granger. Do you know her?" "Oh, first of all, why do you refer to her as a mudblood?" The term mudblood stands as the gravest insult, a taboo even among wizards. It signifies a racist disdain, akin to using a slur against black individuals. Hence, students at Hogwarts are cautious to refrain from employing this term, with the exception of Slytherin students. Hermione, a muggle-born yet academically exceptional, is particularly vulnerable to such derogatory remarks, and Mirabel had overheard Slytherin students uttering it on numerous occasions. She is of muggle blood. So why is she tainted by muggle blood? It is because muggles cannot wield magic as we do, and they are not the chosen ones. Thus, that proficient witch, born of muggle lineage, appears more akin to the chosen one. What do you think? That. Millicent found herself at a loss for words, letting out a slight sigh. In the end, it seemed she merely articulated what she had heard, without truly comprehending the implications of the term mudblood. "Overall, you truly do not comprehend, do you?" Aye, repeating like a parrot. Was it merely due to the influence of those around her, or the conditioning from her parents' teachings, a borrowed notion? Mirabel lowered her eyelids, adopting a sorrowful expression. Once again, she felt the pervasive nature of the pureblood ideology throughout the magical realm to be troubling. These children did not even grasp the true meaning of the term. Casually uttering mudblood. How long would it take to eradicate such notions completely? It is deeply ingrained. Even if I were to rule the wizarding world, I cannot fathom how many years it would take to alter perceptions. Realizing once more the depth and complexity of pureblood ideology, Mirabel opened her eyes. Millicent and Pansy gazed at her with expressions of confusion. "Can you understand? You don't believe muggles are tainted blood, do you, Miss Beresford?" "That is of little importance. What matters to me is whether one is good or bad. As Mirabel addressed Pansy's inquiry, she articulated her thoughts, then interrupted herself. There was no more to be said. The fundamental ideology stood in stark opposition to their beliefs. Regardless, for Mirabel, pure-blood ideologues such as them are merely candidates for elimination. Mere refuse that must be purified in a unified world. Sever the decayed branches and eradicate the roots of rot. In doing so, the path to a new world shall inevitably be revealed. Starting from Salazar Slytherin, the fundamental cause of this ideology, he has bequeathed a worthless legacy. A basilisk, a serpent that slays those of Muggle heritage, lies abandoned in the Chamber of Secrets. Such relics are unnecessary in the newly crafted world. Mirabel shall trample upon every piece of flesh, crushing their thoughts beneath her heel. A Slytherin student who denies and dismantles the tenets of Slytherin. What could be more delightful? With this thought, Mirabel chuckled belligerently for a moment. Chapter 19, A New Semester. Sidney Beresford may well be the most striking member of this year's incoming class. He possesses a cascade of silvery hair that flows to his waist and eyes as bright as a clear sky. His remarkable androgynous beauty often leads one to mistake him for a girl, yet the most significant factor remains his sister, Mirabel. After all, when she was sorted into her house last year, she had transformed into a figure so fearsome that it silenced those around her. When a giant manifests, she instantaneously rendered all of Slytherin mute, with nothing more than a gentle utterance. Her brother, by virtue of her presence, became the center of attention. Most hoped he would follow in her footsteps and join Slytherin, yet to their surprise, he ultimately found himself in Hufflepuff. Naturally, it goes without saying that the majority of students breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this indicated he was at least not as radical as his sister. Following the sorting ceremony, a welcome feast was held. An array of countless dishes lined the tables as students conversed eagerly about their hopes and anxieties for the new year. The focus of attention was the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. It seemed he had garnered quite a fan base, with 60 of the female students abuzz with excitement. Slytherin was no exception. Professor Lockhart, I hardly believe the author of that book could become a teacher. Somehow, my heart is racing at this moment. What is wrong, Edith? Are you also a fan of Lockhart? Well, it's as if I can hardly believe I am actually going to see him. What he does is simply extraordinary. I find it hard to grasp the reality of it all. While listening to Edith's tale, Mirabel picked up a sandwich from the neatly arranged platter. Sandwiches are among the most beloved British foods in the world. This simple yet versatile fare is ubiquitous globally, varying from country to country. Mirabel first selected a chicken sandwich. Taking a gentle bite, the bread softened the slightly lingering flavor of the chicken, creating a harmonious blend in her mouth. The charm of the sandwich lies in its adaptability. No matter the filling, it is invariably delicious. However, Mirabel personally preferred sandwiches whose meat and vegetables were well balanced for ease of consumption. If she were to voice a discontent, it would be that she dislikes the hard bread variety. Mirabel favors the softer types popular in her homeland and elsewhere. That impression may indeed be correct, Edith. The protagonist Lockhart from the book does not exist in reality. It is all quite exaggerated and fictional, a nonentity modeled after Lockhart. Oh, but Professor Lockhart is indeed real. Surely, he wrote from personal experience? That is precisely why I say it is exaggerated. Well, he will undoubtedly prove me right in class. Chewing and swallowing a sandwich filled with bacon and lettuce, she mused, not bad, though it seems not quite to my liking. There were other sandwiches, but most were wastefully packed with meat or cream, thus she felt no desire to partake. Well, that is another matter, but that boy named Sidney is Mirabel's brother. Correct? Indeed. Both siblings are extraordinarily beautiful. What genes do you possess? Is everyone in your family like this? Not entirely. Sidney and I resemble our mother. But my brother and the others take after our father, bearing serious expressions. As Mirabel stated, her elder brother Simon clearly did not fit the slender, beautiful mold. His visage could easily be mistaken for that of a rather dark-skinned villain. However, in truth, he is the most delicate and fragile member of the Beresford family. Thus one must not judge by appearances. It goes without saying that he is also the most shameless and selfish. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices broke through. What are they discussing, Edith? Oh, it's about Percy Weasley. His youngest brother flew a car and crashed into the Whomping Willow, and rumors are swirling everywhere. Malfoy is gleefully declaring that's the reason they were expelled as well. The source of the rumors is unclear. Yet it is a well-known fact that Harry Potter and his friends arrived at school in a flying car. Typically, expulsion from school is not surprising. Indeed, it is a natural outrage. Were Edith to engage in similar antics, Mirabel firmly believed she would find herself packing her bags by the end of the day. However, there is a boy, Harry Potter, a hero of the magical world, who is the object of Dumbledore's utmost admiration. He will not face punishment. and he and his friends will be exonerated. What do you think will happen to Mirabel? 10 galleons for his acquittal. And you? From tomorrow, 10 galleons will manifest in class, with no incidents occurring. I won bet. Malfoy seemed to be the only one pleased that Harry would eventually be expelled. The majority of students believed Harry would be forgiven, and indeed he would be. Such is the weight of the name of the boy who lived. More precisely, he could very well be expelled, but in the end, there is no doubt that the outcry from the entire wizarding world would inundate Hogwarts. And Dumbledore's office would undoubtedly be filled with a barrage of letters. Even after being discovered by several muggles while disregarding the law and driving into the Whomping Willow. One cannot deny the feats of Harry Potter. Afterward, Mirabel finished her dessert, a treacle tart, and made her way to the Slytherin common room, led by the upperclassmen. The common room in the basement was still permeated with a somewhat eerie scent, yet once accustomed to it, it transformed into a rather inviting space. As Mirabel surveyed the common room, Edith patted her shoulder and smiled. I'm so glad to see you again, Mirabel. Oh right, I'm also delighted to see you. Edith. That's nice. With this thought, Mirabel smiled at Edith, her smile genuine and devoid of mockery. Chapter 20, An Obsession with Food. Good morning, Mirabel. Oh, good morning, Edith. Mirabel awoke from a restful slumber and made her way to the Great Hall, exchanging pleasantries with Edith before taking her seat at the Slytherin table. Morning heralds the dawn of a new day. It is no exaggeration to assert that the state of the day hinges upon whether one can navigate the morning with comfort. This is why Mirabel believes that breakfast is more irreplaceable than any other meal. In other words, it is the engine of the automobile, the lifeblood of existence. Without it, one cannot endure a healthy day. What is your first class? Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Wow, starting off with that class, huh? Edith harbored a disdain for Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, and more significantly, she loathed the suffocating atmosphere brought on by the constraints of the new term. It was not that she was inept in transfiguration. Rather, she struggled with the subject taught by Professor McGonagall. Was there a more disconcerting combination? Consequently, Edith's first day of the new semester was likely to be as overcast as the weather outside. If only it were a different class. But that was of little consequence. Don't be disheartened. Next is your beloved flying training. She cut the bacon and eggs into small pieces with a knife, speared them with a fork, and placed them into her mouth. Typically, they would be accompanied by sauce or mayonnaise, but the bacon seemed to lack the requisite saltiness. The buttered toast was crisp and delectable, yet retained the inherent softness of the bread. The house elves at the school appeared to be performing their duties splendidly as usual. After swallowing her mouthful, Mirabel poured milk down her throat and inhaled deeply. This serene and tranquil moment was pure bliss, an experience forever unattainable by creatures ignorant of culinary culture. A privilege reserved solely for humankind. Closing her eyes, she buried her consciousness within herself, savoring the afterglow. It was Mirabel's secret pleasure of the morning. However, the expulsion for car theft from the school was entirely justified. Wait for your punishment. I don't know. Have you ever considered how my father and I felt when we saw the car drive away? Suddenly, an absurd voice reverberated through the hall, shattering Mirabel's tranquility. The sound was so thunderous that the ceiling trembled, and the plates on the tables rattled like during an earthquake. Last night, I received a letter from Dumbledore. My father is terrified he'll die of embarrassment. I don't recall raising a child to do this. If you make a mistake, you and Harry could perish. I completely lost my composure. Your father is being interrogated by the authorities. It's all your fault. Now, if you break even the slightest rule, I'll drag you home immediately. After what seemed like a tirade, the fury appeared to subside. The students in the hall diverted their attention to the source of the commotion and beheld Harry and Ron nearly tumbling over one another. It was evident that the previous message had been a scathing letter directed at them. Was I astonished that it was a howling letter? If memory serves, its volume exceeded that of a typical missive by several hundredfold. So, if you don't hurry and open it, it will explode. Mirabel, what are you going to do? Mirabel offered no response, silently rising from her chair. Then, she reached into her robe and withdrew an enormous staff, disproportionate to her stature. This was a staff that could be wielded as a blunt instrument, reportedly crafted from vampire wood. Mirabel approached the Gryffindor table with it. Edith then beheld a colossal black apparition with a bear's paw shimmering behind Mirabel. She could even hear its dreadful breathing. Wait a moment, Mirabel. What do you intend to do with that wand? I know. I'm going to kill that scoundrel. Huh, Edith thought, convinced that Mirabel would never genuinely commit such an act, yet the current state of Mirabel suggested otherwise. Gripping Mirabel's ankle tightly, she resolved not to allow her friend to become a criminal. If she were to let go now, Ron would surely perish. Mirabel was now poised to unleash an offensive spell upon Weasley. Let go, Edith. You're ruining my breakfast, you wretched creature. This is an irresistible force. The howling letter is an irresistible force. He is the victim. I don't care. All I know is that he disrupted my breakfast. Why is your boiling point regarding food so low? After some effort from Edith, Mirabel regained her composure, postponing the execution of Ron. Delays were dreadful. But at this juncture, there was no choice but to wait for Mirabel's fury to dissipate over time. By the way, from that day forth, every time Ron Weasley entered a 30-meter radius of Mirabel, he would be met with a mysterious bloodthirsty assault. Chapter 21, Silver Arrow. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class involved transforming a beetle into a button. It was a trivial task, yet it seemed that most students had forgotten what they had learned during the holiday, with only a few managing to succeed. It went without saying that Harry Potter and Malfoy were among the majority who could not accomplish it. The subsequent break provided an excellent opportunity for students to rest, particularly for the second years, who were now eligible to participate in Quidditch and were practicing flying. Observing the students, Mirabel and Edith strolled outside. Look at that broomstick. It's the latest Nimbus 2001. It's incomparable to Potter's Nimbus 2000. Malfoy had gathered his friends and was proudly flaunting his broom. He was boasting about the latest competition broom, Nimbus 2001, released this year. This likely stemmed from Harry's exceptional acquisition of a Nimbus 2000 last year, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. Having obtained a broom superior to the Nimbus 2000, his spirits appeared buoyant. He seemed to have noticed Mirabel nearby and proudly declared, "What do you think, Beresford? Are you still claiming I am inferior to Potter?" "Oh, you?" Mirabel cast a disinterested glance at Malfoy. In his hands, indeed, was a splendid new broom, gleaming with an opulence that was disproportionate to its owner. "By the way, did you bring your own broom? I wouldn't expect it to be like the Weasley-s, still using school brooms after 2 years? Of course, this is my broom." As she spoke, Mirabel showcased a broom to Malfoy. It was a striking, unfamiliar broom, adorned with silver embellishments on the handle. Its silhouette was slimmer and sharper than a conventional broom, tapering to a fine point, with the words Silver Arrow painted in gold along its shaft. Below was the emblem of its creator, Leonardo. It was immediately apparent that this was a high-quality broom, comparable to Malfoy's Nimbus 2001, if not, in fact, a masterpiece with even greater attention to detail than the Nimbus. "What is that?" "The Silver Arrow. It's a broom that is no longer in production, but I had it remade for myself. Typically, only properly registered brooms are permitted for riding. Furthermore, selfish modifications and enchantments are not allowed. At most, one could make minor adjustments based on their flying habits. However, the Silver Arrow was an exception. Originally crafted by an artisan, each broom possessed unique irregularities. In short, no two brooms were identical. Consequently, all brooms made by Leonardo, bearing his mark, were recognized as silver arrows and permitted for use. Undoubtedly, this was a broom designed by Leonardo Yux himself, named the Silver Arrow. In other words, it was merely a broom of exceptional performance among existing ones, meaning its usage could not be prohibited. Because it was handcrafted, the regulations were lenient. Of course, this was merely a matter of classification when it came to performance. The narrative was entirely different. In addition to the traditional technology of the Nimbus, it integrated cutting-edge broom technology from the yet-to-be-released Firebolt, thus reimagining the Silver Arrow. Much like the Firebolt, the latest generation of competitive brooms soars into the new era, deserving of the title Silver Arrow 2 as its worthy successor. "Oh, you possess a splendid broom, the Nimbus 2001. Oh, Miss Beresford, could it be the Silver Arrow?" Just as Mrs. Hodge was about to express her sorrow regarding Malfoy, she interrupted with her words. She likely came to check on the students flitting about during break. At that moment, the Silver Arrow in Mirabel's hands seemed to catch her eye, drawing near with an enigmatic smile. Clearly, she too was well versed in the lore of the Silver Arrow. "Oh, the delicate design, the ergonomic grip, and the arrow-like tip, how nostalgic. This broom is truly a work of art. I learned to fly on this very broom around the same year as you. Alas, it has long been discontinued. If this series were to launch anew, it would undoubtedly dominate sales, surpassing the Nimbus line. Is it truly a remarkable broom?" Edith inquired, her curiosity piqued by Mrs. Hodge's cheerful demeanor. No matter how exceptional a broom may be, it remains merely an antiquated model from yesteryears. One cannot help but question its ability to compete with the current Nimbus. Mrs. Hodge nodded confidently in affirmation. Indeed, it was the finest broom of its time. Everyone coveted the Silver Arrow. Its immense popularity meant that it was often produced in limited quantities, leading to queues at stores. Without a doubt, it remains one of the few brooms still in use today. "By the way, Miss Beresford, might I take another ride later?" "Well, that is fine, but—" "Oh, thank you. I eagerly anticipate it after class." Edith offered a wry smile upon witnessing Mrs. Hodge reappear before the students, a glimmer of affection evident in her eyes. It seemed Mrs. Hodge held a deep fondness for the Silver Arrow. Mirabel couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her eyes sparkling like a child who had just found a cherished toy. Meanwhile, Malfoy glowered at Mirabel's silver arrow, his expression one of bitter defeat. Humph. The broom's performance is not the sole determinant of success. Malfoy stormed away in anger. Yet everyone knew this defeat stung him deeply. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about his broom's prowess. Edith muttered to herself, brandishing her favorite clean sweep 7. Oh, is that your broom? Indeed. The clean sweep is commendable, but I personally favor this one. It offers a different sense of stability. Should I not use a broom that suits me rather than be swayed by the latest trends? Haha, though it's not quite that simple. The Clean Sweep is the world's first mass-produced competitive broom, crafted by the Clean Sweep Broom Company. Prior to its inception, competition brooms like the Silver Arrow were handcrafted by artisans. However, as demand surged, these bespoke creations vanished from the market. In their stead emerged mass-produced brooms such as the Nimbus and Comet series. With the Clean Sweep line paving the way, this broom, beginning with the first model, continually improved with each iteration, boasting exceptional stability and industry-leading turning speed. I cannot fathom why Malfoy is so aggressive towards Mirabel. I am quite disappointed in him. I have no interest in the thoughts of such a man. Truly heartless. Could Malfoy be a masochist? The mere thought of it made her blush with embarrassment. Edith watched the students soaring through the sky on their brooms. Chapter 22, A Fatal Mistake. The afternoon lesson was potions with Snape. The students were instructed on the effective use of herbs such as lavender and sage, as well as how to concoct potions from them. At that moment, one of Malfoy's cronies botched a potion, releasing a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Yet no particular punishment was administered. Had this been Harry Potter, he would have undoubtedly lost points by now. Finally, it was time for the defense against the dark arts class. As Mirabel and Edith approached the front of the classroom, they noticed Harry and his two friends looking rather exhausted. One would assume Gryffindor should have defense class before Slytherin. Judging by Harry's frustrated demeanor, the class seemed to have been dreadful. Hermione, you overestimate Lockhart. Did you see the lesson? No, Harry. He must have intended to share some experience with us. Shouldn't the elves steal your wands and hide under your desks? Wake up, Hermione. Edith frowned at his words, casting a skeptical glance at Harry and the others. The man who vanquished vampires and werewolves cannot be thwarted by mere elves? Foolishness, it's simply impossible. Even so, as Edith recalled Mirabel's words from the welcoming feast, she couldn't muster a laugh. Not long after, as they brushed past each other, Harry glanced at Mirabel, seemingly wanting to say something. But ultimately, he said nothing and walked away. He likely intended to inquire about her victory over Quirrell, yet was rendered speechless, as the atmosphere surrounding Mirabel made conversing with her quite daunting. Upon entering the classroom and settling into their seats, Lockhart cleared his throat and produced a book. The cover featured Lockhart himself, and he winked as he spoke, gesturing toward the image. It's me, Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd class Merlin medalist, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. However, I do not take pride in it. A smile did not tame the werewolf in Cardiff. Personally, Mirabel found this to be a rather humorous jest. Yet, few students responded with laughter to this quip. Most directed their pale gazes toward the instructor on stage. Nevertheless, Lockhart appeared oblivious to the tepid response, commencing with an air of arrogance. Surely, each of you has my book, correct? Thus, I wish to conduct a simple little quiz. Fear not. It is merely a perfect test to assess how much of my book you have read. In Lockhart's mind, it seemed only natural for the students to have completed reading his work. As he distributed the quizzes, he provided further explanations. Tragically, in Gryffindor, aside from Miss Hermione Granger, no one else achieved a perfect score. Of course, the same held true for Slytherin. Mirabel, upon receiving the quiz, instinctively wanted to tear it to shreds. After all, the questions pertained solely to Lockhart's favorite color, his secret ambitions, his birth date, and so forth. Additionally, Mirabel loathed the fact that the questions were printed on both sides. She felt like striking him. The urge to seize Lockhart by the collar and expose him for what he truly was overwhelming. Mirabel barely clenched her fists before being restrained by Edith, who urged, "Calm down." Upon hearing this, Mirabel regained her composure slightly and clicked her tongue. She then forced herself to suppress her frustration and picked up a quill, immersing herself in the task of filling out the answers. Hitting him would be easy, but it would be wrong. Therefore, she reflected on the events of the previous year, realizing that nothing had changed since then. Conversely, she considered it a rare opportunity. After I use it, I must shatter it. 30 minutes later, Lockhart retrieved the exam papers and perused them briefly. He then shook his head, declaring, "Wrong, wrong, wrong, deliberately so. What is the matter? Why has no one informed me that my favorite color is lavender?" It appeared that few students were engaged with vampires and slow journeys. I had not mentioned that the vampires I vanquished subsisted solely on lettuce. Miss Edith, my clandestine ambition is not to become the most renowned person in the world. Is it? Doesn't he that portray me as a fame-seeking attention seeker? It seems that, in any light, it is indeed a matter of considerable attention. Yet no one has ever articulated such a sentiment. Lockhart, astonished, shook his head and then produced an answer sheet. However, Miss Beresford recalled that the name of my first Muggle ship was the Nebulan. I also knew that I would be delighted to receive both magical and non-magical harmonies for my birthday. And it was splendid, marvelous. 10 points for Slytherin. While receiving 10 points was not particularly exhilarating, I would not complain. Following that, the entirety of the lesson was Lockhart recounting his past exploits, accomplishing nothing. Typically, one might expect the first day to unfold in such a manner, but for this man, it did not apply. Nearly 50 students believed that this individual named Lockhart would maintain this state for the remainder of the year. As soon as this ludicrous class concluded, Mirabel rose from her seat and approached Lockhart. May I have a moment, Professor Lockhart? Ah, you are Miss Beresford. What is it? Actually, I wish to delve deeper into the battle of the illusions depicted in Ukiyo and the Year of Sloth, but regrettably, the book resides on a restricted shelf. Thus, if you would acquiesce, could you lend me your power and name, Professor Lockhart? With your signature, I could gain access to forbidden tomes and further explore your esteemed accomplishments. Ah, Ukiyo and the Year of Sloth, is it? That is a book to which I have a profound emotional attachment. Fascinating, isn't it? Indeed. She requested Lockhart's signature, employing a suitably flattering tone. In truth, her flattery was far from sincere. It was wholly disrespectful, yet he appeared utterly oblivious. After all, this ignorant man likely did not grasp the significance and peril of restricted literature. He would not even contemplate why such texts were prohibited for lower-year students. Accessing forbidden books without compelling justification is a transgression that could lead to expulsion. Mirabel intended to exploit Lockhart. While yes, I wouldn't mind signing for you and Miss Granger, the two finest students, Lockhart remarked, signing without even confirming the identity of the book Mirabel sought to borrow. No, even if he had verified, this man would probably remain unaware that the tome Mirabel wished to borrow had no connection to the Battle of Illusions and was, in fact, far more sinister. A forbidden book containing malevolent spells to fulfill her ambitions. Now, this girl had been legally permitted to read it. One could bet Lockhart would not notice. What a perilous act he had committed. What devastation might it unleash? I would wager he could hardly fathom. Mirabel had acquired a book on time manipulation, replete with ancient forbidden arts, including techniques for creating countdowns. Such knowledge could ultimately fall into the hands of evildoers. Chapter 23, Halloween of the second semester. Trick or treat. The joyous voices of students echoed through the great hall, prompting Dumbledore to chuckle merrily. As he waved his wand, pumpkin pies, pumpkin pasties, chiffon cakes, and cookies materialized upon the tables. Today was October 31st, a Halloween worth commemorating. Last year's festivities had been interrupted by a giant, leaving the students particularly eager and even more excited than usual. Hey, Mirabel, have you heard that Malfoy has become the seeker for the Quidditch team? Yes. It seems he gifted the Nimbus 2001 to all his teammates to secure his place on the team. Mirabel responded selflessly to Edith's remarks while chewing on a pasty. How Malfoy joined the team was inconsequential. In any case, that was the only route to entry, and no amount of broomstick quality would change that. Mirabel believed Malfoy could never defeat Harry Potter as he had now, economically speaking. This gave Slytherin an immediate advantage. But what do you think of this year's Quidditch Cup, Mirabel? If Malfoy were positioned as a chaser rather than a seeker, they might stand a chance. Yet, he is, unfortunately, in the seeker role, which means, if all goes well, Gryffindor should rank prominently, unless something akin to last year occurs. Last year, despite being only a first year, Harry Potter exhibited remarkable talent, leading the team forward. However, he fell unconscious before the final match, and the Quidditch Cup ultimately landed in Slytherin's grasp. Many believed Gryffindor would have triumphed otherwise, and Mirabel certainly concurred with this sentiment. Wouldn't it be better if Mirabel joined the team? You could win, right? Practicing is such a waste of time. If you have that time, studying magic would be far more worthwhile. You are already powerful enough, aren't you? What do you intend to pursue further? Do you plan to conquer the world? What if I said yes? Your words do not sound like jest, so please refrain from speaking them. In truth, this was no jest. It was a matter of grave significance, yet Mirabel seemed to regard it as entirely ordinary. Edith grimaced as she bit into a pumpkin cookie. Mirabel sliced the chiffon cake and placed it on a plate, saying little further. As I pondered, I placed the soft dough into my mouth. I thought it was high time to take action. Initially, upon arriving at school, I had intended to eliminate the basilisk. I knew the basilisk resided within the Chamber of Secrets, so I thought that if I could send a mouse into the chamber, pinpoint its coordinates, I could appear there. However, matters were not so simple. When I dispatched mice to explore the chamber, They all met with failure, returning with complaints of their inability to locate anything. I knew it was underground. I commanded the mice to seek it out, but I could not find it. It seemed that, apart from the formal entrance, gaining access to the chamber was exceedingly difficult. Whether it was a magical barrier or some other means, no mice could breach the chamber. Or perhaps Tom Riddle had done something. Regardless, I realized I had underestimated the chamber. Acknowledging this, I resolved to cease the investigation with the mice and wait with full concentration. Without knowing the coordinates of the chamber, I could not apparate. No, strictly speaking, it was possible, but if I were to apparate in such an unstable manner, my body would be torn apart. Thus, all I could do now was wait for them to emerge from the other side. The issue was time. If you were here, you would have 4 opportunities to encounter him. The first would be when Argus Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris, was attacked. The second would be at Gryffindor when Colin Creevey was assaulted. The third would be when Hufflepuff's Justin Finch Fletchley and nearly Headless Nick were nearly attacked. The fourth incident involved Hermione and Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw being attacked. Indeed, it marked the 4th occurrence, distinguished from the previous 3 by the knowledge of the precise location and timing. Aside from this 4th episode, the accounts in the memory-laden tomes fail to accurately depict where they were assaulted. Even if one were to attach a mouse to the victim, it would inevitably fall prey to the basilisk, and the information would never reach Mirabel. Pursuing the attacked individuals would prove futile, as one would never arrive in time. Furthermore, even if they were fortunate enough to encounter the creature, escaping would bear little significance. In such a case, it might never reappear before Mirabel again. In this regard, the 4th incident was flawless. It is well known that the location was near the library, with the timing confined to the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. With knowledge of the position, traps could be set to prevent its escape, making an ambush exceedingly simple. Regardless, there was no urgency to eliminate the basilisk. No matter how many cats and students fell victim, Mirabel remained indifferent. Even if they perished due to errors, she would not care. What was paramount was to crush it, ensuring it could not slip away. After all, this year seemed destined to unfold as monotonously as the last, with time dragging on. Contemplating this, a sense of melancholy washed over me. Chapter 24 Unfeeling? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's adversary. The events unfolded as the Halloween festivities drew to a close, with students returning to their respective dormitories. In the middle of the 3rd-floor corridor lay a peculiar object, captivating many students who paused in fascination. Words were inscribed on the wall. A puddle of water formed on the floor, and Mrs. Norris, a cat, dangled motionless from a lantern stand, while Harry Potter stood before it. The remnants of the Halloween party were dispelled, enveloping the students in an eerie silence. Soon, Draco Malfoy's gleeful voice echoed through the corridor, shattering the stillness. Beware of the heir's adversary. You're next, filthy blood. It seemed Malfoy was overly exhilarated. His voice reverberated, and the caretaker, Argus Filch, along with several teachers, rushed in, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Harry, Filch began to shout, "You did this." It was inconceivable that a second-year student like Harry could have accomplished such a feat. Yet this did not appear to matter to the bloodied Filch. Perhaps a confrontation had transpired prior to their arrival. Harry seemed to be the culprit in Filch's eyes. "Argus, follow me. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and you. Headmaster, my office is open, just upstairs." "Thank you, Gilderoy." Dumbledore admonished Filch while cradling the cat in his arms. With Lockhart beside him, he departed the scene with Harry and his 2 friends. The remaining students lingered in silence for a moment before erupting into a flurry of chatter, speculating about the event. Edith displayed a worried expression, raising her voice to Mirabel. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Mirabel, what does it mean?" "Well, it certainly bodes ill." Mirabel was well aware of the significance of the chamber, but found no inclination to elaborate. Instead, Malfoy grinned and said, "Allow me to enlighten you." It seemed he was poised to explain. "How kind of you. This school harbors a secret chamber left by the great founder Salazar Slytherin. The illustrious Slytherin hailed from Muggle lineage, which implies he deemed impure blood unworthy of the magical arts. Hence, I have imprisoned a monster within the chamber to purge the tainted blood." "A monster?" "Indeed. A dreadful creature accessible only to the heir of Slytherin. And now, the chamber has been opened. From this moment forth, the heir's enemies shall be eradicated, and Hogwarts shall be left with only a select few pure-blood wizards." At this juncture, Malfoy flashed a grin at Mirabel. She possessed pure blood, yet she embodied traits that could render her an adversary to the heir. Such behavior was a direct repudiation of Slytherin's ideology. "Beresford, you once denied your pure blood. Shouldn't you reconsider?" he taunted. "If you acknowledge your lineage and apologize, I might find it in my heart to forgive you, you know?" Despite Malfoy's threats, Mirabel remained unfazed. Instead, a sinister smile graced her face, as she looked down upon Malfoy with disdain. The sight of a fox leveraging its position here was rather refreshing. What? Malfoy, do not amuse me too much. Why would you think I would be flattered by such mundane notions? Should it appear before me, I would tear it apart, revealing its corpse. Hearing this, both Malfoy and Edith gasped. She could indeed do it. This woman exuded an aura of mysterious dread, one that could betray the monster of Slytherin. No, if confronted, she would undoubtedly attack the creature with glee. I am certain of this. The legacy of Slytherin embodies the very philosophy of Slytherin itself. If I were to rend it asunder with my own hands, the sensation would surely be exhilarating. As Mirabel spoke these words, she felt a surge of fear. This was no mere bravado. Malfoy's complexion paled, and he retreated a step, hastily departing. After his exit, the two began their descent down the stairs towards the dungeon. Arriving at the dormitory, Edith, seemingly resolved, slightly raised her voice. Hey, Mirabel. Regarding my earlier conversation with Malfoy, even if it holds some truth, you ought not to have spoken so. If you wish to succeed in Slytherin, the notion of pure blood is inseparable. I am aware. It matters not to me. Edith offered a bitter smile. Her friend was indeed unyielding, forever brimming with confidence, arrogant and selfish, never retreating, never flattering others, never reflecting. Her haughty demeanor, as though she were the center of the universe, showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it seemed to grow ever more pronounced. Edith felt a pang of envy towards her appearance. As a person, Mirabel was undoubtedly flawed, certainly among the worst of her kind. Yet, on the other hand, Edith pondered how delightful it would be to liberate oneself, as she did. She wondered how much pride one could possess if one could navigate existence without being intimidated by anyone, entirely unfeigned. Contemplating this, even a modicum of jealousy began to flourish. Mirabel, even if you hail from Muggle lineage, you would remain as you are now. Of course, even if my parents are Muggles, I am still myself. Indeed, but Mirabel, most people are not like that, are they? Edith remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Mirabel was undoubtedly strong, but not everyone could be. Slytherin had students of non-pure blood. Yet those students would never admit it. Well, the primary reason is that speaking out would lead to their ostracization, right? Yes, they disguised themselves, falsely claiming to be pure-blooded, deriding Muggle-borns alongside their peers, while inwardly fearing the moment the truth would be revealed. Some of them navigate their student years in such a manner. Edith opened her mouth, intending to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Nevertheless, she inhaled deeply, regained her composure, and cast a singular word, a question, towards Mirabel. Mirabel, what do you think of such a student? The emotions intertwined with this inquiry were a blend of anticipation and trepidation. I remained uncertain of the implications behind Edith's question. Regardless of the context or the individual posing it, Mirabel's response was resolute. She consistently acted and spoke according to her own principles. Thus, without hesitation, she uttered a thoughtless remark, a weakling ensnared in humble thoughts, truly, unable to budge. Edith offered a sad smile before turning away. Her destination, the opposite direction of the dormitory. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom. You can head back first, she said, sprinting off. While Mirabel made no attempt to stop her, she likely harbored her own concerns and distresses regarding the earlier question. My reply, evidently, fell short of her expectations. Yet, regardless, I had no intention of altering my perspective. No, to begin with, I was unsure if the relationship we had cultivated thus far could even be deemed a friendship. With this thought, I slightly shook my head, striving to return to the dormitory. However, I sensed a new presence and halted my steps. Mirabel, Professor Dumbledore? How long has he been here? Emerging from the shadows, Dumbledore regarded Mirabel with his affectionate blue eyes. I found those eyes unsettling, for they seemed to possess the ability to see through everything. He glanced in the direction Edith had fled, softly inquiring, "Aren't you going to pursue her?" Though framed as a question, the underlying intent was a command to chase after her. Mirabel promptly interjected, cutting off Dumbledore's words. "Mirabel, she is in great pain. You must understand that." "I understand, yet I still want to pursue her." "You should not be one who fails to comprehend the meaning." Edith's suffering and turmoil were her own. Certainly, there existed the option to feign pursuit, to tend to her wounds. I should be capable of extending a hand and assuring them that all would be well, that I would safeguard them. In truth, employing such a strategy to enhance one's pieces was indeed an effective tactic. Nonetheless, at present, Mirabel was disinclined to utilize such measures against her. Not everyone possesses strength akin to yours. Worry, injury, mutual support. This is the essence of human existence. Do you not wish to support her as a friend? Only the incapable weaklings require support. If one were to stand beside me, they must certainly be a capable individual. To those who cannot follow me, they are of no use. As Mirabel spoke, Dumbledore was reminded of his former self. She bore a striking resemblance to him, as though his past had traversed time to stand before him. Dumbledore had once been a wizard proud of his own talents. He had never encountered a magician who could stand on equal footing with him, and due to his gifts, his heart remained solitary. This was precisely why he had been drawn to Grindelwald, for the first time standing at a height comparable to mine. Friendship is the greatest treasure of all, Mirabel. To lose it would be too late. The potential within this girl was boundless. The path she chose could lead her to become either Voldemort or herself, Gryffindor or Slytherin. Conversely, becoming the greatest hero in history was not a mere dream, unlike any great individual from the past. This was why Dumbledore wished for her not to live a distorted life as he once had. Headmaster, please refrain from meddling. However, Dumbledore's words did not resonate with Mirabel. She merely dismissed him with a bored hum and walked into the dormitory. Dumbledore pondered whether this was truly a negative outcome. He wished to believe that nothing in the world was born evil. He hoped that she possessed a sense of humanity. Yet, witnessing her actions and behavior thus far, the reality seemed to suggest otherwise. Given that she had a friend named Edith, even if Dumbledore hoped she could feel some semblance of emotion. At present, the only humanity Mirabel could perceive was in her friend Edith, but even that relationship appeared fragile and fleeting. Did this girl truly possess humanity? Contemplating this, Dumbledore shook his head slightly. If you do not believe in yourself, who will believe in you? Chapter 25, The Dueling Club. Following that incident, the relationship between Mirabel and Edith grew distant. Up until now, they had been inseparable, acting together almost daily, yet suddenly, that came to an abrupt halt. With neither harboring the inclination to converse, neither the Quidditch matches, nor Slytherin's recent defeats, nor the new sacrifices of the heir had swayed their hearts. There were no arguments, no quarrels. It was simply that Edith ceased to speak to Mirabel. Thus, the facade of friendship that once existed between them evaporated in an instant. Although they brushed past each other in the corridors, there was no exchange, and Mirabel did not respond to Edith's occasional glances. Edith lacked the courage to compromise, and Mirabel was entirely disinterested in doing so. This awkward relationship persisted for nearly 2 months, culminating on a day just before Christmas. As Mirabel walked through the corridor, a slender boy with flowing silver hair, easily mistaken for a girl, approached from the opposite direction. Sydney Beresford, a first-year student from Hufflepuff and Mirabel's younger brother. He halted before her, his tone somewhat stiff, and slowly began, "Sister. Sydney, what is it? Are you aware of the dueling club happening tonight?" "Oh, I certainly know about the dueling club." However, Mirabel did not find it particularly engaging. This was because she was aware that the club would be presided over by Gilderoy Lockhart, and the duels would likely be interrupted. Yet, Sydney was oblivious to this and seemed quite enthusiastic about it. "Are you going?" "Yes. What about you, sister?" "I'm not particularly interested, but if you're going, it would be interesting to see the results of your training." "Thank you. I promise I won't let you down." To be honest, I had no intention of attending at all, but now I found myself unable to resist. Well, I certainly wanted to witness my brother's progress. After all, he was one of my loyal pieces. Understanding the capabilities of my pieces was crucial. After agreeing to join the dueling club, Sydney and I parted ways to attend our classes. Everyone gather around. Now can you hear my voice? Can you see me? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to establish this dueling club. Just as I have experienced countless times, it is designed to train you well, should you ever need to defend yourselves. As Lockhart delivered his speech, he surveyed the students in the hall. Standing on a golden stage, he spoke theatrically, complemented by exaggerated gestures. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He claims to know little about dueling. At the commencement of the training, I received his approval and bravely enlisted his help to complete a brief demonstration. However, I do not wish to burden you young souls with worry. So allow me to assure you that following my duel with him, your potions instructor remains unscathed. Fear not." Little did I expect that Lockhart might possess an innate talent for riling others. Severus Snape's countenance twisted grotesquely, akin to a disfigured demon. And had he not been in a position of authority, he might have cast a curse upon Lockhart. Well, it seems this is the case, as it is unavoidable that a man embodying such incompetence would reduce himself to a foolish spectacle. The ensuing outcome is self-evident. Lockhart was felled by Snape's disarming spell, marking an immediate knockout. Nevertheless, Lockhart persisted in claiming he had been vanquished, though perhaps he grasped the disparity in their standings, for when Snape glared at him, he refrained from seeking further excuses. Enough of the theatrics. Now, I shall descend among everyone, pairing them off. "Professor Snape, might I request your assistance?" Lockhart and Snape traversed into the throng of students, facilitating their pairings. Clearly, the students could not select their preferred partners, resulting in Harry and Ron being separated. It seems the time has come to bid farewell to this illustrious duo. "Weasley, you shall duel with Finnegan. Potter, you are matched against Malfoy. Let us observe how you fare against the renowned Potter. Allow Harry and Malfoy to engage in combat, and then let us turn our attention to Hermione." She is the brightest among Gryffindor, with few in the entire year able to rival her intellect. On the other hand, dueling with upperclassmen is rather obvious. Yet Snape harbors a disdain for Gryffindor students triumphing over Slytherin. In this scenario, only one individual can rise to the challenge, Miss Granger. You shall duel with Miss Beresford. If one is to conquer Gryffindor, then Mirabel is the finest among Slytherin. Upon hearing Snape's nightmarish list of duel partners, Hermione's complexion paled, while Mirabel, in stark contrast, beamed with delight. No student in their year could stand as a worthy opponent to Mirabel, save for Hermione, who alone possessed the potential to revel in the contest. Well, the outcome is beyond my expectations. Rather than toying with lesser opponents to alleviate boredom, you are the exception, Granger. Come now, let us engage in battle. Yes, indeed. It would be a privilege. Hermione and Mirabel. This is, in fact, the definitive match of the second year's strongest contenders. They are also students of significantly disparate levels within their year. The unexpected draw of attention heightened the anticipation that surrounded them. Face your opponent. Bow. A bow before the duel. This is a formal tradition upheld. If you were aware that even the Dark Lord, Voldemort, adhered to this tradition, you would comprehend its significance. Hermione bowed slowly, while Mirabel executed a graceful bow in return. Despite her appearance, she hailed from a prestigious lineage. Yet, bowing is an art that Mirabel is still mastering. Certainly, had it been Malfoy or Weasley, an unworthy recipient of such respect, the proud girl would not have inclined her head. When Mirabel bowed, it signified her recognition and appreciation of her opponent at that moment. Mirabel acknowledged Hermione's worth and capability. When I count to 3, employ a trick to disarm your adversary. 1, 2, 3. Upon Lockhart's countdown, Mirabel and Hermione drew their wands. Hermione enjoyed a considerable advantage in wand size. Her wand measured a mere 25 centimeters. Easily drawn and quick to action. Conversely, Mirabel wielded a wand of 72 centimeters, large and unwieldy, her initial movements sluggish. However, with astonishing speed, she drew her wand and cast a spell simultaneously with Hermione. Disarm your weapon. 2 red flashes collided at the center, negating each other. Of course, had Mirabel cast her spell with earnest intent, she could have easily overpowered Hermione without any counteraction. Yet, that would not be enjoyable. This was a rare opportunity, and to forego enjoyment would be a loss. Glancing at the first-year students, Sidney was about to wrest the wand from the youngest Weasley sister. But he met an untimely end without a glance. I sighed for my brother's misfortune in encountering a lackluster opponent, turning my focus forward to savor the moment. Transfiguration spell. Transform into a bird. Wingardium Leviosa. Levitate the floor. The floor suddenly floated into the air, obstructing Hermione's incantation to transform her wand into a bird. Consequently, the elevated floor morphed into a bird, leaving the wand unscathed. This time, Hermione launched an attack against Mirabel, who responded with joyful laughter. Opinio. Attack. Orchideus. Flowers. Manipulating a small bird that had transformed from the floor, she attempted to snatch Mirabel's wand. However, the flowers summoned from beneath Mirabel's feet grew instantaneously, ensnaring the bird with their vines. Several more tendrils emerged, assailing Hermione's wand. Fiendfire. She dealt with the attacking vines by incinerating them with flames. Mirabel chuckled deeply at the sight. After all, this girl was a most delightful adversary. Even in jest, time would not be wasted without such an enjoyable opponent. Ha! Well done, Granger. You handled that splendidly. Of course, I have learned much. Well, your tactics are quite clever. No sooner had she spoken than Mirabel advanced step by step closer to Hermione, striking down with her wand. Hermione's wand was swiftly lifted along with her right hand. Exposing her helplessness, Mirabel pressed her wand against her chest, grinning widely, refraining from launching a follow-up attack. Look, you have lost. No, that is quite cunning. You attack me directly. Humph. What Lockhart referred to as disarming your opponent. Thus, it is indeed a fine strategy, Granger. I offered Hermione a sly smile, which she met with puffed cheeks, signifying her displeasure. Then Hermione lunged towards Mirabel's wand, perhaps irritated by its simplicity. Yet, Mirabel swiftly seized her collar, flipping her feet and sending Hermione tumbling to the ground. I merely taught you that in all matters, one must learn to be adaptable. You are far too rigid. This. Hermione pounced once more, but Mirabel remained calm. I grasped Hermione's arm, and with a gentle twist, her body defied gravity as she floated upward, crashing to the ground. This was not magic, but rather a technique of using the opponent's strength against them. Moreover, I am confident that even unarmed, I am sufficiently strong. You shall not emerge victorious in combat. Hermione rubbed her behind, tears welling in her eyes from the hard landing. She awaited Hermione's next move, her lips curving in an amused twist. Unsurprisingly, This girl was a rough diamond. Presently, she was merely a typical blockhead. Yet this girl could transform into her own adaptable self with the right guidance. Most importantly, her core strength lay in her unwavering resolve, refusing to yield even in such circumstances. Even without combat experience, engaging with an opponent of such caliber was exhilarating. I was thrilled. However, Lockhart's voice interrupted the joyous moment. Stop, stop. Clearly, Mirabel and Hermione engaged in a battle that disregarded the established rules. When the situation grew intriguing, Mirabel appeared quite displeased at being interrupted, while Hermione seemed to exude a sense of relief. It was as if she had truly lost, yet even so, she managed to avert the loss of her wand. This brought me a sense of comfort. Mirabel patted Hermione on the shoulder and spoke in a tone only she could hear. You may challenge me to a duel at any time, with no time constraints, Granger. Ha. After that, nothing particularly captured Mirabel's attention, and I proceeded as per my knowledge. Malfoy summoned a snake, which Harry promptly dispelled using a serpent tongue, raising suspicions about his lineage as the heir of both Harry Potter and Slytherin. Naturally, the dueling club could not continue amidst such chaos, and was promptly concluded. Chapter 26, The False Mirabel. Following the dissolution of the dueling club, most students regarded Harry as the heir of Slytherin. Harry denied this assertion, yet he undeniably possessed the unusual talent of Parseltongue. The ability to manipulate snakes, Parseltongue, was considered a gift exclusive to Slytherin's lineage, and Harry was the only individual in the school capable of speaking it. This was an unreasonable situation, leading to doubts about him. Moreover, to exacerbate the suspicion, Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had a confrontation with Harry, became a victim, and Harry was the first to discover him. It was a dire moment, as if someone were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Due to these occurrences, Harry found himself evaded and ostracized throughout the school. However, two friends believed Harry was not the heir. With their assistance, Harry began the quest to uncover the true successor. His plan was to utilize Polyjuice Potion to transform into a Slytherin and extract information from Malfoy. They were convinced that Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. From now on, you will need to acquire a part of the person you intend to transform into. Well, just the hair, that is all you require. Of course, you should obtain it from Goyle and Crabbe. They are friends of Malfoy, so he might discuss anything with them. Harry and Ron grimaced at Hermione's explanation, their distaste surfacing prominently. No matter how much I need it, I do not wish to consume Goyle and Crabbe's hair. But the pressing question remained. Whose hair would Hermione require? Harry inquired curiously. But what about yours? Whose hair do you need? I already have mine. Upon hearing Harry's question, Hermione proudly announced, extracting a small vial from her pocket. Inside was a strand of beautiful hair, reminiscent of spun gold. Whose hair is that? Mirabel Beresford. Good heavens. How on earth did you acquire such a thing? The mention of that daunting name rendered their faces pale, and they inquired about how she had obtained the hair. Extracting her hair was as challenging and terrifying as plucking Snape's. Hermione beamed with pride, having anticipated this inquiry. Do you remember? During the duel, coincidentally, it seemed my robe had some fur. She appeared to be heading home for the Christmas holidays, and if anyone suspected her, a mere threat would suffice to dissuade any investigation. After all, everyone fears her. But will this work? Beresford and Malfoy seem to have a poor relationship. That is inconsequential. For Malfoy fears Beresford. If he feels threatened, he will divulge a great deal. Harry and his friends set out to collect Goyle and Crabbe's hair. The method was absurdly simple. Place a chocolate cake laced with sleeping potion where they could see it, enticing them to eat it. Even when placed on the staircase railing, clearly uncomfortable, they devoured it without hesitation and fell asleep. He plucked the fool's hair and then hurried back to the bathroom where Hermione awaited. All right, understood. He placed the hair into a glass. Adding the hairs to 3 prepared glasses, the potion within began to bubble and change color. Harry's concoction, transformed into Goyle's essence, was a khaki liquid reminiscent of mucus. Ron's turned into a viscous, deep brown liquid akin to excrement. Meanwhile, the potion intended to transform Hermione into Mirabel was a glaringly useless bright gold. Despite being liquid, it shimmered with a strong self-asserting character. It was a hue that truly reflected Mirabel's personality. Are you sure you want to drink this? Mine not only resembles it, but also smells. Don't dawdle. Drink up. Harry and Ron recoiled at the sight of such a filthy and disgusting liquid. In contrast, Hermione seemed unfazed, even urging them both to hurry. It was difficult to ascertain whether her potion was colored, but at least it did not exude a repulsive image. Just pick one. Not at all. Beresford appeared quite enchanting in appearance. As the two complained, they entered different rooms while pinching their noses to consume the potion. The taste? Well, best not to mention it. After completing the transformation, he shed the ill-fitting clothes and donned the garments Hermione had prepared in advance. When Harry fully emerged as Goyle from the cubicle, he had transformed into Mirabel, or rather, Hermione masquerading as her. It seems you have succeeded. You truly resemble Goyle. Beresford would not be so congenial. Indeed. I thought the same upon gazing into the mirror. As they spoke, Ron, disguised as Crabbe, appeared and whispered, I am astonished by this disguise. While examining himself in the mirror, Ron stroked Crabbe's flattened nose, assuming various expressions. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione also made diverse facial gestures, striving to emulate the authenticity as much as possible. Hey, can you get accustomed to Beresford? Both men gave a grunt towards Hermione, who turned to request their confirmation. Observing closely, it was evident that Mirabel genuinely appeared charming. Her appearance as a young lady was decidedly refreshing. Well, Beresford is more contemptuous of others. Then tell me what is amusing about it. Is that so, Harry? Your expression has grown more serious. Ha! Harry and Ron nodded, roaring with laughter. Incorrect. Somewhat different. It is not half-baked, for the sense of dissonance is far too prevalent. Somehow, in this false Mirabel, the allure of the genuine's intimidation and curse was utterly absent. No. Of course, she is an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, merely possessing that seems sufficient to captivate men, yet something always feels amiss. No matter how hard she pondered, Hermione could not arrive at an answer. For now, deceiving Malfoy was the priority. Everything else could be contemplated later. Most importantly, time was of the essence, and not a moment could be squandered. The trio resolved to leap from the bathroom and make their way directly to Slytherin House. Hermione appeared to recall the location. Her steps light. The only issue was the password before the door. For some reason, Hermione had already deduced that the password was pureblood. Descending the staircase that led to the basement, they made a turn. Up to this point, everything had transpired smoothly. However, there, they unfortunately encountered a student, a girl named Mirabel. She was a second-year Slytherin with a distinctive brown hairstyle. Hermione and the others recognized her face among the multitude of students. She was the only one unafraid of Mirabel and, indeed, the only one who counted the golden-haired girl as a friend. She must have been one of the students at Hogwarts who understood Mirabel the best, Edith Raynagle. Raynagle, one might say. Whatever you're doing in front of the Slytherin dormitory, I thought you were supposed to be home for Christmas. Well, I just remembered something urgent, which is why I returned to school for a brief period. Edith's skeptical gaze lingered, yet she seemed reluctant to pursue the matter further. Hermione slipped past her, evading her scrutiny, and hurried towards the dormitory. Goyle and Crabbe trailed behind Mirabel, and Edith's eyes sharpened perceptibly. Perhaps they felt uneasy about this unusual assembly. Following that discontented gaze, the three stood before the dormitory door, chanting the pure-blooded slogan as they entered. The only one remaining was Edith, who continued to gaze in the direction the trio had departed, remaining stationary and muttering under her breath. Mirabel's words struck me as the most discordant. Raynagle, you say? Chapter 27, An Alliance. Harry and his friends had even contravened school regulations to infiltrate Slytherin, yet ultimately gleaned nothing of value. The only piece of information they obtained was that Malfoy was not the heir. This was hardly good news for them, as they had presumed Malfoy to be the one. But if Malfoy was not the heir, then who else could be suspected? There was indeed another candidate, Mirabel Beresford, notwithstanding her views being entirely opposed to pureblood ideology. However, the trio had misjudged. If she were to control the monster of Slytherin, her first targets would undoubtedly be Gilderoy Lockhart and Draco Malfoy. For the moment, we were entirely squandering our time. In the infuriating Myrtle's restroom, awaiting the potion's effects to dissipate, Mirabel, no, Hermione. They had ample time, thanks to Hermione's meticulous preliminary research. Were it not for her, they might have wasted time searching for the Slytherin dormitory. After all, it was Hermione alone who had conducted this investigation. Yet, that did not imply that everything she did was flawless. Hermione had made two fatal errors. Then, a sound of footsteps echoed, following the direction of the sound. It was the girl they had previously seen in front of the Slytherin dormitory, Edith Raynagle. Mirabel, may I speak with you? What? Very few ventured into this restroom. Nevertheless, Edith had come here, for she was a friend of Mirabel. This was Hermione's first mistake, ultimately rendering Mirabel the object of disguise. Mirabel Beresford stood out in any case. Her striking appearance and unique aura were undeniable. Whatever imitation Hermione attempted was but a pale shadow, particularly when it came to that haughty, self-assured demeanor. Judging by the circumstances surrounding this investigation, it was evidently a misjudgment in personnel selection. I thought something was amiss. Besides, I'm curious how the two of you are together. Hermione was a clever girl, yet she was not particularly resilient to surprises. At the very least, her wit surpassed that of the average person, and compared to Ron, one could say she possessed ample adaptability. However, she lacked Harry's innate talent and decisiveness. Thus, when ensnared in such a predicament, she felt a profound sense of vulnerability. Even so, She contemplated a phrase Mirabel might utter. "Oh, this is none of your concern, Edith. What I do is entirely my own business." This was a likely remark from Mirabel. And importantly, it could avert unnecessary scrutiny. Even if bombarded with questions, if she merely stated it was tedious, she might have navigated through it. Mirabel's selfishness was her strength in such moments. Yet, Hermione failed to notice that, at this juncture, she had made another grievous error. That error was articulated by Edith, yielding immediate consequences. Well, in retrospect, what's wrong? You're not Mirabel. Hermione inhaled deeply, hastily glancing into the mirror. The reflection was as it had been before, a golden-haired beauty. In other words, the polyjuice potion had yet to complete its transformation. However, this action was also a fatal blunder. After all, at this moment, confirming her appearance was akin to tacitly affirming the other's assertion. What are you saying? What is wrong with me? The charade had reached its conclusion. To be candid, during their conversation in front of the dormitory, she had scarcely noticed. Now, Hermione realized that during their earlier exchange, Edith had already begun to harbor doubts about her. Another grave error was the cause. It was precisely this that led Edith to suspicion. Mirabel, you've never referred to me by my surname, Reynagel. This was her surname. Mirabel had always called her simply Edith. At this point, Hermione recognized her blunder. Indeed, upon reflection, Mirabel had never addressed her by her surname. She always referred to her as Edith. This would be an irreversible mistake. The only course of action was to ensure that Edith remained oblivious to their true identities. The false Mirabel had been unveiled. Yet Edith still did not comprehend who they were. In such a case, they merely needed to escape from here. After all, transforming into another was an unforgivable violation of school rules. Should Snape or McGonagall discover them, there would be no doubt they would lose over 100 points. And in the worst-case scenario, face expulsion from the school. However, Ron, failing to grasp the atmosphere, voiced his frustration. "What are you doing, Hermione? You're hurting me." "Ugh, you idiot." Hermione panicked, for Ron had revealed his name, but it was already too late. Edith's eyes widened in astonishment, and she scrutinized the three of them, seemingly coming to a realization. "I see, Hermione Granger. Well, if one thinks calmly, Mirabel and you are the only second-year students adept at impersonating others. Therefore, one of the two behind you must be Harry Potter?" Oh no. Flight was now futile. She released her grip from Ron's mouth. Now that it had come to this, it was as if their fates were entirely in her hands. To avoid being penalized or expelled, they could only pray that Edith would not expose them. I'm very sorry." "Then why?" "To uncover who the heir of Slytherin is and prevent further casualties." Edith appeared bewildered by Hermione's words. She had seized upon this quiet time during the Christmas holiday, which implied that Hermione had already identified the heir's target. Otherwise, efficiency would be too low. After all, most of the Slytherins, including Mirabel, have returned home by now. Even if there are heirs, the likelihood of mingling with returning students is quite significant. Indeed, we presume that Malfoy was that heir. Malfoy? No. Edith waved her hand, dismissing Hermione's assertion that Malfoy was the heir. He is undoubtedly a proponent of pureblood supremacy, yet he is not as radical as one might think. More accurately, he lacks the courage to get his hands dirty. In essence, he is merely a braggart. Malfoy does not possess the audacity to commit murder. He generally exudes arrogance. But in truth, he is a coward. Yes, but Malfoy's family has been Slytherin for generations, and he takes pride in that lineage. When Mrs. Norris passed away, he was the first to express delight. But that is fundamentally wrong, isn't it? You should have verified this. Hermione fell silent at Edith's precise rebuttal. Naturally, regardless of their opinions, Malfoy is innocent, and Hermione had to concede her error. Hermione remarked to Edith, who shrugged in surprise. "However, despite being wrong this time, I am still determined to find the heir of Slytherin. Please do not inform the professors about this, even if you say that." If this were a typical violation of school rules, Edith would not mind, such as wandering about at midnight. But this situation is different. Masquerading as Slytherin to infiltrate the dormitory is a matter that cannot be overlooked. If this is allowed to slide, and a similar incident occurs again, it would pose a problem and potentially undermine the trust among Slytherin students. To prevent such occurrences in the future, it would be prudent to report this to the professors as soon as possible. You know the school rules, right? Edith sighed, attempting to exit the restroom. But Hermione quickly embraced her, halting her movement. If we let her approach the professors, we would effectively be expelled from the school. In any case, we must prevent her from doing so. Wait, I do not like you. You possess no redeeming qualities. I apologize for masquerading as your friend. So wait. Edith turned to face Hermione. To be honest, Edith was not particularly fond of this girl. Hermione was Muggle-born, exceptionally skilled, and even favored by the teachers. Even Mirabel acknowledged her as an exception. It seemed that Mirabel enjoyed the dueling club battles from beginning to end. One could be certain that she had lost a friend because of Hermione. The mere thought of it stirred a dark jealousy within her. Now, one can await expulsion. Their fates are now in their own hands. If she desired their expulsion, she could easily achieve it. But is that enough? Is that truly what she wants? I do not like Hermione, but that is merely rooted in jealousy. Would I truly be pleased to be expelled from school over this? I dislike her. So I would cast her out. How is that different from Malfoy? To revel in their misfortune and bask in delight. What distinguishes that from Voldemort? There is no difference. This is precisely the notion of the weak that Mirabel despises most. Cowards deserve such fates. I am not weak. I gritted my teeth as I faced Hermione. It does not matter. This girl is someone even Mirabel acknowledges. In that case, I shall uncover the essence of that power. I will make Mirabel understand. I will assert that I will catch up to her. Very well, I will not speak to the professors about you. Huh, really? But I have a condition. Allow me to assist you in locating that heir of Slytherin. Hermione stared, wide-eyed, at Edith's proposal, her expression seemingly questioning why. Edith, a Slytherin. From the pure-blooded Renagle family for 3 generations, puzzled over why she would bother participating in the search. Why? This does not concern you. Not all Slytherins are pure-blooded. In fact, approximately 30 are half-blood or muggle-born. This implies that if that monster remains unmonitored, we Slytherins could very well become victims. Conversely, due to Slytherin, she might be eliminated as an impurity. Hermione nodded at Edith's insistence, glancing at Harry. Harry calmly nodded in agreement. Very well, Edith. Let us work together to find the monster of Slytherin. You need not change how you address me now, Granger. Pleased to meet you. You may call me Hermione. Edith and Hermione joined forces, accepting the truce. The interests of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students aligned. Harry approached and extended his hand. Well, it appears that Slytherin indeed has individuals like you. I had presumed all Slytherins were akin to Malfoy. Well, there are indeed many radicals. Mirabel is one. But her radicalism differs from theirs. Extending hands to eliminate mutual animosity. Slytherin and Gryffindor are natural adversaries, yet they have now united. In a situation where they do not yet know who will be sacrificed, they are friends within the same school. If anyone brings up the usual conflicts and refuses to cooperate, they either lack understanding of the situation or are pure-blooded. On this day, the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor, who had been perpetually quarreling, secretly allied. All for the sake of this school. This is to protect our school. Chapter 28, The Monster. The Christmas holidays concluded, and months passed. Strangely, after Justin was petrified, the incidents ceased abruptly, seemingly returning to the ordinary tranquility of days gone by. Some students breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained in fear, and some continued to harbor doubts about Harry. As for Lockhart, he seemed to unfoundedly believe that it was thanks to him that the harm had abated. As time passed with no leads, Harry fortuitously came into possession of a diary. It belonged to a person named Tom Riddle, a mysterious diary that bore instructions for contacting him via written correspondence. Surprisingly, Tom Riddle was the very individual who had ended the monster's rampage 50 years prior, as well as the student responsible for expelling the creature from school. Harry discovered this through the diary. He now knew who had released the monster 50 years ago. Unfortunately, that individual was someone he was familiar with. It was Hagrid. Harry spoke before his 3 friends gathered in the library. I witnessed the events of the past, the entire story. 13-year-old Hagrid had a gigantic, furry creature at school. It attacked Tom Riddle, who accused it. And then the monster escaped. Perhaps Riddle had misidentified the true culprit. Perhaps another monster had attacked everyone. Yet even so, he seemed unwilling to question the fact that Hagrid had kept a monster at school. After all, he was well aware of Hagrid's affinity for and desire to keep creatures of that ilk. Last year, he had illegally kept a dragon, resulting in Harry and Hermione being deducted points for merely helping it. How many monsters reside within Hogwarts? Ron urged Hermione to remain silent. He did not believe that Hagrid had attempted to harm anyone, yet he pondered that, were it Hagrid, he would undoubtedly be enchanted by the creature's endearing qualities. This was the reason for his expulsion. However, Edith interjected. Harry, just to clarify, is this creature furry, and does it possess multiple legs? Yes, he replied. It's large and elongated, and its repulsive legs are still writhing. Upon discerning the creature's description from Harry, Edith contemplatively lowered her gaze. There was no doubt. It was indeed a monster. They might even pose a threat to humans. Yet, Edith couldn't shake off her discomfort regarding this creature. It may not be a Slytherin's monster. Edith, what troubles you? Hermione inquired nervously, having overheard Edith's musings. She likely wished to avoid implicating Hagrid as the culprit. Edith discreetly nodded towards the girl beside her, elucidating her thoughts. Harry, you are deemed the heir of Slytherin because you can converse in the serpent's tongue, correct? Yes, that's true, but... And the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent, which implies that speaking the language of snakes is a hallmark of the heir. Is that sufficient? Harry couldn't find the subject particularly riveting, expressing his distaste with a grimace. But it's crucial, Edith insisted, aware that it might make him uncomfortable. Yet it was imperative he listened. And Harry, you heard a voice on Halloween that no one else did, right? What's the matter? I did not do anything. I know. The important thing is that you alone heard it. Did that voice not utter the words, "I will kill you"? Shortly thereafter, the crime occurred. If so, it is highly probable that it was the creature's voice. Thus far, Hermione was the only one to grasp Edith's line of reasoning. She covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Edith. On the contrary, Harry furrowed his brow at the topic, as it evoked unpleasant memories for him. Even Ron was reaching for his wand. Should Edith regard Harry as the perpetrator, he would be prepared to cast a spell upon him. Only Harry, who speaks Parseltongue, could hear that voice, leading me to believe the creature is likely a snake. Now, returning to our earlier discussion, is Hagrid's pet monster a snake? No, I can't see clearly. But it is not a snake. It has legs. Yes, of course. If it were a monster, it wouldn't be the case that only Harry could hear the voice. In other words, Hagrid's pet and the monster are two distinct entities. After hearing this, Harry seemed to comprehend. Yeah, how did I not notice that sooner? Only I, the Parseltongue, could hear that voice. However, only Ron remained impatient, rolling his eyes and even huffing as he stood from his chair. I get it. After all, you want to pin the blame on Harry. You're a Slytherin, after all. Ron, no? She merely speculated about the identity of the monster. She did not intend to make Harry the scapegoat. Hermione, you have been deceived by this thing. Ron, in essence, was an adversary who stood in stark contrast to the Slytherin students. Just as Malfoy harbored animosity solely for being a Gryffindor, Ron unconditionally bore hostility towards Slytherin. He did not hesitate to draw his wand, pointing its tip menacingly at Edith. He would not truly attack her, but his wand was defective. Having been damaged by a whomping willow on the first day of school, now merely a piece of junk reinforced with tape, Edith held her breath, bracing herself, as the volatile object pointed at her. Yet, at that moment, a pale arm surged in from the side, seizing Ron's wand. Well, worse than a toy wand, Weasley. Is this all your family could provide you, a broken wand? A white arm grasped the wand aimed at Edith. Edith turned her gaze towards the arm and beheld her friend, who had distanced herself since that incident, or more accurately, someone she had been avoiding. Mirabel Barrowford stood there, wearing her usual nonchalant expression. Do not wave such a defective product around. She then took the wand and crushed it. The fragments of the wand fell uselessly to the ground. This is no longer a wand. You can borrow one from the school. Ignoring Ron, who was left in shock before the shattered wand, Mirabel departed. As she left, Edith observed her face for a moment, still struggling to discern her true intentions from those golden eyes. Perhaps it was merely Edith's imagination. Yet there seemed to be a hint of something deeper, a nuance that only she could perceive, almost an emotion akin to anger reflected in her gaze. Then, several seconds after her departure, Edith suddenly realized. Could it be that she was angry because Ron pointed his wand at me? In a panic, Edith glanced towards the direction Mirabel had gone, but it was too late. She was gone, and the opportunity to inquire about her true intentions had slipped away. But what if she denied it? Fearful, Edith could not chase after Mirabel, left alone with her thoughts. Chapter 29, The Petrified Edith. For months had passed since Justin and nearly headless Nick had been attacked. Hogwarts was gradually regaining its vitality, as no new assaults had occurred during that time. Rosita had a saying, forgetting and smiling was far superior to remembering and lamenting. The students were attempting to forget the terror of the air. The culprit remained undiscovered. Yet most students held an unfounded belief that it would not emerge again. However, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Edith continued their pursuit of the true identity of the air. And Easter Day was no exception. As usual, the four gathered at a table in the library, exchanging ideas. Wouldn't it be better to ask Hagrid? We're at a dead end, Ron said, closing his book. They were currently investigating the identity of the monster. So far, there were two candidates, the furry creature Harry had seen in the diary and the snake Edith speculated about, with the former being the more likely. After all, the snake was merely Edith's conjecture, while Harry had indeed seen that furry creature in past glimpses. In other words, its existence was at least confirmed. If the furry creature were Slytherin's monster, then Hagrid would be the one who knew it best. Do we really want to ask Hagrid what he was expelled for? Harry asked reluctantly. For Hagrid, the memories of his expulsion might be the most painful to recall. In fact, whenever Harry and the others tried to inquire, he would deliberately steer the conversation away from the topic, making every effort to avoid discussing it. Well, I think we should investigate in the direction of the snake Edith mentioned. Please, Hermione. That's just speculation, isn't it? We should focus more on the furry creature Harry saw. Ron was not wrong, but something had caught Hermione's attention. Harry's description of the furry creature and Edith's speculation, she said, flipping through her book. Hermione believed the latter's possibility was greater. Uncertain of the reasons behind her feelings, Hermione found herself troubled when she encountered the word snake. As if something had lodged itself within her mind, though she could not discern what it was. It felt akin to losing the final piece of a complex puzzle. Such were Hermione's thoughts. Well, the creatures had best remain silent. We have a Quidditch match next week, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Edith expressed her frustration at Harry, who eagerly declared he could hardly wait for the match. Slytherin had already succumbed to Gryffindor, and should Gryffindor advance further, Slytherin would forfeit the trophy. If Gryffindor were to lose to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, Slytherin would still have a chance of victory, albeit a faint one. After all, Harry's prowess had reached a level even Mirabel acknowledged. As they conversed about various matters, time slipped away. Hermione glanced at her watch and stood up. It was time for class. Oh, has it come to this already? Indeed. See you later, Edith. Hermione departed the library with Harry and Ron, with Edith trailing behind. Their next class was a joint session with Ravenclaw. They traversed the seemingly endless corridors and ascended the staircases adorned with inconsequential designs, making their way to the classroom. Along the way, Edith heard an eerie slithering sound. She looked up and scanned her surroundings, but saw nothing particularly alarming. No, in fact, most students had already entered the classroom, and there was hardly a soul in sight. Yet, in such solitude, the slithering sound echoed once more in her ears, causing her heart to race. This isn't just my imagination. Her first thought was that it might be Peeves' mischief. However, Edith promptly discarded that notion. Peeves had been thoroughly reprimanded by Mirabel in their first year, and even his friends dared not approach him. Then she considered Malfoy's antics, but it didn't feel like that. Edith mused. I cannot articulate it well, but a profound chill enveloped me. Something within me was weeping. This was not mere childish prankery. I know not what it is, but it would be dire if I do not leave this place. Acting on instinct, Edith fled the scene. Regardless, the teachers were somewhere nearby. I must go there. Even panting, she sprinted through the corridors. Yet, the slithering sound persisted, seemingly following her. Speaking of which, Edith turned and dashed towards the window. If that was the case, class was secondary. I cannot afford to stop even if points are deducted. She leapt out of the window, heading towards the storage room. The first-year flying training session must be filled with many brooms. With one of those brooms, she could soar into the sky. If the air were to attack me up there, they would be exposed before the entire school. At least, that is what I believed. Then, she reached the window, placing her hands on the frame. In that moment, all she thought to do was to open the window and escape. The scene behind her was mirrored in the glass. Edith beheld it. I saw it, a creature. A desperate whimper escaped her lips. What lay behind her? It was a colossal serpent. A forked, crimson tongue flicked from its maw, and its massive body stretched an impressive 15 meters. Its slick, green skin glistened, and its vertically slit, yellow pupils glinted ominously. The instant she laid eyes upon it, Edith's body lost all autonomy. From her fingertips to her toes, her senses gradually dulled, and even her consciousness slipped away. At this juncture, Edith felt an unwavering conviction. After all, her instincts had not led her astray. Yet, the realization came too late. From this moment forth, I suspect I may lack the time to reveal the truth to Hermione and the others. Mirabel. Even she herself did not comprehend the significance of the name she uttered in hushed tones. Was she subconsciously seeking help? Unbeknownst to her, Edith's consciousness faded, and her body became motionless, as though turned to stone. Gradually, she collapsed onto the floor. Chapter 30. Panic. The school buzzed with the same clamor as 4 months prior. No, perhaps it was even more chaotic than before. Besides the creatures believed to have been subdued, stirring once more, the most pressing concern for students was that the victim was from Slytherin. There was an unspoken assumption that only Slytherin students would remain untouched. As it was dubbed the Slytherin monster, a notion now overturned. Consequently, even Slytherin students succumbed to uncontrollable panic, engulfed by terror. Why? Shouldn't Slytherin be immune to attacks? Why would a Slytherin heir target a fellow Slytherin? I can no longer endure this school. I must return home. Horrified cries echoed throughout, as everyone reacted with alarm. At the center of the turmoil lay Edith's silent, petrified form. No one dared approach the stone-like Edith. She lay on the floor, surrounded by a circle of fearful students who maintained their distance. Even when teachers attempted to reach her, the panicked students paid no heed, only escalating the commotion. However, a singular voice surfaced above the chaos, commanding attention. Do not panic, you fools. Amidst the uproar, that clear voice, oddly resonant, reached the ears of all present. It brought a hush over the students, allowing them to regain a modicum of composure. The power to command hearts. As if the voice itself held an enchanting quality, it exerted control over the anxiety like the roar of royalty. In this school, only one individual possessed such authority. Make way. Oh, miss. The voice's owner, Mirabel, forcefully parted the crowd of students, entering the circle and kneeling beside the fallen Edith. After assessing the situation, she confirmed that Edith was, for the time being, not dead. The eyes of the Slytherin monster, the basilisk, were exceedingly perilous. To gaze directly into them meant immediate death. However, by averting one's gaze, the fatal effects could be mitigated, allowing for a petrified resolution instead. Edith had seen the reflection of the basilisk's eyes in the window. Thus, she had not perished. But the pressing question remained. Why had she been targeted? Beresford. What is the meaning of this? It was quite simple. The monster attacks those of non-pure blood, and Slytherin is no exception. Mirabel calmly addressed Malfoy's terrified inquiry. Upon reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend why Edith had been assaulted. She was not of pure blood. If one contemplated closely, the clues had been evident from the beginning. Mirabel distinctly recalled the words spoken when she first encountered Edith at last year's sorting ceremony. Hey, miss. Upon your sorting, do you possess an extraordinary lineage? Oh, my name is Edith Reinhardt. I hail from a pure-blood family with 3 generations of heritage. The first voice. She suddenly felt a concern for her lineage, thus invoking her pure-blood status. In hindsight, how absurd that seemed. Surely, it was a desperate plea. I am of pure blood. So please do not discriminate. The disdain for non-pure blood was a prevailing trend within Slytherin, as they were deemed of dirty blood. Perhaps Edith understood this all too well. This elucidates the reason behind such an unnatural self-introduction. Even within Slytherin, there exist students of non-pure blood lineage. Yet, such individuals would never openly declare their status. They feign their heritage, deceitfully claiming to be of pure blood, all the while mocking those of Muggle descent. Secretly fearful of the moment when their true nature might be unveiled, some of them have navigated their school years in this manner. The more I reflect on her words, the more the implications become apparent. No, to think that one would audaciously demand attention for their actions while perpetuating lies must be an agonizing endeavor. I find myself wishing for someone to acknowledge and affirm it. However, Mirabel coldly severed the facade that Edith had unwittingly revealed. This precipitated a widening chasm between them, leading to their estrangement. Is this the case? Does it imply that Edith harbors tainted blood? To be assailed is a matter of course. Deceiving the pure-blooded is indeed vile. Malfoy, who had been reveling in his words, suddenly fell silent. Without warning, his head flew from his shoulders. No, this cannot be. His neck felt intact. In an instant, Malfoy sensed a chilling intent to kill, as if his head had been severed. This was not madness. The fear was compelling enough to convince him that should he persist in his utterances, it would indeed come to pass. Malfoy felt it. Mirabel did not even spare a glance at the rigid Malfoy. She gently cradled Edith's still body and softly declared, I shall not retract my previous words, Edith. This is the mindset of a contemptible weakling. I lifted Edith in my arms, glaring at those around us. Then, as if nothing had transpired, I departed the scene. Not a single voice was raised, for in that moment, her demeanor conveyed to all that should they dare to touch her, they would surely meet their demise. Each person who had been subjected to her glare instinctively touched their necks. Chapter 31. She is the monster of Slytherin. A week later, the eagerly anticipated day of the Quidditch match arrived. Students had gathered in the stands, and the players were readying themselves. Even on such a day, Hermione did not join the cheering section but remained in the library, engrossed in her studies. Of course, her endeavors were not merely aimless. There was a definitive purpose. The identity of the Slytherin monster had been unveiled. Indeed, Edith was correct. The book she was perusing depicted a colossal serpent creature. Its name was Basilisk, known as the Serpent King, a loathsome creature that claimed lives with mere eye contact. Hermione took considerable time to reach a conclusion. If this were true, then when Edith first proposed the serpent as an answer, had they heeded her suggestion, the quest for the monster should have concluded right then. Yet, Hermione had not believed her. Somewhere in their hearts, they harbored doubts about Edith, the Slytherin student, thinking her perspective was meant to deceive them. How ironic. The fact that Edith had been attacked finally led Hermione to conviction. Oh, you're in Gryffindor. What are you doing here? The Quidditch match is about to commence, you know? Hermione was interrupted by a voice from beside her. The owner of the voice was an older Ravenclaw student. Hermione recalled her name as Penelope Clearwater. Adorned with a prefect badge, she must have been patrolling the library. Her expression bore discontent, clearly eager to attend the match. Prefect, I understand. You must inform your teachers immediately. The Slytherin monster is indeed a basilisk. The prefect gasped in surprise at Hermione's unexpected revelation. Is that true? Yes. We must notify the professors at once. Knowing what it is will facilitate handling the situation. In that case, it is imperative to inform Professor McGonagall so that the entire school can be mobilized. If we know not to make direct eye contact, the survival rate will significantly increase. All right, let's go. Before that, Hermione handed a hand mirror to the hastily moving prefect. The most terrifying aspect of the basilisk lies in its cornered presence. Should one wait around a corner, they would inevitably make direct eye contact with it. However, with a mirror, one can check before turning the corner. And even if it is indeed there, they would merely be petrified. Use this when you turn. Understood. We shall take all possible precautions. Afterward, they dashed toward the stadium. The two, each holding a mirror in one hand, exited the library. Hermione reached the first bend and attempted to check the mirror. However, a voice interrupted her, as if it had been waiting for the opportune moment. Don't look, Granger. The voice was familiar. As anticipated, Mirabel was there. She stood with her arms crossed against the wall, wearing the same audacious smile. She offered Hermione a wry grin, who, feeling disturbed, pointed her thumb at the Ravenclaw prefect. Do you wish to end up like that girl? Huh. When she hurriedly glanced at the prefect, she found her lying motionless on the floor, just as Mirabel had indicated. Although she had certainly been moving moments ago, she now resembled a corpse. Hermione was not so obtuse as to not comprehend the implications. Her complexion turned pale as she muttered, "It can't be. Oh, it's in the corner over there. Now that you know, please close your eyes." No need for further words. Hermione immediately shut her eyes and crouched down. After confirming, Mirabel also closed her eyes and emerged from the corner, facing the basilisk. The view was obstructed, but it mattered not. The oppressive sensation on their skin, the piercing intent to kill, and the slithering sounds of the serpent all signaled the enemy's presence. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Slytherin's foolish legacy. Hiss, hiss. The hissing sound seemed to emanate from the serpent's mouth, but Mirabel, not fluent in Parseltongue, could not comprehend the words. Yet, even without spoken language, she could infer the basilisk's intent from its chilling malice. Can you hardly contain your desire to slay me? Hiss. The adversary moved within the confines of their obscured vision, intensifying the pressure. The wind whipped through her hair, and the swelling intent to kill surged forth. Clearly, it seemed to recognize her as an enemy and lunged towards her. However, Mirabel remained undeterred. She slightly shifted her body, evading the basilisk strike, and instead, she swiftly turned her wand. Foggy mist. She cast a spell to obscure the opponent's vision and shield the basilisk's eyes. The conditions now became a 50-50 chance. Transforming into a battle in the darkness, both parties concealed. The basilisk still possessed a sense of smell, even though its sight was obstructed. Thus, by sealing its vision, they could gain the upper hand for the first time. Mirabel retrieved a bomb from her pocket, purchased from a prank shop, and hurled it with the guidance of sound and signal. It detonated at the tip of its nose, the noxious stench driving both the basilisk and Mirabel's olfactory senses into chaos. The Weasley twins' favorite mischievous companion, dung bombs. Suddenly, the basilisk, deprived of sight and scent, became disoriented, remaining utterly still. The basilisk, a serpent with keen vision and olfactory senses, was devoid of any means to perceive heat. In other words, the basilisk could scarcely locate Mirabel. Mirabel would never overlook that fleeting moment of emptiness. Over there, she activated a non-verbal slicing spell, casting her magic upon the immense serpent. In an instant, the wand transformed into a rapier, effortlessly slicing through the basilisk's scales, blood gushing forth. As the creature let out a piercing scream, Hermione recoiled further in fear. Roar. Hiss. Where are you aiming? I relied on the creature's presence, once more wielding my wand to cleave it. Strike. Strike. Triple hit. The basilisk's body became drenched in its own blood, the corridor stained crimson. Yet, Mirabel showed no mercy, leaping forth from in front of the basilisk. She relentlessly struck its face with spell after spell. Hisses. This battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. In truth, the disparity between Mirabel and the basilisk was not as vast as one might expect. What, then, set them apart? The basilisk had not feasted for nearly 50 years and was gravely weakened. Initially, the creature perceived Mirabel to be of the same caliber as the students it had previously slain, treating her with a lack of seriousness. Its vision obscured, body torn asunder. Ultimately, even its greatest weapon, its eyes, were severed. Observing from above, Mirabel's pet, Peter the Mouse, leaped onto her shoulder, letting out a cry. Subsequently, Mirabel smiled, as if entirely convinced of her impending victory, her golden eyes wide open. No longer needing to obstruct her view, the Serpent King was now blind. Humph, a repugnant basilisk. Does it even deserve to be called a king of serpents? I am the true Serpent King of Slytherin. Mirabel gazed down at the creature, a wicked grin adorning her face. A bloodied corpse, a shattered eye, a figure disoriented and attempting to flee. If one were to behold it, they might not even need to contemplate who the victor was. However, Mirabel did not relent. If she could comprehend the serpent's tongue, she would undoubtedly realize the basilisk was begging for its life. This was not her intention. She was manipulated by the air. Mirabel could surmise what the basilisk was uttering. Yet, even with this knowledge, Mirabel would not cease. She continued her assault without a hint of hesitation, nor a shred of compassion. This was because she had once battled Voldemort, and the pig-like screams of the Dark Lord had filled her with satisfaction. She would not be content until she had utterly crushed her opponent. The stronger the adversary, the greater her sense of superiority, the more she admired the opponent's clumsy attempts. Witnessing the basilisk fall from above, pitifully startled, I could not help but revel in delight. More importantly, it encroached upon one of Mirabel's few beloved pursuits. She could not disregard such a presence. Come now, scurry around shamelessly, basilisk. What unfolds here is not a battle. It is a one-sided slaughter performance. And I shall only torment you. Thus, she declared, brandishing her wand. Blood mist stained Mirabel's form, scattered throughout the corridor. Scream. The trunk was torn open. Exposed flesh excavated by her wand, eliciting agonizing cries. Scream. Set its body ablaze with fire spells. Deliver electric shocks into its maw. Encase it in ice and shatter it. Strike, kick, tear, knock down, and strike again. She would not kill an opponent who had lost the will to fight in one fell swoop. Instead, she inflicted a series of horrifying attacks, prolonging their suffering. And do not die. Hermione still lay trembling. Yet the object of her terror had shifted. Until recently, she had indeed been frightened by the basilisk, lying prostrate. But now, she was terrified of that twisted girl who had inflicted such harm, an unfathomable abyss. The overwhelming ferocity of this girl terrified Hermione, drawing tears from her eyes. This girl was the true monster. Her heart was an unfathomable black chasm. The monster of Slytherin was certainly not the basilisk. This Mirabel Beresford was the genuine Slytherin monstrosity. Ah ha ha ha. The monster in the guise of a beautiful girl continued to laugh. Curiously, her laughter was genuine, filled with joy, as she overwhelmed, beat, and trampled the desperately fleeing Serpent King, continuing unabated. No one could impede her. No. Even I could not intervene. She was the monster reigning over this realm. The basilisk finally drew its last breath. After 8 minutes, it was liberated from its agony. During that time, the creature's wails and the girl's laughter never ceased. Chapter 32, The Mangled Corpse. Is this truly the work of a 12-year-old girl? I could scarcely believe it. No, I did not wish to believe it, yet the truth was evident. Mirabel had vanquished the basilisk. Upon receiving the report, McGonagall and Dumbledore rushed to the scene, where they beheld a corridor and floor stained with blood, alongside the mercilessly mutilated remains of the Serpent King. Its eyeballs were gouged out, fangs extracted, scales scraped from the ground, flesh and entrails partially lost, even its bones stripped bare. Merely defeating it would never suffice. Without continuing the assault, it would not have become such a brutal carcass. Thus, the state of the basilisk's form also revealed the cruelty of its slayer. What of Miss Granger? In the infirmary, the once brilliant student, traumatized at the scene, now lay wrapped in blankets, trembling. With pity, Dumbledore traversed the bloodied floor, casting his gaze upon the basilisk, a monster that had claimed the lives of many students. Yet at this moment, one could only feel a sense of regret. Let us award Slytherin 200 points to honor Miss Beresford's accomplishment. Have you lost your mind, Albus? Indeed, she somehow defeated the creature. She saved the school. If you refrain from evaluating it due to personal feelings, the students will be dissatisfied. Dumbledore waved his wand. Immediately, the blood on the floor and corridor lifted, transforming into a blood orb that was cast out of the window. Dumbledore believed he should have Hagrid bury the basilisk's remains in the Forbidden Forest. Regardless of how many monsters attacked students, it was too tragic. At the very least, it deserved a tombstone. Albus, I am terrified. That girl should be expelled from the school immediately. What significance would expulsion hold? If she transferred to a school like Durmstrang, no one could stop her. Then, if we abandoned guiding her, that girl would eagerly plunge into the depths of darkness. I believe she could become a second Voldemort. No, if she were not careful. She might evolve into an even greater catastrophe. Dumbledore spoke to McGonagall, his blue eyes glinting behind his glasses. This school might be able to contain her. At the very least, Mirabel did not incessantly project that madness towards her, and it could be confirmed that she sometimes exhibited a calm demeanor. Even this time could be interpreted as her rage due to the basilisk harming her friend. At first glance, she seemed to consider only herself, regarding all else as inconsequential. However, that demonic girl should still harbor the essence of friendship. Dumbledore wished to believe that. We are teachers, Minerva. Albus. McGonagall covered her eyes with her fingers, wiping away tears of gratitude. She felt a profound shame for her short-sightedness. I am ashamed of myself for being prepared to abandon my responsibilities as a teacher out of fear. Do not blame yourself. I am equally guilty. No. You are a great wizard, Albus. Dumbledore smiled at McGonagall as they approached the shattered corpse of the basilisk. What we must do now is bury this body. It is easy to imagine the shock that would ensue among the students if this matter were left unattended. Hoisting the basilisk's carcass, Dumbledore and McGonagall made their way outside. Chapter 33, The Amnesiac Ron. The Slytherin monster is dead. The entire school is abuzz with excitement, especially with the addition of 200 points to Slytherin, pushing the students to a peak of tension. The Quidditch Cup was lost to Gryffindor, yet Mirabel's 200 points provided a momentary reprieve. However, this joy was fleeting, for a new victim had emerged. Ginny Weasley of Gryffindor had been kidnapped and taken to the Chamber of Secrets. It was, of course, the monster that Mirabel had executed herself. Yet, the significant successor who had controlled it still remained. It was Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and their friend Ron who would alter this dire situation. The three even brought their mentor Lockhart to the bathroom where Moaning Myrtle resided, seeking to resolve the issue. Hermione had already deduced that this restroom served as the entrance to the chamber. However, Lockhart proved to be of little assistance. After all, every autobiography he had penned thus far was a fabrication, merely siphoning the success of others. Hermione was left speechless in shock. Yet, even in his ineptitude, there might still be some utility. Just moments before, Ron had suggested this and had pulled him forcefully. "Open up." Harry spoke in Parseltongue to the restroom. Indeed, a snake was etched upon the tap. The tap glimmered, and the basin began to rotate. Once the table was moved aside, a thick pipe appeared, wide enough for an adult to traverse. Perhaps this was the entrance to the chamber. "All right, you go first. You all, do not act foolishly. This is recklessness. Get in." As an observer, he kicked Lockhart forward, urging him to leap into the pipe. Harry and Ron deemed it a splendid idea, especially Harry, as he had never asked that incompetent teacher to rid him of his bones. After depositing Lockhart, Harry and Ron jumped into the pipe, followed by Hermione, who clutched her skirt as she entered. The four of them tumbled down the pipe like sliding down a chute, into a dark and deep abyss, even passing through the dungeon as they continued to slide. As they glided, a rat scurried past them, tumbling out of the pipe, suddenly reaching the end of the slide. Hermione landed on the ground, landing hard on her backside. As she rubbed her sore posterior and stood up, Harry and Ron, who had arrived earlier, were anxiously surveying their surroundings. The end of the pipe opened into a dark tunnel paved with stone. Could this be the chamber? With such thoughts, Hermione stood beside Harry and the others. A peculiar tunnel awaited them, damp floors, oppressive darkness, and sticky walls and ceilings. Upon closer inspection, numerous animal bones littered the ground, making it seem almost unbearable to tread upon. Luminous, Harry illuminated the tip of his wand, leading the way. Then came Hermione, followed by Lockhart, while Ron pointed his wand at the rearguard Lockhart as they walked. His own wand had been destroyed by Mirabel, but fortunately, he had borrowed a cheap substitute wand from McGonagall, which he now wielded. "Harry, there's something over there." It was the basilisk's shed skin, over 6 meters long. However, merely the presence of an empty shell did not guarantee that the basilisk itself lay ahead. The true owner of this discarded husk had been brutally slain by Mirabel. Remembering the horror of that moment, Hermione lowered her head, pale. Wow. Lockhart was startled by the snake's skin, retreating in fright until he fell to the ground. He truly was a worthless individual. Ron, astonished, forced him to stand, but it was merely an act of bravado. Lockhart quickly regained his footing and delivered a punch to the unguarded Ron, snatching his wand away. A moment of carelessness could prove fatal. Regaining the upper hand, a radiant smile returned to his face. "Game over. I will take this skin home and tell everyone how late it is to save the girl. And I will tell them how you all went mad when you saw that mangled corpse. Useless. The monster is dead. Who would believe that? Believe me, I have that kind of reputation." "Well, that's impossible, so let us assume there are two monsters." He menaced the three while gradually distancing himself, aiming his wand at Harry and the others. Hermione slipped her hand into her pocket, gripping her wand, and whispered to them, "Harry, Ron." The moment Lockhart cast a spell, "I will cast a defensive charm. Then you will have a brief opportunity to disarm him and retrieve your wands." "All right." Following Hermione's guidance seemed the wisest course of action. Acknowledging this, Harry nodded gently, clutching the wand hidden in his sleeve. A fear loomed. What if Hermione could not stop him? But equally real was the fact that there was no alternative. They had no choice but to trust Hermione and await that moment. However, on the other hand, Ron was not as reassured. He did not doubt Hermione. He believed in her abilities. Yet Lockhart was a thief of many memories. All those whose memories had been stolen were the protagonists of his written tales, vanquishing vampires, yetis, and monsters. Lockhart had erased the memories of the masters who completed those adventures. Could a spell to erase memories truly be thwarted by students? Ron wondered. Now say goodbye to memories. Obliviate. All of you. Lockhart's wand emitted a flash, which Hermione's protective barrier blocked. Lockhart's oblivion charm proved as potent as his lies, the shield charm creaking under the strain. Useless. It's breaking through. Ron sensed this and charged forward, rushing to stand in front of Harry and Hermione. At that moment, Lockhart's magic penetrated the barrier, striking Ron directly. His body was blasted backward, crashing to the ground. Harry's heart was seized by the sight of his friend, yet he did not forget what he must do. This is the opportunity created at the risk of my friend's life. I cannot squander it. Disarm him. The tip of his wand emitted a red flash, wresting Lockhart's wand from his grasp, while Hermione cast a spell as well. She performed a disarming charm stronger than Harry's, sending Lockhart crashing against the wall. Lockhart's consciousness seemed severed by that force, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, rolling like a discarded doll. Ron. Hermione dashed toward Ron, disregarding the now downed Lockhart. It appeared that Lockhart's Oblivion charm had struck Ron, but was he safe? Now, one can only hope that Lockhart does not cast spells with the same accuracy as before. Unfortunately, it appears that such a hope may be in vain. Ron. Do you know me? Do you know yourself? Ah, I know, but it's all rather hazy. I feel as though I am Ron Weasley. Yet I don't quite believe it. Ron. I know. He is your best friend, Harry Potter. Oh yes, Harry. Harry Potter. No, the dog bowl. Dear Tuck. I think. Hermione, upon hearing this response, was brought to tears, while despair washed over Harry's face. No, Ron's memory is muddled. He has not completely lost it. But it remains a grave situation. Harry loathed him, and Hermione cursed him. Driven by this fury, a dark rage swirled within Harry, yearning to extinguish Lockhart as swiftly as possible. Why? How did this happen? Contemplating this, Harry found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 34, A Plan Gone Awry. Ron Weasley. Mirabel sat in the Slytherin common room, clicking her tongue. The current predicament of Harry was relayed to her through the information transmitted by the mouse she had orchestrated last year. When Harry and his friends entered the chamber, a mouse slipped inside, one that was also under Mirabel's control. Moreover, starting this year, the efficiency of transmission had significantly improved. With the will of all mice tied to Mirabel's direct pet, Peter. Through the pet contract, Peter divulged all his intentions to Mirabel. In other words, what the mice observed within the school was swiftly conveyed to Mirabel through Peter. The circumstances that Harry and his companions acquired were not particularly intriguing to Mirabel. Well, it was merely chance, yet it made no sense for only Ron to lose his memory. Mirabel sighed, disheartened by her plan's failure. As far as I understand, it was Lockhart who suffered from memory loss here. The true story is that by utilizing Ron's broken wand, the memory charm had backfired, causing him to forget as well. However, Mirabel had added a clever twist to alter this outcome. By utterly destroying Ron's wand, she lured him into acquiring a proper wand, thereby allowing Lockhart's memory charm to take effect. Mirabel aimed for two objectives. One was directly from that incompetent teacher's Azkaban. The other was the initialization of Harry's or Hermione's memories. Firstly, Lockhart's journey to Azkaban was nearly successful. Not only would past transgressions be revealed, but as long as he cast the memory charm on the students, there would be no escape from Azkaban, no matter how hard he tried. In truth, I yearned to shatter that incompetent fool with my own hands, but if I smashed the teacher in the chamber, I would be unable to remain at Hogwarts. Subsequently, if either Hermione or Harry fell victim to the memory charm here, it would represent a monumental success for Mirabel. To lose one's memory and revert to a state akin to an infant. In such a case, it would be a splendid opportunity to instill my own existence within them, transforming them into a loyal servant like Sydney. Indeed, Mirabel intended to exploit the amnesiac Hermione or Harry as her pawns. Although it would be regrettable for Hermione to lose her knowledge, if she could reach this point in just 2 years, she would undoubtedly be able to restore her former self. No, if she actively imparted magic, even more could be accomplished. In that case, she would become an excellent piece on the chessboard. Being of Muggle descent bore no detriment. She could become a symbol of the ideal world she advocated. Harry, though he did not compare to her, was the fabled boy who survived, chosen by destiny. Acquiring him would mean obtaining a trump card against Dumbledore and Voldemort. Especially the capacity to suppress Dumbledore's actions would undoubtedly serve as the finest demonic card. Yet, in reality, it was Ronald Weasley who had lost his memory. This bore no significance. Frankly, brainwashing him held little difference from the multitude of followers Mirabel had in Slytherin. For instance, transforming 100 followers into 101. I would not say it was entirely meaningless, but it was infinitely close to being worthless. Is it time to concede this endeavor? Attempting something akin to Lockhart with Hermione and Harry seemed excessively audacious. This time, Mirabel resolved to discreetly withdraw from the two, adopting a sidelong posture. The basilisk had departed, yet Tom Riddle still lingered. Once a top student at Hogwarts, destined to become the Dark Lord. How would the two confront him? Mirabel pondered, a smile creeping upon her lips. Chapter 35, The Eyes of the Predator. Harry and Hermione left Lockhart and Ron behind, continuing deeper into the tunnel. Initially intending to bring him along, they reconsidered, fearing the potential presence of the heir of Slytherin behind them. Should they engage in battle, they might be unable to protect Ron, who, in turn, could not protect himself. Thus, they decided to leave him behind, with only Harry and Hermione pressing onward. Lockhart had been bound by Hermione's spell and had already instructed Ron not to release him. Or more precisely, he could not be freed without magic. It was simply unbelievable. Professor Lockhart was that kind of person. Oh, why did I ever think he was a competent wizard? That fool. Incompetent. Useless. Inhumane. Only his face is manly. Damn it. Hermione, I know you're furious, but calm down. We don't know what comes next, Harry reassured Hermione, who flushed with anger and continued to shout at Lockhart. Even Harry felt an unforgiving ire towards Lockhart. If it were possible, he would want nothing more than to turn back and land a punch on that arrogant, handsome face. Yet, considering the potential appearance of another adversary, maintaining composure was imperative. A formidable opponent, rumored to control the basilisk known as the Serpent King, had caused numerous victims. One could only speculate how powerful he might be, perhaps rivaling Mirabel herself. This was why Harry needed to keep Hermione calm. I know. Oh no. But I am so angry. The two traversed the winding tunnel multiple times before finally arriving at a narrow chamber. Columns resembling entwined serpents stretched up to the ceiling, while dim lighting eerily illuminated the entire space. They swallowed hard, exchanged glances, and cautiously stepped into the room. As they moved forward, wands poised to illuminate each other's blind spots, they discovered a small shadow at the center of the room, a figure clad in black robes with fiery red hair. The familiar visage of Ginny greeted them. Ginny. Upon seeing her, Harry rushed to the girl, casting aside his wand and enveloping her in an embrace. Her freckled face appeared sickly pale, devoid of vitality. She did not seem petrified, yet what could account for that pallid complexion? Harry's countenance turned ashen as he fervently shook Ginny. Ginny, don't die. Please stay alive. Harry, leave this place. Shaking an unconscious person is a poor course of action. It is basic Muggle first aid knowledge that if someone has lost consciousness without apparent injury, one should first suspect a brain ailment. Shaking them in such a state could lead to ruptured vessels, resulting in fatal harm. Certainly, while the knowledge of Muggles does not apply to the magical realm, the anatomical structure of the human body remains unchanged. It's all right. I'm fine. Hermione's words eased his anxiety, allowing Harry to regain his composure. However, relaxation was not an option. If we do not rescue her swiftly, we cannot predict when the heir might strike. As he attempted to retrieve her with his wand, Harry realized that it was missing. Had he inadvertently cast it aside, propelled too forcefully, perhaps? Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a tall, dark-haired boy perched upon a nearby pillar, toying with his wand. Tom Riddle? Hermione turned her head in response to Harry's utterance. The individual before them was indeed the Tom Riddle Harry had glimpsed within the diary, capable of perceiving them like a specter. Is that Tom Riddle? Harry inquired. Indeed, but he appears to be the version from 50 years ago. Tom Riddle replied with a smile directed at the bewildered Harry. Memories. I am the vestige of memories left within the diary from half a century past, Tom remarked, twirling Harry's wand with his fingertips as he gazed at him. Hermione discerned an unsettling essence in those eyes, a familiarity that unnerved her. She had seen those eyes before. Just recently, reminiscent of a far more terrifying presence. I have awaited this moment, Harry Potter, to converse with you. We may discuss matters further, but for now, I must take my leave. Return my wand to me, Tom. Harry implored, yet Tom dismissed the request, caressing the wand as he spoke. I am here now, conversing with you, Harry Potter. Something has transpired. Tom's demeanor and tone, so nonchalant, seemed ill-suited to the gravity of the situation. From him, Harry could not perceive the brave, exemplary student he had seen in the diary. However, Hermione appeared to have grasped the truth even before Harry could. She aimed her wand at Tom, positioning herself protectively in front of Harry. Hermione? Harry, that individual is perilous. Hermione recognized the eyes of Tom. Despite the stark differences in facial structure and color, she would never forget those cruel, merciless, and spine-chilling eyes, as if he had found his long-sought prey. She could never forget the gaze of a brutal predator. That man's eyes, they are so similar. Similar? To whom? Harry's query prompted Hermione to recall the events from the Quidditch match days prior. She had crouched low, fearful of the confrontation between Mirabel and the basilisk, yet in a moment of curiosity, she had dared to open her eyes. What she had witnessed was a hellish tableau. Seemingly from another world. Had she been able to see the basilisk's eyes, it would have been better, but she had seen the girl's eyes. Most unforgettable were those striking golden eyes, the eyes of a predator. Just like that man's eyes, as she had torn into the basilisk. Ah, Mirabel Beresford. Chapter 36, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom Riddle claimed that Ginny Weasley was the architect behind this series of events. It was said she had inadvertently come into possession of Tom's diary, wherein she inscribed a myriad of thoughts, events from school, instances of being teased by her brother, and the burdens of attending school with old belongings. Additionally, there were faint expressions of affection, worries that the illustrious Harry Potter would never reciprocate her feelings. In response, Tom, ever understanding, sometimes sympathetic, sometimes kind, gained her trust. Yet this was a trap devised by the devil to ensnare Ginny. The more she poured her heart into the diary, the more she felt a sense of camaraderie. The more her soul became entwined with the diary, the stronger Tom grew. Conversely, he ultimately amassed sufficient power to manifest. He had manipulated her, leading an innocent girl to orchestrate a series of calamities. "I cannot forgive you," Hermione exclaimed, raising her wand and elevating her voice. There was no need to hear any more from this wretch. He should be vanquished at once. With such resolve, she did not hesitate to cast a spell. "The sand will fly and the stones will scatter." "Oh, you impatient girl." Tom merely nudged his wand, effortlessly deflecting the azure orb of light emitted by Hermione's spell. Yet her assault was relentless, a barrage of 2, 3, and more beams directed at Tom. It was futile. They were all repelled by his wand. "This is of no consequence. Or perhaps, Harry Potter, do you wish to intervene? Can you enlighten me as to what power vanquished the great Dark Lord?" "The Dark Lord? Voldemort? How do you know his name?" "I am curious to witness how an infant devoid of special powers could triumph over a great sorcerer." Harry was bewildered. Tom Riddle belonged to a bygone era, 50 years prior, a generation before Voldemort. Why would he concern himself with the wizards who came after, let alone refer to him as a figure of significance? Tom addressed this very question. "Do you not comprehend? Voldemort is my past, my present, and my future, Harry Potter." As he spoke, Tom waved his wand, inscribing the name Tom Marvolo Riddle in the air. He waved his wand again, causing the letters to shift and rearrange. Harry and Hermione gasped at the sight. "I am Voldemort." In that moment, everything fell into place. Why open the Chamber of Secrets? Why target Muggle students? Why instill doubt and fear in Harry regarding Voldemort? He is Voldemort. This boy would grow to murder Harry's parents and countless wizards. "Harry, let me tell you. You have encountered me twice, and on both occasions, I failed to kill you. Can you explain how you survived? If you prolong your speech, you and your friends may live a while longer. The first time, I do not know why you lost your power. Why did you not kill me?" "Because my mother died to protect me." "My mother, a mere Muggle-born," Harry declared, his voice trembling as he struggled to contain his fury. "My mother prevented you from killing me. I witnessed your true self last year. A fallen husk, barely alive. And that grotesque remnant was trampled by Slytherin's Mirabel Beresford. Now, you are a filthy remnant that even a first-year girl could best." At this insult, Tom's visage darkened. Yet he quickly masked it with a sinister smile. "So, it is true, your mother died for you. That indeed is a formidable counterspell. After all, you possess nothing extraordinary. I had hoped you were something special. But knowing is sufficient. In that case, I shall swiftly eliminate Humph. Do you wish to challenge me? Knowing full well that I am Voldemort, a feeble girl who trembles at the mere sound of my name?" Just as Tom has stated, Hermione quivers. The Dark Lord's name is taboo in the magical realm. So terrifying that even Hagrid, a man of considerable stature, dares not utter it. His massive frame shivers as he covers his ears. Hermione, a Muggle-born, is no exception. The mere mention of Voldemort's name sends shivers down her spine. Yet, she cannot afford to lose her friends. She must thwart Voldemort. Lightning explosion. Futile. It glimmers as it always has, yet it remains ineffective. But that is inconsequential. This is merely an attack meant to provoke. It serves as a reprimand to the terrified version of herself. What is the Dark Lord? What of his youthful visage? Have I not encountered nightmares far more horrific than that? In those moments, recalling Mirabel, laughing maniacally as she was drenched in blood, what degree of terror did I endure? The hanging bell. All petrified. Tom's magic countered Hermione's spell. Their incantations clashed in midair. Hermione's was shattered. Tom's spell surged forward unabated, prompting Hermione to leap aside, narrowly evading it and preparing for her next assault. Glacier. Whoosh, flames ablaze. Using fire to shield against the frigid air, Tom chuckled comfortably. The disparity in their levels was too vast. This was one of Hermione's commonly used spells, yet it was thwarted. Tom cast a spell upon the flustered Hermione. This was not merely a spell. It was a silent incantation. Unable to discern the nature of this assault, Hermione had no choice but to roll on the ground to evade it. Oolong emerges, shattered to pieces. In her counterattack, Hermione vanquished the serpent summoned by Tom. As Hermione cast her spell, Tom unleashed another silent incantation, striking her shoulder. This time, she was unable to dodge. I need to do something. Even as Harry thought this, he, without a wand, could do nothing. Clenching his teeth, he was compelled to watch his friend, a girl, fight alone. What to do? What to do? Anything would suffice. Even a little. I must assist Hermione. With this thought, He scanned his surroundings, but all he could find were stones. Throw a stone? However, Harry doubted it would be effective. In the worst-case scenario, it might hit Hermione. A wand, no wand. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. Why did I toss my wand? Just as Harry grew anxious, magic flitted back and forth between Hermione and Tom, scattering sparks. Yet, Hermione was in a desperate situation. Tom was merely toying with her, able to defeat her at any moment. Now to go retrieve Ron's wand. No, there's no time. The inability to fight was utterly disheartening. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Harry clenched his fists. Now I must battle. I desire the strength to save Hermione. It seemed as though the divine responded to this thought, or was it merely coincidence? Flames ignited from a nearby pillar, and something soared towards Harry. It was a phoenix. With fiery plumage and a peacock-like golden tail, it was one of the world's most beautiful creatures, adorned with golden talons and beak. Fawkes, Dumbledore's pet, was carrying something in its beak. It was the sorting hat. The phoenix delivered nothing more than a hat meant for distinguishing which house one should enter. A magical artifact used during enrollment. It landed in Harry's hands, imparting a peculiar weight. Curiosity piqued, Harry reached into the hat, unaware of how it had come to be there, and revealed a dazzling silver sword. The moment he grasped it, Harry understood. This was a sword imbued with mysterious power, capable of contending with Tom Riddle and Mirabel. It was more than merely a sword. It was the weapon Harry desperately wished to wield in aid of his friend. Little did he know, he now possessed Gryffindor's legacy, a sword paired with the basilisk. The hat inherited the will of great wizards. This was a sword of courage, one that only those who recognized it, true Gryffindor students, could wield. Hey. Harry gripped the sword with both hands, interrupting the clash between Hermione and Tom. He rose to shield his injured friend, wildly swinging the sword and cleaving through Tom's spells one after another. Of course, such feats would be impossible with an ordinary sword. Magic cannot be sliced with a blade. Yet only this sword of Gryffindor could render such a sacred act feasible. Harry, that sword? I don't know. Fawkes brought it to me. Harry could not respond to Hermione's inquiry. Yet this was indeed what Fawkes had delivered. This was the weapon bestowed upon him by Dumbledore's pet. Then Harry placed his faith in it, pouring all his strength into the sword. In these moments, Harry was unparalleled in decisiveness. His mindset shifted. He raised the sword without hesitation, closing the distance between himself and Tom. Hey, Harry's swordsmanship was merely amateurish, yet the sword's performance compensated for the gap. The fiercely swung blade sliced through the pillar like butter, grazing Tom's nose. Tom wore a relaxed smile as he evaded it. It is a fine sword, Harry Potter. Of course, if it strikes, I shall not remain safe. The sword blade swept past him, and Riddle remained motionless. He laughed foolishly, nimbly dodging all attacks. However, the power was too feeble. Was this merely a child's game? Is this it? Ugh, no matter how fine the sword. Your actions are nothing more than a primitive muggle fighting style, waving your weapon around. Can I be defeated by such a thing? Tom extended his wand forward, and Harry immediately raised his sword. At that moment, he was blasted by magic and tumbled to the ground. Had he not used the sword for defense, he would have lost consciousness from that blow. Even a sword capable of slaying dragons is meaningless if it does not strike. A sword is a sword, regardless of how sharp it may be. Not even a child's wand could compare. Tom's silent spells were continuously cast, thwarted by Hermione's direct barrier. Harry's sword severed the successive waves of magic, yet the next assault was relentless. Though it was 2 against 1, they found themselves utterly outmatched. We cannot win. At this rate, Hermione desperately sought a way out of this predicament, growing frustrated by her dwindling health. She had exhausted every spell at her disposal, had done all she could. It was simply because her opponent was superior in every regard. As long as she continued to cast spells head-on, Hermione would never triumph over Tom. Hermione thought this was akin to her battle against Mirabel in the dueling club. Back then, her opponent had played around, so they had gotten along well, but this time was different. As Hermione recalled Mirabel, a girl's voice echoed in her mind. I am merely teaching you. Everything requires adaptability. You are far too rigid. Professor Lockhart merely suggested seizing the opponent's wand. Thus, it is indeed a commendable strategy, Granger. Any means will suffice, as long as you disarm them. Hermione squinted, as if resolutely gathering as much magic as possible into her wand. This was an endeavor to concentrate all her power into her weapon. Although her magic was still nascent, it brimmed with residual energy, harboring a potency rivaling that of seasoned sorcerers. Are we placing a wager? She mused. Futile. Regardless of its efficacy, do inform me post-haste. With a shout, she activated the spell. Simultaneously, she hurled her wand. What? Hermione's wand spiraled through the air, unleashing a chaotic barrage from its tip, indiscriminately assaulting everything in its vicinity. Perhaps taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Tom faltered momentarily. Yet, his reflexes were swifter. He swiftly dispatched Hermione's whirling wand with a nonverbal spell. However, this time, Hermione dove forward, aiming for the opening. Surprised once more, yet it was too late. Tom quickly regained his footing, pointing his wand at her. Meanwhile, Hermione grasped Tom's arm. But her grip was that of a mere girl. Now, without her wand, Hermione's strength paled in comparison to Tom's. In the past, even unarmed, I was formidable. You shall not prevail in this duel, he taunted. Hermione twisted Tom's arm, recalling Mirabel's moves from the dueling club. Though she did not know the name of the technique Mirabel employed, she remembered the bodily motions. The painful price paid for that muggle trick was a lesson taught by Mirabel, though she might not acknowledge it. Seizing Tom's outstretched arm, she gripped his wrist, applying the slightest force to pivot outward, then casting him aside. This encapsulated the essence of Mirabel's technique, a self-defense maneuver that even the friliest girl or child could use to throw an adult. A muggle trick that Tom Riddle would scarcely regard. How dare you attempt to defeat me with muggle tactics? Tom was unexpectedly knocked to the ground, groaning in humiliation. Yet it was a grave miscalculation. Hermione wrapped her arms around Tom's waist from behind, halting his movements. Naturally, with age and physique against her, she could not sustain the restraint on Tom. This was a senseless and reckless act that would only grant her a fleeting moment of advantage. If it were merely you alone. Harry, I know. In response to Hermione's cry, Harry charged forward with his sword. Tom hastily attempted to retrieve his wand, but it was nowhere to be found. Dispossessed by the earlier muggle tactics, the wand lay cast far away. There was no escape, for the girl clung to Tom's waist from behind. Get off me, you scoundrel. With a swift motion, Harry's sword cleaved diagonally from shoulder to hip, crimson blood gushing forth from Tom's body. It was uncertain whether Harry hesitated to kill him or was concerned for Hermione behind him. Merely splitting Tom's body in two was insufficient. He had successfully inflicted deep suffering. Tom spat blood, tilting sideways as blood streamed down his face. Yet he did not fall, for Tom did not belong to this world. Foolishness. How can this be? I, the future Dark Lord, bested by a pair of second years? Tom muttered in disbelief before Hermione and Harry. What is this? Why am I bleeding so disgracefully? The future Dark Lord Tom Riddle was exposed to such humiliation. A certain error, one that should not have transpired, is foolishness. Staggering away from Harry and the others, Tom thrust his hand forward, summoning the diary that had been lying on the ground, reclaiming it into his grasp. Tom despised this place, but he had no choice but to retreat. Amidst his bewildered mind, he could scarcely conjure an answer. A part of him remained composed, even as he murmured to himself. Even in chaos, he knew what actions to take. I shall never forget this humiliation. Fueled by intense hatred, Tom's gaze turned toward Harry and Hermione before he vanished from view. It was a transparent magic, capable of concealing one's appearance. To flee utilizing Dumbledore's specialty was the epitome of disgrace. Simply killing those two would not quell this fury. It was an unbearable wrath, a realization of the disparity in power, distorting his face with fear, awkwardly bowing, trampling upon his own pride. Before finally finding some semblance of calm, with the anger in his heart, Tom fled. The self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin, the future Dark Lord, was vanquished by a boy and a girl. Chapter 37, A Glimmer? Tom, who had vanished from beside Harry, entered the tunnel, gravely injured, yet not to the point of death. After all, he was not the main entity. He was merely the manifestation of the diary's residual soul. As long as the diary remained intact, Tom Riddle would not perish. This meant that Ginny's soul, stolen by him, would never return. Tom ambled slowly, a pleasant smile gracing his face. Though failure is a disgrace, they will soon come to realize it. In the end, nothing has been resolved. Ultimately, the incident resolved nothing. The basilisk was indeed slain, forcing Tom to flee. But that was all. As long as the essence of Tom remained undestroyed. Harry and his friends ultimately failed to rescue Ginny. The case remained unresolved. Though he lost this battle, the contest itself was a victory for Tom. For now, I shall bide my time, integrating with a weaker form, and then, now, suppress the humiliation and flee. That is the wisest course. Tom sighed deeply and raised his gaze forward. Suddenly, he realized a blood-red arm sprouting from his chest. Foolishness. Tom cast his gaze down at the arm protruding from his chest. It was a slender arm, with fair skin. That flawless, artistically exquisite arm was stained with blood. Tightly gripping Tom's heart, the diary. Tracing the origin of that arm, he turned to see a figure of a golden girl, drenched in blood. The vengeful adversary who had slain the basilisk, Mirabel Beresford. The demon roared with a mocking expression. You wretch. As Tom spat blood, he wore a devilish countenance. Yet it was too late. Harry's wand slipped from his feeble arm, clattering to the ground. The malevolent flames, amplified to their maximum output, erupted from the arm grasping the diary, incinerating both the diary and Tom's body, staining Tom's consciousness with red. Tom was powerless to resist. The future Dark Lord, incapable of countering, vanished without a trace. Edith awoke in the infirmary, surrounded by white walls. Staring at the ceiling for several seconds, she abruptly sat up, as if recalling something. What has become of that Slytherin monster pursuing me? What happened to me afterward? She could barely recall the moment she gazed into the window's reflection of those serpent-like eyes. Given her complete lack of memory concerning the subsequent events, it was only natural for her to surmise that she had been petrified. How painful it was. As she suddenly rose, every joint in her body ached, prompting a scream. This was self-evident. After all, Edith had only recently been petrified, and it was only an hour ago that Sprout and Snape had finally perfected the potion to bring her back. Given that she had suddenly begun to move, the pain must have been excruciating. Do not force yourself to move. Raising her head, she saw the person whose voice had responded to her. It was Mirabel, a friend she had recently distanced herself from. She stood with her arms crossed, gazing down at Edith. Her arrival indicated that she had come specifically to see her. Yet from her expression, there was no trace of concern or worry. It was hard to discern whether she was genuinely worried about her or simply acting on a whim. Mirabel, what? What happened after that, after I was petrified? Mirabel offered a slight smile to the timidly posed question. I dealt with the basilisk, and the puppet master behind the scenes was thwarted by the efforts of Potter and Granger. Thanks to this, Gryffindor gained 400 points and secured the House Cup for this year. The 200 points Mirabel earned for vanquishing the basilisk, combined with the points accrued from regular classes, brought her close to 400 points. Nevertheless, they still lagged behind. Indeed, after such blatant favoritism, if the victory in Quidditch was also snatched away, there was no way to turn the tide. This was somewhat disheartening. Surely the House Cup would be awarded to Gryffindor this year. I see, you truly defeated the basilisk. After all, Mirabel as I, after all, remain quite weak. Edith chuckled with a hint of resignation. In the end, she had accomplished nothing, desperately striving to prove her worth. The outcome was as follows. Ultimately, Mirabel did indeed defeat the basilisk, and the mastermind was cleared away by Potter and his friends. Am I merely a jester in this scenario? As this thought crossed her mind, her vision blurred with frustration. Mirabel softly spoke. If you believe that, then you must be right. How could one tainted by the thoughts of a failure ever become strong? I already know you have Muggle blood, and I never considered hiding that from you. As she spoke, Mirabel narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a faint glare at Edith. Edith felt a flicker of anger from her gaze. Did I not mention this before? A weakling ensnared by humble thoughts. A mere lamb frightened by the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, nothing more than a weakling. Yes, truly, this arrogant girl will not waver. At such a moment, it would have been nice if she could utter a kind word, yet she refrained from doing even that. This encapsulates the true essence of self-proclaimed superior Mirabel. She does not even acknowledge her own faults. Such a person embodies a flawed existence, yet it is undeniable that this is how a powerful individual operates. This is precisely why it is dazzling and enviable. So speak it. After all, the disdainful gaze of a swine determines worth based on lineage. You are weak because you care about such trifles. Mirabel's unexpected words caused Edith's eyes to widen. If I were to interpret her words indirectly, it would imply that she acknowledges Edith more than other pure-blood students. This is quite rare for a girl so indulgent of herself. Mirabel locked eyes with Edith, enunciating every word. Be strong, Edith Reiner. Edith's thoughts were momentarily halted by the suddenness of her words, yet she quickly resumed her contemplation. I wonder if this is perhaps meant to encourage me. Lacking any semblance of kindness, this was a very Mirabel-like manner of speaking, yet still, she felt as though Mirabel was attempting to uplift her spirits. Upon this realization, she could not help but smile. Mirabel, could it be that you are clumsy? Impudent? No one is as nimble as I am. I pointed out, albeit indirectly, that this was a rather awkward way of encouraging her. Yet for a girl who believes she possesses no flaws, it seemed utterly futile. She wrinkled her brow in distaste, her lips forming a hollow curve. It was peculiar. For when she did this, she resembled a normal girl of her age. All right, I must take my leave. You observing Mirabel, who was about to turn swiftly and depart. I involuntarily emitted a reluctant sound. Mirabel then turned her gaze towards me, pausing. Edith addressed her with a lively tone. Thank you, Mirabel. Mirabel turned away from Edith's expression of gratitude. This time, she exited the infirmary with haste. Edith could not help but chuckle at her friend's demeanor, unable to discern whether it was awkwardness or innocence. For some reason, she wished she could mask her own embarrassment. Do you need a moment? I seem to have interrupted you. After Mirabel left, Dumbledore entered in her stead. The elder known as the Great Wizard stood before Edith, a gentle smile adorning his face. How is your health? While I cannot say I am fully recovered, I should be able to attend the year-end gala tonight. Edith looked up at Dumbledore with a skeptical gaze. Even Harry Potter and his friends would not question Edith's presence. But what reason could the headmaster have for visiting? It was natural to see him as merely calling upon all the victims, yet somehow, it felt as though there was more to it. Yes, that is splendid. Dumbledore nodded with delight, rummaging through his robes. Out came a candy wrapped in yellow packaging. He held 6 in the palm of his hand and offered them to Edith. What is this? Lemon drops, a gesture of sympathy. I adore these. Huh. Dumbledore smiled as he placed the candies into Edith's hands. It is a surprising tale that a great wizard's favorite treat is candy. Moreover, if you observe closely, it is a wholly muggle product, devoid of any magic. You ought to share them with your friends, particularly Miss Beresford. Did you come here specifically to give me this? Dumbledore cleared his throat before Edith, and she could not discern his true intentions. Of course, this was not Dumbledore's sole reason for visiting, because she is Mirabel's friend. There are other matters as well. I wish to speak with you. With me? Yes. About Miss Beresford. When the headmaster uttered the name of her friend, Edith was somewhat taken aback. Do you know that Miss Beresford defeated the basilisk? Yes, I have heard. Then do you know how she accomplished it? No. Well, Dumbledore nodded, crouching down. Then, at the pinnacle of Edith's gaze, bright blue eyes rendered her own dull in comparison. His expression, once joyful, had transformed into one of solemnity. Miss Beresford displayed an unprecedented ferocity in her battle against the serpent creature. For nearly 10 minutes, she laughed as she mercilessly dispatched the demoralized beast. This was corroborated by Miss Granger, who was indeed present at the scene. Dumbledore closed his eyes, recalling that moment. It was a matter of hindsight. He could not forget the Serpent King, utterly dismantled and devoid of any semblance. Yet, from another perspective, this also served as evidence of Mirabel's state. I glimpsed her unfathomable darkness, punctuated by a flicker of light. Light? Indeed. If such cruelty was unleashed through the harm inflicted upon her, it represented the vestiges of kindness that lingered within the child. The situation appeared straightforward, yet it was profoundly intricate. Even if she seemed shrouded in darkness from one angle, a shift in perspective could reveal her as radiant. Mirabel's brutality, at first glance entirely black, might be reinterpreted as a defense of peace within the school or an act of vengeance for a friend, thus transcending its initial darkness. Dumbledore had long harbored concerns for Mirabel, uncertain whether the girl possessed any semblance of humanity. The answer lay in the carcass of the slain serpent. The young girl continued her path through darkness, yet the possibility of her treading a different course had begun to emerge, albeit faintly. At the very least, she could feel anger for the sake of her friends. You are the only one she is willing to accept, even if just a little. I hope you will persist in your friendship with her. If Mirabel is to find her way back, it may very well rest upon you. Only Edith Rainhager possesses the potential to guide Mirabel back onto the right path. This is why it is imperative to safeguard this girl. Like Harry and the others, he must endeavor to guide them as best he can. That is all that needs to be said. For now, there is little to be done but to pay her more attention. One can only hope that this faint glimmer will burgeon into a great light for Mirabel. This is all Dumbledore can do at present. Chapter 38, The Humble Quirinus. The year-end gala had concluded, and the year was drawing to a close. As Mirabel had predicted, this year's House Cup was exclusively awarded to Gryffindor. Speaking of Lockhart, it seemed that after his malevolent deeds were laid bare, he was finally dispatched to Azkaban following his use of the Obliviate charm on the students. The first victim of this debacle, Ron Weasley, would be hospitalized at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, with Hogwarts covering all medical expenses. According to the attending healer, due to the relatively minor nature of his injuries, he should be able to return to school within a year. Unsurprisingly, Ron's friends were relieved by this report. Furthermore, in recognition of their achievements, Harry, Hermione, and Mirabel were awarded the Hogwarts Special Achievement Award. Of course, Harry and Hermione did not revel in their accolades, and Mirabel was equally disinterested in such matters. Ultimately, Dumbledore felt humbled by the fact that no one seemed satisfied with the award. Quirinus, Miss, I am here. Upon returning home, Mirabel flew to the villa on Crescent Street via the chimney. She checked to see if the items she had ordered from Quirinus the previous year had been completed. Mirabel was preparing for the final flag-raising day, but the watchful eyes of the Ministry of Magic obstructed her path. This posed a significant problem, as any underage student using magic would attract the immediate attention of the Ministry, resulting in expulsion or worse, imprisonment in Azkaban. Thus, a year prior, Mirabel had tasked Quirinus with finding a way to deceive the bothersome Ministry. Do you remember the items I ordered a year ago? Of course, Mississippi. In response to Mirabel's inquiry, the attendant, adorned with a dubious mask, nodded. Beneath that mask lay the disfigured visage marred by last year's battle with Harry Potter, now bruised and battered. Additionally, his left arm bore a silver limb instead of a prosthetic, moving clumsily. On his right arm rested a cursed claw planted the previous year, still gleaming in its vibrant blue hue. The mask, the arm, and the claw, each was a gift from Mirabel. I have cast an identification suppression charm over the entire villa, rendering it untraceable. Even if you perform magic or rituals, you will not attract attention. Excellent, Mirabel remarked, her voice imbued with admiration. In truth, this command was a rather unreasonable challenge, the fulfillment of which seemed futile. It was a given that if deceiving the ministry were so effortlessly achievable, the magical world would be rife with criminals. Therefore, to breach the watchful eye with ease should have been impossible. Yet Quirinus succeeded. This was an astonishing feat. It seemed deceptively simple, but the identification suppression could differ from what was commonly employed here. He must have adhered to a rather intricate procedure and utilized advanced techniques. Of course, there was also the possibility of deceit, but a mere glance at his fingers would reveal the truth. This was because if one betrays their master and lies, the color of their nails would ultimately change. However, the claw remained a vivid blue, indicating that Quirinus had never been disloyal. Clearly, I must reassess this individual. Well done, Quirinus Quirrell. I believe I underestimated you. I am honored. At the moment Mirabel praised him, Quirinus was filled with joy. The mere fact of being valued consumed his thoughts, as if it held greater worth than anything else. Yet, a heart filled with confusion lingered, feeling a sense of dread. Nevertheless, a sweet and irresistible charm rendered such concerns trivial. Typically, the allure of attraction lies within the process. While love at first sight does occur, it is a rarity. To truly love someone, one must first interact with them, seek to understand them, and be drawn to them. A mere pat on the head would not inspire love, nor would a simple smile suffice. Within the human mind exists a key that prevents others from intruding, and this key tends to grow more formidable with age. One cannot simply utter a word to fill another's heart with joy. Yet Mirabel made this possible, completely disregarding the process and instead generating an undeniable attraction. She cast aside all barriers, including the key to one's heart, donning shoes to tread upon it, piercing through with abandon, and boldly declaring, "This is my domain." It felt akin to following the soldiers of Hitler, the fervor of a young boy idolizing a hero. To forcibly implant such feelings was Mirabel's innate gift as a tyrant. Just as Salazar Slytherin once possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, the heavens had once again bestowed upon an evil wizard a peculiar talent. That ability, for my sake, please continue to flourish. I have high hopes for you, Quirinus. Haha. Quirinus was no longer bewildered by the emotions swirling within him. He merely bowed his head in reverence, immersed in the joy of dedicating everything to his mistress, striving to meet her expectations. This had become his entire existence. Thus, in this moment and at this place, Chilo, a loyal retainer unburdened by the need for a cursed claw, was born. By the way, I wish to reward you. But what is it that you desire? To serve the young lady. If I may be of service to you, there is no greater joy than this. Chapter 39, Temptation? Allure? I have truly had enough. Harry sat upon the low stone wall of Magnolia Crescent, his face flushed with anger as he rummaged through his bag. Of course, there was a reason for his presence in such a location. During the summer holidays from Hogwarts, he was residing with his relatives, the Dursleys. Yet it was difficult to categorize them as good family. They were averse to anything magical, and Harry was no exception. He had never received birthday wishes from them, nor could he recall ever receiving anything resembling a gift. There had been no cake on Christmas, nor any friendly memories associated with the holiday. Worse yet, they had even insulted Harry's parents. This time was particularly dreadful, as Aunt Petunia's sister, Marge Dursley, came to visit Harry, reprimanding him for having eyes that mirrored his parents' failures. Harry finally reached his breaking point and cast a spell upon Marge. Although the outcome was satisfactory, he found himself with nowhere to go. How could he endure the fortnight leading up to the start of Hogwarts without a single Muggle coin? No. Having already employed magic in front of Muggles, could he still return to Hogwarts? Yet, remaining on the roadside was not an option either. Being discovered by the Muggle police would result in his forced return to the Dursleys. Harry was in search of his invisibility cloak. I am certain the Weasley family is currently reveling in their time in Egypt. The Daily Prophet reported that the Weasley family had won the grand prize in the Daily Prophet's Galleon Lottery. I distinctly recall Mr. Arthur, with a wistful smile, saying, "I hope this trip brings my son some joy." Upon seeing the photograph sent back by Mr. Arthur, which featured the Weasley family, Harry's heart warmed at the sight of Ron Weasley, his best friend, with Scabbers perched on his shoulder. This was the family that Harry longed for. I wonder how many times I have fantasized about being there with them. Yet, my own circumstances are so dismal. Suddenly, Harry lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Sensing a gaze upon him, he illuminated the tip of his wand and directed it towards the source of his unease. There was something dark and mysterious, a large, dog-like creature with eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Harry was startled by the sight and instinctively took a step back. Just then, a clear voice called out to him from behind. "What are you doing here, Harry Potter?" It was a girl's voice, one that was familiar to him. Turning around, he confirmed it was someone from the magical world he recognized, with hair that shimmered like moonlight and eyes exuding an enigmatic charm. She possessed skin that was pale and flawless. Her limbs were slender and graceful, with a cinched waist. The only imperfection was her modest bosom, yet her beauty was undeniable. Her attire seemed to align with the Muggle world. She wore a white, long-sleeved blouse adorned with a ribbon tie, paired with a flowing, pure white chiffon skirt. In such attire, even Uncle Vernon would not perceive her as a witch. "Beresford, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. "Look where you're sitting." "Where am I sitting?" "Isn't this the stone wall of Magnolia Crescent?" Nearby stood an ostentatious mansion, undeniably extravagant, with a nameplate that read Beresford. Harry was taken aback by the realization. He was indeed perched before the Beresford estate. "Do you comprehend? This is my mansion." Harry nodded silently, astonished that he had casually chosen to sit in front of her home. He slowly rose to his feet, seemingly recalling something, and turned his gaze back to where the dark creature had been. Yet, there was nothing there now. "What are you looking at?" she inquired. "There was something black just over there." Mirabel glanced in the direction Harry indicated, but quickly lost interest and averted her gaze. Then she shot a look at Harry. "So? How did you end up here?" "I heard you live at number 4, Privet Drive. I ran away from home. I don't want to go back there." She appeared intrigued, a smile curling at her lips. Then, she unlocked the mansion's door and swung it open wide. "Well, let us not linger here. Come inside. Would you like something to drink?" It seems we only have tea." For a fleeting moment, Harry hesitated at the invitation, but soon he followed Mirabel into the mansion. After all, there was no one to turn to, no place to go. In such a predicament, relying on her was a prudent decision. Wow. Upon entering the mansion, Harry was taken aback by its vastness. From the outside, it appeared to be an expansive home, yet inside it was even more spacious. When he first entered the Weasley household, it had been similarly astonishing. Wizarding homes seemed to defy the laws of physics, with crimson ceilings and white walls. The floors were made of polished marble-like material, covered with deep red carpets. Numerous silver suits of armor, brandishing swords, stood near the columns and windows, as if they were poised to spring to life. A table draped in a red cloth occupied the hall, its candlelight flickering. Though not as grand as Hogwarts Castle, it undoubtedly resembled a castle rather than a mere mansion. Yet strangely, despite the mansion's size, not a soul was in sight. Where are the Beresford parents?" "In the main house. This is a villa constructed by my father." From this, it was evident that the Beresford family was of considerable social standing. Mirabel took a seat on a chair in the hall and gestured for Harry to sit opposite her. "Take a seat, Potter." "Yes." For reasons unknown, Harry responded with reverence, hurriedly taking a seat. Observing this, Mirabel snapped her fingers. Then, a masked man appeared behind her. He could be described as a butler, dressed in black formal attire. Yet he had an unsettling demeanor. He gazed at Harry for several seconds, but his expression was obscured by the mask. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my personal butler. His name is Sirius." "Sirius? Oh, I'm so sorry." Initially, the butler, referred to as Sirius, appeared taken aback, as if that were not his name, but upon being called again, he responded in a flustered manner. Mirabel sighed, deciding to briefly clarify the reason for his summons. However, it was nothing of great significance, merely a trivial task. "Prepare 2 cups of tea." "Very well." Mississippi Sirius bowed respectfully and vanished from sight. It was a form of magic akin to apparition, though Harry was unaware. He merely watched as the man mysteriously disappeared. "This is a magic akin to apparition. You possess the ability to teleport vast distances in an instant. Indeed, we have made some enhancements." "Enhancements?" "Yes, Potter. It is difficult to describe apparition as elegant. That is precisely why I have refined this spell. Even I, when utilizing apparition, can do so without making a sound." She stated this with a naturalness that belied the absurdity of her claim. As far as Harry knew, she had been employing this magic since her first year, which implied that the spell had already undergone modifications by that time. Mirabel, in a buoyant mood, addressed the astonished Harry. "So, why have you run away from home? There are still 2 weeks until the end of the summer holiday." "Well," Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge his thoughts. Should I really confide in her? Should I reveal my troubles to one of the most dangerous Slytherins, Mirabel? Despite his trepidation, he noticed that his guard was lowering as he gazed into her golden eyes. An impulse surged within him to unburden himself to this girl, to cast aside all his worries. No, Harry thought, he ought to share this anger and anxiety with someone. Before he realized it, he had poured forth all his feelings. Like a tongue twister, his words tumbled out in quick succession, barely pausing to ascertain whether Mirabel was truly listening. He expressed his fury towards the Dursleys, his frustration at being belittled by his parents, and his indignation at his own misfortunes. Mirabel, with a gleeful demeanor, watched as his emotions spilled forth like a broken faucet. Earlier, The housekeeper had brought in weak tea, evidently lacking in brewing skills, prompting Mirabel to mutter, "A year has passed, yet still no improvement in tea-making." Eventually, Harry vented all his emotions, and Mirabel finally took a breath, opening her mouth. "I understand now, Potter, you are correct." "Oh, is that so?" Harry's lips curled into a smile at Mirabel's affirmation. In such moments, having a partner who provides reassurance is a true blessing. Had it been Hermione, he was certain she would have exclaimed, "Harry, how could you think that?" Nothing is more irksome than witnessing inept insects whispering uncontrollably. They claim your parents are incompetent, yet they are the truly inept ones. As she spoke, Mirabel took another sip of her previously described unpleasant tea. Upon closer inspection, one of her gestures was so intricate that elegant seemed a fitting description. Her character may be flawed, but it was well known that she was the most beautiful girl at Hogwarts. When Harry first met her at the age of 11, he had little interest in the opposite sex, but now at 13, he found himself drawn to her. He noticed how his gaze was strangely captivated by Mirabel's movements. In terms of protecting your dignity and that of your parents, your anger is justified. There is no room for sympathy for those snobbish individuals. Your only fault lies in your complacency. Are you lazy? Will you wield magic? Oh, you are far too kind. You ought to thoroughly harm them. Mirabel placed her teacup on the table, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was a smile of elegance, yet her expression could not conceal, no. It seemed she had no desire to conceal, a certain cruelty from the outset. Pigs should be trained, Harry Potter. Teach them manners, remind them they are merely livestock, and make them obey. You can achieve this. No, regardless of how one looks at it. They are the ones who raised me, Harry replied, perplexed, while Mirabel laughed. Do you truly believe that? Huh. I am asking whether you genuinely feel that sense of obligation. Harry was struck at his core, rendered speechless. Yes. Just as Mirabel had articulated. He did not feel indebted to the Dursleys. Having been oppressed, it was impossible for him to harbor such sentiments. In silence, Mirabel continued. I can see into your heart, Potter. I long to repel the oppression I have endured thus far. I wish to serve them a dreadful meal while I indulge in a lavish feast before them. There are certain things I despise. Each time, I wish to vent my fury upon a pig. Humph, it feels splendid, Harry Potter. You have the right and the capability to do so. Each of Mirabel's words pierced Harry's heart, infusing it with a dangerous sweetness. He could not deny the truth of her words. If he claimed he had never envisioned such a scenario, it would be a lie, but as he imagined it, a sense of superiority and an odd satisfaction began to seep into his mind. Magic was a power that could be wielded for such purposes. Why not? It is a strength you have labored to obtain. What is wrong with wielding your power? However, but that is a wicked thing. Humph, Potter. You are just as snobbish as I am. I desire to stand taller than others, to possess power greater than theirs, to drown in superiority, to revel in the envious gazes of all, is it not? Each of Mirabel's utterances was laden with a perilous sweetness, akin to an aphrodisiac. He understood it was a corrupting temptation. He comprehended that it was immoral. Even as his mind grasped this, his heart stirred. Harry's thoughts gradually derailed, as if he had lingered too long in a hot bath. It feels magnificent, Potter, to trample upon others with the power you have earned with such effort. There exists a genuine joy that ignorant hypocrites will never comprehend. It is a particular pleasure that no exquisite wine can ever replicate. But I am. Inquire of your heart, not your head, Potter. A pure heart, unburdened by morals and shackles, will reveal to you what you truly desire. Mirabel leaned forward, her golden eyes reflecting Harry's emerald ones. Harry found himself unable to look away. With every movement of Mirabel's cherry-colored lips, every waft of her scent tickling his nostrils, Harry's senses were overwhelmed, leaving him in a daze. He deemed it irresistible, devoid of any desire to resist. Now tell me what you desire. Do not concern yourself with the laws of the magical world. I shall do something about it. You? Oh, indeed. Even if no one else understands, I shall comprehend you. I will support you. You need not worry about anything. Entrust everything to me, as you wish. Mirabel cupped Harry's cheeks, smiling as if she truly cherished him. She leaned in, and through the fabric of her clothing, Harry glimpsed a small, tantalizing opening that ignited his reason once more. The girl's invitation was sweet. Do not worry. You, what manner of fool are you? Truly, a fool who knocks at the door at the most inopportune hour. I drained the remaining half of my tea, snapped my fingers, and summoned the butler. Go and open the door. Let us see which imbecile dares to visit at such a late hour. Huh. Following these instructions, Sirius approached the front door to greet the rude midnight guest. Who the devil is this? Who visits a villa situated in a muggle town at such an ungodly hour? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he opened the front door to reveal a short, portly man, adorned with a yellow-green bowler hat. His hair was a silvery white, and his face was etched with numerous wrinkles. Perhaps he was forcing himself to conform to the muggle world, but his attire was peculiar. a pinstriped suit, a vivid crimson tie, and purple-pointed boots, an undeniably imbalanced ensemble. Mirabel recognized the man being ushered into the hall by Sirius. She had seen him several times due to her father's influence. He was one of the most significant figures in the wizarding world. It was none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. "Long time no see, Miss Bellisford. You look lovely as ever." It was unexpected for the Minister of Magic to visit at such a late hour. Had Sirius Black made an appearance nearby? The mere mention of his name caused Fudge's face to twitch. Sirius Black was a criminal, imprisoned for the murder of 12 muggles, although this was merely the Ministry's pretext. The true reason was his betrayal of Harry's family, which led to his confinement in Azkaban. His recent escape was a widely known scandal within the magical community. His notoriety transcended the wizarding world and had even infiltrated the Muggle news. Moreover, he was once a subordinate of Voldemort, and many believed his intentions remained fixated on Harry. "Ah, yes, well, what is it? We have yet to locate Sirius. However, he may indeed manifest here." Fudge spoke while observing Harry, carefully selecting his words. It was likely he wished to keep the news of Sirius confidential from Harry, which explained his vague manner of speaking. Sensing this, Mirabel ceased her inquiries. "Well then, Harry. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." After a brief self-introduction, he seated himself in a chair recommended by Sirius. He brought the tea that had been served before him to his lips, only to grimace and place it back on the table. It seemed the Minister of Magic also found the tea unpalatable. "Do not be shy to express it, but thanks to you, matters have become quite complicated. Escaping from your aunt and uncle like this. I mean, what would I do if something were to happen? No, but I am relieved you are safe. I am grateful Miss Bellisford has been looking after you." Fudge chuckled, attempting not to frighten Harry. Yet Harry remained unperturbed. After all, he had contravened the rules of the wizarding world. Nevertheless, Fudge appeared unfazed by such matters, saying, "By the way, Harry, where do you intend to spend the last 2 weeks of your summer vacation? I believe securing a room at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley would be splendid. What do you think?" This unexpected suggestion caused Harry to hesitate for a few seconds before nodding. Remaining near Mirabel posed a dilemma, had Fudge not arrived. Harry was certain he would have succumbed to her reckless inclinations. A fearsome girl, indeed, Harry pondered. She possessed a remarkable ability to ensnare individuals into perilous situations and corrupt them, akin to the serpent bestowing the wisdom apple upon Adam in paradise. Upon witnessing Fudge's arrival, Mirabel realized she had missed an extraordinary opportunity, and her disdain for the short man in the bowler hat quietly intensified. Chapter 40. The Dementa even amidst torrential rain. The Hogwarts Express would not cease its journey. The new term had commenced, and many students boarded the train to Hogwarts with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Mirabel munched on cake within the compartment, swaying with the jolts and clatter of the train. Rain poured outside, and the darkness rendered the scenery invisible. Opposite her sat her Slytherin classmate, Edith, who was stuffing her mouth with pumpkin pie. They were the only 2 occupants in the compartment. Other students, intimidated by Mirabel's presence, dared not approach. Mirabel swallowed the overly sweet morsel, expressing her dissatisfaction. "The menu on this train never changes, regardless of when you board. It's decent, but I've grown weary of nothing but sweets." "Well, it's a rarely utilized train. It has never tasted bad. In fact, one could argue it rivals the cake shops here," she mused. "However, one cannot subsist solely on sweetness. Desserts are, after all, merely desserts, not staples." The absence of substantial fare only deepened Mirabel's frustration. "By the way, do you know who the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is this year?" "A gentleman named Remus Lupin. He seems to be in the front carriage. I wonder if he will last the year." Edith's concerns echoed that of nearly every student. After all, since their arrival at school, the teachers of Defense Against the Dark Arts had mysteriously vanished within a single year. First, Quirrell, then Lockhart. Both had disappeared within a year, leading to the course being dubbed the cursed subject. "I am uncertain," Mirabel replied nonchalantly after finishing her cake. Unscrewing the cap of her plastic bottle, she took a sip of the tea contained within, quenching her throat. Feeling disgruntled by the fact that the only beverage on this train was pumpkin juice, she had opted to bring her own, red tea. Well, no one could be worse than Lockhart. In Mirabel's recollection, Lupin was an excellent teacher. By this age, Harry would be able to master one of the advanced spells, the Patronus charm, largely due to Lupin's guidance. Upon reflection, one could reasonably expect more from him than from his predecessors. "What's wrong? You seem disinterested." "It's not that I'm disinterested, but rather that I am currently intrigued by Hogsmeade." "What's there?" "There must be delectable treats." Hogsmeade was a small village, accessible only to third-year students and above. It was perhaps the only place in the world exclusively for wizards, devoid of muggles. The village showcased an array of sweets common in the muggle world, unique magical confections, magical tools, prank items, and more, all of which fascinated Mirabel. Though she had complained about the limited offerings on the train, her fondness for sweets was undeniable. As they conversed, the train began to slow. It seemed time to disembark. And Edith glanced out the window. We're almost there. No, we should still have an hour left. It would take at least another hour to reach Hogwarts. Of course, today's train was as sluggish as in previous years, and the rain only exacerbated the delay. Thus, it was unlikely they would arrive at Hogwarts anytime soon. Perhaps sensing this, Edith surveyed the area with a serious expression. As she glanced around, students were peering curiously from their compartments. Eventually, the train came to a complete halt, and even the lights inside flickered out. What could be the cause? Was it an event organized by the school, or something else? No, I doubt it's any sort of event. As she spoke, a flickering incantation illuminated the tip of her wand, and she stepped out of the compartment. There, she encountered Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Harry, who had just emerged from the adjoining carriage. It was evident they were aboard the same train. Hermione recognized Mirabel and, with a perplexed expression, addressed her, Beresford, do you know what is happening? I have no idea, Mirabel replied. Of course, she was well aware of the phenomenon's cause, but she felt no obligation to enlighten them, nor was she the type to do so. The answer would soon reveal itself without the need for instruction. In such circumstances, it was prudent to conserve time and energy that would otherwise be spent on unnecessary explanations. No, let me correct that. Not soon, but it had already manifested. Perhaps you should inquire of him. Mirabel gestured toward the entrance of the carriage with her thumb. Almost immediately, a dark figure, cloaked in shadow, loomed as if it reached for the ceiling. Its face was concealed beneath a hood, and the only visible arm protruding from the cloak was a cold, ashen hue, covered in filthy scabs that appeared as though they had festered underwater. Mirabel, what on earth is that? Edith trembled, clutching the edge of Mirabel's robe in terror. As she gazed at the figure, Mirabel reflected that although she already knew what this creature was from her memories, the initial encounter still elicited a sense of revulsion. A Dementor, soul devourer, the most wretched of beings on earth. They were the guards of Azkaban. Oh, that is. The Dementor rasped, releasing a ghastly sound as it inhaled slowly. At that moment, a chilling wave swept over Mirabel and her companions, sending shivers down their spines and instilling an overwhelming discomfort. It was utterly terrifying, as if joy would never again grace their lives. Ginny trembled, Ron screamed, Hermione froze, and Edith fell to her knees. Harry fared the worst, tumbling from his seat and convulsing on the floor. Although the tomes of memory contained descriptions, experiencing it firsthand was genuinely disconcerting. I do not relish it. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Mirabel glowered at the Dementor with palpable disdain. Something was amiss. An uncomfortable sensation enveloped her. This creature regarded everyone present as mere sustenance. In other words, even Mirabel was considered its prey. She despised it more than anything. Unforgivable. This was precisely why Mirabel remained steadfast. Even if one looks down upon another, one must not allow oneself to be looked down upon. I am the apex. You are all base, contemptible creatures. Edith, release your grip. Mirabel disentangled Edith's fingers from her robe and took a step toward the Dementor. Her visage bore no trace of fear. There was no need to fear such foolish, lowly beings, akin to swine and hounds. Would a hunter fear the very creatures they hunt? Yes, the hunter is always Mirabel. You, a filthy, lowly creature, how dare you expose your grotesque visage before the king? Mirabel spoke with arrogant disdain, yet the Dementor remained unmoved. Instead, it emitted a faint groan, attempting to draw closer to Mirabel. However, she would never forgive such rudeness. Even in discourse, it was unacceptable to disregard her with such disrespect. It seems that what you require is a lesson. Expecto Patronum. She swiftly brandished her wand, a massive instrument, swinging it aside. In an instant, a silvery arm emerged, tearing the Dementor's arms asunder. The only spell capable of repelling Dementors is the Patronus charm. Yet, Mirabel had cast a uniquely modified and evolved version of the offensive Patronus charm. Originally intended merely to dispel adversaries, Mirabel infused it with aggression, transforming it into a blade of slaughter capable of even slaying Dementors. She knew that Dementors would appear in the third year. Naturally, she had prepared a countermeasure. This was a spell to eliminate Dementors, a creation solely by Mirabel. Even lowly creatures can feel pain, right? That's a positive development. Mirabel observed the writhing Dementor, now bereft of its arms, with a sadistic grin. No one could regard Mirabel as food. Only Mirabel viewed others as sustenance. She was the sole sovereign. Only I possess the right to consume, kill, and trample, regardless of who you are, regardless of who stands before me. No exceptions. Now, what would you like me to slice? The chest? The abdomen? Or shall it simply be the neck? Cuckoo, I thought you were an instinctual creature. Are you afraid? Well then, be a little more frightened, a little more frightened. I would relish that. Mirabel, fully confident in her superiority, drew closer step by step, extending her tongue to lick her lips, much like a predator toying with its prey. This scene reminded Hermione of last year's nightmare, just as she had taunted the basilisk. Mirabel now exuded a perilous aura. Her typically calm exterior was merely a mask concealing her true nature. This golden girl revealed her essence while tormenting others. Let us witness that exceedingly dangerous true visage. Unshackled from the restraints of reason, the Slytherin monster raised her wand, her laughter growing more sinister. Her golden eyes glimmered, and her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. Now, no one could stop her. No one would aid the Dementor. Then the unstoppable girl swung her wand. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, seizing Mirabel. Stop. Killing the guards of Azkaban will lead to trouble. The arm's owner was a man clad in a tattered, patched robe. His light brown hair was interspersed with gray, and his complexion was pale, as though he were unwell. Nevertheless, the arm that grasped Mirabel was robust, and his reproachful gaze contained a certain strength. This man was Remus Lupin, the one responsible for this year's defense against the dark arts class. Mirabel fixed her gaze on the man's face for a few seconds, and before long, he let out an exasperated sigh and willingly withdrew his arm. I deem this to be justifiable self-defense. Indeed, tearing off its arm may be acceptable. However, killing it would be excessive. It had just begun to grow quite interesting. But being interrupted just as her interest peaked was truly vexing. Mirabel, now bored, retracted her wand and helped Edith, who lay on the floor, to her feet. As for the Dementor, that wretched creature, Lupin had said enough. She had lost interest in it now. Lupin informed the Dementor that no one was concealing Sirius Black beneath his cloak. Begone. The Dementor seemed irate, having lost its arm. The emotionless creature turned its gaze toward Mirabel. However, it still felt fear and swiftly departed. Eat this. Chocolate frogs? Relax a little. Edith was compelled to consume a chocolate frog, while Mirabel herself chewed on the confection. Warmth spread to her fingertips, restoring her body to its normal state. Shortly thereafter, Edith also took a bite of the chocolate, her complexion improving significantly. Looking over at Harry and the others, they too received chocolate bars from the tattered man, their appearances brightening considerably. I am astonished. Do you know how to deal with Dementors? Indeed, the man exclaimed to Mirabel, who was munching on chocolate, but for her, it was merely rudimentary knowledge. Her father, Heathcote Barrenford, was an expert in combating dark magic, and her mother, Mavis Barrenford, served as the deputy headmistress at Durmstrang, specializing in the dark arts. Thus, Mirabel had been educated in the intricacies of dark magic from a young age. With such a profound level of knowledge and a somewhat rigorous upbringing, it was impossible for Mirabel to be unaware of how to confront Dementors. Subsequently, the train made its way smoothly to Hogwarts. The first-year students were sorted as usual, and new faculty members were announced. First, the position for defense against the dark arts was entrusted to Remus Lupin. Additionally, the care of magical creatures fell under the purview of Hagrid. However, in Mirabel's estimation, this was evidently a misjudgment in personnel selection. While Hagrid had a fondness for animals and possessed a knack for taming them, she honestly did not believe he was suited for teaching. In her view, anticipating his lessons was a waste of time. Nevertheless, another bustling year was about to commence, and Mirabel found herself surprisingly looking forward to it, albeit with a wry smile. Chapter 41. Mirabel to play Quidditch? The following morning, as Mirabel made her way to the Great Hall for breakfast, she noticed the Slytherin table buzzing with excitement. At the center of the circle, Malfoy feigned fainting, seemingly eliciting laughter. There was no need to ponder whom he was imitating. It was a mockery of Harry Potter, who had lost consciousness in the presence of a Dementor. As expected, Harry was despised by Slytherin students, having brought home the Gryffindor trophy for 2 consecutive years. When it came to his misfortunes, Slytherin was more than willing to indulge. Malfoy, however, was not the only one trembling with fear at the presence of Dementors. Edith muttered in disgust as she sat in her chair. Upon witnessing this, Mirabel's lips curled into a smile. Feeling a bit down, Edith? Do you have feelings for Potter? No, not like that. Is that so? It seems you got along quite well with him last year. Mirabel cheerfully remarked, pouring milk over her breakfast cereal. In fact, as she stated, there was a time last year, from Christmas until the end of the term, when Edith had been quite close to Harry and Hermione. Discovering the identity of the monster within Slytherin had been a collective struggle, yet it was difficult to assert there was no connection whatsoever. Well, if you say this imitation bothers you, I could make them stop. No, it's fine, Mirabel, really. As for Mirabel, since Malfoy was, to be frank, just an annoyance, she wouldn't have minded forcibly silencing him. However, with Edith's refusal, she thought better of interfering and snagged a nearby piece of bacon and egg. Poking the soft-boiled yolk with her fork, the gooey filling oozed out, staining the white with yellow. Taking a bite after slicing it open, the rich flavor of the egg spread across her palate. But I wonder why only Harry fainted. I don't think he's that weak. At least he should be stronger than I am. You're not weak, you're strong. At least, aside from me, your mental fortitude is superior to anyone present. Then why? Dementors are creatures that drain away happiness and euphoria, leaving only the most dreadful memories in their wake. If you have a tragic past like Harry Potter's, it is only natural that you would faint, Mirabel explained as she munched on her crispy cereal. In the face of Dementors, mental strength holds little significance. If there are numerous unpleasant experiences, that becomes the threshold for fainting. From this perspective, Malfoy, who had been spoiled since childhood and lived a blissful life, was hardly affected. Conversely, Mirabel believed that had he endured experiences akin to Harry's, he might have gone mad rather than fainted. How can one prevent fainting? The quickest method is to utilize the Patronus charm, but that falls under quite advanced magic. The Patronus charm? Is that what you used on the train? Mirabel, unperturbed by Edith's inquiry, smiled and took a bite of her buttered bread. After moistening her throat with tea, she replied, "That was my modified offensive Patronus. Not the original spell. Did you not just say it was advanced magic? Because there is nothing I cannot accomplish," Mirabel declared proudly, wiping her mouth with a napkin. It seemed this meal had come to an end. Today she apparently could not eat much. As for Edith, though somewhat surprised, she appeared to have grown accustomed to it. "I wonder if I could do that as well. It's difficult. Unless you can wield the standard Patronus charm, you cannot access the modified version." She scooped up her dessert pudding with a spoon and elaborated on how challenging it was for Edith to learn the Patronus charm. The version Mirabel employed was an evolved modification of the Patronus charm, and aside from her, no one else could master or learn it. In a sense, it could only be handled by Mirabel's unconventional mindset, and it was a unique magic entirely indifferent to others. "Then tell me about that Patronus charm." "Well, if you wish to know, I can share, but I do wonder if we can take a break." Is there something wrong?" After finishing her dessert pudding and wiping her mouth with a napkin, Mirabel took a breath, moistening her throat with red tea. For Slytherin, which had been on a losing streak in recent years, this was good news, while it served as a catalyst for nightmares for Gryffindor. In fact, last year, Marcus Flint shouted at me, expressing a strong desire to defeat Gryffindor. I had no intention of taking notice, but it was rather unpleasant to be on a losing team. Let us utterly defeat Gryffindor. With that, Mirabel smiled, confident in her impending victory. Chapter 42, Boggett. The third year introduced a new subject, magical creatures. The unforgettable first lesson of Hagrid's magical creatures class ended in a spectacular failure. Edith thought the class itself was not bad, given Hagrid's renowned love for monsters. It was easy to understand why he brought a creature that led to his downfall. Well, I don't think bringing a suddenly aggressive creature is a wise idea. The creature Hagrid brought, a hippogriff, was a proud beast that would not allow you to ride unless you bowed, much like an emperor. Mirabel refused to lower her head and simply forced her way onto it, yet ultimately the hippogriff broke her knee, demonstrating that common sense did not apply to her. According to Mirabel, she would not bow to anyone, including creatures. Clearly, she had little interest in the class. As usual, the troublemaker was Draco Malfoy. He disregarded Hagrid's instructions and insulted the hippogriff, resulting in an attack. This was entirely self-inflicted, yet the fact that students were injured remained undeniable. When Hagrid brought a potentially dangerous creature, he was the one to blame. Rumors circulated throughout the school that Hagrid might soon be dismissed. "Hey, do you think Hagrid will be fired?" Edith asked on Friday afternoon as they headed to the next defense against the dark arts class. Several days have passed since then, yet the bandage on Malfoy's arm remains intact, and he continues to groan in agony. In response, Mirabel returned as if nothing had transpired. It was inconceivable. It was not particularly grave, merely a bruise sustained by Malfoy. If teachers were to be dismissed solely due to student injuries, few would endure a year in this profession. Malfoy is still bandaged? If Madame Pomfrey treated him and he has yet to recover, then the term fragile would be a gross understatement. Mirabel pointed out that Malfoy's injury had healed. This was merely an act to elicit sympathy from those around him, hoping to invoke a sense of guilt in Hagrid for his affliction, as he pretended not to have fully recovered. Typically, such behavior would be inconsequential. Yet he was a troublemaker, bolstered by his father's influence. The injury to the son of Lucius, whose standing greatly affects the Ministry of Magic, posed a significant dilemma for them. Well, I care not for Hagrid's fate. I merely hope that this year's defense against the dark arts class proves to be worthwhile. Upon opening the door and entering the classroom, students were already assembled, eager for the lesson. As Mirabel and Edith settled into their seats by the window, Lupin entered the room just in time. "Hello, everyone. Oh, no need to take out your books. Just bring out your wands and follow me." With that, Lupin beckoned the students out of the classroom. They had previously engaged in practical exercises in defense against the dark arts, reminiscent of the hands-on training without textbooks. If one had to draw comparisons, it would be to the dueling club that Lockhart had initiated last year, not to mention the Cornish pixies. Yet this time felt distinctly different. Regardless, it promised to be an enjoyable experience. With that thought in mind, the students followed Lupin, wands in hand, guided by him. They entered the staff room, which was cluttered with mismatched old chairs, and a cabinet in the corner creaked ominously. It was evident that something was contained within, wreaking havoc. Fear not, for inside lies merely a boggart, Lupin assured, his tone soothing to alleviate the students' anxiety. Boggarts prefer confined, shadowy spaces, like drawers, under beds, or within lockers. Now, let us address the first question. What do you believe a boggart is? Can it transform into what we find terrifying? This was a straightforward inquiry. Malfoy, wearing a proud expression, responded to Lupin's question. Many students in Gryffindor were also familiar with the nature of boggarts. Precisely. The boggart lurking in the shadows has yet to take shape. It is unaware of what terrifies those outside, hence it cannot transform. What does a boggart look like before it changes? Lupin continued. That is the crux, Edith. No one truly knows what a boggart looks like in its original form. No one has ever seen it. Once it emerges, it becomes what we fear most. Encountering a boggart signifies that we can recognize one another's fears. Yet by that time, the boggart has already completed its metamorphosis. Thus, there is no way to ascertain its true nature, nor can anyone witness it. However, we possess an advantage. The key to vanquishing a boggart lies in companionship. Do you know why? Is it because it doesn't know how to pretend? Daphne queried. Indeed. With so many of you present, it cannot discern what the creature should transform into. Should it become a flying dragon? Or perhaps a crawling zombie? The boggart would be perplexed and would morph into something absurd. Lupin continued to elucidate, striving to calm the students' frayed nerves. The incantation to defeat a boggart is simple, yet it requires mental fortitude. To conquer this creature, one must evoke laughter. You need to envision the boggart as something amusing. Now then, let us practice without our wands for the time being. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Lupin called for the class to chant in unison. He smiled approvingly at the harmonious chorus before elaborating. Yes, splendid. Yet mere incantations will not suffice. Now, Edith, could you come forward? Certainly. She responded eagerly. Initially, students would not master the technique unless they truly engaged in the exercise. Edith was the first to be summoned by Lupin. In a gathering of formidable Slytherins such as Mirabel and Malfoy, Edith was remarkably close to the norm. It was no surprise she was chosen for the demonstration. What do you fear most? It's the basilisk. The mention of the basilisk caused several students to flinch, given that just a year prior, this creature had instilled terror throughout the school, resulting in numerous casualties. Particularly for Edith, who was indeed a victim of that calamity, the lingering fear was palpable. Oh my. The basilisk. Its eyes are the most terrifying part. By the way, Edith, do you have a favorite animal? Yes, it's a rabbit. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. First, if you open that cabinet, the boggart will emerge and transform into the basilisk. You will raise your wand and chant, ridiculous, while focusing on the rabbit's adorable, round eyes. The basilisk's fearsome gaze should soon transform into the charming eyes of a rabbit. Imagining the round-eyed basilisk, Edith gasped, and laughter erupted from those around her. So, what of the boggart in the cabinet? Clearly, laughter is indeed the boggart's nemesis. Should Edith succeed in vanquishing it, the next shapeshifter will appear in your stead. Can anyone ponder their greatest fear and how to render it amusing? As soon as these words escaped his lips, silence enveloped the room. Perhaps each student was contemplating their own deepest fears. Mirabel, like her peers, found herself in deep reflection. What did she fear most? A few candidates came to mind. It was utterly repugnant, yet the sensation of dread was undeniable. First was the sight of undercooked, unsightly food, an embarrassment that England boasted to the world. Next was the thought of being utterly helpless. For Mirabel, who loathed incompetence, this would be a humiliation far worse than death. She would rather perish than expose such clumsiness. Then, there lay the undeniable presence of Albus Dumbledore. To claim that I was not threatened by the power of that elusive old wizard would be a falsehood. That had occurred 2 years prior. Yet I could not forget the overwhelming sense of defeat as I watched him dismantle all my carefully laid traps within mere 4 minutes. The sting of that failure still lingered in my heart. As these thoughts swirled in Mirabel's mind, a myriad of images suddenly flooded her consciousness. The warmth of a smile, the voice of one who claimed to be a friend, the silhouette of a talented girl, radiant with dreams of the future, and the young body trampled by both incompetence and malevolence, rendered a cripple. In that moment, she would prefer to bear the weight of her own hands than reveal such anguish. With that thought, Mirabel pressed her forehead in frustration. This was utterly foolish. This was not fear, it was merely a recollection of a lost past. Merely imitating a boggart will never truly encapsulate the essence of transformation from the past. As I pondered this, Lupin appeared to resume his lesson. He raised his wand, preparing to unlock the wardrobe. Is everyone ready? I shall count to 3 before I open it. 1, 2, 3. As he finished counting, sparks flew from the wand, striking the handle of the drawer with force. Flinging it open. Immediately, a colossal serpent slithered forth, emitting a hissing sound, prompting the students to shut their eyes in unison. As anticipated, even when perceived as a tangible entity, it would not petrify. Edith nearly let out a scream, but quickly regained her composure, raising her wand. Ridiculous. Upon uttering the incantation, a whip-like crack resounded, and the serpent's eyes transformed. The once fearsome yellow orbs morphed into round, endearing pupils, an absurd and pitiable sight. Its eyes darted about like those of a small creature. Laughter erupted among the students as the boggart stood bewildered, seemingly at a loss. Next, Blaze, the second student, a young black man named Blaze Zabini, stepped forward. In response, the boggart contorted into a savage giant, entirely cloaked in black, with claws resembling those of a bear. Its mask bore a terrifying grin, accompanied by guttural breaths. Ridiculous. The whip crack echoed once more, and the boggart plummeted headfirst into the ground. As if struck by a tempest, following Zabini, a slender student with dark hair approached. His name was Theodore Nod, one of the most notorious pureblood supremacists in Slytherin. As he stood before the boggart, it morphed into the demon Baphomet, adorned with a goat's head. Ridiculous. With a snap, Baphomet transformed into an ordinary sheep. No, not merely a sheep. It was a pitiful creature, utterly devoid of its wool. Nodding in satisfaction, Lupin called out another name. Mirabel, step forward. As her name was invoked, she walked ahead. For reasons unknown, the boggart ceased its movements. Unable to shift from the sheep form, it wobbled in confusion, as if unsure of what to become. The cause lay in Mirabel's emotional barriers. She never allowed anyone into her heart, refusing to permit anyone to read her thoughts. To a boggart, which thrives on mimicking the minds of others, Mirabel was its nemesis. Her heart was solely her own, devoid of even a hint of telepathy. Yet, the lesson must continue. Mirabel clicked her tongue in disinterest, reluctantly transmitting her thoughts to the mimicking creature. Instantly, it morphed into a figure resembling none other than the illustrious headmaster Albus Dumbledore himself. Complete with sparkling blue eyes, crescent-shaped spectacles, a crooked nose, and excessively long silver hair and beard. The likeness was uncanny, prompting astonishment from Lupin and all the students alike. Ridiculous. With a snap, the spell was cast. Dumbledore's already lengthy beard grew even longer, ensnaring him as the boggart fell over, entangled. Next, Malfoy. Malfoy grinned wickedly before the fallen foe headmaster. Surely, he had envisioned himself heroically vanquishing the boggart in his mind. The boggart, sensing his thoughts, transformed into something even he had not anticipated. Emerging was a stunning girl with golden hair and eyes, impeccably dressed. No, excessively so, her beauty seemingly inversely proportional to her inner malevolence. Clad in a white shirt, a vest, a blue tie, a deep blue skirt, and knee-high white socks, with a black robe draped over her shoulders like a cloak, she stood impervious to the fiercest winds. Undoubtedly, it was Mirabel Beresford herself. The counterfeit Mirabel appeared with a mocking smile, her golden eyes casting down upon Malfoy. Hoo. Hello? Malfoy flushed, stepping back from the wickedly grinning false Mirabel. However, he quickly regained his composure, raising his wand. There is no need to fear. It is merely a boggart. Not real. All he needed to do was transform it into a ludicrous figure and laugh. A sharp voice suddenly pierced through Malfoy's resolve from behind. Huh, dear Malfoy, do you wish to embarrass me? The voice drained Malfoy of color once more. Indeed, the real Mirabel was present. The one in front was false, while the true one stood behind. Sandwiched between the two Mirabels, Malfoy trembled pitifully. If he did not escape, the false Mirabel would launch an attack. However, should he vanquish it, the genuine retribution awaited him behind. No matter how hard he tried, despair loomed over Malfoy. There seemed to be no way out. As expected, Lupin, with a pained expression, dispatched a lifeboat of sorts. Look, right here. He drew the boggart toward himself and altered its form. The boggart promptly transformed into a silvery orb, floating before Lupin. With a flick of ridiculous, he turned it into a cockroach, an utterly revolting sight. Next, Millicent. The boggart read Millicent's thoughts, morphing into a colossal centipede. Yet, as Millicent cast her spell, it donned roller skates, causing its numerous legs to wobble uncontrollably. Alright, next is Pansy. Pansy Parkinson's fear materialized as a white beast. It bore the outline of a fusion between a cat and a rabbit, its crimson eyes devoid of life. The white creature cocked its head at Pansy, uttering, "Sign a pact with me." Just as Pansy prepared to cast her spell, a magic beam struck, transforming the beast into a bee. Alright, I'm confused. Next is Daphne. A student named Daphne Greengrass was summoned. As she stood before the boggart, it transformed into a giant looming from the ceiling, casting its gaze down upon Daphne. It was a creature spoken of in folklore, known as Frankenstein's monster. Ridiculous. As Daphne uttered her incantation, the Frankenstein monster shrank into a palm-sized doll, frantically glancing about. The terror evoked by the creature's size diminished considerably. Following this, the students continued to transform, and the boggett's pace of change gradually slowed. It was evident that it was nearing exhaustion. All right, one last time. Edith, vanquish it. At last, it was Edith's turn. She raised her wand, as if steeling her resolve. In an instant, the serpent-like boggett shrank to the ground as a small snake. All the students chuckled at the sight, and the boggett, as if losing its purpose, exploded into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing entirely. At that moment, the boggett's demise was executed with remarkable proficiency. Well done. Each Slytherin earns 5 points for facing the boggett. Edith received a score of 10, having engaged in 2 encounters. Upon your return to the dormitory, each of you is expected to peruse the chapter on boggetts and submit your summaries. That constitutes today's assignment. Class dismissed. Following the announcement, the students exited the teacher's room, animatedly chatting amongst themselves. The subject of their conversation, of course, revolved around their duel with the boggett. Edith appeared quite satisfied with the enriching lesson she had never before experienced, her voice resonant with joy. It was indeed the most captivating class in the history of defense against the dark arts. Undeniably, the previous lessons had been abysmal, as Edith remarked. It was certainly the finest class she had attended thus far. One could also argue that the instructors had, until now, been woefully inadequate. By the way, why does Mirabel harbor fear of Dumbledore? He is, in my opinion, one of those individuals who seems invincible. Ultimately, I will have to surmount a formidable barrier. Yet at this moment, I cannot even perceive his limits. I furrowed my brow and candidly responded to Edith's inquiry. It is a humiliation that stirs your very core. To truly ascend, one must embrace their vulnerabilities. Without acknowledging your weaknesses, you cannot hope to overcome them. Nevertheless, the frustration remains ineffably profound. Upon realizing the extent of my anger, I instinctively clenched my fists. Yet, simultaneously, Mirabel held Dumbledore in esteem. For one who respects and acknowledges the upper echelons, Dumbledore embodies the very essence of a great wizard. This is precisely why I hold such disdain for him. I harbor a deep-seated contempt for a man of such extraordinary capability, who is content to occupy the position of headmaster of Hogwarts, to stand at the pinnacle of the magical realm, endowed with enviable talents, yet choose to remain passive while tolerating the corruption of the wizarding world. Such a stance is utterly reprehensible. Therefore, I am determined to surpass Dumbledore. For those who reside at the summit must invariably be the finest. Chapter 43, The Thirst for Victory. It was just after Christmas last year. The incident transpired during a quarrel between Edith and Mirabel. That day, a peculiar scene inadvertently captured the attention of the students in the Slytherin common room. A second-year girl sat cross-legged on a chair, gazing down at a fifth-year boy who was bowed beneath her feet, tears streaming down his face. The upperclassman, who ought to serve as a role model for the younger students, was none other than Marcus Flint, the captain of the Quidditch team, humbling himself before a mere 12-year-old girl. Yet, no one found this spectacle unnatural. This girl possessed ambition, and regardless of age, she entrusted everything to herself. In the presence of Mirabel Barrenford, birth order held no significance. Honestly, Marcus Flint, how many times must I repeat myself? Marcus continued to bow silently before Mirabel, who showed no inclination to conceal her discontent. Flattery and sycophancy directed towards this girl would only backfire. All he could do was exhibit sincerity. Marcus felt as though he were being crushed by an enormous hand, yet he maintained his position. No matter how many times you come, I will not join the team. Just leave. Marcus was there for the sole purpose of coaxing Mirabel into the team. Normally, one would not even consider including such an overpowering girl, nor would they form such an attachment to her. However, at this juncture, in a desperate bid to triumph over Gryffindor, he yearned for Mirabel's assistance. He had been driven to the brink of considering her indispensable. Prior to his captaincy, Slytherin had always claimed the trophy, a glorious history of 6 consecutive victories. Yet Marcus had tarnished that glory. Although he had won the trophy last year, the direct confrontation with Gryffindor had been a dismal failure. Victory had only been secured because Harry Potter had fallen during the battle for the Philosopher's Stone. And this year, despite every member of the team possessing a Nimbus 2001, they had faced utter defeat. The championship cup was perilously close to being taken away, and it was almost certain that it would be lost. They had to do everything within their power to win, demanding that Snape seize Gryffindor's pitch during practice, even going so far as to recruit Malfoy for the team in hopes of reclaiming victory for everyone, no matter how sullied their hands might become. Yet the outcome remained a disgraceful result of a cowardly failure. Please, join us. Time and again, Marcus bowed his head in supplication. Without warning, Mirabel's shoe connected with his cheek, sending him sprawling. Marcus, with his frail legs, was propelled backward, colliding with several chairs in the common room, which subsequently crashed against the wall, causing a portrait resting there to tumble to the floor. I told you to get lost. Did you not hear me? As if she had kicked aside a piece of refuse, she exhibited no remorse. No, Mirabel felt no guilt whatsoever. A veritable tyrant. Even an upperclassman could be toppled by one who disrespected others, attempting to impose her will upon them. She crossed her legs once more, gazing down at Marcus, who lay on the ground. Mirabel's foot inflicted considerable damage, blood streaming from his broken teeth and mouth, staining the floor crimson. Madame Pomfrey could mend any broken tooth. But in the Muggle world, such injuries leave lifelong scars. Oh, come on, Baronford, lend me your strength for the sake of Slytherin. However, Marcus, who had expected this to be a lesson, approached Mirabel once more and bowed deeply. He at least understood that this girl would not acquiesce easily. Regardless, for the sake of victory, he desired her power. Slytherin was the most despised house in the school. Should Slytherin lose the match, the other three houses would mercilessly mock them. If they won, it would be met with derision. This was why he longed to secure an impressive victory. As long as there were results, they could avoid the scorn of the other three houses. Regardless of whether they were cowardly, they could proudly proclaim that they had emerged victorious. I want to win. I truly want to defeat Gryffindor. Harry Potter, I want to triumph over Oliver Wood. He cast aside shame and pride, humbly pleading. What was his state of mind when solely fixated on victory? She squinted at him appreciatively, placing her foot upon Marcus's fingers resting on the floor. With a slight application of pressure, his forefingers bent painfully, the joints protesting. Should Mirabel exert further force, Marcus's fingers would bend in an unnatural direction, inflicting immense pain. I have changed my mind. I will put you to the test. I will break your fingers. If you do not cry out in pain, I may assist you. Now, what do you intend to do? If you wish to stop, now is the time. He did, however. The moment he recalled the faces of those mocked by the other three houses within the academy, he felt a profound sense of obligation not to flee. Thus, Marcus resolved himself, gazing resolutely into the disdainful golden eyes of the girl before him, and declared, I agree. Promise me that if I persevere, you shall join the team and lead Slytherin to victory. Mirabel's expression remained impassive as she locked eyes with Marcus, her lips curving into a smile for the first time. It was a smile of angelic beauty that ensnared Marcus's heart, yet he was also painfully aware that this girl was far from an angel. She was a demon. She admired Marcus's determination. Wonderful, Marcus Flint. Your tenacity for victory is commendable, so let us pledge in my name. I shall undoubtedly deliver you the elixir of triumph. Her clear voice was imbued with a warmth that felt almost comforting. Meanwhile, an unbearable pain coursed through her fingers. Marcus could hear the sickening sound of his fingers snapping, the agony so intense that it rendered him unconscious. Yet, he refrained from uttering a single scream. Marcus collapsed to the ground, a smile gracing his lips, firmly believing that Slytherin would triumph the following year. In his final moments, he heard Mirabel's sincere words of praise. Proudly, Marcus Flint, you have earned my assistance. Chapter 44. The Gryffindor team. Time flew by, and now it was October. In the cold locker room corner of the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood bellowed at his entire team. His voice resonated with the spirit of battle and an oddly tragic undertone. Gentlemen, this is my final opportunity. This is my last chance to claim the Quidditch Cup. As Oliver paced before the players, he spoke with fervor. After this year, I shall depart. I will never have another chance. Over the past 7 years, Gryffindor had secured victory only once. Last year, a glorious crown. I wish to leave this school adorned with that very crown. At this juncture, Oliver paused, his fists clenched. An unprecedented anxiety and impatience flickered across his face as he gritted his teeth. Yet, there are those who threaten our crown. The Quidditch pitch this year is teeming with formidable opponents, as if they are intent on thwarting our conquest. As the academic year progresses, the teams evolve. Some are weakened by the departure of key players, while others grow stronger with the addition of promising newcomers, much like Harry, who joined Gryffindor 2 years ago. This year, both scenarios are unfolding simultaneously. Cedric Diggory, the new captain of Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, the most unassuming and inconspicuous among the four houses. However, that house should not be underestimated. Cedric Diggory, a popular figure in school, excels in magical talent, appearance, and character. Besides Cedric, there is another individual to beware of, a presence that casts a shadow over this Quidditch competition. Then, the worst news I feared most came to pass. Mirabel Beresford announced her joining of the Slytherin team. Everyone was left bewildered by Oliver's bitterly raw words. No student in this school was unaware of Mirabel's name, a being feared, respected, and revered by many, often labeled as a tyrant, demon, or basilisk slayer. Her overwhelming magical prowess is unparalleled, occasionally surpassing even 7th-year students and teachers. In battle, she tramples with a smile. Her meticulously arranged beauty could only be described as divine, constantly drawing others in, her voice effortlessly enchanting those who hear it, transforming them into her loyal soldiers. This girl, arguably the most beautiful in Slytherin, had finally decided to participate in Quidditch. This was erroneous news, utterly erroneous. Beresford had no interest in Quidditch. I knew Marcus had long recognized her talents. But given her temperament, I believed it impossible for her to follow Marcus. I am confident. If he employed some method, no, that wouldn't be a good method. If the news is indeed true, our greatest adversary has been born. However, Oliver, she is merely a third-year girl. Teammate Angelina Johnson shouted to console the despondent Oliver. Yet, upon hearing this, Oliver exclaimed, "Exactly." He gazed incredulously at Angelina. She is merely a third-year girl. We are undoubtedly superior in broomstick riding. And we have Harry. In response to Angelina's words, Oliver replied, "Yes." After taking a breath to steady himself, he lifted his head, appearing somewhat calmer. Indeed, Beresford is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. But we are the best, the top team in the school. We have 3 outstanding chasers, 2 undefeated beaters. And our seeker always brings victory to our team. And I shall be the goalkeeper who blocks everything. Oliver roared as loudly as he could, and all his teammates nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, do not fear. We can be considered the finest Quidditch team in recent years, even within the extensive history of Hogwarts. It is rare to witness such a band of heroes. Without a doubt, we are among the strongest members Gryffindor has ever had. Yes, Oliver, Fred shouted. This is our year. Angelina followed swiftly. I shall win, Harry declared, mustering his courage. Mirabel was undoubtedly fearsome. No, perhaps no other student understood this power better than Harry. But with a broom, Harry would win, for the skies above were Harry's domain, he thought silently. Even if Mirabel were my opponent, I refused to lose. The spirit of victory surged within all of Gryffindor. That transformed into a masculine voice, resonating throughout the locker room that day. Chapter 45, Hogsmeade at the end of October. On Halloween, the day marked a weekend excursion to Hogsmeade organized by the school. Many students had gathered in the snow-laden, silvery village. As if they had stepped straight out of a Christmas card, perusing the shops according to their interests. Mirabel and Edith also arrived in Hogsmeade, accompanied by another rather incongruous companion. I know you two are close, but I did not expect you to walk alongside me, Granger. Mirabel's gaze fell upon a strangely gaunt Hermione. Mirabel neither reprimanded her nor stared. Edith noticed this and stood protectively between them, opening her mouth. She has no one to accompany her. Harry did not receive permission from his family, and Ron is still in the hospital. Oh, at St. Mungo's? Harry and Ron were Hermione's constant companions, yet they were absent. Harry had been targeted by Sirius before gaining permission from his relatives, and the teachers did not wish for him to leave the school, while his relatives were prejudiced muggles who had always despised magic. As for Ron, he had yet to return from the hospital due to the memory charm cast by Lockhart last year. Fortunately, the spell had not hit him directly. Fortunately, the magic of forgetfulness is not overwhelmingly potent. The healer has indicated that if I remain hospitalized for another year, I shall be able to return to school. Very well. I harbor no objections. Thank you, Mirabel. Edith expressed her gratitude to Mirabel for her unreserved acceptance of Hermione. In truth, Mirabel has never harbored any disdain for the exemplary Hermione. Thus, she had no grounds for rejection. First and foremost, we shall commence our journey at Honeyduke's as planned. Excellent. Honeyduke's, renowned for its confections and sweets, stands as a hallmark of Hogsmeade. It was Mirabel's internal decision to visit there first, or more accurately, it was the primary reason for her initial arrival in Hogsmeade. Traversing the snow-blanketed village, they passed by various shops. Given the frigid weather, Edith felt a tinge of melancholy upon spotting the 3 broomsticks. Mirabel, if you intend to procure sweets from Honeyduke's, why not head that way instead of venturing here? The butterbeer, of course, is not limited to cold days alone. It is the signature hot beverage of the 3 broomsticks. Though referred to as beer, it is by no means actual beer. This sweet drink is concocted from milk, butter, egg yolks, and sugar, and is named so because it resembles beer when it froths. While it is a specialty of the 3 broomsticks, it is not restricted to being consumed solely there, and Mirabel is well aware of this brew. Very well. After speaking, Hermione whispered to Edith, casting a glance at Mirabel's retreating figure. It appeared she was making an effort to lower her voice, seemingly reluctant for Mirabel to overhear. Hey, Edith. What? I was pondering why you remained so close to Beresford. This was Hermione's primary concern. Mirabel and Edith, much like herself, Harry, and Ron, were always in each other's company, yet she found the pairing of Mirabel and Edith improbable. On one hand, Edith is a sensible and rational individual, while on the other lies Mirabel, a lunatic. Edith is a Slytherin student, yet she is mature, kind-hearted, and possesses a sound moral compass. Edith Rainagel is so closely associated with them that they question why she belongs to Slytherin. However, Mirabel is an entirely different case. She lacks manners and empathy. Her moral compass is convoluted, and she exhibits selfish tendencies. She regards others merely as insects to be brutally exterminated with one hand while screaming with the other. Whether this mindset aligns with Slytherin tradition is uncertain, yet her very existence embodies that of an arrogant Slytherin student. To be honest, I cannot fathom how you manage to get along with her. Well, yes, I understand your sentiment, but in extreme circumstances, the union of Edith and Mirabel is as implausible as Harry and Malfoy holding hands. Their values, tastes, and everything else are misaligned. Such individuals cannot be friends. Yet, they still behave as if they are. There exists an impossible contradiction. Hermione could not help but be intrigued. Well, within Mirabel's thoughts, there are indeed some commendable aspects. Mirabel is, without a doubt, a tyrannical ruler. However, her standards are predicated on the abilities of individuals rather than mere bloodlines. In Mirabel's eyes, capability surpasses everything, including the so-called pure bloodlines. For someone like Edith, being governed by Mirabel within Slytherin is a fortunate circumstance. You should probably inform Harry to exercise caution. Why? I am unsure of the specifics, but Mirabel has endorsed Senior Flint. She has accepted his joining the Quidditch team. Edith was not concerned about Mirabel. Rather, she feared that Harry would suffer a grievous defeat. I believe she will utterly vanquish Harry, the pillar of Gryffindor. Mirabel will undoubtedly do so. Upon hearing these words, Hermione's complexion turned ashen, for she sensed her friend's future shrouded in darkness, a friend who had already departed. Chapter 46, The World. Following their return from Hogsmeade, the Halloween festivities at Hogwarts were nothing short of spectacular. Carved jack-o'-lanterns adorned the hallways, while hundreds of bats flitted across the ceiling. Orange streamers swept down from above, mimicking the patterns of a tempest, and a dazzling array of pumpkin dishes unique to Halloween overwhelmed the senses. A chorus of trick or treat commenced, with students donned in costumes, and sweets were distributed. After all, having just visited Hogsmeade, everyone possessed some form of candy. It was an exceptional opportunity for Halloween. Days later, the long-anticipated inaugural Quidditch match arrived. The weather, devoid of any embellishment, could only be described as abysmal. Gale-force winds howled, the rain pelted like gunfire, and thunder roared as if a cannon had been fired nearby. All the great trees swayed as if they were willows being struck, and within a second, the umbrellas they held aloft were turned inside out. Meanwhile, the clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin was on the verge of commencing. Before the match, allow me to cast a spell upon you. This declaration was unexpectedly made by Mirabel, the Slytherin Seeker, just prior to the game. The position of Seeker was a decision stemming from Marcus's own will. As for Malfoy, the original Seeker, he lamented phrases like, "Oh, I truly wish my arm were well." Hence, Malfoy did not partake in this match. This was not a matter of concern. With a reluctant gaze cast upon the plaster encasing his arm, he sat alone on the bench, engulfed in a peculiar melancholy. In truth, everyone present was aware that his injury had healed, yet Mirabel would, by any means necessary, exclude him from the team to secure victory. His presence only augmented the chances of defeat, and the sight of the flag raised during the match felt ominous. Cast a spell? What sort of magic is that? A form of telepathy. Upon uttering this, a numbing sensation akin to electricity coursed through the minds of the Slytherin team, followed by a clear thought. For instance, a sense of liberation, as if a wall previously unrecognizable had suddenly been dismantled. The voice of the spellcaster, Mirabel, resonated within each member's mind. "Can you hear me? Wow. Team members Monta and Dryan were startled by the sudden voice that echoed in their heads. This spell, Despacio Sense, was one that should only be mastered by sixth-year students. It is a form of magic that enables one-sided telepathic communication. It does not allow you to intercept another's thoughts. The ability to instantaneously issue commands is an ineffable marvel. Very well, you can hear my voice. During this match, I shall issue commands via telepathy. I shall serve as the commander in this instance, rather than Flint. Is that understood? Marcus, is that acceptable?" Mirabel's words were akin to a declaration of a change in captaincy. Dryan, somewhat displeased, turned his gaze toward Marcus. Yet Marcus's countenance displayed no hesitation. For the sake of victory, he had relinquished his petty pride and placed all his trust in Mirabel. "I have no objections. Consider her words as my own." "Very well, if you say so." Upon witnessing Marcus's unwavering resolve, Dryan and his teammates reluctantly accepted the reality. In order to contend with Gryffindor, the finest team Hogwarts has seen in the past 2 years, they had no choice but to entrust their fate to Mirabel. It was Marcus, donning the guise of a jester, who had captivated her attention. Subsequently, to reward his diligent efforts, Mirabel cast a satisfied glance at them and continued, "I shall impart strategies and tactics at any moment during the match, But before that, I implore you to accomplish one task. In this particular game, acts deemed cowardly and brutish will be utterly abolished. Her proclamation elicited a collective gasp from the entire Slytherin team. One of Slytherin's defining traits had always been its propensity for aggressive fouls. Despite facing severe censure from other houses, this tactic had propelled the team to victory. No matter what you say, no matter how much disdain you harbor, victory is the ultimate prize. This obsession with a violent style of play was now to be annulled by Mirabel. How ridiculous! Shouldn't you share our perspective on this matter? So, you're a beautiful athlete who values chivalry like Gryffindor? Discontent naturally surged. Yet, Mirabel's demeanor remained unyielding. She smiled fearlessly, her voice cutting through the torrential rain with remarkable clarity. For me, if I am to win, it must be a complete triumph. To shatter your confidence, to break your nose, to trample on your self-esteem, to render you incapable of standing again. That is my definition of victory. That is why I refuse to allow anyone to make excuses. We lost because you played dirty. Had you played fair, we would not have lost. If we had the capability, we would win, and if we tried again, we would prevail. I will not prepare such excuses, nor will I allow others to prepare them. The girl declared with a beautiful yet cruel smile. What is absolute victory? What constitutes true defeat? Without a shred of excuse, devoid of hope, devoid of mercy, crushed and trampled. That is victory. This is the authentic way to win that you all desire, is it not? As the girl spoke with a clear voice, the players collectively held their breath, as if enchanted. Indeed, it was true. If they could vanquish Gryffindor in a single decisive blow, what exhilaration and superiority would that bring? So why not join her? Let us honor the chivalric spirit that Gryffindor holds dear, adhere to their cherished sportsmanship, and commit ourselves to an irrefutable fair competition. On their stage, by their rules, let us carve out the ultimate defeat. Only then will the wine of victory taste all the more exquisite. Athletes, chivalry, where is it? This girl possesses no spirit whatsoever, not a shred of respect for her opponent. Only a cruel ambition to wound the other's pride. Do you have any objections? No, none. In response to Mirabel's inquiry, the 5 players, aside from Marcus, simultaneously rose to their feet. Now we understand. This is an irresistible ploy, an existence that should not become an enemy. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Mirabel seized her favored broomstick, the silver arrow. Simultaneously, the Slytherin team brandished their Nimbus 2001s, mounting their brooms. And they soared, leaping through the torrential rain. Each player flew towards their designated positions. Gryffindor also took their places, with Mirabel and Harry facing each other in the air. Hey, Potter, your glasses seem to be wet, don't they? Beresford, Harry retorted, his voice muffled before the calm, golden-haired girl amidst the downpour. The moment had finally arrived. Ever since Harry had entered the school, a persistent fear had lingered somewhere in his heart. He had always wondered if he could truly win one day. Now, his opponent stood before him. The Slytherin tyrant materialized as an adversary in his sight. Chiding his withering heart, he glared at Mirabel. Very well, this is a Quidditch match in the air. This is my domain. Magic and strength hold no chance of victory. But in an aerial combat, she is bound to lose. I admire your expression and gaze. Only those who truly believe in their skills and talents can possess such a demeanor, convinced that they will never lose, regardless of their opponent. And you possess a remarkable confidence in your gifts. Believe it or not, Potter, I enjoy talents like you. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. And the players moved in unison. If you think you can defeat me, that is fine. You must understand that you are not Hogwarts #1. You are merely second to me. In the rain, Harry could not see, and the match had already put Slytherin in the lead. Swift and fierce, as if the torrential rain had never existed. Quick and precise, as if they were a colossal creature. They pursued Gryffindor in a style entirely different from the typical Slytherin approach, as though their movements were orchestrated by some invisible will. Do not feel ashamed. Even if you cannot defeat me, there is no doubt that you are a great writer. Well, it is just that this time the opponent is too formidable, and I will acknowledge your talent more than anyone. Oh, sounds like you've already won. Yes, it has won, Potter. As long as I am here, it has won. Harry stared at Mirabel, utterly indifferent to Gryffindor's plight below. Harry was serious, and this woman was equally earnest, delivering her ludicrous lines with utmost sincerity. As long as I am here, I am certain I will win. No matter what happens, I will not lose. Just like belching while drinking soda, or being penalized for rule-breaking in front of McGonagall, he had no doubt about the victory he spoke of, as if it were destined to happen. How proud, how arrogant, how brazen. Well, now is the time for the match. Any questions? Does your wet glasses prevent you from seeing anything? Can you spot the golden snitch flitting behind me? Upon hearing Mirabel's words, Harry took a deep breath. After being informed, he glanced around, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived a golden shadow behind Mirabel, an unsettling sensation creeping down his spine. If what she said was true, it meant that Mirabel had indeed seen the golden snitch. It was as if she were telling him, "I see it," while deliberately ignoring it. Why do you do this? Of course, to show you that you are beneath me. It is meaningful to crush someone as perfect as you. Mirabel smiled gently. She was arrogant and selfish, yet in some respects, she displayed a certain generosity, even extending kindness to those she acknowledged. And Harry was undoubtedly one of them. However, this was hardly a pleasing sentiment for an adversary in the realm of sport. You should do something about those glasses first. If you ask Granger, she should be able to assist. What a disgrace. Harry even attempted to catch the golden snitch, putting forth all his strength. A voice echoed, "Don't lick it." A voice that relentlessly mocked him, yet Harry merely gritted his teeth. "I request a timeout. Come back. Harry." As Captain Oliver would called out to him, Harry cast a glance at Mirabel before promptly departing. Just as she had stated, there was no chance of victory in this moment. Humph. Though her face flushed with indignation, she resolutely undertook the best course of action to secure triumph. Indeed, even devoid of the hero aura, that individual was worthy of admiration. Mirabel offered a cold smile as she descended from the pitch. Marcus and his teammates had already congregated there, their expressions filled with respect upon seeing Mirabel. An 80-0 score? The gap was widening. Oh, we can win. We can win this match. The game had become decidedly one-sided. Gryffindor struggled to cooperate amid the torrential rain, while Slytherin was united under Mirabel's telepathic influence. This disparity manifested in the most profound manner, creating an unprecedented divide between the two teams. At this juncture, Gryffindor's sole desperate measure was to have Seeker Harry catch the golden snitch. But Mirabel, are you certain you're all right? You should be able to seize it perfectly without waiting for Potter to discover the snitch. Do not speak to me in such a manner, Flint. I still look forward to battling him. Even with foggy glasses, he remains an intriguing opponent. Mirabel's assessment of Harry was sincere, devoid of pretense. This was why she eagerly anticipated a match where she could contend with Harry. In a sense, Mirabel was also a fan of Harry, albeit merely as a Quidditch player. Well, if she were an ordinary fan, she would not contemplate how to crush her opponent. You need not worry about anything, follow my instructions. And this is the best path to victory. Oh, believe. Your words ring absolutely true, Mirabel. No clouds can overshadow Mirabel's path. Only the glorious road to victory lies ahead. Thus, those who stood by Mirabel would trust her blindly. She was invincible. Let us resume the match. Onward. With a whistle, the players returned to their positions. Mirabel soared into the air once more, facing Harry. It seems you can see more clearly this time, Potter. Oh, I owe that to Hermione. Harry's glasses were not as they had been before. Visibility had improved, thanks to Hermione's waterproof charm. At this point, Gryffindor's Seeker had been revived. Yet Mirabel's expression remained unchanged. After all, she had been awaiting this moment. There were still some mistakes to rectify. Only after that could she relish the battle with Harry. Thunder rumbled as Harry's gaze fixated on the ceiling of the hall. He needn't even consider what his eyes beheld. He must have been distracted by the dark figure over there, Sirius Black. Mirabel glanced at it and murmured, "It is time, Potter." What? 5 seconds would suffice. Maintain your focus. Huh. As he inquired about the meaning of her words, Harry found himself at a loss for speech. Suddenly, the surrounding sounds faded into silence, and darkness enveloped him. Uncertain of what was transpiring, he looked down to see the terrifying figures of over 100 Dementors rushing onto the pitch, with Mirabel diving toward them. The face hidden beneath the Dementors' hoods caused Harry's consciousness to fade, and a voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of a mother, desperately pleading for Harry's life and vehemently opposing Voldemort. As Mirabel swooped in, she unleashed her magical prowess. Frustrated by Dumbledore's prohibition against attacking students, the Quidditch match seemed to them a source of enjoyment, and Harry was the most susceptible to such influence. According to Mirabel's calculations, after the Dementors appeared, Harry would need 5 seconds before he succumbed. If all the Dementors had not been vanquished by that time, Harry would faint, and Slytherin would automatically claim victory. But Mirabel did not desire such a victory. She would never acknowledge a win achieved through the efforts of others or by mere chance. Humph, here they come. You filthy beggars. 5 seconds was far too brief. If Harry were to faint, he would not awaken any time soon, and his Firebolt 2000 would be left in ruins. In such a scenario, to prevent this from occurring, 5 seconds or more was essential. Mirabel possessed that time. You worthless insects, less valuable than dog excrement, who wished to tarnish Mirabel's victory. That was a matter of a year ago, just when she retrieved a book from the restricted section, using that incompetent teacher Lockhart as a distraction. What she obtained was a forbidden tome titled Time Turner, which detailed a clock capable of reversing time. Upon seeing this, Mirabel unconditionally believed in its possibility. The Time Turner indeed existed. If so, it indicated that its creator had at least attained mastery over time magic. Mirabel's unwavering spirit would not allow her to accept that which others could accomplish, but she could not. Her overwhelming pride was her foundation. She perfected time. The invincible magic of commanding time, nay, even the world itself. Time halt. In an instant, everything came to a standstill. Harry, on the verge of fainting. Dumbledore rushing into the pitch, and the players, all were frozen in place. Neither the Dementors, nor the spectators, nor even the wind and rain, stirred. This was the ultimate taboo magic Mirabel devised after studying the time turner, the manipulation of time. Now, this world belonged solely to Mirabel. Only she could move within her own realm. In that suspended moment, Mirabel unleashed a spell she had designed to combat the Dementors. The attacking Patronus charm. The attacking Patronus charm evolved from the standard Patronus charm. A Patronus emerged from behind Mirabel, showcasing the entirety of a scene not revealed within the train. With silver white hair cascading down her back and a gentle visage, her limbs were slender and delicate, undeniably human. The Patronus would alter its appearance depending on temperament, memory, and thought, manifesting forms of various creatures. Among all this, the Patronus summoned by Mirabel bore the form of a young girl. Feast upon them, lead us. Calling forth the name of the Patronus, devoid of self-awareness, she directed it towards the heart of the Dementors. Stab. The slender arm of the silver girl pierced the abdomen of a Dementor. You obstruct my path. You hinder my way. You, your manner of standing, your way of moving, your way of life, your very nature, existence, appearance, everything stirs my instincts. Such horrid pests, worse than refuse, block Mirabel's progress. The Patronus's assault was ceaseless. She moved her petite form with the grace of a dance, weaving through the Dementors one by one. In a world where resistance was futile, those vile creatures were utterly torn apart. When one presents this scene to another, would they honestly believe it? Just as a silver-haired girl of scarcely 10 years danced upon the Dementors, a silver girl was dancing. The bodies of the Dementors shattered, torn apart, and disintegrated. A golden-haired girl sang, with fervor. The most detestable creature on earth was crushed without the aid of any technology. You shall all perish. Ha ha ha. All the wretched insects obstructing the path must die. Die, 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 die. As Mirabel's voice grew increasingly intense, the girl's dance became more fervent and passionate. After confirming that all the Dementors had been vanquished, Mirabel summoned her guardian back and declared during the brief intermission of 8 seconds, that time would commence anew. In that moment, no one could comprehend what had transpired. Mirabel's 8 seconds felt like an instant event for the others. In the blink of an eye, all the Dementors were hurled out of the arena as if struck by a vehicle. Chapter 47. Just how fast is she? Someone grasped Harry's arm as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness due to the Dementors. It was Mirabel, the tyrant of Slytherin, now opposing Harry. She forcefully lifted Harry into the air, compelling him to stand. Bang! A dry sound echoed as the sudden impact widened Harry's eyes. Hey, hold on. There are no more Dementors. Harry stared blankly for a few seconds, recalling that the match was still ongoing. He glanced around in astonishment, confirming that the game continued. Thankfully, it was not over yet. Harry exhaled in relief, attempting to regain his stance, but his body seemed unresponsive, his fingers completely frigid. Would call for a second timeout. Don't forget to eat some chocolate. When confronted by Dementors, the body turns cold. The best remedy for such a situation is to consume chocolate. It remains a mystery why chocolate is effective, but witnessing the efficacy of ordinary, non-magical chocolate elucidates its capacity to warm the soul and uplift the spirit, making it the optimal defense against Dementors. Anything rich in protein, carbohydrates, and sugar will suffice in this regard. Mirabel herself returned to the pitch to collect chocolate distributed to the players by Madame Hooch. Even Mirabel felt the effects of the Dementors. After consuming chocolate, her condition slightly improved. However, eating chocolate does not instantly restore one to perfect health. Mirabel's current state was merely better than that of everyone else present, but still not optimal. Can you still move? It's fine. She swallowed the chocolate and inquired about her teammates. Marcus, swaying, replied emphatically. It's evident that there's a rebound within us. Continuing the match could be perilous. I had hoped to extend our lead, which should have been accomplished without greed. Just 3 more minutes, and I'll finish the match. Understood. Mirabel resolved it was time to conclude, ascending into the sky once more. After a while, Harry returned for the second time, perhaps for the final clash of the match. Harry's complexion remained pale, yet he seemed to have regained considerable strength. Now, with no further obstacles in sight, let us engage in battle with abandon. Harry glared sharply at Mirabel, who was jesting. Yet, this gaze brought her a sense of comfort. The thought of twisting those straight green eyes in the future stirred even a perverse thrill within her. As the whistle signaled the resumption of the match, Harry shifted his gaze from Mirabel, frantically scanning the pitch. This rapid transition was one of his strengths. Looking ahead, there was nothing, only torrential rain. Suddenly, A bludger hurtled towards him, prompting him to swiftly twist his body to evade it. Glancing sideways, he found no golden snitch there either. As usual, Mirabel wore a fearless smile, brimming with confidence in her impending victory. Harry averted his eyes, vowing to shatter that expression. Behind you, he could see Fred strike the bludger. In the distance, a flicker of gold appeared. Before Harry could ponder further, he became a gust of wind. His body curved, soaring through the air like a bird. Meanwhile, Mirabel pursued, the two of them flying side by side. Faster, faster, faster. Harry focused solely on the front, accelerating rapidly. It's fine, I cannot lose. This is how I have won until now. If I become entangled in this direct confrontation, I shall never lose. Yes, beside the self-assured Harry, Mirabel's smile deepened. The silver arrow effortlessly surpassed Harry's Nimbus 2000. It was an arrow shot forth, moving at an absurd speed. Harry couldn't help but stare in disbelief as it hurtled towards its target. The Nimbus 2000 had reached its maximum velocity, undoubtedly the fastest it could go. But why is Mirabel appearing before me? Harry pondered. Just how swift is that disappearing figure? In reality, this transitory event lasted only a few seconds, covering a mere 5 meters. Yet for Harry, those seconds felt interminable, Mirabel's silhouette seeming ever more distant. Unbeknownst to him, his outstretched hand yearned to grasp something. However, that trembling hand could not even reach the back of Mirabel. Her emerald eyes, once brimming with confidence, now widened in despair. Whoosh! Before Harry's eyes, the golden-haired girl seized the golden snitch. Chapter 48, The Proud Loser. The Gryffindor players sat on the pitch, dazed in the pouring rain. Not a word was uttered. The entire arena fell into a paralyzing silence. Wood continued to stare at the scoreboard, as if his very soul had vanished, while Harry gazed into the sky. What is this? What is happening? Why is it like this? The scoreboard displayed a gap of 240 to 0. No one could confront this harsh reality. It felt like a nightmare. They wished to believe that upon awakening, the match had yet to commence, and they would stroll into the hall laughing, saying they had experienced a frightful dream. However, the reality was merciless. No matter how long they waited, they could not awaken from this nightmare. Aren't we the best team Hogwarts has seen in recent years? As the best team, we should not lose. But we lost. For only one reason. Because one person joined Slytherin. Is this true? This. A genius can effortlessly surpass and trample on the efforts of others. For instance, the world is rife with such occurrences, cruel to the point of helplessness. Inevitable natural disasters. No, man-made calamities. Ordinary individuals caught in them have no choice but to lament their powerlessness and then surrender. Is this true? Sob, sob, sob. No one could answer Wood's anguished cry. McGonagall, touching the muddy pitch, fell into despair, while the cheerleaders were left speechless. Only the frenzied cheers of the Slytherin supporters echoed. We won. Harry was taken aback, his unfocused eyes gazing into the void. He desperately pondered over some questions, yet nothing transpired. Was the weather unfavorable? Such conditions were equally applicable to his adversaries. Thanks to Hermione, his visibility was potentially superior to that of his opponents. Had the Dementors arrived? Yet they were repelled by Mirabel. They even had time to indulge in chocolate and take a respite. While his physical condition had indeed deteriorated, so had that of his rivals. Had they resorted to violent measures? When had the opposing side employed such brutality? Slytherin typically relied on underhanded tactics. Yet this time they exhibited a greater sense of chivalry than themselves. One had to concede that the match was undeniably a paragon of fairness. For where was Mirabel? Oh, it dawned on him. They had lost due to a calamity wrought by Mirabel Beresford, a disaster to which ordinary individuals were powerless. In short, it was inevitable. They were neither right nor wrong. They merely found themselves ensnared in an unavoidable catastrophe. It was futile to attempt to compete with Mirabel. Hence there was no shame in defeat. Her strides were unstoppable, and everything was trampled equally. If luck were to turn unfavorably, there was no choice but to concede. Contemplating this, Harry struck himself. I refused to accept it. Such thoughts were of no avail. With this mindset, he would truly be unable to triumph over that girl. Relegated to a cowardly existence not even worthy of being deemed a failure. This was precisely why Harry could not accept it. He would not acknowledge defeat. For Mirabel was present. That was the crux of the matter. He sought a rationale. Any form of farce would suffice. It mattered not whether it was coerced. The embarrassment and anguish of being a defeated foe were unbearable. Accepting failure shattered Harry's heart. He could no longer face that girl. I do not wish to be a coward, Harry exclaimed earnestly. All the emotions within him clamored in unison. Insufficient practice. Lack of strategy. Deficient desire to win. The broom's performance is lacking. The position of the snitch is poor. What about this? The reasons kept surfacing. Yes, we lost. But that does not imply our chances of victory are zero. Harry Potter was indomitable. Praised by Dumbledore for his exemplary mental fortitude, his heart never succumbed. Sometimes reckless or selfish, a power that would never bend or pierce his heart, even when filled with contradictions. Harry's true strength lay within his heart, which was also intertwined with Mirabel. Hence, he accepted failure but would never surrender. Huh, what is this? I thought heartbreak was genuine. Is it not merely the ambition of one person? The joyous voice of a girl echoed in Harry's ears, rekindling his resolve and lifting his spirits. Though she had won with such overwhelming superiority, she must have found the boy before her, now restored to his former glory, peculiar, yet simultaneously entertaining. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but her laughter seemed to bounce with joy. I lost. Indeed, you are an undeniable failure. Yet I shall not concede. Harry fixed a fierce gaze upon Mirabel. It was an expression that could not be deemed a complete failure. I refuse to acknowledge that I am inferior to you. I will not concede that my loss is solely due to you. The broom's performance, the weather, and the determination to win were all lacking. If they were sufficient, we would have a chance to triumph. Yes, I believe that. What a wretched excuse, Potter. This is nothing more than a self-soothing mantra of a loser. Yes, I am a loser, thus I howl. I howl time and again. If I cease to howl, I am not even a loser. I am merely an ordinary dog. Mirabel regarded Harry with an expression devoid of emotion. Harry glared at her, his face resolute. Did it last but a few seconds? Ultimately, it was Mirabel's heartfelt laughter that shattered the silence. Ha 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 ha. Mirabel Beresford laughed uncontrollably. It was not the derisive laughter one encountered when facing Voldemort. It was a sound that seemed purely born of enjoyment. Mirabel laughed with satisfaction, tears glistening in her eyes. And finally ceased, yet with a blank expression, she addressed Harry. Giggling, truly amusing, Harry Potter. While acknowledging his status as a failure, he would not concede defeat. I was unaware there existed such a person. It appears I underestimated you. The boy who lived, the protagonist, Dumbledore's favorite. Until now, whenever Mirabel looked at or assessed Harry, this filter was always in place. Harry's self-assessment was invariably lower than Hermione's, and she believed that was not erroneous. Most importantly, neither his surroundings nor his relationships were particularly extraordinary. It was his mental state that distinguished him. At times, he caused trouble for those around him, becoming reckless. Yet his heart, braver and more resilient than anyone else's, was an irreplaceable strength. Admit it, Harry Potter. You proud failure. I permit you to roar at me. You are entitled to do so. Without hesitation, she offered heartfelt praise to Harry. No longer would she judge him through the lens of the archetypal hero. From this moment forth, I must accept that he is a capable individual standing before me. Since he roars so fiercely, why not do something about that broom of yours? Rather than the competition broom you purchased domestically, prepare one that suits your international standards. Harry felt the truth in her words. The Nimbus 2000 was no longer sufficient for him. He needed a superior broom, a special broom, of the caliber used by national teams, or a custom broom like Mirabel's Silver Arrow. If you believe that after eliminating all the factors that led to your defeat, you can best me, you may challenge me at any time. Choose the time and place. If it is your challenge, I will accept it without hesitation. Mirabel said this with a look of satisfaction, intending to depart. However, there would always be some fool to ruin the good mood. Malfoy gleefully leapt onto the pitch, beginning to mock Harry. Well done, Potter. I have never witnessed such a disgraceful defeat. Alas, what a pity, if only my arm could move. I would have defeated you too, Malfoy said, laughing at Harry, with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. All he could see now was a devastated Harry. For some reason, Malfoy had not noticed Mirabel, his golden eyes concealing a fierce glint. You are pathetic. Just look at this dismal defeat. Members of Slytherin joined Malfoy in a chorus of laughter. Next, Crabbe and Goyle noticed Mirabel, their faces turning red as they moved away from Malfoy. Yet Malfoy paid no heed, continuing to mock Harry with gusto. I have never seen such an ugly player as you. Were I in your position, I would be mortified. Malfoy, that was a voice both dangerous and cold. A very quiet tone. Mirabel halted Malfoy's words, even restraining his movements. This is a proud failure that I have accepted. I will not permit you to insult me. When Malfoy was confronted by those frigid, golden eyes, he found himself utterly breathless. Mirabel was not as intimidating as usual. Rather, she exuded an aura of sheer terror, akin to a sharp blade poised at the nape of his neck. Well then, Potter, I eagerly await a rematch. With a final smile and wave, Mirabel departed the pitch, leaving only the shattered Gryffindor team, Harry and Malfoy, in her wake. Harry clenched his fists, watching the golden-haired girl retreat into the distance, resolutely vowing to himself, though I may not have triumphed this time, I shall certainly catch up. Chapter 49, Nicholas Flamel. This marked Mirabel's third Christmas Eve since her arrival at Hogwarts. Devon, situated in the southwestern part of England, at the heart of the Cornwall Peninsula, is the only county in England with two coastlines. One area of Devon is known as Exmouth, At the western edge of the UNESCO World Heritage Jurassic Coast stands a modest cottage invisible to muggles. The owner of this cottage, who has reached the remarkable age of 667, may very well be the oldest person in the world. His name is Nicholas Flamel. He is the first alchemist in history to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone and was also a partner to Albus Dumbledore. To this day, he has enjoyed a long life under the power of the stone but is nearing its end. He feels weary of existence and, after conferring with Dumbledore, decides to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, choosing to end his life alongside his beloved wife. The man who should have gradually slipped away from this world was not spared by malice. That night, Nicholas was celebrating a modest Christmas with his wife, Perenelle, perhaps their final one. The dining table was adorned with simple Christmas fare, chicken, cake, and unremarkable decorations, far from the grandeur of Hogwarts' festive celebrations. However, for Nicholas, this was more than sufficient. He felt a profound satisfaction with what could be his last Christmas, the only sorrow being that their pet might pass before them. Their ailing and feeble pet lay on the floor, having received insufficient nourishment. Even the old man's magic could not wholly heal it. This was the sole source of Nicholas's sorrow, yet he found solace in knowing he would not face death alone. However, an unexpected presence abruptly shattered this moment of tranquility. Two figures appeared in the room without the customary sound of apparition. One was a hunched man, his face obscured by a dubious mask, with arms resembling prosthetics that radiated a mysterious glow, exuding an unsettling aura. The other was a beautiful girl with golden hair and matching eyes, whose divine beauty was overshadowed by an immense malevolence that belied her appearance. "Who are you?" Nicholas exclaimed, instinctively reaching into his pocket for his wand. But it was too late. The frail motions of the dying man could not keep pace with Mirabel. "Disarm you. Stupefy." Mirabel's hand and Chilo's wand unleashed red flashes of light, striking Nicholas and Perenelle. Nicholas's wand was seized, and his wife collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Once Nicholas was incapacitated, Chilo swiftly subdued him. "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Nicholas demanded. "Calm down. I no longer intend to commit any wrongdoing." The girl replied, her speed akin to lightning, unapologetically taking control of the cottage before Nicholas could grasp the situation. "First and foremost, it is a pleasure to meet you. The great Saint Nicholas Flamel. I am merely a man on the verge of death. What is it that you seek?" Mirabel flashed a twisted smile at Nicholas, who grimaced in frustration, his wrinkled face contorting with rage. "It is indeed difficult to converse with a man who has resigned himself to death. I have taken this step, yet I still hold respect for your achievements. I seek to create the Philosopher's Stone. That is my purpose. What? Currently, I am endeavoring to synthesize the Philosopher's Stone. But progress has been slow. I have completed the analysis of 90 fragments, yet the remaining 10 elude me. It might take 4 or 5 years to finish, but I do not possess that much time. Therefore, I wish to request your collaboration as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone." Mirabel possessed a fragment she had acquired in her first year. Through analysis, she believed she could draw closer to completing the stone. However, as is often the case at the pinnacle of alchemy, things did not proceed smoothly. Thus, Mirabel conceived the idea of extracting Nicholas's memories as a shortcut. "I do not wish to intrude upon your memories without your consent, but should you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to do so forcibly. The Philosopher's Stone was created in collaboration with Dumbledore. Merely viewing my memories will not suffice." Upon witnessing Nicholas's exclusion of Dumbledore, Mirabel's smile deepened. Like a mockery of Nicholas, she narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. "You are a fraud, Nicholas Flamel." "Ah," Mirabel suddenly declared, disregarding any progress made along the way. Nicholas opened his eyes wide. Chilo, utterly perplexed by Nicholas's words, seemed to conclude from Nicholas's reaction that Mirabel was indeed correct. "Why, Nicholas Flamel, born in 1330, now 667 years old. In the Muggle world, you found work as a publisher, while in the Wizarding realm, you are renowned as the first to forge the Philosopher's Stone. You are also famous for your alchemical partnership with Albus Dumbledore, correct?" "Yes, what of it?" "Well, it seems that the creation of the Philosopher's Stone was not a collaboration with Dumbledore at all. Only an ignorant child would be deceived by this." "Hey, Chilo." Mirabel cheerfully sought her servant's agreement, though Chilo appeared thoroughly confused. It was evident that he was among the uninformed. Mirabel sighed at the sight of him, resolving to punish him later. The history of Albus Dumbledore can be traced back no more than 100 years, precisely 113. This is a mere fraction of Nicholas Flamel's 500 years. Now, even a 10-year-old child would grasp the concept of subtraction. 667 minus 113 equals 554. How did you survive for those 554 years before Dumbledore's emergence? The answer is simple: the Philosopher's Stone. It is the only way for a human to extend their life by 550 years. This fact is glaringly evident. Having lost the Philosopher's Stone, you are slowly succumbing to death. Nicholas flushed at Mirabel's words, while Chilo nodded in agreement. If this is the case, then indeed, there is a problem. The ages do not align at all. Even if we presume that Dumbledore co-developed it when he was merely an infant, Nicholas would have already surpassed the age of 550 at that time. How, then, could he have survived without the Philosopher's Stone until that point? Such a scenario seems utterly implausible. Based on your apparent age, you appear to be in your 60s, suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone was completed 457 years ago. Why then would your actions be misconstrued as a collaboration with Dumbledore, achieving the monumental feat of creating the stone? While Nicholas Flamel's name is indeed renowned in the wizarding world, his presence is not overwhelmingly significant. He is scarcely mentioned in the texts, and even Hermione was initially unaware of his identity. Mirabel speculated that this might have been intentional. From this moment forth, I delve into mere conjecture. Perhaps Dumbledore's initial approach to you was akin to mine, in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore once remarked that humanity has a tendency to seek out the worst for themselves. Mirabel surmised that Dumbledore had indeed sought matters pertaining to immortality. He deemed immortality as the worst form of existence merely for the sake of longevity. In that case, for him, the most dreadful aspect would certainly be immortality and the existence that accompanies it. Dumbledore articulated that humanity has an inclination to pursue the worst, and indeed, he harbors a disdain for immortality, yet, paradoxically, he nurtures creatures like phoenixes. Ultimately, he possesses a profound yearning for immortality, striving to conquer death. I cannot ascertain whether Dumbledore's intentions were to save a life or stemmed solely from a desire for immortality. What remains paramount is that this distinction is inconsequential. I am unaware of what transpired afterward, but it is evident that the two of you collaborated. From this juncture, the narrative becomes even more imaginative. Perhaps there was an exchange between you. Perhaps so, yet you seem disinclined to stand out. For one such as yourself, the name of the great wizard Dumbledore would serve as an excellent guise. Should you promote a joint research endeavor, the gaze of the world would naturally shift to him, and you would merely be regarded as an ancillary benefit. Nicholas could not refute Mirabel's conjecture, yet a glance at his pallid complexion revealed the truth. Observing him thus, Mirabel spoke up. In return, Dumbledore obtained the elixir of life, elucidating why he remains vigorous even after 113 years. The Philosopher's Stone was solely your creation. Dumbledore and others benefited from it later. How does that sound? Am I mistaken in my assumptions? In truth, for Mirabel, whether her speculations regarding Dumbledore's encounter with Nicholas are accurate or erroneous is of little consequence. Only one aspect holds significance. The Philosopher's Stone was solely the creation of Nicholas. The subsequent conjectures bear little value or meaning. Nicholas's expression made it evident that this crucial detail had not been misjudged. If that is the case, then pursuing the truth further becomes futile. What do you desire from immortality? To rule the world. First, we shall eradicate the purebloods led by Voldemort. Then we will dismantle the now decayed Ministry of Magic. However, the dilemma lies in what follows. Once the current regime is dismantled, who shall create a new, ideal order? You devil. Even if everything proceeds smoothly, whether the new order will persist after my demise remains uncertain. Humanity is prone to losing its way. Someone must lead with greater efficacy. We require an absolute ruler. Young lady, are you out of your mind? Despite questioning her sanity, Nicholas had already provided the answer. She is indeed mad. A person of sound judgment would not entertain such thoughts. Such twisted ambitions are unfathomable. This girl desires to rule the world eternally. I do not wish to be understood. Only I can comprehend myself. Evading Nicholas's derision, Mirabel seized him by the neck, compelling him to meet her gaze. To employ the mind-reading spell, legilimency, eye contact was essential. Naturally, Nicholas immediately attempted to activate a mental block, yet he failed to do so effectively. Gazing into those two piercing golden eyes, he seemed devoid of the will to resist. I shall absorb your knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone. Halt. An irresistible allure. A headache from forcibly probing into memories. Caught between the two, Nicholas's consciousness gradually descended into darkness. When the unconscious Nicholas slumped in his chair, Mirabel snapped her fingers, restoring the house to its original state, gently stroking the pet that lay upon the floor. She departed the cottage without delay. A few minutes later, Nicholas and his wife awakened, entirely oblivious to the terrifying visitation they had experienced, perplexed as to why they felt bewildered by their lively pet. The name of the pet remains unknown, as I have no information regarding it. Chapter 50, The Firebolt. With the arrival of Christmas, most students returned home to celebrate the holiday, including Mirabel. In the library, Harry and his friends gathered to converse, much like the previous year. Sitting at a small table were Harry, Hermione, and Edith, their attention now fixated on a broomstick resting upon the table. So this is the Christmas gift? Indeed. Harry nodded enthusiastically at Edith. Each Christmas, Harry received several gifts, such as presents from Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, and school friends. This year, the broomstick before them, the firebolt, surpassed the value and beauty of all his other gifts combined. Who bestowed this upon you? I have no idea. There was no card attached. Harry had received a remarkable Christmas gift and was overjoyed. However, such an item is far too extravagant, and the giver's identity remains a mystery. Who in the world would spend 500 galleons on a broomstick for Harry? It is utterly astonishing, Harry. This broom is incredibly expensive, is it not? It must be the finest broom available. Who would give you such a valuable gift without revealing their name? While Harry reveled in the excitement of possessing a superb broom, Hermione, in stark contrast, did not embrace it. Of course, if the gift was genuinely given with good intentions, that would be splendid. Hermione merely wished to prevent a shadow from falling upon her best friend's joyous countenance. Yet, if one truly cares for a friend, it is insufficient to merely echo affirmations of joy. That is not friendship. It bears no distinction from the company of Crabbe and Goyle beside Malfoy. Thus, Hermione understood that her inquiries would likely displease Harry, which prompted her to raise these questions. Dumbledore? Dumbledore also gifted you the invisibility cloak, did he not? That cloak originally belonged to my father. Dumbledore could not possibly spend 500 galleons on a student. I believe Dumbledore is capable of such a feat, but Edith suggested Dumbledore as the first potential candidate, only to be dismissed by Harry. The headmaster, who should be fair to all students, could not so brazenly favor one. Perhaps. What about the Weasleys? After Ron's incident last year, she might be concerned for you. Impossible. The Weasleys could never afford to part with 500 galleons. Hermione subsequently mentioned the names of the Weasley couple, to which Harry also objected. Certainly, the Weasley family has been overly protective of Harry. Since the incident involving Ron last year, this tendency has intensified, seemingly out of a fear of losing more family and close friends. Harry simply did not believe that the Weasley family could afford such behavior. I suspect it was Beresford who urged me to prepare an internationally acclaimed broomstick. I find that highly improbable. Mirabel undoubtedly supported Harry, yet fundamentally, she should not extend her hand in assistance. The final contender is Mirabel. If Harry wishes to surpass Mirabel, he must be equipped with an internationally recognized broom. However, Edith, familiar with Mirabel, deemed it impossible. Mirabel only acknowledges those who ascend through their own efforts. She would not tolerate someone who cannot rise without assistance. So, what do you intend to do? You cannot simply utilize it, can you? Indeed, Harry. It is best not to employ it until clarity is achieved. Harry yearned to mount this magnificent broom as soon as possible, yet Edith and Hermione appeared vehemently opposed. After all, it remains uncertain who bestowed it upon Harry or for what purpose. It is even unimaginable what might occur if it were cursed, especially now that Sirius Black, who seeks to kill Harry, lurks nearby. However, possessing this, I might just compete with Beresford's silver arrow. That is precisely why Black may have calculated your thoughts and delivered it to you. Harry's current objective is to outdo Mirabel. Thus, a broom capable of rivaling the silver arrow is imperative. In this regard, the firebolt is entirely competent. It stands as the most advanced broomstick in existence. No other broom can contend with it. Yet Hermione continues to scream at Harry's intentions. Let us consult a professor. Wait just once. I wish to ride it at least once. No. What if something goes awry, even just once? Desperately, Harry wished to ride the broom, while Hermione snatched it away. Evading him, Edith observed Hermione's silhouette and contemplated that should anything happen to her in the future, Hermione would likely protect her in the same manner. Chapter 51, The Hippogriff. Following that humiliating defeat, the Gryffindor team had completely lost its vigor, particularly Oliver and the others, who often appeared absent-minded throughout the day. It was as if all their will to win had been siphoned away by a Dementor. However, Harry remained the sole individual practicing with enthusiasm, diligently learning the Patronus charm under Lupin's guidance. Aware that Gryffindor could no longer secure the Quidditch Cup this year, Harry recognized that if Slytherin were to lose to another team, there might still be a chance, but unfortunately, it was unlikely that Mirabel would falter. It was unimaginable for her to be defeated by any opponent, kneeling them in submission with overwhelming dominance. Undoubtedly, no, she would assuredly claim victory, seizing the crown of triumph as if it were destined to rest on her head from the very beginning. Harry wished for Mirabel to continue reigning as an unparalleled entity and an absolute victor. Thus, he found motivation to persevere, striving to overcome all obstacles and catch up to Mirabel. What about this? Well, in 1396, a griffin harmed a witch, yet the griffin was acquitted. Ah, that is impossible. The witch was the griffin's owner, thus it was released. Alas, no cases or laws could be found to exonerate the hippogriff. It may face execution. After Christmas, the school began to revive. Harry, Hermione, and Edith gathered in the library, engaged in conversation. They were researching past events, attempting to devise a means to vindicate the Hippogriff Buckbeak, who had harmed Malfoy, but found no applicable laws or similar cases. Hey Edith, what do you mean by wanting to condemn the innocent Buckbeak to execution? I never said that, but regardless of how much I investigate past cases, I believe it will be difficult unless we first address the power of the Malfoy family. That is indeed the case, but... Harry listened intently to the exchange between Hermione and Edith, acutely aware of the formidable challenge in aiding the Hippogriff. Anyone could discern that the execution of the Hippogriff was utterly unjustifiable. Even if it had harmed a student, the death penalty seemed excessively harsh. Yet, the current reality was that they were still resolute in executing the Hippogriff. Therefore, unless something was done regarding the Malfoy family's influence, such actions appeared unrealistic. What I mean to say is, through conventional means, we cannot effect any change. Firstly, if we could do something, Dumbledore would have already taken action, even with Dumbledore's power. It is nearly impossible to secure the Hippogriff's acquittal, and what would be an unconventional approach? To eliminate all the ministry officials who appear? No. I am uncertain if that is reasonable. Mirabel seems capable of such. As Harry listened to the conversation, he pondered. Indeed, if it were her, if it were Mirabel, she would surely find a way to address this dilemma. When conversing with Mirabel at the villa, she had claimed she would do something about the laws of the magical world. Should that be the case, Harry believed it to be possible. Indeed, this was not the proper course of action, but at present, Harry merely envied such power. What would Beresford do? Well, I do not know either, but I believe Mirabel can, in some way, achieve this. Edith's words carried an unyielding trust. Mirabel could indeed find a way. Such unfounded belief resided within Edith's words. Harry also believed that if Mirabel directed all her power towards the right cause, they might not have to endure the current distress. He was certain Mirabel would effortlessly secure the Hippogriff's innocence and would easily capture Sirius Black. Realizing the disparity between himself and Mirabel in such a context was a thoroughly disheartening story. The wall was exceedingly high. Hermione reacted to Harry's unintentional muttering. Yet he feigned ignorance. Indeed, Harry had resolved upon a formidable adversary, one difficult to articulate. Quidditch was his sole opponent. Harry felt that losing in other realms was acceptable. Yet the frustration of defeat was deeply disheartening. The wall to be surmounted was overwhelmingly high. Chapter 52, Voldemort's Horcrux. Once again, it was examination season, and the final exam sent students into a frenzy. The Transfiguration exam required turning pets into teapots, and then making the teapots move. Students, overly energetic and filled with laughter, filled the examination hall. Edith seemed to exert herself too much, nearly causing Malfoy to choke with laughter. At long last, the first day concluded with the end of the History of Magic exam, which many students, having not adequately listened to Professor Binns, typically stumbled over. In other words, 90 of students would falter. The second day was dedicated to care of magical creatures and magical medicine. The exam for breeding magical creatures was rather simple, or rather, too easy to pass as an examination. After all, as long as the insects that consume lettuce manage to survive until the conclusion of the examinations, they will pass. The lettuce-eating insects remain in an excellent state as long as they are left undisturbed. Thus, anyone can succeed. Undoubtedly, this particular course has elevated the average scores of all students. The following day swiftly came to a close, ushering in the subjects of potions and astronomy. On the third day, the curriculum included herbology, defense against the dark arts, and Muggle studies as electives. Naturally, the choice of electives varied among students. Some would opt for divination, yet in Mirabel's view, it was a futile subject. This sentiment stemmed from the fact that the instructor, Sybil Trelawney, was merely a fortune-teller. Mirabel had known since birth that she was a chosen one, the child of God. Did she truly require prophecies? It was over. The examinations had concluded, and the sensation of relief was truly delightful. Alas, it seemed she hadn't performed particularly well. Well, there was no cause for concern. This was not the first time she had underperformed. After the exams, Edith and Mirabel strolled back to Slytherin House. The tension of examinations always hung heavy, but the subsequent liberation brought a certain joy. You must still be at the top of the year, right? I'm not certain, do you know? It appears Granger has been working exceptionally hard this year. Oh, in what way specifically? She is taking multiple courses simultaneously. Perhaps she possesses a time turner. The time turner is a magical device that allows one to revisit the past. Due to its extreme peril, permission from the Ministry of Magic is required for its use, making it generally unavailable to students. Perhaps Professor McGonagall was moved by Hermione's thirst for knowledge and permitted her to utilize the time turner. Much like Dumbledore, who loved Harry as if he were his own child, McGonagall also exhibited a fondness for Hermione. Just as this conversation unfolded, the chestnut-haired girl they had mentioned earlier came rushing towards them. However, Her countenance was pale, betraying an air of impatience. "Edith, Hermione, what's the matter?" "I just received a letter from Hagrid." His appeal was unsuccessful. Edith was somewhat taken aback, yet Mirabel remained entirely unfazed. To her, it was merely a hippogriff. Whatever transpired was of little consequence. Mirabel did not believe that reducing precious magical creatures for the self-satisfaction of someone like Malfoy was a wise choice. But that was the extent of her concern. Whether the hippogriff was executed or survived held no significance for Mirabel. "Harry, I'm already aware. So, shall we go to see Hagrid? Will you be joining us?" Of course. Listening to the dialogue between Harry, Hermione, and Edith, Mirabel coldly pondered what had transpired. Last year, Ron Weasley lost his memory due to his own actions, and Edith filled his role, as if to compensate for the lost character. She took the place Ron was meant to occupy. Originally, Edith possessed a quiet demeanor among the Slytherin students. Yet now Mirabel began to question whether she had truly chosen the wrong house. "Mirabel, I'm not going. A creature has died. Why should I go?" Mirabel was the most reliable presence beside Edith. This was the reason Edith called upon her, but predictably, the response was a merciless one. After bidding farewell to Edith and Hermione, Mirabel proceeded directly to Slytherin House. Mirabel's refusal was not born of callousness. Rather, this particular visit held no meaning. Even if she were present, she would be idle. Unlike last year's quarrel or Tom Riddle, with adversaries or significant matters at hand, the execution of the hippogriff bore no relevance to Mirabel. Of course, she could choose to eliminate Wormtail. For someone like Mirabel, who regarded all the mice in the castle as her eyes and ears, it was easy to keep track of Wormtail's every move. Even while he disguised himself as a rat, Wormtail seemed oblivious to this fact, remaining under Mirabel's surveillance until the very end. Nonetheless, Mirabel refrained from intervening. For if she were to kill Wormtail here, Voldemort could not be resurrected. As Mirabel, Voldemort must rise again. She desired Voldemort to be in peak condition to engage in battle with her. Otherwise, victory would lose its significance. This was Mirabel's pride. If it were simple for Mirabel to organize Voldemort, it would be equally uninteresting for there to be only Dumbledore as an enemy. Even if he became the Dark Lord and ruled the magical world, would Mirabel take pride in that? Could she genuinely claim to have vanquished the old pureblood ideals? Was that truly a victory? No, such a triumph was not worthy of pride. Even if Mirabel ruled the magical world in that manner, the fear of that individual would still linger in the hearts of the people. Existence would be deified and remembered as an absolute presence. Thus, Voldemort must return. Mirabel Beresford must personally overthrow, trample, and utterly obliterate, to seize a clear victory that all who feared the Dark Lord could comprehend. Exposing the corpse to the public and proclaiming loudly, "That is victory." Only then would the fear of the Dark Lord dissipate, etching Mirabel's existence into memory. Voldemort and Dumbledore must remain intact and be slain by Mirabel's own hands. This is why the current Voldemort merely lingers, and Mirabel has not sought to kill him. The one she wishes to eliminate is the Dark Lord. Killing a defenseless insect holds no significance. Hence, Mirabel spared Wormtail for the resurrection of the Dark Lord. She would not slay that filthy brown rat. Mirabel has been preparing for that epic battle, the confrontation between Voldemort, Dumbledore, and herself. Just a little more time, and she would achieve perfect immortality, becoming an existence that transcends all. After that, all that remained was to fight. Which one is the true chosen one? Which one truly governs the magical world? Remind herself and extinguish it completely. This is the complete victory, the absolute dominion described by Mirabel Beresford. So now she must wait until the time is ripe. Of course, merely sitting and waiting is not timely. Fortunately, this school is abundant with opportunities to pass the time and amass knowledge. As Mirabel made her way to the 8th floor, she paused before an empty wall and prayed, the place where all things are concealed. Then, a door appeared, and Mirabel stepped inside. Within the school lies a place known to only a select few, referred to as the Room of Requirement. It reads the desires of the entrant and transforms according to their needs. What Mirabel sought was a room steeped in sin. A space where the users have concealed various items to this day. An array of magical tools and forbidden tomes lined the shelves, satisfying Mirabel's desires. Mirabel squinted, picking up a hair accessory from a nearby wooden box. It was an ornament that emanated an ominous appearance. Additionally, it seemed to possess a disconcerting effect on the mind. That being said, this was insufficient to shake Mirabel's resolute self. It merely induced discomfort. In fact, this adornment had existed for quite some time. Each encounter with it left her feeling uneasy, her focus inevitably disrupted. It was indeed a vexation. Mirabel resolved to take action, and for the first time, she grasped it and carried the headpiece away from the room. In that instant, she sensed a malevolent intent attempting to tamper with her very soul. Yet, this did not waver Mirabel. Rather, her courageous defiance unveiled the truth to her. A smile graced her lips, her face radiating with joy, as if she had rediscovered a long-lost treasure. Yes, indeed. Voldemort, this is the reason for your profound weakness. Why did Voldemort not perish on the day he was defeated by Harry? Mirabel had surmised that the answer lay within the Horcruxes, particularly Tom Riddle's diary that had resurfaced the previous year, which was also a Horcrux. For a time, Mirabel had doubted whether Voldemort was invulnerable because of it. However, Voldemort had not met his end even after the destruction of the diary, continuing to manifest in the subsequent tales of memories. Thus, Mirabel began to question whether he utilized something other than Horcruxes. But no, the secret to Voldemort's immortality resided in the Horcruxes, and that individual had crafted multiple Horcruxes. This was why the Voldemort Mirabel encountered in her first year had transformed into such a wretched existence, lesser than a mere specter. It was perplexing to Mirabel. Regardless of how many bodies one might lose, one's soul should not weaken. Yet the Voldemort she truly confronted resembled a parasite, incapable of movement without a host. His soul diminutive and frail. It now appeared that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, which accounted for his diminished state. How enlightening. If the soul were fragmented into multiple parts. It was no wonder he was thus. The existence of several Horcruxes was now undeniable. How many had that fool fashioned? And where are those Horcruxes now? Unfortunately, the memories offered no answers. Yet this clue now lay in Mirabel's hands. This headpiece is a Horcrux. By what merit was it chosen as a Horcrux? If unraveled, it should reveal the locations and existence of the other Horcruxes. I have discerned it, Voldemort, your secret to immortality. I now know how to vanquish that wretched being. Mirabel felt her future victory within reach. Chapter 53, A Year Remains. The annual end-of-year feast was a disappointment for everyone except Slytherin. Indeed, Dumbledore had failed to secure victory for Gryffindor this time, and the House Cup had once again been transferred to Slytherin. It was no surprise that Harry and his friends amassed over 100 points this year, especially considering the clandestine deeds they undertook to exonerate Sirius and rescue Buckbeak from execution, both of which could not be disclosed, particularly the matter concerning Sirius. While their vindication was achieved, not everyone was privy to the full story, and its revelation would only incite unnecessary panic. Hence, Dumbledore had no means to award Harry and his companions extra points. Ultimately, in the Quidditch match, Mirabel captured the golden snitch upon entering the field. In truth, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the other houses were defeated by Mirabel alone. Additionally, the beloved Remus Lupin resigned, leaving the students once again disheartened. Meanwhile, Slytherin was in a frenzy, the tension reaching its zenith. The Quidditch team members were surrounded by other students, elated, while Marcus expressed his gratitude to Mirabel. Snape, too, was invigorated, relishing the feast, casting a disdainful smile at Gryffindor, as if he had accomplished a personal vendetta. Amidst all this, Mirabel, the protagonist of the victory, was awarded the Excellence in Magic Award in recognition of her remarkable abilities, though she had little interest in it, as she was engrossed in savoring the delicacies. So that little rat Pettigrew was the culprit? Harry remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. Edith responded with a sense of disillusionment as Mirabel listened intently while slicing her steak. According to what Mirabel gleaned from Edith, Ron's absence had precipitated some rather peculiar events. A desperate Wormtail had appeared before Harry, attempting to take his life. Edith was knocked down by Wormtail and lost consciousness. Subsequently, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin rushed into the Whomping Willow, subduing and capturing Wormtail. However, Lupin transformed into a werewolf. And it seemed Mirabel was already aware of that. I mean, Mirabel, do you believe Black is innocent? She asked, surprised. Well, I understood it as soon as you articulated it. Huh, because my pet is a rat. I have known from the outset that the Weasley's rat was Pettigrew. Why didn't you inform the Weasleys? Mirabel inquired, skewering a piece of meat with her fork and bringing it to her mouth, savoring it. The juices and sweet spicy sauce melted in her mouth, complementing the rice splendidly. She poured the excess sauce over her rice, relishing the grains soaked in the flavorful concoction. That Ron Weasley is a fool. I couldn't bear to let a rat that had lived for over 12 years simply vanish. My Peter also passed away 4 days ago. Peter was Mirabel's large black rat, correct? Indeed. When I returned to the dormitory after my exams, he had already died by my bedside. Thankfully, he left behind several offspring before his demise, so there should be no issue with finding a pet. Peter had been purchased by Mirabel before school as a means to control the rats plaguing the institution, but alas, a rat remained a rat. A few days prior, it had died unexpectedly, leaving Mirabel somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, it seemed loyal, and before its passing, it had bequeathed an heir, thus sparing her the trouble of acquiring a new pet. Yet the pressing question remained, where was Wormtail now? I am quite certain he is not within the castle. What do you think? Well, I have no idea where he is. Mirabel absent-mindedly prodded her potatoes with her fork. Of course, the destination would be Voldemort. But there was no need to divulge this to Edith. Currently, Edith found herself in an awkward position within the original storyline. Mirabel was uncertain what would transpire if she shared more of the memories with her, especially regarding the narratives that could impact the larger scheme. I see. Hey, Mirabel, what? Will you teach me the offensive Patronus charm next year? I find my powers to be too feeble. I will teach you the Patronus charm. But it is too early for the offensive stage. Yes, quite right, I understand, but... Mirabel narrowed her eyes at Edith's indecisive words. Edith had expressed her desire to learn the offensive Patronus charm at the beginning of their 3rd year. This was why Mirabel had initially taught her the standard Patronus charm. Yet now she sensed an impatience in Edith that was at odds with her character. Are you frightened? Indeed, this time I could do nothing. It is frustrating that only Harry and Hermione resolved everything. Mirabel brought the tea to her lips, swallowing slowly as she regarded Edith. Mirabel comprehended the situation, thus. Edith was expressing her dissatisfaction with her own helplessness. Indeed, last year it was a basilisk, and this year it was a scabbers. It was indeed a formidable challenge. I understand. Well, Mirabel retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket and tossed it before Edith with a snap of her fingers. The blank sheet then inscribed letters directing towards Moulin Crescent Road. Subsequently, a hand mirror, emanating smoke, materialized and was placed upon the table. These are the coordinates of the villa I utilize. To contact me, do not employ owls. Use that hand mirror instead. What is this? This is a two-way mirror. It is far more reliable than an owl in flight. The two-way mirror is a handheld device used for communication, functioning effectively within a pair of mirrors. One can converse with the other mirror. Unlike letters carried by owls, it does not require an extensive duration, and Mirabel found it exceedingly useful. This was also one of the reasons Mirabel was reluctant to keep an owl. Are you certain? Isn't it rather expensive? I don't mind, take it. Despite the convenience, the two-way mirrors are exceedingly rare. This scarcity is due to their immense utility, regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Such items, capable of facilitating communication beyond the Ministry's control, are indeed the highest tier of artifacts employed surreptitiously by humans. In the past, several dark wizards exploited this to deceive the Ministry, communicating covertly. Therefore, only a select privileged class and a limited number of wizards trusted by the Ministry possess them. The price, of course, is exceedingly steep. When you seek me, speak into that mirror. I understand. Edith timidly returned the mirror to her pocket. She must have pondered how much she would owe if she were to break it. Mirabel gazed at Edith's silhouette, reflecting. It won't be long before I am devoid of my ordinary student days. If the course of fate Mirabel knows is to be believed, the pivotal moment of her destiny shall indeed arrive next year. The previously tranquil student life will come to an end, ushering in a tumultuous era that will engulf the entire wizarding world. There remains but a year until Voldemort's resurrection. Chapter 54, Epilogue, Peter Pettigrew. When Harry and his friends heard the news of Buckbeak's impending execution, they were engulfed in despair, yet ultimately powerless. These 13-year-olds simply could not possess the strength to overturn a decision already rendered. Harry and Hermione walked dejectedly, while Edith placed a comforting hand on their shoulders to uplift their spirits. At least Hagrid had sent them away to spare them from witnessing the cruel fate of the Hippogriff. Yet this too was a source of anguish for Harry and the others. Even sharing the burden of sorrow felt inappropriate. Surely Buckbeak was to be executed, its head severed. Even if one wished to avoid the distant sight of Hagrid's tearful roars, they would know. How could those people commit such an atrocity? Hermione sobbed, condemning the cruelty of the Ministry of Magic. Harry and Edith were at a loss for words, remaining silent. Was this the limit of students? Were they truly powerless? No matter how many times they asked themselves, they could find no answer, only a sense of gloom. As they walked, Harry suddenly caught sight of something familiar at the edge of his vision. It was a creature he had not seen in the past year. One that should not be present at this school. Scabbers! Harry exclaimed, spotting a rat. Named Scabbers, it was Ron's pet, which should currently be at St. Mungo's. Why was Ron Scabbers here? As Harry's curiosity piqued, Scabbers began scurrying towards the Whomping Willow. Upon seeing this, Harry instinctively took off. Hey Harry, what is going on? Scabbers. That is Scabbers. Harry informed Hermione, who looked on in astonishment, inquiring about Scabbers. Edith appeared bewildered by the situation, yet the two girls hurriedly pursued Harry. The little rat reached a hole at the base of the Whomping Willow, and Harry and the others attempted to follow. However, they could advance no further as the tree swayed ominously. What should I do? As Harry and the others halted at a distance, Scabbers leaped onto a joint of the tree. The chaotic willow suddenly stilled, as if enchanted, ceasing its movement. When Scabbers darted into the hole once more, Harry and the others were left stunned. Harry attempted to follow, but Edith restrained him. Harry, wait. Is that rat trying to lure you in? I don't know. But it's possible Ron is inside. Edith seemed to remain cautious of the rat's peculiar behavior, yet it was Ron's pet rat. Ron's pet shouldn't harm us. Harry reasoned, evading Edith's grasp and entering the hole. Hermione and Edith reluctantly followed in Harry's wake. Inside lay a narrow and dark tunnel. The trio illuminated their wands, proceeding cautiously in search of scabbers. It was quite a lengthy passage, feeling as though they had traversed for dozens of minutes. Ultimately, upon exiting the tunnel, they arrived in a cluttered small room. The so-called furniture lay in disarray, with all the windows boarded up. Harry, this is the Shrieking Shack. Hermione's gentle voice finally made Harry realize their location. The Shrieking Shack, one of the attractions in Hogsmeade, earned its name due to the screams heard within on full moon nights. But how did scabbers know this place? While pondering this, Edith suddenly noticed a figure lurking in the dark corner of the room. Bind. The binding curse, known as Colloportus, appeared in the Order of the Phoenix. 3 ropes suddenly swirled around Harry, Hermione, and Edith, hindering their movements. Harry fell in an unexpected twist, glaring at the culprit casting spells upon them. A diminutive man emerged from the shadows. His faded hair was disheveled, his scalp bald. His skin was dark, and his sharp nose and small eyes rendered him somewhat rodent-like. The wand he held was the very wand Ron had used at school last year. Who are you? Harry shouted forcefully from the ground, struggling to maintain some semblance of control over his emotions. However, the man merely displayed a repulsive grin, showing no signs of displeasure. Who am I? Just a friendly greeting. I've been with you since your enrollment. What are you talking about? I don't know you. Since I entered the school? What a fool, Harry thought. Hermione had been with me since I entered school, as well as Ron, who is not here now. Certainly not this filthy man before me. Yet he continued to taunt. No, I have been with you for quite some time. Ron has cast spells on me nearly every day in your presence. Ron constantly berated me for being useless. Envious of your owl. What? Still don't understand? I am Scabbers, Harry Potter. Harry and Edith gasped at the man who claimed to be Scabbers. Meanwhile, Hermione murmured in astonishment. No wonder he resembles a rat. And I was once a Hogwarts student named Peter Pettigrew. Liar. You should be dead. Harry instinctively voiced a vehement denial of his words. Peter Pettigrew, the name of my father's dearest friend. It was this pitiful man who, when his father and mother were slain, single-handedly confronted Sirius Black, leaving only a finger to be erased from this world. If he were here, he could never assault us. Yet, as this man spoke, it seemed he was mocking Harry. Indeed, I made everyone believe I was dead. With a mere finger, I succeeded in overcoming Sirius. For the first time, I surpassed the omnipotent Sirius, inciting envy in all. Peter's beady, obsidian eyes were clouded with vile malevolence. What do you mean? Weren't you challenging Sirius Black to avenge my parents? That is what the world believes. I thought it a splendid strategy. Only Sirius knows I am the true secret keeper. In that moment, Harry struggled to comprehend the implications of his words. He was unwilling to accept this flippant reality. What had this scoundrel just uttered? The true secret keeper? Did this rat-like man just assert that? A secret keeper is an indomitable safeguard capable of concealing those close to you. It is the most advanced form of concealment magic, applicable to edifices. Unless the guardian of that place reveals it, no one can enter. James and Lily had once attained peace through this very magic, choosing Sirius Black as their protector. This is why the world believes Sirius betrayed Harry's family. Oh, your father and mother? I had no choice. The Dark Lord was too fearsome to resist. Thus, I divulged the secret to him and gained his favor. But the Dark Lord was vanquished by young you, causing me to lose my rightful standing. The man, who had appeared so disheveled moments ago, suddenly transformed into a grotesque figure. This wretch, this traitor to Harry's parents. This man who murdered Harry's mother and father. Harry's vision warped with hatred as he clenched his fist, blood seeping from his palm. Sirius hunted me down, but I triumphed. He was confined in Azkaban. The filthy man grinned broadly, exuding arrogance. Harry yearned to strike his face, yet he found himself immobilized. Never had he desired freedom so desperately, not for self-preservation, but for the purpose of vengeance. But I am being pursued, not just by Sirius Black, but by other Death Eaters as well. It is only natural for them to harbor animosity towards me, for my intelligence has caused the Dark Lord to lose power. Hence, for my own safety, I resolved to live as a pet in the Weasley household, a wretched existence, yet one where I still felt secure and content. This is the inhumane life one leads after betraying friends. Yet Peter seemed quite pleased, enjoying a life devoid of threats. He sought nothing more. But now it was all over. Sirius had come to Hogwarts to kill me. If I left this school, the Death Eaters would find me. If I remained, Sirius would slay me. I had no choice but to offer your life as a gift to the Dark Lord. You bastard. Harry's murderous intent burgeoned towards the coldly speaking Peter. The enemy of his parents stood before him, yet Harry was powerless to act. Could there be anything more infuriating and lamentable than this? Do not hold a grudge. I had no alternative. It was the only way. I am not evil. I had no choice. With that excuse, Peter raised his wand. Perhaps some dark magic was about to be unleashed from that wand. Even knowing this, Harry felt utterly helpless. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth, continuing to glare at Peter. Edith delivered a swift kick to Peter. Huh. He turned, tumbling to the ground, staring at Edith. There were no ropes. Harry and Hermione were bound, yet Edith had escaped. Peter was perplexed, unable to fathom why, but for Edith, it was no challenge. All she had done was procure a wand before being tied up, that was all. In an instant, Edith spotted Peter and unshackled her wand. With a wand in hand, one could wield magic. This was why Edith was able to sever Peter's bonds and rise to her feet. Do not interfere. Peter furiously drew his wand, while Edith also cast her spell. Remove your weapons. Movement charm. Edith unleashed a transfiguration spell. The movement charm, locomotor, is a versatile magic, allowing one to input the name of the object to be moved after the incantation. Edith chose herself as the target and soared. She evaded the crimson flash, spinning through the air, executing a roundhouse kick that struck Peter's shoulder, matching the velocity of her descent. The gaunt man groaned in agony, attempting to aim his wand at Edith. But faster still, she had vanished from his sight. Where could she be? From Peter's blind spot, Edith struck with an elbow jab, a maneuver achievable only through magic. Magical combat generally involves spellcasting. Aim at your foe with your wand, and then cast. Most attacks are accomplished through these 2 or 3 actions. Conversely, without aiming, one cannot strike the enemy. After collapsing to the ground, Peter immediately sprang up, searching for Edith. Yet she had already slipped from his line of sight. A blow from his blind spot felled him once more. You are a wizard too? How primitive of you, relying solely on fists. So what? Edith was fundamentally a student adept in practical skills. To put it more seriously, she was a witch proficient in action rather than contemplation. She acted without the constraints of tactical thought, whether through magic or fists, as long as it proved effective. It sufficed. She had no obligation to utilize magic. About half of what was taught in class had already been purged from her mind. She retained some information in the days leading up to exams, but forgot it all once they concluded. It was precisely for this reason that she employed such a casual approach to magical combat. However, Peter held the advantage of experience. The wiry, cunning man caught a glimpse of Harry and the others from the corner of his eye, a suspicious grin creeping across his face. When Edith glanced at Peter, she discerned his intentions. In haste, she dashed to protect Harry and the others, but Peter was simultaneously casting a spell at them. Sleep. Unable to abandon Harry and Hermione, Edith was struck by the stunning spell and was sent flying. The wand fell, crashing against the wall, collapsing helplessly. Edith was on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet she refused to succumb, for she was now the sole fighter left standing. Peter inhaled deeply, a triumphant smile adorning his face. It is over. It is finished. The ropes binding Harry and Hermione remained unbroken. Harry clenched his teeth, struggling to extricate himself from his helplessness. While Edith was engaged in battle, he felt utterly powerless. A mere hindrance. How frustrating. How pitiful. Peter, brandishing his wand at Harry, fueled his anger. Yet, suddenly, someone seized the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Oh, yes, it was over. A fist connected with Peter's face. The unfortunate soul who struck him was even more gaunt than Peter. His hair was disheveled, and his face resembled a skeletal visage. Emaciated and worn, his beard grew in wild disarray, and his garments were tattered. He retrieved Harry's wand from the ground and brandished it. Instantly, the enchantment binding Harry and Hermione was lifted, granting them their freedom. Harry Potter, Harry James Potter. I have missed you, my friend's child, the man exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion as he grasped Harry's hand. It was a gesture filled with joy, as if he had unearthed a long-lost treasure. This was the scene that Edith beheld, witnessing the reunion of Sirius Black and Harry Potter, before her consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 55, The World Quidditch Cup. Summer. Most students would relish the opportunity to frolic with friends or embark on family vacations. However, Mirabel chose not to partake in such conventional pastimes. Instead, she engaged in an exceedingly peculiar endeavor. Clutching a biology book in one hand, she fixed her gaze upon a glass cabinet designated for breeding. Several flasks and beakers were meticulously arranged around her, as she donned a lab coat distinct from her usual robes, complemented by a pair of spectacles. Within the cabinet, a number of toads were engaged in a mysterious act of incubating eggs. This was the result of Mirabel casting the soul snare curse to compel the toads into such behavior, though at first glance, it appeared utterly nonsensical. What does this mean, miss? Inquired the masked figure of Quirrell, standing beside her, fear evident in his voice. Mirabel proceeded to turn the pages of her book, pressing it into Quirrell's hands. The contents reflected numerous cases related to basilisk encounters. It was said that a Greek dark wizard named Hyber had, through his studies, discovered that eggs hatched from a toad could yield a serpent of extraordinary power. Unlike ordinary snakes, it was known as the Serpent King, capable of killing or petrifying others merely by gaze. Is that even possible? Nothing is impossible. The eggs here will transform into basilisk eggs. Mirabel reached into the cabinet, extracting one of the eggs. However, this endeavor is rather troublesome. To become a basilisk egg, several conditions must be met. For instance, the egg must be laid by a rooster rather than a hen, and they must be 7 years old. Oh, are you a rooster? Mirabel mused. But roosters do not lay eggs under normal circumstances, which is why I have magically altered the rooster's body to force it to produce eggs. Initially, Mirabel sought to create a basilisk from the materials at hand. Yet, to eliminate the absurdity of a rooster laying eggs, magical transformation was essential. Thus, Mirabel conducted unreasonable alterations on the chickens, compelling them to lay eggs. As an aside, the hen's body, the rooster's body, could not endure the forced experiments, succumbing post-laying and ultimately becoming Mirabel's lunch, though that was of little consequence. Miss, are you planning to mass-produce basilisks? Indeed. The issue lies in the fact that gazing into a basilisk's eyes is fatal, so they must be trained to keep their eyes closed. Fortunately, basilisks possess a keen sense of smell, despite lacking heat sensors. Even if their vision is obstructed, it poses no significant inconvenience. She returned the egg to the box. Then, as if awaiting its moment, a toad leapt atop the egg. You should wear glasses too. It would be no laughing matter if one were to die from the gaze of a freshly hatched basilisk. Yes, but can glasses even help? I heard that Moaning Myrtle also wore glasses when she perished. Those were props I created during my alchemical studies. These glasses possess a magical effect akin to a blindfold. When they detect magical energy, they automatically activate, obstructing the wearer's vision. Mirabel explained while observing the egg. No signs of hatching were apparent, nor could she guarantee the emergence of a basilisk. While fine-tuning her approach, she endeavored to mass-produce basilisks, now left to await the results. During this period of anticipation, she heard a rustling sound from the fireplace, indicating the arrival of a guest. Quirrell, this task is entrusted to you. Yes. Mirabel left the basilisk egg with Quirrell and approached the fireplace. There stood a girl Mirabel recognized, Edith Rainagel. From her gasping demeanor, it was evident she was unaccustomed to the chimney. Edith surveyed the mansion, her mouth agape, displaying a rather foolish expression. What on earth are you doing, Edith? Ah, me Mirabel. No, this is quite an extraordinary mansion. To Edith, a commoner, this villa seemed excessively opulent. She fidgeted restlessly like a climber, emitting meaningless murmurs of ha and hey. Mirabel sighed and gestured for her to follow into her room. At the end of the lengthy corridor, Edith was evidently struck by a profound stimulus. Her gaze once more fixed upon the room. Now, let us practice spells here. All right. Edith clenched her fists. Yet suddenly, something unusual caught her eye at the periphery of her vision, diverting her interest. On the table lay a collection of books Mirabel might have been studying, resembling those of Muggles. No, this is indeed a Muggle book. A Muggle book? Mirabel, do you read them as well? Ah, there is much within that warrants my attention. The books on the table chronicled various regimes throughout Muggle history. Absolute monarchy, democracy, socialism, figures like Hitler, Napoleon, Zhu Yuanzhang, their successes and failures throughout history. Mirabel deemed these works essential for her studies and collected them. Muggle history was derided by the upper echelons of the magical world, yet devoid of magic. They became remarkably innovative, always looking forward, ceaselessly progressing, and continually improving. Muggles, lacking magic, could not reclaim what was lost. Thus, they pursued efficiency and intellectual thought, advancing despite sacrifices. This was precisely the attitude the magical world needed at present. Fueled by this conviction, Mirabel delved into their history. However, the magical world remained stagnant, mired in the incestuous pursuit of preserving pure-blood wizards, with no progress whatsoever. Observing that the majority of purebloods were in fact inbred, one could see how their numbers dwindled. Trapped in a cul-de-sac, it was absurd. Though not of Muggle descent, they would inevitably face extinction, yet remained willfully blind. They accepted only the bare minimum necessary, eschewing progress and even refraining from attempting to escape their dead end. Voldemort had exacerbated this madness further. Someone must shatter this frenzied cycle. Ah, a Muggle book, she mused. And there seems to be a ticket tucked within its pages. Ah, this is a ticket that has been repurposed as a bookmark. Mirabel seems to respond to Edith's curious gaze by producing a slip of paper that was nestled between the pages of a book. It bears the inscription for the Quidditch World Cup semi-final, Huagua versus Ireland. Hey, isn't that a ticket for the Quidditch World Cup? Indeed, are you interested? Of course. Quidditch World Cup tickets are highly coveted within the wizarding community. Hence, there are many who, like Edith, desire one. Conversely, there are families that, even when they receive an invitation, have no intention of attending. The Beresford family is one such example. Well, would you like to go and take a look? Do you want to see it? For Mirabel, the World Cup does not evoke much excitement. Yet, this does not imply that she holds any disdain for it. Should Edith wish to attend, spending time there could be enjoyable. In response to this inquiry, Edith nodded enthusiastically. Yes, let us hurry, if my memory serves me correctly. It is being held today. The Patronus charm can only be learned tomorrow. The basilisk has settled down, and Mirabel is confident that Chilo will perform admirably thereafter. Mirabel snapped her fingers, and moments later, a maid entered the room. Her name was Mary, Mirabel's exclusive maid brought from the estate. The girl possessed a doll-like appearance. With flaxen hair tied back, Mary, dress her in attire that would not raise suspicion among muggles. I want her in the designed outfit. For me? Yes. The maid seized the bewildered Edith without hesitation and whisked her away. Mirabel then removed her white coat and opened the wardrobe. She found a black hoodie and jeans. Snapping her fingers, instantly, her attire transformed, leaving her previous robes hanging on the hanger. Miss, it's ready. All right. How does it look? Edith had applied a light touch of makeup, something she had never done before, and changed into a white dress. Her hair had also been trimmed, lending her an air of elegance and poise. Mirabel placed a hand on Edith's shoulder. Edith, bowing her head slightly, appeared somewhat bashful. Mirabel addressed Mary. I shall take my leave. I leave her in your capable hands. Yes, please come this way. After being gracefully bowed off by the maid, Mirabel initiated her disapparation, soaring towards Huagua, but not within the city. Deep within a forest, where few ventured, this was the designated site for tonight's match. Of course, if all wizards were suitably attired, considering the muggles, it would pose no issue even if discovered. Yet, more than 60% of wizards would still venture out in their robes. This is why any unfortunate muggles who happen to witness them are destined to have their memories erased. The venue possesses two entrances, which is a curious aspect. One entrance was crowded with Caucasian wizards eager to rush into the arena. However, at the other entrance, a line of wizards with yellow skin stood orderly for reasons unknown. Edith, eager to reach the arena, could comprehend the former but was utterly baffled by the latter. What are they doing? The Huagua people are a disciplined race. They understand protocols and value politeness. In the eyes of Caucasians, lining up is merely a waste of time. Yet one must observe that this congested approach is not swifter than queuing. Indeed, it appears they are entering one by one at a considerably quicker pace than us. After presenting their tickets to the staff at the entrance, Mirabel and Edith were guided to their designated seats, perched above the arena. Their vantage point was splendid for viewing the entire match. Before the commencement of the game, numerous spectators purchased binoculars, tools akin to Muggle binoculars for replays and slow-motion viewing, and sweets to pass the time. Finally, the moment arrived for the teams to enter, and the atmosphere became electric. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The 422nd Quidditch World Cup, Round 3. Tonight's match features the semi-final between Huagua and Ireland. Let us commence with the Irish team's mascot. The voice of Luth Bagman, the Minister of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, resonated. Simultaneously, two comet-like entities, shimmering in green and gold, soared into the arena, spiraling and heading toward the goalposts at either end. Then, a rainbow bridge connected the two comets, prompting an involuntary gasp from the audience. Continuing their aerial flight, they traced the shape of a shamrock in the sky. At last, a golden rain cascaded down, not just any rain, but a torrential downpour of gold coins, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy. Some rushed forward to collect the coins. Yet Mirabel quietly grasped Edith's shoulder. It's a ruse. The coins will vanish with time. Is that so? The unexpected shower of coins led Edith to initially believe in their authenticity, thus sparing her from revealing her less than pleasing appearance with a wry smile. The thought of those who had rushed to collect them likely facing disappointment later was somewhat regrettable. Next, we present the Huagua team's mascot. The Irish mascot was splendid. What kind of mascot will the Huagua team unveil? As if to meet the anticipation, two golden broomsticks flew into the arena, spiraling in the air, followed by an uproar from the Huagua spectators. Wind, wind, a great wind, a great wind. The broomsticks swirling above seemed to paint a picture, soon revealing a breathtaking landscape, an imposing great wall of China, from which a magnificent golden dragon emerged. What is that? That is the Great Wall of China and the five-clawed dragon of Huagua. It is their totem. Since ancient times, the Huagua people have considered themselves descendants of dragons. This mascot could be described as formidable, contrasting sharply with the depictions of dragons from other nations, which evoke fear. This golden dragon exudes a sense of awe and majesty, compelling one to feel as though they should kneel before it. Upon witnessing this mascot, athletes from various countries were left in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are the Hogwarts people mad? This is hardly a mascot." After hearing this tale, Edith couldn't help but nod. Now let us introduce the athletes. Applaud for them. The Irish national team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Moran, Quigley, Dwyer, Lindsay. As the athletes mounted their broomsticks and entered the stadium in succession, the audience erupted in cheers, forming a long line of players. All broomsticks were firebolts, with both riders and broomsticks of the highest caliber. Now, the Hogwarts team enters. Xiang Xian, Wang Hongbao, Shuri, Xia Hoiwei, Li Liang, Hua Hong, Xia Jun. The Hogwarts team, appearing slightly smaller than the Irish team, entered and aligned themselves in formation. Subsequently, the Bludgers, Quaffle, and Golden Snitch were released onto the field, preparing for the match. Alright, the game begins. In the next moment, Edith's view was momentarily obscured as the players vanished from sight. So fast, incredibly fast. The chasers hurled the Quaffle with such velocity that it was nearly impossible to discern who possessed it. The beaters struck the Bludgers at a frenzied pace, returning the blows with such speed that they left afterimages in their wake. Edith could not contain her laughter, not at the plight of a player, but rather at the unfortunate fate of a ball. On the precipice of collision, Seekers Xia Jun and Lin Shi engaged in a tumultuous struggle, pursuing the elusive Golden Snitch. This was a display of prowess distinctly different from the games observed within the confines of school. However, in high-level Quidditch matches, two types of confrontations emerge. One is a test of endurance, where the teams outlast one another, and the other culminates in a swift capture of the snitch. This match, it seemed, belonged to the latter. The evidence lay in the fact that both Seekers were already in motion. Each team's beaters struck the Bludgers, aiming to disrupt the Seekers. Yet, these two Seekers spiraled through the air without any sign of slowing down or evading the incoming threats. In unison, they reached out toward the snitch hovering before them. Edith held her breath, her gaze fixed on the two Seekers, as Xia Jun of the Chinese team leaped from his broom. A commendable maneuver. Though whether he seized the snitch remained uncertain, as he tumbled to the ground. Xia Jun fell, rolling across the ground before gradually rising, lifting his right arm that clutched the snitch, and let out a triumphant roar. In an instant, the entire audience erupted, their cheers piercing the air like thunder. Edith instinctively stood alongside Mirabel, raising her voice in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the defeated Irish team lay despondently on the ground, tears welling in their eyes. Chapter 56, Edith's Heritage. Do not disturb your thoughts. Focus on joyous memories. Well, in a villa standing on Milan Crescent, two girls faced one another. The brown-haired girl, Edith Renagel, closed her eyes, extending her wand as if conjuring a memory, while the blonde girl, Mirabel Beresford, crossed her arms, observing her intently. Coo. Before Mirabel, a silvery mist finally emerged from Edith's wand. Gradually, it took the form of an animal, smooth and ethereal as flowing clouds. Yet Mirabel's expression remained devoid of joy. Instead, she huffed, beginning to voice her complaints about Edith's Patronus. 7 seconds to form? Too slow. The battle against Dementors is a race against time. The longer it takes, the more happiness is lost, rendering memory elusive. In such moments, the happy memories that serve as the key to conjuring a Patronus must surface in one's mind. The swiftness in creating a Patronus while under their influence is paramount when casting the charm. The Patronus charm is the natural enemy of Dementors, and vice versa. To create a Patronus, one must harness happiness, yet Dementors drain it away. Therefore, if one cannot conjure a Patronus effectively, it becomes merely a tool for exploitation. It is no exaggeration to say that the essence of the Patronus charm ultimately hinges on this principle: to create first, then to absorb. Even so, it remains challenging to retain such profound memories. For reference, what exactly is Mirabel thinking? Mirabel, if one were to reference anything, it should be the experiences of an individual that truly forge a Patronus. Edith pondered aloud, yet Mirabel remained silent, her expression shifting slightly. Mirabel's face returned to its usual demeanor as she coldly remarked, "Events that bring joy to people vary greatly." She uttered some trivial comments, settling into a chair. After sipping the remaining tea, she raised an eyebrow. Edith, perplexed by her words, murmured, "What's the matter with you?" However, upon seeing the masked butler beside them, his expression laden with disappointment, she surmised that perhaps the tea he brewed was not to their liking. "Take a break, Edith." She seated herself as well. "All right." Mirabel urged Edith to sit across from her, handing her the tea. It seemed that, compared to the tea at school, Edith found this one subtly lacking in flavor. Nevertheless, oblivious to the nuances of tea quality, she dismissed it from her mind. After a moment, Edith suddenly recalled something and lifted her head. "By the way, are you going to watch the Quidditch World Cup final, Mirabel?" "The World Cup? Well, I'm not entirely disinterested. Just the other day, I watched the match between China and Ireland, so now I merely wish to ascertain the outcome." The Quidditch World Cup is an event every denizen of the wizarding world longs to witness. It is no exaggeration to say that all witches and wizards are attuned to it. This year, the final between China and Bulgaria will be held in England. It marks the first time in 30 years that England has hosted this event, and the British magical community is abuzz with excitement. Naturally, Edith is among them, if possible. She too wishes to attend the match. What about you, Edith? I cannot. I can't procure a ticket, Edith replied, her shoulders drooping in response to Mirabel's inquiry. Unsurprisingly, tickets for the World Cup final are in high demand and notoriously difficult to acquire, regardless of one's yearning to attend. That sentiment is shared by all other residents of the British magical world. Thus, fierce competition and auctions ensue, with only a fortunate few emerging victorious to witness the spectacle. The Renagel family does not possess great wealth or influential connections. Moreover, as I am not their biological daughter, I feel embarrassed to broach the subject with them. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Did I not tell you? No. As Mirabel selected a biscuit, she awaited Edith's next words. Mirabel was not keen on delving into matters so personal. Whenever Edith spoke, Mirabel listened quietly. When Edith was inclined to speak freely, Mirabel followed suit. However, it seemed Edith had no pressing thoughts weighing on her, so she began to speak in a normal tone. I am a remnant of my mother's remarriage. Long ago, during my childhood, there was a couple, my biological father and mother. They quarreled and subsequently divorced. That's a common tale. Indeed. The cause of their discord stemmed from the rift between wizards and muggles. My mother is a half-blood witch, but her family appears to hail from a pure-blood aristocracy, with a strong inclination towards purity of blood. Yet my father is a muggle. Somehow, when they began dating, it seemed merely a summer fling that allowed them to come together. But naturally, this is why their marriage faltered. So purebloods are prevalent. What then transpired? Purebloods truly abound everywhere. Mirabel expressed her disdain, urging Edith to continue. Quenching her thirst with a sip of red tea, Edith continued. Afterward, my father took my sister, while my mother took me, and we parted ways. After that, my mother remarried, which led to the Renagel family. You have a sister? Yes. Though I can hardly recall her face. My mother passed away when I was 9, so the current Renagel family treats me as an adopted child. So that's the reason you find it difficult to speak up? Edith nodded as she nibbled on her third biscuit. However, there was no hint of subservience to being adopted evident in her demeanor. She appeared quite content with her current life. Well, I don't mind. My father treats me as if I were his own daughter. All right, I think I understand now. No wonder you are in Slytherin, being so concerned about bloodlines. Mirabel smiled wryly as she toyed with her empty teacup. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she posed a question. By the way, you mentioned your family is pure blood? What is your surname? My mother? Well, I believe it is Valentine, so my original name should be Edith Valentine. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking china echoed through the air, scattering white porcelain shards across the floor. As Edith surveyed the surroundings, a look of astonishment crossed her face. This was the first time she had witnessed such a reaction from Mirabel in their 3 years of acquaintance. Typically, those golden eyes, which shimmered with fearless brilliance, flickered with an emotion that perhaps only Edith imagined. Mirabel appeared as a lost child. Mirabel merely gazed at Edith, her expression blank, betraying no emotion, seemingly struck dumb. Valentine, so? Mirabel, what's wrong? No, it can't be. Such a thing. A surname isn't that rare. It must be merely coincidental, however. If she had a sister, wait. Mirabel, what's the matter? At Edith's call, Mirabel finally regained her composure. Mirabel widened her eyes and glanced around, realizing she had lost her poise. She snapped her fingers, summoning the butler to tidy up the shattered plates, then awkwardly diverted her gaze. I apologize. It's not as if I was frightened. What on earth is happening? It's nothing. Don't worry, though spoken softly. Mirabel's eyes clearly conveyed an unmistakable refusal. Even if Edith pressed further, Mirabel would likely remain unresponsive, continuing with a frosty demeanor. Nevertheless, Edith had begun to grasp certain truths, whether it was related to her mother or mere coincidence. For Mirabel, Valentine represented a harbinger of peril and treachery, and Edith could scarcely believe it was merely coincidence, for in the magical world, there existed only one pureblood family, known as the Valentines. Chapter 57. A sinister warning while searching for an empty compartment on the train to Hogwarts. Mirabel and Edith encountered Harry and others who had just boarded. Alongside the usual duo of Harry and Hermione was Ron Weasley, who had been hospitalized last year. Perhaps due to her imagination, the atmosphere felt unusually calm, devoid of the usual tension. Hey, Harry, Hermione. How have you been? It's been the best summer ever. Edith seemed to have enjoyed her time, which brought a sense of relief. In response to Edith's greeting, Harry and Hermione beamed with bright smiles. Though students of Gryffindor and Slytherin were typically at odds, there was no animosity among the three of them. Their close collaboration over the past 2 years had forged a strong bond. Gradually, the events no longer unfolded as they had in the tales of old, and the future remained unpredictable. Ron S. out of the hospital. It's been a while. Oh, Edith exclaimed with a smile, but Ron merely replied in a low voice. Averting his gaze, Edith furrowed her brow, curious about what had transpired. Hey, what is wrong with Ron? You haven't fully recovered, have you? No. His memory seems to have returned, but after a year in the hospital, his demeanor appears to have changed. Moreover, since departing a year ago, it seemed many things had shifted. However, I believe the old Ron will return in due time. Hermione answered Edith's inquiry, her expression laced with concern. Although Hermione insisted that Ron would eventually return to his usual self, there lingered a hint of doubt in her voice. In the worst-case scenario, it would not be surprising if Ron's personality never returned for the remainder of his life. It seems you had a wonderful time at the Quidditch World Cup. Was it a celebration for Ron's discharge? Yes, we attended the final match. Edith gazed enviously as Hermione spoke. The Weasley family was hardly affluent, but Arthur Weasley, who worked for the Ministry of Magic, was no stranger to navigating the system. In essence, he had some influence. Through skillful networking, he had secured special seats for the World Cup and attended the Quidditch match alongside Harry and Hermione to celebrate his son's recovery. Edith, in fact, both Harry and I wanted to invite you out. Yes, I know. Hermione hurriedly apologized to Edith, who wore a disappointed expression. Seeing this, Edith could only smile wryly. She understood that Hermione and Harry were not romantically inclined, and she was aware that she was not Ron's friend. However, it seemed something had occurred after the match. Reports indicated that the chaos caused by the Death Eaters had incited a frenzy, with even the dark mark appearing at the scene. Ah, yes, that is true. Harry stuttered slightly in response to Mirabel's sudden inquiry. Harry and his friends had immensely enjoyed the match, but they had also witnessed a group of masked muggles floating in midair. Additionally, the dark mark, a skull-shaped signal emitted during Voldemort's killings, rose ominously above, plunging the entire venue into chaos. Hey, Harry, I don't believe it's true. That person really came back, right? There's no way that could happen, is there? Edith timidly questioned Harry. The dark mark was a sign of Voldemort's presence, long absent from the world. This was why some speculated it was merely a sign of Voldemort's resurrection. I think so too, Harry replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Yet he harbored a lingering hope that it was merely a rumor. However, he had recently dreamt of Voldemort, which left him with an unsettling premonition. Moreover, yes, Voldemort lacked a physical body. He could only survive by possessing others. Harry did not believe Voldemort could recover from such a state. Most importantly, that individual did not possess a body. It's still possible for him to return, isn't it? Harry's wishful thinking was abruptly interrupted by Mirabel. All attention turned to her, who had rather casually mentioned the possibility. What are you saying, Mirabel? There exists an ancient dark magic, the bones of a blood relative, loyal to their servant's flesh and the blood of their enemies, concocting a potion to restore the body entirely. Body restoration, no. A dark magic that could be termed as such. This is also what Mirabel had been studying, intending to incorporate it into her own ritual, albeit with uncertainty. For the first year, the book stolen from the restricted section was incomplete. Upon reflection, this was only natural. Had it been perfect, Dumbledore would not have left it behind. Therefore, Mirabel continued her research to transform its imperfections into perfection, focusing on this aspect of body restoration as part of her endeavors. Wait. I have never heard of or seen such magic in books. How do you know of such profound dark magic? Granger, are you familiar with Durmstrang Institute? Yes. Of course I know. I heard Malfoy mention wanting to go there. That's easy. I have some connections there. I have nearly mastered the knowledge of dark magic available at that school. Harry and the others heard a hint of a connection, their faces reflecting confusion. Yet only Hermione seemed to grasp something significant. With a look of astonishment, she covered her mouth with her hand. By the way, I read about the current vice principal of Durmstrang, Mavis Barrenford, in the School of Magical Greatness. She exclaimed. Correct, Mirabel replied with a beaming smile, affirming Hermione's statement. Although Mirabel harbored a certain disdain for her mother, the most notable advantage she possessed was indeed her mother's title as vice principal of Durmstrang. Thanks to this, she was well acquainted with the knowledge of dark arts from a young age and had access to an abundance of books from her mother. In fact, without this knowledge, some of the spells Mirabel had concocted would not have been feasible, and this knowledge was crucial for the completion of this year's planned ritual. Well, I do not care about my mother. Returning to the central topic, if the conditions are met, the resurrection of Voldemort is indeed possible. That guy can resurrect? Harry exclaimed, his face flushing as he gazed at Mirabel. It wasn't just Harry. Ron, Hermione, and Edith were equally horrified, awaiting Mirabel's next words. While Harry and the others might have wished for Mirabel to dismiss it as a jest, she was not one to joke about such serious matters. Without hesitation, She stated the terrifying truth that everyone feared. If you think I'm lying, so be it. But be cautious, Potter. If I were Voldemort, I would seek the finest blood as the material for my resurrection, as an act of revenge for my humiliation. The finest blood? Mirabel continued ominously. Indeed. He is the very architect of his own downfall, still revered as a hero in the wizarding world. The adversary known as the boy who lived. There is no better candidate to be deemed an enemy. With a sinister smile, Mirabel patted Harry's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Her voice cheerful, yet laced with a mysterious tone, as if she were eagerly awaiting something. Upon hearing this, Harry felt his body grow numb, fear coursing through him. It is your blood, Harry Potter. This year, be wary of your surroundings. Chapter 58, an exciting year following the customary sorting ceremony. The welcome feast for the new students commenced. Mirabel, of course, considered the vast array of books in the library to be the most valuable aspect of the school, with the food being of equal significance. Each time, the house elves excelled in their duties. They rotated the seasonings to ensure that students would not grow weary of the fare, crafting numerous dishes with the skills of top-notch chefs. Since Mirabel had previously made her request, the Slytherin table was adorned with foreign cuisine, prepared to an impressive standard. They worked diligently without complaint. Mirabel even contemplated bringing one of them home. Splendid, she mused. The house elves have done exceptionally well without cutting corners. She savored a piece of medium-rare steak, as it was her personal preference. Mirabel believed that meat tasted best when it was slightly undercooked. To relish the true essence of the meat, it should not be overcooked. On the contrary, if it were too close to raw, it would spoil the original flavor of the meat, as previously mentioned. Thus, Mirabel deemed a slightly more cooked medium rare to be supreme. Of course, this did not imply that she would dismiss other cooking methods. There are various ways to enjoy blood rare beef or meat cooked to perfection, both of which are delightful. Ultimately, it all boils down to the feelings of the dining day and personal taste. You are fortunate. This year's feast has been free of certain dangers. While Mirabel relished her meal, the Bloody Baron spoke nearby. To be frank, Mirabel had no desire for him to be present, as his appearance was ill-suited for mealtime. But she narrowed her eyes at his unsettling remarks. What happened, Baron? That house elf has gone mad in the kitchen, complaining about not being allowed to attend the feast. Of course, this is a good thing. It knows no manners and cannot resist flipping over a plate upon seeing one. Yet it seems to have taken this matter to heart, rampaging through the kitchen and ruining the banquet. Edith listened intently, wondering if this would be the end of the house elf. The reason being the friend seated beside her. It was well known that Mirabel despised being disturbed while dining, and the house elf had nearly ruined the meal. Undoubtedly, it had provoked Mirabel's wrath. It was a chaotic scene, with pots overturned, kettles thrown, and the kitchen transformed into a sea of soup. The poor little elf cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Furthermore, it appeared that the house elf was not tired of its antics, as it hurled water balloons at the new students. I see, Mirabel said, a vein throbbing on her forehead as she shattered the glass in her hand. Throwing water balloons at the new students is inconsequential. However, what the house elf has done is a blatant desecration of the food. Even if God forgives, I cannot. You did well, Baron. Did I? The Baron must have sensed the murderous aura emanating from Mirabel. His previously pale complexion turned ashen, and he hastily departed. Edith thought that no matter what she said, Mirabel's fury would not abate. The house elf would either face severe punishment or be obliterated by Mirabel's wrath. It was easy to predict that she would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who dared to disrupt her meal. After the meal, desserts were served. Steamed pudding atop treacle tart, and fried star sticks atop various cakes. All of these stimulated the appetite, making one feel inclined to indulge in as much as they desired post-meal. Mirabel and Edith placed their favorite desserts on their plates, licking their lips in anticipation. Once they had filled their stomachs, all the plates were cleared away, and Dumbledore's greeting began. Well, I trust everyone has dined well. I have a few matters to discuss, so please lend me your attention. His speech was no different from usual. A new prank item had been added to the list of prohibited items, though few adhered to it. Dumbledore informed them that they were not allowed to enter the woods on campus, and that first years were prohibited from going to Hogwarts before their third year. However, only the following announcement differed significantly from the norm. Typically, Dumbledore would inform them that first-year students were not allowed to join the Quidditch team, a scenario most students anticipated. Because of this, Dumbledore's statement caused a great stir. This year, the Quidditch matches of the house will be cancelled. It pains me to deliver this news to you. The Quidditch players were left speechless, gasps of astonishment emanating from all directions. Harry and the others, who had hoped to seek revenge on Mirabel this year, screamed as if they had lost their chance for vengeance. Edith, also an aficionado of Quidditch, found herself at a loss beside Mirabel. In contrast, the announcement revealed that this year's events would rival the Quidditch matches. It was named the Triwizard Tournament, a friendly competition among the three great wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. It boasts a rich history, having been held for 7 centuries before abruptly ceasing several centuries ago. The cause lies in the inherent risks associated with the competition itself. The caliber of the event is exceptionally high, featuring representatives from 3 distinguished schools that vie against one another. Consequently, despite the protective measures undertaken by the institutions, numerous lives were lost. However, this year, the seal has finally been broken. The International Magical Cooperation Department, in conjunction with the Magical Sports Committee, has united the 3 great magical academies to resurrect this illustrious tournament. The inaugural revival is set to take place at Hogwarts. In October, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at Hogwarts, with the selection of 3 representatives commencing on Halloween. The chosen 3 will then compete, with only the victor entitled to claim the trophy, the honor of their school, and a prize of 1,000 galleons. 1,000 galleons. Edith's eyes widened at the mention of the prize as she began to count with her hands. For a student, 1,000 galleons represents an unfathomable sum. When converted to Muggle currency, it amounts to approximately 700. While this may appear modest, the situation transforms when one considers the relative affordability of goods in the magical realm. Generally, wizarding supplies are significantly cheaper than their Muggle counterparts, owing to the advantages conferred by magic. For instance, if one were to exchange 1 for galleons in the magical world, that sum would only suffice to purchase a single bottle of juice in the Muggle world, whereas it could afford at least 10 or more in the wizarding realm. The disparity in gold value between the 2 worlds exceeds tenfold. This can be likened to the difference between developed and developing nations. For instance, in a less economically advanced country, an adult's salary might barely exceed a few $100s. Nevertheless, they can still lead comfortable lives due to the differing value of money. A few $100s could equate to several thousand in a more prosperous nation. The same principle applies to the contrast between the wizarding and Muggle worlds. In other words, the aforementioned 1,000 galleons should not be interpreted literally as merely 700. Even a modest estimation could yield a value in the tens of thousands for the inhabitants of the magical realm. By the way, Mirabel is aware of a method to capitalize on this to earn a significant profit. As previously mentioned, bringing Muggle gold into the wizarding world possesses considerable worth, and the reverse is equally true. The currency of the magical world is gold coins, which are not merely gilded objects but consist of pure gold. This is attributable to the existence of alchemy in the magical realm, yet from the Muggle perspective, this narrative seems absurd. Over 20 grams of pure gold can be acquired for just over 80, which is preposterous. If one were to transport this into the Muggle world, of course, not in its original form, requiring melting and processing, it could swiftly transform into nearly 7,000, depending on market conditions. Conversely, if one were to bring that 7,000 into the magical world for currency exchange, it would equate to 120 galleons. Furthermore, within the wizarding realm, there exists an item known as a pure gold ingot, which can yield a substantial profit when melted down for sale. However, leaking wizarding currency and goods into the Muggle world constitutes a criminal act, and should one be discovered, immediate arrest would follow, even for 1,000 galleons. One need not exhibit such gleaming eyes. Are you truly considering entering the competition? Edith's eyes sparkled, prompting Mirabel to tease her. Edith sighed despondently, resting her elbows on the table, her expression reflecting the abrupt transition from dreams to reality. While I yearn for 1,000 galleons, my life holds greater significance. And what of Mirabel? It is not that I am uninterested, but rather that I feel incapable. As she spoke, Mirabel's gaze shifted towards Dumbledore. Just then, Dumbledore issued a new announcement, declaring that those under 17 years of age would not be permitted to participate. Consequently, this year, the newly 14-year-old Mirabel and others found themselves unable to enter. 17 or older. If Dumbledore remains vigilant, it would be exceedingly difficult to outsmart him. Mirabel could potentially utilize dark magic to bypass the age restriction, the barrier against those under 17, yet Dumbledore's keen perception is hard to deceive. Most importantly, Mirabel herself harbored no intention of participating. It was already late at night. A good rest is paramount to prepare for the lessons of the morrow. Facing them with clarity, this is what truly matters. Let us return to our dormitories. All the students rose from their seats, chatting as they made their way back to their respective accommodations. The topic, of course, was the recently mentioned Triwizard Tournament. Who would be selected? And what sort of students would arrive? The majority of students were beginning to feel a surge of excitement. Mirabel and Edith, too, flowed with the crowd back to their dormitory. Another tumultuous year was about to commence. Chapter 59, The Last Year of Peace. The first lesson of the 4th year at Hogwarts was an elective course. Mirabel and Edith enrolled in Muggle studies, taught by Professor Charity Burbage, a woman in her 40s. Her teeth were slightly sharp, and her shoulders were broad. Very well, let us commence with a review of last year. What distinguishes wizards from Muggles? Do you understand? Theodore not. Indeed. We can wield magic and soar through the skies. Correct. You can also brew potions and practice alchemy. But do these things truly constitute a difference? As she spoke from the podium, waving her wand, she elucidated the distinctions between wizards and Muggles. Yet, the gap is not as vast as wizards tend to imagine. No, for this is not a distinction. Each individual possesses strengths and weaknesses, capabilities and limitations. In essence, we merely possess a slight edge over Muggles. Charity Burbage was renowned within the school for her pro-Muggle stance. While Mirabel was not particularly friendly towards Muggles, she also rejected the notion of pure-blood supremacy. The idea of pure-blood lineage remained deeply entrenched, yet wizards must accept those of Muggle descent. Had we not embraced Muggles from the outset, we would have long since faced extinction. We ought to welcome Muggle-borns who seek to acquire our knowledge for survival. We must integrate with Muggles. Now, please open your textbooks. Today, I wish to investigate the intersection of Muggle and wizarding lineages through genealogical tracing. Once this class concluded, the next would be magical creatures' care. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, he stood ready to depart. From the wooden crate at his feet emanated peculiar, clucking noises and intermittent explosive sounds, as if something were about to detonate. Merely this foreboding hint suggested it would not be a favorable creature. It's a blast-ended scrut, just hatched. This is why you will be raising them yourselves. I want to make it a subject. This was a topic Mirabel did not particularly favor. The blast-ended scrut was a repulsive creature, resembling a deformed lobster, devoid of a shell and head. Its pale, slimy body extended legs from various points, scuttling about. The mere sight of it filled Mirabel with physiological revulsion, especially as it was crammed into a narrow wooden box, occasionally emitting sparks from its tail as if it were about to explode. Come, let us endeavor to feed them an array of diverse delicacies. And eggs, frog liver, and non-venomous wood dragon bones have all been meticulously prepared. Let us try them one by one. Upon hearing this, Edith's face contorted into a mask of disgust. Most disconcertingly, Hagrid had mentioned that I had never before raised a blast-ended scrut. This implies that Hagrid is utterly oblivious to the precautions and dangers that may arise from nurturing such a creature. Whether this beast poses a threat as it matures remains a mystery to Hagrid as well. Edith could not suppress her curiosity regarding Dumbledore's rationale in appointing him as a teacher. Mirabel, I wish to withdraw from this class, she implored. Yet Mirabel remained unresponsive to the tear-streaked Edith. However, that silence spoke volumes in affirmation. Goodness, does this creature possess a stinger? It is sucking with the suckers on its abdomen. Is it about to launch an attack? Its tail has exploded. Is this a magical creature manifested among monsters? As the lesson progressed, it became abundantly clear that this blast-ended scrut would indeed assault humans. The males bore stingers, the females possessed suckers, and their tails were prone to explosive bursts. Hagrid offered no prior explanations regarding any of these aspects. Why was this individual appointed as an instructor? Even Harry and his companions could discern from their expressions that they were reluctantly attending the class. I have to care for this for an entire year? I suppose so. I no longer wish to touch it with my hands, Edith stated, prodding the blast-ended scrut with a stick, to which Mirabel wearily replied. Thus began an exceedingly arduous course. And Mirabel harbored no inkling of what it would entail in the future. Frankly speaking, Mirabel believed that this creature held no practical value other than its capacity to inflict harm upon others. Ultimately, the day's lessons concluded with the feeding of this peculiar creature. When Mirabel contemplated the possibility of continuing classes the following day, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Yet this year marked Mirabel's final opportunity to be a student in peace. With that in mind, let us seize the day and relish this futile routine. The mere thought brought a smile to Mirabel's face. Chapter 60, Alastair Moody. The first lesson for Slytherin was defense against the dark arts. Entering the classroom through the corridor, they traversed the refuse bin where Peeves had previously discarded his belongings, with the words "a good-for-nothing who cannot cook" inscribed on Peeves' forehead. This subject was cursed, with the instructor changing annually, yet this year introduced a new teacher never before encountered. His name was Mad-Eye Moody, a former Auror. In the past, he had been hailed as a prodigy, his achievements likened to burying half of Azkaban. He bore scars from numerous battles, rendering him an enigmatic figure marked by his injuries. His face appeared as if carved from wood by a stranger, marred by millimeter-wide gashes. His mouth was crooked, his nose missing, and his left eye, a peculiar magical orb, swiveled erratically. His left leg, occasionally visible beneath the hem of his cloak, was a prosthetic that clicked with each step he took. No need for textbooks, stow them away, Moody commanded from the podium, producing the attendance register and calling out the names of the students one by one. One of his eyes, the normal one, remained focused on the register, while the other, the magical eye, scanned the students. Perhaps he could perceive beyond the physical realm, as though aware of the circumstances of those in his blind spots. You have learned many techniques to combat dark creatures. However, you are already behind. I must say, it is quite late. Most importantly, you have not yet studied how to handle dark magic and curses. According to the Ministry of Magic, you will only begin to encounter these in your 6th year, but your adversaries shall not wait for you to reach that point. Moody's sudden bellowing startled the students, causing a commotion within the classroom. A complete surprise. Who could have anticipated such a sudden outburst? Yet Moody himself seemed unfazed, continuing as though nothing had transpired. Is it possible to defend oneself against threats one has never encountered and knows nothing about? Hence, my role is to bring you up to this year's baseline. By learning combat spells, you will better safeguard yourselves. Now, what are the 3 unforgivable curses? Does anyone have an answer? At this, some students timidly raised their hands. Lacking confidence, only Malfoy was mentioned, his face radiating assurance. Well, if it were him, it was only natural he would know. After all, his father was a servant of the Dark Lord, and ignorance would indeed be unusual. However, Moody disregarded him, fixing both his magical and normal eyes upon Mirabel. Why do you not raise your hand, Beresford? I have heard you are the finest student in this school. How can you refrain from answering? Even if I did not raise my hand, did you not call my name? With this thought, Mirabel resolved to showcase her knowledge as requested. A faint smile gracing her face. I certainly know, Professor Moody. Oh, then enlighten me. The Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, particularly the latter. The Killing Curse possesses no counterspell, nor any means of defense. If struck, it is a magic of certain death. Throughout the annals of magical history, only one person has survived its onslaught. Undoubtedly, that individual is Harry Potter. Because he survived the Killing Curse, he has been lauded as the boy who lived. Moody appeared quite pleased with Mirabel's response, nodding in approval. Excellent, Beresford. Heathcote was not exaggerating. I am well acquainted with your father, a most proficient expert in counterdark arts. His methods, however, can be rather ruthless, engaging in counterdark arts while simultaneously studying dark magic. And your mother is the deputy headmistress of Durmstrang. I see you are quite exceptional. Mirabel scoffed at Moody's remarks. Was her brilliance merely a product of her parents? No, Mirabel's excellence was her own, not a consequence of others. She firmly believed that even if her parents were muggles, she would still have become the person she is today. Admittedly, Mirabel could not deny that her family had significantly aided her growth in knowledge, but that was the extent of it. Last year, you received the Magical Excellence Award. And the year before, you garnered the Hogwarts Special Achievement Award in recognition of your accomplishments in vanquishing the basilisk. You are destined to become an even greater expert in counterdark arts than your father. Huh. Mirabel suppressed a scoff, offering only a brief response. Expert? That truly elicits laughter. To become a lapdog of the Ministry of Magic? Mirabel wished to keep the Ministry of Magic as her dog, rather than become one herself. Subsequently, Moody demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses using a spider as the test subject, showcasing their effects in a manner easily comprehensible to the students. The spider under the Imperius Curse performed a skilled aerial ballet, while the spider subjected to the Cruciatus Curse writhed in agony and convulsions. As for the unfortunate test subject of the Killing Curse, it met its demise without a scratch, a chilling testament to the curse's terrifying potency. Next year, I will teach you how to combat these spells. You must be aware and prepared at all times. If you comprehend, take out your quills and write down what I have said. From the outcome, one could assert that Alastor Moody's curriculum stands as the pinnacle of quality ever witnessed. The previous year's Remus Lupin was indeed a commendable instructor, yet Moody's lessons in the art of defense against the dark arts are unparalleled. Particularly should the future entail confrontations with dark magic. This revelation is sufficient to lead Mirabel to contemplate that, were he not a Death Eater, he would merit her inquiries into the intricacies of dark sorcery. In Chapter 61, the Triwizard Tournament assembles. Minerva McGonagall articulates that the 4th-year students are currently navigating a period of considerable stress. The forthcoming year heralds the OWL examinations, whose outcomes bear significant ramifications for their futures. However, commencing studies in the 5th year is rather belated. To ensure comprehensive preparation, one must begin now. Consequently, this year's classes are markedly more stringent than in previous years, with an upsurge in homework assignments. In potions, Mirabel is tasked with concocting an antidote, while in magical sciences, she is required to peruse 3 additional reference texts and master the summoning charm. The defense against the dark arts lessons have also intensified. Recently, Alastor Moody attempted to cast a forbidden curse, the Cruciatus Curse, upon the students to gauge their resistance. Naturally, Many students were reluctant to comply. Yet Moody disregarded their hesitations and proceeded, marking a significant event. All students subjected to the Cruciatus Curse began to exhibit peculiar behaviors, imparting to their peers the terror of the curse. Edith was singing, Parkinson was dancing, and Goyle and Crabbe constructed a stage with their instruments, while Malfoy disrobed. Ultimately, it was Mirabel's turn, and Moody cast the spell upon her. There exists a peculiar fear, one that only manifests in the face of the unknown, once clarity is achieved. Fear dissipates. Upon receiving the Cruciatus Curse, Mirabel felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. All her worries evaporated, replaced solely by an ultimate sense of security. It even induced the illusion that this was precisely what she had been seeking. Mirabel comprehended that this was the essence of the Cruciatus Curse. Many wizards are unable to resist and succumb to wrongdoing. Yet, in the next moment, a coarse voice echoed in her mind, shattering that exquisite sensation entirely. Kneel before me. What? Mirabel pondered. Why would you command me? Why should I obey? Even amidst such exquisite emotions, her indomitable pride roared, unyielding. Am I to be commanded now? Is this person issuing orders to Mirabel? In contemplating this, all joy vanished, leaving only a profound hatred and insubordination. Mirabel would heed no one's commands. She would not be bound by any individual, nor would she offer flattery to anyone. The only one who can command me is myself. In that moment of fervent assertion, Mirabel's thoughts crystallized and her vision expanded. She turned to face the astonished Moody, gracing him with a fearless smile. How embarrassing. Why was I singing? This was my first encounter with the Cruciatus Curse. It is a dreadful spell, one that is difficult to resist. On the way back to the dormitory after class, Edith, blushing, recounted the incident. Of course, such behavior in front of an audience was rather humiliating, yet it was also involuntary. Nevertheless, the commands directed at the female students could be considered somewhat lenient. At least Alastor Moody had taken their circumstances into account. This was certainly preferable to Malfoy. Did Professor Moody harbor disdain for Malfoy? He had compelled Malfoy to disrobe in class. I suspect Malfoy shall be the subject of ridicule for days to come. He, or more accurately, his father, has become a target of contempt. Lucius Malfoy was once the leader of the Death Eaters, yet he escaped Azkaban and regained power. Lucius is a sworn enemy of the Aurors. Mirabel's father, an expert in countering dark magic, likely shares this animosity, does he not? Indeed, for 14 years. My father has been devising ways to bring Malfoy to justice. As they continued their conversation, a cacophony of sounds erupted. It appeared that students had congregated in the entrance hall, creating quite a commotion. Curious about the commotion, Edith hurried toward them, with Mirabel appearing quite vexed in her wake. There, many students rushed about, scrutinizing the notice board situated at the foot of the staircase. Edith tiptoed, straining to glimpse the board, yet with little success. However, as Mirabel caught up with them, the students hastily parted, clearing a path to the notice board. It was a poster announcing the Triwizard Tournament. It proclaimed that the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive on October 30th at 6 p.m., at which time all students must gather in front of the castle for a reception. Only a week remains until then. Who might the champions be? If I were to hazard a guess, Marcus Flint is likely to contend for the position. Marcus, also the captain of the Quidditch team, possesses exceptional athletic prowess. Furthermore, it seems peculiar that Slytherin lacks any particularly notable individuals over the age of 17. Of course, this narrative presupposes that Mirabel is ineligible to compete for the championship. In the week following, the school buzzed with discussions surrounding the tournament. What manner of students would arrive, and how would they differ from us? Who would contest? And who would emerge victorious on October 30th? The eagerly awaited day finally dawned. The great hall had been adorned splendidly, with a colossal banner denoting each house. The faculty table bore a similar decoration, encircled by depictions of a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle surrounding the Hogwarts emblem. A delightful anticipation permeated the atmosphere, and time seemed to fly. At 6 p.m., students lined up in front of the castle, awaiting the arrival of the two schools. Edith, flushed with excitement, inquired of Mirabel. They are finally coming. But how will they arrive? Their school seemed quite distant from ours. Considering practicality, perhaps they would utilize brooms or apparition, but those methods lack grandeur. For wizards, the fastest and most efficient means of transport remains limited to apparition or chimneys. Yet, that does not seem fitting, just as Hogwarts desires to impress. So do they? Thus, rather than resorting to simple methods, they must arrive in a more spectacular manner. In gatherings such as this, humans delight in showcasing their splendor. If I am not mistaken, the Beauxbatons delegation has arrived. Dumbledore's voice rang out from the front of the faculty line, prompting all heads to turn upward. Where? Students scanned the skies until a sixth-year student exclaimed, pointing to the heavens, over there. A colossal object was soaring towards the castle. "What is that?" A flustered first-year student shouted. "Perhaps it is a new giant broom." Another student cried out in panic. "Fool, that is a flying house," exclaimed yet another first year. As it approached Hogwarts, it revealed itself to be a grand carriage, the size of a mansion, drawn by 12 winged horses, gliding gracefully through the night sky. The young men clad in cerulean robes leaped from the rumbling carriage that had just touched down, readying a golden stepping stone. Then, a colossal high-heeled shoe was placed upon the steps, and the woman who owned it emerged from the carriage. She was a stunning woman, with smooth, sun-kissed skin and an athletic physique. Her face was angular, and her nose elegantly pronounced. Adorning her neck was an opulent opal, lending her the air of a lady from high society. Yet, most strikingly, her stature set her apart. Indeed, she was quite large. To put it succinctly, immense. She was every bit as formidable as Hagrid, renowned as the tallest at Hogwarts, appearing to stand at nearly 3 meters tall. For reference, Hagrid's height is 250 centimeters, illustrating her extraordinary size. Consequently, Dumbledore barely reached her chest. Dumbledore, not considered short himself, stood alongside Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, who was exceedingly tall. Agreeing with Edith, Mirabel added, "Dumbledore must be over 180 centimeters, yet beside Maxime, he resembles a child." If Edith and Mirabel stood next to her, they would likely only reach her waist. "You look rather cold," she remarked, perhaps hailing from a warmer climate, and I cannot deny my own lack of preparation. The silk robe she wore appeared cold just to behold. Moreover, she hadn't even donned a cloak. Madame Maxime entrusted the thestrals to Dumbledore and gracefully made her way into the castle. Soon thereafter, the students of Beauxbatons followed suit, rushing into the castle to warm themselves. In the ensuing minutes, the students gazed skyward, awaiting the arrival of Durmstrang. Mirabel instinctively mused, if Beauxbatons descends from the heavens, surely Durmstrang must as well. Yet, on the lake's surface, a shimmering vortex materialized. A colossal ship emerged from the whirlpool, as if drawn from a pool of water. It was a vessel shrouded in an eerie aura, befitting a school teaching the dark arts. Upon reaching the shore, a group clad in thick leather coats disembarked, the last of whom was a silver-haired man alongside a radiant beauty in a deep crimson coat. They were Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, and his deputy, Mavis Berenice. "Ah, could that be my mother?" Mirabel exclaimed. "Oh my, your mother is stunning." Edith gazed in awe at the woman exuding sensual charm. The woman's curly golden locks bore a striking resemblance to Mirabel's mother. Her features mirrored Mirabel's, and her absolute confidence in her appearance imbued her with an air of haughtiness reminiscent of her daughter. She and Karkaroff chatted animatedly as they approached Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, well, how have you been? You look quite well, Headmaster Karkaroff. I did not expect your visit. Welcome, Madame Berenice." "Indeed, it has been too long, Headmaster Dumbledore. By the way, where's my daughter? The other students and I are here to welcome you." "She is just over there." Dumbledore indicated towards a corner where fourth-year Slytherin students congregated. Almost immediately, Mavis waved upon spotting Mirabel, who reluctantly returned the gesture. Fortunately, few witnessed the exchange, as the attention of the students was captivated by the presence of the Durmstrang delegation. "Hey, Mirabel, is that Victor Krum?" "It seems so," she replied, noting the distinctive curved nose and dark eyebrows. His characteristic stoop was apparent even from afar, and his legs bowed like a bowstring. It was Victor Krum himself, the world-renowned Quidditch player. The surrounding girls squealed in excitement, and Edith tiptoed to get a better view, busily rummaging for a piece of paper for an autograph. Afterward, they followed the Durmstrang students into the Great Hall and took their seats, yet Edith and the other Quidditch fans remained in a state of fervent excitement. Chapter 62. The Goblet of Fire. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and ghosts. Once again, particularly tonight, we extend our welcome to our guests. We look forward to hosting you at Hogwarts, and I hope and believe your time here will be comfortable and enjoyable. Now, let the feast commence. Dumbledore greeted briefly after the welcome ceremony, waving his wand. Instantly, golden platters at each house table filled with an array of culinary delights, many of which were unusual and unfamiliar. These dishes were prepared for the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students. "Hey, Mirabel, Krum is sitting at the Slytherin table. What should we do? Shouldn't we extend our hospitality?" "I don't care. I'm quite busy right now," Edith replied excitedly while gazing at the Quidditch star from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. But Mirabel displayed no interest whatsoever. For her, the focus was not on a dull man like Krum, but rather on relishing the array of delectable dishes before her. Let Malfoy flatter Krum. Malfoy was already seated opposite Krum, gesturing and conversing, attempting to catch his attention. "Hey, so, did you catch the golden snitch because you thought you wouldn't win that match?" "Indeed. When we are on the verge of losing, we try not to let the score gap widen and aim to finish the match quickly. As a seeker, I sometimes have to choose how to win the game. Right. Right. Crumb must not be familiar with English. His speech carried a distinct accent, rather harsh on the ears. It sounded as though he was saying Vok. And we transformed into ver. Certain vowels proved challenging to articulate, but considering Crumb was a foreigner, he fared quite well. Karkaroff and Mavis spoke fluently, though they were both originally from Britain. By the way, Mirabel, is it delicious? Oh, you must try it too, Mirabel said, extending her fork towards the food on her plate. The salmon, roasted generously with butter, was enhanced with herbs that added vibrant color. The aroma of butter and herbs whetted the appetite, rendering it irresistible. Edith nodded appreciatively, reaching for the baked bread nearby. This was one of the world-renowned French dishes. She pierced the pasta with her fork, then delivered it to her mouth, coated in a rich white sauce. Delicious, simply delightful. However, when compared to such French cuisine, one cannot help but feel despair over the lack of Chinese dishes on the menu. Conversely, even British cuisine, if prepared by someone from another country, would taste superior. I once had fish and chips made by a Chinese chef, but that was an entirely different flavor. Even our own cuisine fails to fully showcase its potential. It is a widely held belief that British cuisine lacks flavor, a sentiment even the British themselves concede. Not to mention the lack of seasoning. They often misjudge cooking times, boiling vegetables until they lose their original texture, and then frying ingredients until they turn black. It is said that the reason lies in the aversion of individuals from other countries towards the culinary methods frequently employed by the British, which involve heating ingredients to such an extent that the original flavors are lost. However, this does not imply that such practices align with the preferences of the British palate. The British typically find the cuisines crafted by the Chinese, Italians, and French to be far more delectable. This is precisely why the more one engages in self-torment, the harsher the experience becomes. Nevertheless, British cuisine does possess elements worthy of pride, and the house elves at Hogwarts are undeniably first-rate, surpassing any establishment outside its walls. Once the banquet had concluded, and the last morsel of dessert had been savored, Dumbledore rose once again, finally steering the conversation to the matter at hand. All the students leaned forward, an atmosphere of comfortable tension enveloping the hall. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile to the sea of gazes upon him, and spoke in a clear voice. The time had come for the selection of champions for the Triwizard Tournament, representing the 3 great wizarding schools. Before we commence the selection, allow me to elucidate a few points. Dumbledore's explanation served as a succinct overview of the competition's proceedings. First, the judges will consist of Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch, and the director of the Department of Magical Sports, Ludo Bagman. Secondly, one contestant will be drawn from each school. The 3 tasks will comprehensively assess the champion's magical prowess, audacious bravery, logical reasoning, and ability to navigate perilous situations. The champion demonstrating the highest overall capability shall be awarded the honor of 1,000 galleons. The selection of champions is to be conducted fairly, through the Goblet of Fire. Should one wish to enter their name for consideration, they must submit it to the goblet within the next 24 hours. Lastly, never underestimate the weight of your name. Once summoned by the Goblet of Fire, one is bound by a magical contract and must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Never falter midway through. With this explanation concluded, the welcoming feast came to a close. Edith harbored concerns about Durmstrang's accommodation, yet it appeared that the Durmstrang students typically returned to their vessel. Karkaroff approached the students, smiling at Crumb in a fatherly manner. The headmaster evidently held a fondness for Crumb, akin to Dumbledore's affection for Harry. Mirabel was just about to pass by with a group of Slytherins when, by chance, Mavis caught her eye beside Karkaroff. "Oh, Mirabel, my Mirabel." Unsurprisingly, Mavis hurried to Mirabel's side, ultimately receiving a warm embrace. "It has been ages, Miss Mirabel. You have grown more beautiful than your mother," accompanied by Karkaroff's smile. He complimented her and extended his hand. Mirabel, however, did not reciprocate, feigning ignorance as she tossed her hair. It seemed that Headmaster Karkaroff had not changed either. Mirabel held no fondness for this man, a former Death Eater who betrayed his comrades to establish his current status. Karkaroff was relieved to have severed ties with the Death Eaters, yet, at the end of the day, exploiting the strong is merely an act of opportunism. He would not sink below a certain level, nor would he rise above it. To Mirabel, Karkaroff was a negligible adversary. Frankly speaking, she felt a sense of relief. If she were 17 and qualified, their school would be in peril. Well, if I participated, victory would surely be mine. "Ah, you appear as confident as ever." "I am relieved. Yet, I am also fearful, as such a scenario could indeed transpire." Mirabel's refreshingly excessive self-assurance stood in stark contrast to Karkaroff's visibly twitching expression. Having traversed a world dominated by the powerful, Karkaroff likely instinctively understood the existence of those greater than himself. Mirabel was an abyss of ambition. This explains Karkaroff's inclination to flatter her. She may be a mere girl now, yet somewhere deep within her, she firmly believed that she would one day become a force formidable enough to shake the foundations of the magical world. So how about it? Considering Durmstrang? Haven't I given the same answer 7 times already? No, but wouldn't it be better for you to focus on studying dark arts at our school? You should also indulge yourself in the library. Our school poses no restrictions on browsing. Stealing a glance at Karkaroff, who was attempting to draw Mirabel into his fold, she found herself at a loss for words and retreated. Mavis tilted her head and remarked regretfully, I'm truly sorry. My Mirabel likely will not come. Well, that is all right. Even if Karkaroff surrendered, he had no intention of garnering anything from the outset. Miss, we are headed back to the ship. Accompanied by Edith, who had been thoroughly abandoned by Crumb, they departed for the Slytherin dormitory. For the time being, Mirabel would not be participating in the tournament. This was certain. Mirabel didn't mind standing out, but this time, she needed to act like a shadow. If possible, it would be best to direct Dumbledore's full attention onto Harry. Considering this, participating in the tournament was a foolish endeavor. That was Mirabel's mother. She was indeed an exceptionally beautiful woman. Mirabel was also lovely, but somehow, she exuded a different essence, a certain adult allure. Particularly, her bosom. Oh, don't run away. Mirabel caught Edith, who was attempting to flee, and pinched her cheek. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Chapter 63. Harry's dismal day for Harry. Today marked the most dismal day he had ever encountered since commencing his education. Despite never having placed his name into the Goblet of Fire, few believed him. The hostility from Hufflepuff and the disdain from Ravenclaw were palpable. The situation with Slytherin remained unchanged, perpetually antagonistic, while Harry remained indifferent to Slytherin. He was deeply troubled by the fact that the 2 houses that had previously shown him kindness now mirrored Slytherin's animosity. Very few genuinely believed that Harry had not entered his name into the Goblet of Fire. Mad-Eye Moody proclaimed that those who wished for Harry's demise might have placed his name in the goblet. This teacher, who believed and staunchly maintained that Harry was a victim, garnered Harry's utmost admiration. Then there were Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry was anxious that he had yet to provide an explanation, yet he trusted that the professors would believe him. They shared an unconditional trust. Following them were Hermione, Edith, and Ron. Even amidst this turmoil, the 2, along with Ron, remained concerned for Harry. Although Edith belonged to Slytherin, she did not wear Malfoy's Cedric cheering badge or the grimy Potter badge. Lastly, there was Mirabel. Surprisingly, Mirabel also did not seem to believe that Harry had placed his name into the Goblet of Fire. According to Mirabel, Potter lacked the capability to do so. However, to consider this girl as a friend was a perilous notion, for only these individuals believed in Harry, rendering his days exceedingly uncomfortable. The reports from Rita Skeeter and other journalists only added to Harry's embarrassment. The champions selected by the Goblet of Fire cannot withdraw midway due to the binding nature of the contract. And the current chaotic situation surrounding the tournament has left Harry Potter in a state of distress. He genuinely wishes for someone to take his place. The first task involves dragons. Harry remarked by the lake at Hogwarts, where Hermione, Ron, Edith, and her friend Mirabel were present. All 4 of them believed in Harry, though Mirabel was somewhat different, and she was among the few who did. Harry recounted the terrifying challenge that awaited him. Traditionally, champions should remain unaware of the task's details until it commences, yet cheating has been an age-old practice. Hagrid, who shared a close bond with Harry, promptly informed him about the first challenge upon learning of it, even taking Harry to witness the 4 fearsome dragons. Furthermore, Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, suggested that Karkaroff might have placed Harry's name into the goblet. Harry had very few allies. Nonetheless, outside the school, there was a reassuring ally named Sirius Black. According to him, Karkaroff had once been a Death Eater, hence caution was warranted. Hermione expressed her astonishment at Harry's revelation but insisted that the immediate concern was the dragon. First and foremost, Harry must ensure his survival until Tuesday night. Only then should he worry about Karkaroff. Indeed, the dragon posed the most pressing issue. Edith concurred with Hermione. Glancing at Mirabel. Although Mirabel did not voice her thoughts explicitly, Edith noticed her nodding in agreement. Thus, the pressing question became how to outsmart the dragon. How could one possibly triumph over such a beast? Harry remembered reading about dragons. Their might was formidable, and magic seemed to have little effect on them. The text indicated that a dragon could withstand the stunning spell cast by 6 wizards simultaneously. As Hermione elaborated on her understanding of dragons, Harry felt increasingly disheartened. Believing victory was beyond his grasp. The dragons were massive, resilient to magic, capable of breathing fire, and possessed immense strength. How could a 4th-year Harry hope to defeat such a creature? Mirabel might be the only fourth-year student capable of doing so. With that thought, all eyes turned towards Mirabel. What would you do if you were Beresford? She inquired. There are several approaches. If it were me, I would opt for an all-out offensive. Launch a barrage of attack spells until it crumbles, obliterating it completely. Mirabel provided an answer that seemed impossible, yet the challenge lay with Harry. Edith lowered her forehead in surprise, exclaiming, "Only you could accomplish such a feat. Is there not an easier option?" To lessen the difficulty, Mirabel suggested the blinding curse. While magic may not affect dragons significantly, targeting their eyes could prove effective. If one were to cast the blinding curse on a dragon's eyes, it would undoubtedly work. The blinding curse was not an overly complex spell. With diligent practice, one could master it in no time. However, once the dragon's eyes were harmed, it would likely rampage. Necessitating caution, Mirabel raised a finger as she proposed one of the solutions. Hearing Mirabel's plan, Harry felt a flicker of hope, as if a path forward had begun to illuminate. The next method involved controlling the dragon through its eyes. By casting Confundus and protective charms on the dragon's eyes, one could manage to deal with it. While this sounded intricate, it was the most reliable approach. She raised a second finger. After all, with Mirabel by his side, this girl was dependable. She would provide him with answer after answer. The next strategy was to use a decoy. One could employ transfiguration to transform nearby objects into animals, and conjuring small birds with his wand could also prove effective. However, considering the possibility of the dragon shifting its target, this method appeared somewhat uncertain. Combining it with a barrier charm might enhance its efficacy, but learning that spell at this stage seemed impractical. Yes, I do not recommend this method. It lacks safety, certainty, practicality, and most importantly, impact. If your aim is to win the championship, there exists a perfect method. After raising a third finger, Mirabel proposed the fourth and final approach. With a smile of delight, she suggested a method that, in a sense, seemed the least feasible, a direct breakthrough. This approach would create the strongest visual impact and allow Harry to aim for the championship. Fearless in the face of adversity, refusing to retreat, hide, or flee. One must stand courageously and break through. This was what the audience desired. Impossible, Hermione exclaimed, addressing Mirabel, who had raised her ring finger. You're the only one capable of this. How could Harry possibly confront a dragon head-on? Listen carefully, Granger. I speak of a breakthrough, Mirabel replied with a smile. Ready to counter Hermione's objections. Mirabel had suggested several methods, but this was the most realistic, tailored for Harry, and capable of earning him high marks to secure victory. As Mirabel contemplated this, she felt certain that the imposter Moody would be closely observing Harry. Harry's current abilities and strengths would only yield the best answers after thorough scrutiny. Even if Mirabel were not to assist Harry, the imposter Moody would impart this knowledge. However, if Mirabel taught Harry at this moment, he would have more time to practice, potentially showcasing remarkable flying skills that surpassed Mirabel's recollections. Mirabel yearned to witness this potential in Harry. Now, let me reveal the answer. Summon your broom, Mirabel declared. Casting the spell, a silver arrow soared from the window of the classroom, traversing the grounds and striking Malfoy, who happened to be in its path, before landing in her hand. This was the most flawless method. Undoubtedly, it was a means to ensure Harry's victory by maximizing his strengths. It is the summoning charm. Precisely. It is a spell you are learning at this level, and one of the few that can be mastered from now on. Summon your broom and break through the dragon head-on. This may be the most suitable approach for you, Potter. As she spoke, Mirabel mounted the silver arrow. She clasped Edith's waist, pulling her onto the broom. Time is running short before the next class. I believe our conversation should come to a close. The choice of method is entirely yours. With that, Mirabel soared high into the sky. Hey, Mirabel. As Mirabel entered the classroom through the window and Edith dismounted, she spoke in a voice that barely concealed her confusion. Mirabel used magic to return the broom to its original place and turned around. You seem a bit odd. You've been particularly kind to Harry. What is going on? What? Mirabel replied, somewhat taken aback. She typically refrained from aiding others, and her willingness to provide such clear answers was indeed rare. Last year, she had refused to save Buckbeak, citing trouble as her reason. Yet why was she now unafraid of inconvenience? Edith questioned Mirabel's uncharacteristic kindness. Sometimes I act on a whim. A whim? Indeed. Mirabel cast a wry smile down the corridor at Edith, who regarded her with a hint of skepticism. A white villa loomed on Magnolia Crescent, no longer resembling a home. The furnishings, tables, chairs, and decorative armors had been stripped away, and the carpets were removed from the floor. In their stead, an extravagant magic circle sprawled across the entire room, with walls adorned by cryptic inscriptions, indecipherable to muggles at the very least. Peculiar devices were scattered throughout the space, each emanating an eerie magical energy. Satisfied with her inspection upon returning from school, Mirabel nodded approvingly. It appeared that no mistakes had been made. Excellent work, both of you. Thank you, Miss, Chilo said, bowing deeply, while Holger respectfully lowered his head beside him. Then Chilo lifted his gaze. But, Miss, are you truly certain about this? Is there a problem? No, no, no. But the method through which you aim to achieve immortality has never been perfected in history, Chilo cautioned. Mirabel regarded him with a slight elevation of her brow. Despite his trepidation of incurring her wrath, he dared to offer counsel. As he articulated, Mirabel's approach to immortality was far from flawless. This was precisely why Voldemort had never adopted nor even considered such a method. Indeed, this ritual exists merely as a half-finished product, lacking in perfection. Humanity, through the medium of blood, absorbs the lives and souls of others, amalgamating into either individuals or collectives. One could describe it as a mutation. Many have attempted this in the past, yet none have succeeded. What is produced is merely a degraded imitation. The being Mirabel aspires to become is a creature already extant within the magical realm, one of considerable renown, still regarded as a premier monster. Yet all of them are but facsimiles, neither genuine ancestors nor natural beings, but rather a degeneration of humanity through vampirism. Each subsequent generation, diluted and weakened, draws ever closer to humanity. Thus, they cease to be recognized as the mightiest beasts, devolving into mere tales of formidable entities. The original vampires were not feeble creatures. They were stronger than anything else, swifter than any, and brimming with magic. Merely gazing upon them could sap one's will to fight. They were truly exceptional, the epitome of monsters. This was Mirabel's aspiration, to possess a form that would rightfully claim dominion over the world. To this end, she immersed herself in all relevant texts, endeavoring to grasp the intricacies of dark magic. Beyond Hogwarts and Durmstrang, she ravenously gathered knowledge from across the globe. Not to mention England, she ventured into France and Russia. Recognized as the triumvirate of magical nations, she compiled legends of vampiric creatures from around the world, augmenting her own understanding. However, I have completed my studies. I have mastered the technique of artificially creating vampires through the analysis of unexpected mechanisms. Miss, I apologize for the interruption, but the most crucial element has been omitted from this ritual. It cannot compensate for its deficiencies. Mirabel cast a sidelong glance at Chilo, silencing him with a mere look. Then fearlessly smiled, a haughty grin imbued with absolute self-assurance and conviction. Speak my name, What is it? Cannot you utter your master's name? No, no. You are Miss Mirabel Beresford. You are my illustrious mistress. Chilo's response echoed. You know, do you not? Mirabel grinned wickedly, revealing her fangs. Who am I? Am I one of those mundane beings? No, I am the supreme existence, a born victor and the absolute transcender of all. Yes, I am Mirabel Beresford, a chosen being who surpasses all. So, what is there for you to fear? Is there a talent I lack? Even if no one else succeeds, I shall prevail. Forgive me, mistress. Mirabel gazed down at Chilo, who knelt on the ground, rubbing his head, and placed her foot upon it. It was difficult to overlook the rudeness of such an insult to Chilo, yet he acted with good intentions. You have nothing to worry about. Do you understand? Fulfill your duties. Yes. Chilo received a kick to the back of his head before Mirabel released him. She then turned her attention to Holger. Very well. I shall return for the climax of the Triwizard Tournament. Until then, yes, Mississippi Mirabel confirmed that the preparations for the ritual were progressing steadily, with no deficiencies in sight. Chilo and Holger remained a source of reassurance. Returning to the school to watch the competition, Mirabel's interest in the event was piqued. Chapter 64, The Spectacular Tournament. The arena for the Triwizard Tournament buzzed with excitement even before the commencement of the event. The task at hand involved seizing the golden egg guarded by a dragon. Undoubtedly, this was a life-threatening and exceedingly perilous endeavor. The dragon, oblivious to the nature of the contest, mistook the intruding competitors for thieves attempting to abscond with its precious egg. Dragons do not take kindly to theft. They launched fierce assaults on the participants. Their claws could effortlessly rend a person asunder, and a strike from their tail would shatter bones and expel entrails. Should one fall victim to their fangs, death was inevitable, as their fiery breath could reduce a person to cinders. Anticipation, excitement, and a touch of fear permeated the air. Ludo Bagman, utilizing his magically amplified voice, addressed the crowd, his words echoing throughout the venue. Come forth, ladies and gentlemen, students from the 3 schools. It is a pleasure to see you all. After centuries of silence, the Triwizard Tournament will commence today with a grand spectacle. For the first task, we present a terrifying dragon ready to unleash its fangs upon the contestants. Since ancient times, one could say that slaying a dragon is a prerequisite for becoming a hero. Today, for brave champions rise to challenge the dragon, from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. How will these 4 heroes outsmart the dragon? Today, we shall witness history unfold before our very eyes. Indeed, The head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports spoke with clarity, further heightening the excitement of the spectators. Now, let us introduce the fearsome beast that our heroes shall confront. Behold the first, the Welsh Green Dragon, stretching a length of 165 meters and weighing 26 tons. Residing in mountainous layers, this dragon is considered rather amiable, as it seeks to avoid human contact. But do not let your guard down. In the 1932 Ilfracombe incident, this ferocious dragon attacked muggles sunbathing on the beach. It may appear tranquil, yet its wrath is formidable. This is indeed a daunting task. As if in synchrony with the announcer's introduction, Mirabel's gaze fixed upon the dragon within the arena. Its body, draped in green scales, exuded immense strength. And within its calm demeanor lay an overwhelming power. Next up was the Swedish shortsnout, measuring 15 meters in length and weighing 24 tons. This somewhat diminutive dragon is renowned for its resilient hide. Its lightweight yet robust scales are a prized treasure, serving as shields and protective gloves with formidable defensive capabilities. It is well known that the breath of the short-nosed dragon is quite extraordinary, emitting a brilliant blue flame. How does one confront this fearsome behemoth? The moment of truth. A test of the champion's prowess has arrived. In another arena, a silver-blue luminescent dragon sits quietly, surveying its surroundings. It possesses a majestic appearance, instilling a tremor in the very bones of those who gaze upon it. The Chinese fireball originates from Asia, measuring an impressive 173 meters in length and weighing 3 tons. Among the dragons presented today, it is the most temperamental, preying primarily on mammals, and is particularly fond of human flesh, an extremely perilous adversary. Contestants must exhibit immense courage to engage in battle with this creature. Next, we are introduced to a dragon adorned with deep crimson scales and prominent eyes. A cluster of golden thorns protrudes from its visage, rendering it even more terrifying. Oh my, here comes the Hungarian horntail. It stretches 20 meters in length and weighs 4 tons. The flames it breathes forth are astonishing, reaching up to 15 meters. With resilient horns, tough scales, and spikes protruding from its tail, how on earth can one procure a golden egg from beneath this dragon's feet? Let us eagerly anticipate the contestants' performances. Finally, we are introduced to a pitch-black dragon with bronze horns. Its tail boasts sharp spikes and an array of weapons surpassing those of other dragons. Moreover, its fierce countenance deters even Mirabel from a direct confrontation. For colossal dragons, truly formidable foes, heroes must face them and seize their eggs. Now, allow us to unveil the first hero of the challenge. The premier contestant is a young hero hailing from Hogwarts, specifically from Hufflepuff House. As the captain of the Quidditch team, how will he confront this daunting task? Come now, everyone, let us extend a rousing welcome to our Cedric Diggory. As his name was announced, the Hufflepuff students leapt to their feet, erupting in a roar of applause. Even those seated in the far-off Slytherin were shaken to their core. Edith covered her ears, while Mirabel frowned. How on earth will Diggory steal the golden egg from the dragon? Mirabel pondered. It's possible he might be incinerated. Mirabel, do not utter such ominous words. Cedric Diggory stands as the contestant in the first match. If he were to be the first to perish in flames, a dreadful turn of events could lead to the cancellation of the competition once more. In such a scenario, Mirabel hoped he would find a way to overcome this challenge. Cedric stepped onto the field amidst the cheers, facing the Swedish short-nosed dragon. He appeared unable to mask his anxiety, his complexion taut with tension. Begin. With Bagman-esque command, a whistle pierced the air, signaling the start. Cedric could no longer retreat. Under the gaze of the crowd, he drew his wand and cast a spell upon a nearby rock. The stone transformed into a Labrador retriever, which began to circle the dragon. The dragon looked visibly irate, clearly perceiving the canine as an intruder intent on pilfering its egg. A dog? Ah, it was merely a decoy, but would it be effective? Cedric opted for the strategy of distraction. So far, it appeared to be working, as the dragon's gaze was fixed upon the dog. Cedric stealthily maneuvered around the blind spot of the Swedish short-nosed dragon, inching closer to the golden egg. But it was premature. The dragon remained near its precious egg. Just then, the dragon's tail swung towards Cedric, compelling him to retreat hastily. Oh, that was perilous. He nearly fell victim to the sweeping tail. The entire arena held its breath, collectively exhaling in relief as Cedric narrowly escaped. It was a close call. Had he been struck, Cedric would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Cedric distanced himself once more, awaiting the dragon's next move, yet the dragon remained still. Not moving? The bait strategy was solid, but the dog, despite alerting the dragon, posed no real threat. From the dragon's perspective, there was little reason to stir, as it had no concern over the egg being stolen. Mirabel elucidated Edith's query. The bait strategy is commendable, but no matter how one tries to divert the dragon's attention, It will not abandon the egg. What, then, will Cedric do next? Mirabel mused, as Cedric increased the number of dogs, altering their movements from before. They were no longer merely running around the dragon. They began to feign an attempt to snatch the golden egg. At once, the dragon's eyes blazed with fury as it slowly raised its massive body. Seizing the opportunity, Cedric dashed forth. This was a daring gamble. If he could secure the golden egg, all would be well. Resolute, Cedric launched a bold yet reckless offensive. Should fortune favor him, he would undoubtedly succeed in stealing the egg. However, the dragon was acutely aware that other beings were present beyond the dogs. As if reconsidering its target, the dragon shifted its focus from the dog to Cedric, turning its fierce gaze upon him, breathing forth blue flames. Cedric swiftly evaded. He rolled on the ground, reaching for the golden egg. In his attempt to dodge the descending claws, he failed to seize the egg and narrowly escaped the dragon's assault. Alas, what a pity! The arena filled with despondency, sighs echoing throughout. Edith finally released her breath, as if she had forgotten how to breathe until now, regaining her composure. What a shame. It was just a fraction too late. A moment's hesitation, and the timing was slightly off. Edith and Mirabel shared their impressions and continued to observe the contest. Cedric sent out another dog, continuing to hide within the blind spot. Even as the dragon arched its back, Cedric refrained from acting rashly, patiently awaiting the right moment. Time ticked by, and after approximately 10 minutes, the dragon finally charged towards the pack of dogs. By the time the dragon noticed someone attempting to steal the golden egg, it was too late. Cedric snatched the egg and fled. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, the footsteps of Hufflepuff students resonating like an earthquake. He did it. Cedric secured the golden egg. Naturally, the dragon shifted its focus to Cedric, launching an attack. However, once he had obtained the egg, the match was concluded. A waiting wizard promptly emerged, accompanied by several others, restraining the dragon. As the still furious dragon was ushered into a cage, Bagman proclaimed, "Well done, Cedric Diggory. Truly magnificent. Please, judges, render your scores." Bagman gestured towards the judges' table, where Dumbledore, Barty Crouch, Madame Maxime, and Igor Karkaroff sat. Undoubtedly, Bagman himself was also one of the judges. As the scoring segment commenced, all eyes were immediately drawn to the proceedings. Yet Bagman refrained from loudly announcing the scores, not wishing to impose undue pressure on the subsequent contestants. Madame Maxime, 8 points. Crouch, 8 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 8 points. Karkaroff, 6 points. 38 points. Uncertain if that is high or low. Well, it is what it is. The total score is 38 points. Considering a scale of 50, this score is rather average. Nevertheless, success is always commendable. Given the inherent risks of failure, achieving success is paramount. Cedric Diggory, well done. Will the next contestant follow in his footsteps? Come on, everyone. Let us give a warm welcome. The enchanting fairy from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The only female competitor in this contest. Fleur Delacour. Fleur Delacour steps forth. This time, the entire Beauxbatons contingent raised their voices in unison, with some male students roaring as well. Her beauty captivated all. Her mere presence was enough to mesmerize the men. To some extent, one could argue that her very appearance positioned her advantageously in this competition. Opposing her is the Welsh Green Dragon, the Gentle Giant. Let us await in anticipation to see how she will enchant us. The competition commences. At the signal, Fleur begins to move. Slowly, she inches closer to the dragon, gauging the intervals of its attacks. Clearly, diverging from the baiting strategy, she opts for a magical assault. However, striking the dragon from a distance would merely be deflected by its scales, rendering it ineffective. The only area on the dragon where magic can be cast is its eyes. Accurately targeting that spot requires careful measurement of distance. Without warning, the dragon belches forth flames. Fleur swiftly dodges, yet her garments ignite, prompting her to hastily cast a spell to extinguish the fire. Alas, her clothing bears slight scorch marks, revealing her fair shoulders. Oh dear, Bagman's cheerful voice, tinged with excitement, reverberates, while the men roar in delight. Bagman's gaze is fixed on Fleur, and the women's eyes are riveted upon him. However, Fleur, accustomed to male attention, remains utterly unfazed. On the contrary, she has gleaned the optimal position for her spellcasting from the previous attack. Subsequently, Fleur strikes the dragon's eye with remarkable precision. It seems that Fleur has secured victory in this contest. Evading the flames spewed forth by the dragon, Fleur carefully advances. Perilously close. Just as she is about to pass in front of the dragon, it, despite its blindness, unleashes fire. It ignites Fleur's skirt, inciting further excitement from the men. Regrettably, the flames are swiftly extinguished, leaving the venue filled with sighs. I had hoped this time, Bagman remarks with evident disappointment, as Edith turns her pale eyes sharply towards him. Not only Edith, but now all the women in the hall have become Bagman's adversaries. Dreadful. Mirabel observes Bagman, clearly affected by his assessment. Bagman, sensing the chill creeping down his spine, hastily shifts the topic. Now, let us see how the judges will score. Maxime, 9 points. Crouch, 7 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 9 points. Karkaroff, 6 points. 39, Cedric has been matched. That seems reasonable. Both Edith and Mirabel find it justifiable. The audience erupts in applause, and the next whistle blows. Not only the Durmstrang students, but all Quidditch enthusiasts rise, attempting to impress him with their cheers. Finally, he has arrived. Mr. Krum, a superstar known to all who are familiar with Quidditch. As a tall man strides confidently into the hall, applause ensues. As expected, he appears unfazed by the competition, as though entirely at ease. At the onset of the contest, Krum fearlessly leaps forth, directing his wand at the dragon. He rapidly creates distance, casting a spell with his wand aimed at the dragon's eye. Even as the dragon swipes its claws downward, the agile Krum deftly evades. Instead, he targets the openings in the dragon's defenses, launching his spell directly into its eye. In an instant, the dragon bellows in agony. The eye-binding curse, one of the most effective spells against dragons. However, misfortune befalls Krum. A tormented dragon crushes half of the golden egg. Krum's face pales as he hastily retrieves the golden egg. The egg is shattered. That will undoubtedly affect my score. His performance up to this point could be deemed flawless. He faced the dragon without fear, challenging it with magic. However, having crushed the golden egg, deductions are inevitable. Applause erupts from Durmstrang, yet a sense of disappointment lingers. Well done. What must Mirabel do to achieve a perfect score? Edith, what do you think? How would you proceed? One could use the summoning charm to stealthily acquire the golden egg. Truly foolish. If it were that simple, there would be no need for the competition. Mirabel sternly critiques Edith's suggestion. Indeed, it is certain that if the summoning charm and similar spells were permissible, Dumbledore would not hold the title of the Supreme Wizard. Let us now observe the judges' scores. Maxime, 7 points. Crouch, 7 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 8 points. Karkaroff, 10 points. After all, breaking the golden egg is a significant blunder. With Karkaroff's evident favoritism, he still only earns 40 points. As a professional Quidditch player, expectations are high, thus the disappointment is even more pronounced. The tension among the Durmstrang students is palpable, greater than ever before. Now, let us introduce the final hero. It is well known that the surviving boy will challenge the Hungarian Horntail. The youngest contestant in this competition, the fourth participant, Harry Potter. A boy smaller than the previous contestants stands at the entrance, met with cheers from Gryffindor. However, the others offer only sparse applause, while Beauxbatons and Durmstrang remain entirely silent. At this moment, Harry feels a twinge of discomfort. Being the fourth contestant alone could grant Hogwarts an advantage. Thus, it is entirely understandable that the other two schools do not extend a warm welcome. The competition begins. Harry is undoubtedly the youngest. Yet, he must not be underestimated. After years of adventures and battles, he is no stranger to life-threatening situations. This, too, is a valuable experience that Harry possesses, one that the other competitors lack. Harry draws his wand, directing it towards the sky, casting a spell. Firebolt. A broomstick soars through the air at the utterance of the spell, landing firmly in his grasp. Mirabel realizes that this diverges from the storyline she remembers. Expecto Patronum. A shining silver stag emerges from Harry's wand, racing towards the dragon. This is a tactic distinct from Cedric's. Harry employs the Patronus charm as a decoy. The Patronus charm is considered advanced magic, and this maneuver alone is worthy of commendation. The dragon was captivated by the silver stag, and seizing the moment, Harry soared swiftly into the sky. He ascended higher and higher, until he reached a height where the spectators could no longer discern him, and then he dove down. As he descended, he waved his wand, casting Disarm You. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. A burst of red light erupted, striking the dragon's scales. Naturally, it inflicted no harm upon the beast. This overt display of aggression heightened the dragon's vigilance, and it glared menacingly at Harry. Then the dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames, yet Harry vanished from sight. The dragon halted abruptly before the suddenly absent Harry, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Only Mirabel raised a knowing smile, as if she had seen through it all. The invisibility cloak, indeed. In that moment when the dragon exhaled fire, Harry had donned the cloak. However, it must be noted that no one, including Mirabel, witnessed Harry retrieving and donning the cloak. Had he perhaps cast a charm upon the cloak to render his actions invisible? And that cloak was truly peculiar, seemingly immune to expiration. Just as Mirabel pondered this, Harry reappeared. In his hand, he held a golden egg. sending the arena into a frenzy. Wait a moment. That was not a golden egg. It was an ordinary egg, similar in size to the golden egg. Concurrently, another student raised their voice. Hey, where's the golden egg? Indeed, the golden egg had vanished. In its place, Harry clutched an egg, inciting the dragon's wrath, leading it to believe that Harry had pilfered the egg. With fury blazing in its eyes, it let out a deafening roar. Then, it flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. The dragon had taken flight, and so had Harry Potter. Good heavens, what on earth was happening? Harry, undeterred by the dragon's intimidating presence, retrieved a rope. He secured the egg to his arm, ensuring it remained in place. Harry cast a glance toward the audience, focusing on Mirabel, and silently declared, I have not forgotten last year's defeat. That humiliating loss haunts me like a nightmare. Yet, thank you. It is precisely this that will empower me. I have practiced with a fervor greater than ever before. Look, Beresford, this is my answer. Very well. Let me witness your strength. Their gazes met momentarily before returning to the dragon. He repeatedly cast spells, hurling red sparks at the dragon's scales, further inflaming its rage. The flames exhaled by the dragon swirled through the air in pursuit of Harry. He darted beneath the dragon, as if diving, then turned to ascend. The furious dragon unleashed a lethargic heat wave into the atmosphere. Without the slightest reduction in speed, it charged, twisted, and spiraled, taunting the dragon with its formidable form. The crowd's jeers abruptly ceased, replaced by cheers. The dragon had ascended far from the ground. Slowly, Harry loosened the rope and tossed the egg away. Naturally, the dragon hastened toward the egg, but in the next instant, the egg erupted in thick smoke, transforming into another form. No, what had just been an egg reverted to its original state. Dirty Potter. It was a Dirty Potter badge crafted and distributed by Malfoy. Flying before the suddenly motionless dragon, he aimed his wand and unleashed the stunning spell. A beam of light swept through the dragon's eyes, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Then, the ambushed dragon lost control of its wings and plummeted. Harry swiftly cast a series of spells upon the descending dragon. Leviosa, Accio, the counter spell for the levitation charm, hastening its descent. Leviosa, Accio. A flash of light erupted. The dragon let out a roar. Fall to the ground. Boom. The earth shattered with a resounding crash. The entire arena trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The dragon's massive form toppled into a corner of the arena. Harry must have calculated the dragon's landing position. The dragon's impact point was far from the location of the golden egg. After toppling the dragon, Harry waved his wand and chanted, Accio Leviosa. Suddenly, a golden egg materialized from a place where nothing should have emerged. Edith was bewildered, while Mirabel merely chuckled. How did he accomplish that? It was the invisibility cloak. Potter had covered the golden egg with the cloak. Indeed, the golden egg had not vanished. By cloaking the golden egg, it appeared to have disappeared, luring the dragon. Upon seeing the egg, an ordinary egg, appear in the air, it was akin to a Quidditch seeker spotting the golden snitch. As Harry raised his hand to present the golden egg, the arena fell into silence. But soon, the silence erupted into cheers, applause ringing out like thunder. Huzzah! He did it! The youngest representative secured the golden egg in the most spectacular fashion and defeated the dragon, achieving a flawless victory. Amidst the cheers, Mirabel smiled. The display was indeed remarkable. Was this Harry's innate talent? Edith was also moved to tears, generously applauding. In the fervor of the arena, Harry Potter's score of 42 points was announced. Chapter 65, The Ball. The first challenge had proceeded smoothly, concluding in a manner slightly different from what Mirabel had anticipated. Yet, the competition was not over. They must now prepare for the second challenge. As such, preparations must commence immediately, but before that, there was another matter awaiting the students. The Christmas Ball. This event, designed to deepen the exchange among the three schools, required the selection of a partner of the opposite sex. Perhaps that was why the school radiated an unusual warmth. Mirabel, have you found a partner? Edith inquired, while chewing on a sausage at the dining table. However, this topic was not solely of her concern. Similar conversations echoed across various tables. Oh, I was invited by Flint and accepted. What about you? Mirabel replied to Edith's question with a remarkably indifferent demeanor, then posed the same query. Edith's shoulders sagged in disappointment as she sighed softly. Not yet. Harry and Hermione are going to dance together, and I don't want to be the only one left out. What? Isn't Granger dancing with Victor Crumb? No, I heard that Hermione was indeed invited, but she prioritized Harry. So Crumb seems to have invited the youngest Weasley sister. Upon hearing Edith's words, Mirabel furrowed her brow. This combination was entirely different from what she remembered. Originally, Harry was supposed to dance with Parvati and Hermione with Crumb. Ginny Weasley was meant to invite Neville Longbottom as her partner. Such a chaotic reality might have stemmed from Ron Weasley's influence. Mirabel speculated that this might have brought Harry and Hermione closer together. Initially, out of pride, neither Harry nor Ron had invited Hermione, but now, due to Ron's change in temperament, Harry had surprisingly become Hermione's partner. Mirabel, I might truly end up alone. I'll lend you Sydney. No, never mind. Mirabel's brother Sydney was quite handsome. Any girl would delight in dancing with him. Even when Mirabel insisted that her brother dance with Edith, the latter felt no joy. A reluctant partnership seldom yields sweetness. Edith declined Mirabel's proposal, stating that she would make an effort to find her own dance partner. It's all right, she reassured herself. There's still time before Christmas, so there's no need to fret. While Mirabel pondered the sequel to the Goblet of Fire, a person devoid of manners, Malfoy, interrupted their conversation. Hey, Beresford, have you decided who your dance partner is? He queried. Well, generally speaking, no one wishes to partner with someone of poor temperament. If you lack a partner, I might begrudgingly sacrifice myself to dance with you. He had already made his own arrangements, but if she were partnerless, she could waltz with the pug at her side. Malfoy, clearly disheartened, trudged back to his table. As per usual, his response was utterly merciless. Edith began to feel a pang of sympathy for Malfoy. Even in the subsequent classes, most students seemed preoccupied with the upcoming ball, with few paying attention to their lessons. However, Professor Bin's lectures on history of magic were seldom heeded, so little had changed. Thus, these restless days passed until Christmas finally arrived. Upon waking one morning, Edith discovered a small pile of gift boxes at the foot of her bed, which caused her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Despite it being the 4th year, the thrill of finding gifts upon waking still excited her. Various accessories from the Reginald family and an assortment of sweets from her Slytherin friends, including Daphne Greengrass, filled her with joy. Harry gifted Edith a hairpin, while Hermione bestowed upon her a necklace, both perfectly suited for the ball. Mirabel presented her with a golden dragon statue, seemingly crafted through alchemy. As always, Mirabel displayed an array of talents that left Edith in awe. 3-headed dragons. I recall having seen such creatures in a film. Edith placed the dragon statue from Mirabel in the corner and gazed at her friend's bed. She beheld a towering mountain, a true mountain, indeed. The multitude of gifts from fans had formed a significant pile, and this was not the first occurrence this year. Furthermore, many presents could not be delivered to the school due to the overwhelming number of owls, and were sent directly to Mirabel's parents' home. Mirabel would not bother to open each gift. Most would languish in storage, gathering dust like refuse. She only retained the gifts from non-follower friends like Edith and Marcus, inspecting their contents. As evening approached, the long-awaited party was finally at hand. Many students eagerly awaited in the common room, each adorned in vibrant attire unlike their usual garb. Edith donned a blue gown, its neckline adorned with a shimmering opal necklace. She repeatedly checked her reflection in the mirror, uncertain if she appeared peculiar, perhaps unaccustomed to her unusual appearance. Suddenly, a hush fell over the common room, and she stood motionless, curious about the commotion. When Edith turned around, she beheld a vision akin to a princess from a fairy tale. Her magnificent golden locks cascaded gracefully to her waist, artfully styled into regal curls. A silver tiara adorned her head, while she wore a pristine white gown befitting royalty. Though she typically eschewed makeup, today she wore a subtle touch that accentuated her beauty. The exposed shoulders and collarbones exuded a dangerous allure, radiating an elegance entirely distinct from her usual demeanor, evoking a sense of the divine. Return to your fairy tale, Edith blurted out. Mirabel's appearance rendered all other women at the ball mere accessories. Although Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons seemed a potential rival, she was not a student of Hogwarts. With attire like that, how can you expect others to dance with ease? Well, I never required such things to begin with, Mirabel replied. I understand. Her usual Hogwarts uniform sufficed. It truly was unfortunate. Although she was adorned with mysterious charms, the outfit caused her to stumble several times. It was as if an unforgivable curse were striding about in clothing. Perhaps the Cruciatus and Avada Kedavra lurked somewhere nearby. Undoubtedly, from this day forth, her moniker would include the title Walking Empire. All right, let us descend, Reginald. Are you coming with me? I am merely a mere accompaniment. Fear not. Everyone before me is but a supporting character. The troubling aspect was that she could not articulate it. Were it not for her usual confidence, she would be overly self-assured. With a sigh, Edith followed Mirabel further away. Next, no jesting. I apologize for being a point of comparison. As she entered the hall, Marcus Flint greeted her, clearly awaiting Mirabel. However, upon seeing Mirabel, his countenance froze, his entire being stiffening like a statue of bronze. Oh hey Flint, wait a moment, Edith thought. I have no regrets in this life. Even if I return to the heavens, I require no assistance. Calm down, Flint. Do not retreat. She shook the dazed Marcus, murmuring nonsensical words before calling out. Then, she turned and surveyed the surroundings. Evidently, he was oblivious to his own loss of composure. He might not even remember what he had been mumbling. Oh, what am I even doing? Hey, Flint, are you all right? It's fine, it's fine. I'll seek the best equipment. She wondered if her thoughts were futile. With this in mind, Edith scanned the hall for her partner, who should have arrived by now. Yet, what came into view was not her partner, but a transcendent beauty with flowing silver hair, Fleur Delacour. Mirabel advanced toward her, and they halted in the center of the hall, regarding each other in silence. Can you let me through? Hogwarts students, clear the way. Step aside, Beauxbatons student. I only understand retreat when the path is sullied. Sparks flew between the two, quite literally. They were generating actual sparks. They met, each possessing absolute confidence in their beauty. Fleur's gaze narrowed, her hands slowly rising. In response, Mirabel snapped her fingers, revealing a sinister smile. Stop. Do not fight here. Edith called out, attempting to intervene. But she felt unqualified to do so. Even the sight of Mirabel alone had rendered Marcus senseless, and with Fleur's involvement, he had completely lost his wits. He likely did not comprehend what Mirabel and Fleur were even discussing. In such circumstances, Edith cast a glance towards Furor's companion, Roger Davies, seeking his assistance. Yet he too was murmuring some incomprehensible words. The ocean of Oceania was here, and that tsunami belonged to Oceania. Roger was rendered equally helpless. His sanity had utterly slipped away. However, Edith found no reason to be surprised. Even as a woman herself, accustomed to Mirabel, she occasionally found herself captivated. Would it disrupt others? If a confrontation were to ensue, it could be addressed later. Should we not separate these two beautiful girls? While mulling over such impolite thoughts, Edith forcibly intervened between them, interrupting their furious glares. Subsequently, she grasped Mirabel's arm, leading her away from that place. How utterly embarrassing it was, caught between two individuals. Despite the conflict having ceased, for reasons unknown, those around Edith regarded her with a complex mix of admiration and respect. As she felt her face flush, she silently cursed Mirabel. Meanwhile, Mirabel, oblivious to Edith's internal monologue, spoke to her in her usual tone. By the way, Edith, who is your partner? Theodore not. Edith halted at a sufficient distance from Furor to search for her partner, spotting a slender gentleman approaching from the opposite side. A man quite popular in Slytherin, indeed. Mirabel murmured in awe, a slight smile gracing her lips. Your choice of partner is rather commendable. Yes, indeed. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, Edith candidly replied before swiftly making her way to the table. Numerous students had already taken their seats, wearing expressions of confusion. This was due to the fact that the golden platters before them held nothing at all, holding menus in their hands. Yet not a single figure resembling a waiter could be seen. It seemed no one knew how to place an order. What is this? How does one order? Well, it appears the school has not invested much thought into this. In stark contrast to Edith's furrowed brow, Mirabel attentively examined the menu. After a glance, she murmured, beef tartare. The dish appeared on her golden platter, and the students at the Slytherin table comprehended this novel ordering method. Hey, how about you? Scotch egg, is that all right? A perplexed Edith read from the menu, and a Scotch egg materialized before her. By the way, you seem quite busy lately. What have you been up to? Oh, Hermione has recently been organizing something called SPEW. Apparently, SPEW stands for the Society for Promotion of Elfish Welfare, rather than vomit. So, her aim is to elevate the rights of house elves? Recently, Hermione has been fervently trying to improve the rights of house elves. She has been exceedingly active, flitting about every dormitory, attempting to convert anyone into a member of the organization, placing donation jars everywhere, and accosting students on the street to deliver lengthy speeches. Yet thus far, her efforts have met with little success. Most students do not even spare her a glance. Aside from Hermione, the only other members are Harry, Ron, and Edith, all of whom were coerced into joining this group. Granger is intelligent, but at times she can be rather foolish. Advocating for the rights of house elves, on the surface, is indeed commendable. However, Hermione inexplicably broached this topic, despite her lack of understanding regarding house elves. She ought to realize that house elves do not desire the elevation of their rights. For Mirabel, who believes in the theory of ability, it is not a boon for capable house elves to be exploited by incompetent wizards. Unlike Hermione, Mirabel would not grant freedom to the elves, but she would bestow upon them sufficient status. In this regard, Mirabel and Hermione share a semblance of agreement. It appears the ball has commenced. The stars of the evening are the contestants and their partners. Harry, Furor, Crumb, and Diggory twirled gracefully to the music. And when Edith caught sight of Harry and Hermione, one of them, her eyes widened. Who is that? Oh, that is Granger. That woman is rather charming, indeed. It is only now that her allure is unveiled. In stark contrast to her usual disheveled hair, her smooth brown locks were elegantly styled. Her hair arranged in a refined bun, and her lightly made-up face complemented her charm exquisitely. The blue gown she donned was unexpectedly beautiful. And without the usual pile of books she carried, the ambience felt entirely transformed. It's time to dance. Let us go, Flint. Oh dear. Mirabel rose from her seat, and Marcus hurriedly followed suit. Edith and Theodore trailed behind in the ballroom. They danced to the music throughout the night. The elegant ball before the second challenge. It wasn't so dreadful. Everything was delightful. Edith thought to herself, even as she struggled with the unfamiliar dance. May this amusing school life endure forever. Chapter 66. The Female Journalist. Harry scored the highest in the first challenge. However, despite his top score, the margin was not vast, and it was entirely reasonable for him to be surpassed. Harry needed to swiftly determine the topic for the second challenge. For the next challenge, the golden egg won in the first challenge would reveal the answer to the contestants. Yet, upon opening the golden egg, it emitted merely a strange noise akin to a cacophony, devoid of any useful information. Contestants were required to unravel the mystery of this golden egg, discover the topic for the second challenge, and devise a strategy. This was precisely what caused Harry considerable distress. No matter how brave he was, he remained a young boy, inclined to prioritize amusing matters. It was akin to a child proclaiming, "I shall study tomorrow," only to truly begin studying the day before the exam. Moreover, the lengthy interval until the next challenge contributed to his relaxation of vigilance. "Harry, you should seek out Cedric Diggory." Hermione was right. Yet, Harry was reluctant to go. He wished to find Mirabel. Before Harry could locate Mirabel, she was approached by another individual, donning gaudy jeweled glasses, with curly hair, a sharply defined chin, and a magenta robe. This person was Rita Skeeter, the journalist who penned articles opposing Hagrid. She suddenly appeared before Mirabel, who was on the outskirts of the school, advancing towards her with a sticky smile. "Are you a student from Slytherin? Do you have a moment?" "No." "Yes, splendid. Now, let us go to a place where we can converse leisurely." Skeeter disregarded Mirabel's response, seizing her hand. Mirabel raised an eyebrow at this reaction, displeased. Yet Skeeter paid her no mind. She dragged Mirabel to a corner of the campus, closing the door behind them to prevent anyone from entering. "Very well. I have a few questions to pose to you. I have heard that you have conversed extensively with Gryffindor's Hermione Granger. Is that correct? And then, in your view, what is she like?" "She is an exceptionally astute student, though somewhat rigid in demeanor. However, she possesses the remarkable ability to leverage her knowledge to compensate for this flaw." Mirabel holds Hermione in high esteem. Skit, casually listening, busily scribbles on a piece of paper in her hand. Mirabel Beresford, a Slytherin student, dismisses Granger as obstinate and foolish. A stark contrast to the lines she has been given. Narrowing her eyes, Mirabel snatches the paper from Skit's grasp, exclaiming, "Doesn't this seem entirely different from what I just said? Relax, you need not fret over such trivialities. Since you can fabricate stories from thin air, there is no need to interview me. You might as well consult the walls. They may have something to impart as well." With that, Mirabel casually tore off a sheet of paper. Skit's eyes sharpened at this act, her previously affable smile evaporating. "I must take my leave. I lack the time for your childish games. Do not let your pride blind you. You foolish girl, simply provide your answers." "Huh, I am in a good mood today. Why do you seem so intent on provoking me?" Mirabel mockingly grinned at the now irate Skit. One of Mirabel's greatest pet peeves is to be looked down upon by others, and this woman evidently fails to grasp the gravity of her predicament. To be ensnared with a demon, then forcibly sequestering it in a corner, and ultimately shutting the door. "I can gather as much detrimental information about you as possible, then relay it to some tyrant in Slytherin, ensuring your exile from the house. Not only do you possess the ability to fabricate, but you're also rather blind. It appears you wish to incite my ire. Let me enlighten you. Information is the key to control. I will not pardon your regrets, tears, or apologies." Skit pressed her hand against the door, speaking ominously. Thus far, she had successfully obliterated numerous adversaries using this very method, crafting narratives unrelated to conflict, rendering opponents incapable of walking proudly in the light of day. The master of information can wield it at will. This little girl is no exception. Upon leaving, Skit intended to pen disparaging remarks about her, potentially ruining her life. Skit believed she had the upper hand, yet she miscalculated, bringing along a girl named Mirabel without thorough investigation. "Do you require my assistance?" "I am inquiring if I can be of service to you." Mirabel raised her arm, a cold smirk gracing her lips. She extended her hand towards Skit's mouth, abruptly interrupting her with a swift blow. "Stop, cease this at once. Is information truly the means of control?" That may be a correct conclusion, yet my perspective diverges somewhat. 10 minutes later, the warehouse morphed into a hellscape. Blood splattered across the walls and floor, permeating the air with the metallic scent of iron. Rita Skit lay at Mirabel's feet, cross-legged atop a nearby suitcase. Skit's prideful glasses lay shattered, shards of glass adorning her visage, her 10 fingers broken. A few teeth were missing, and her nose was askew. Mirabel, stepping upon her head, forced her face into the ground, smeared with tears, snot, and saliva. At this moment, the simplest and most effective means of exerting control is through violence and fear. The formidable reign supreme. Is there a more straightforward and elegant principle than this? Please, spare me, Skit whimpered, her eyes glistening with tears as Mirabel twisted her lips in disdain. Then, summoning all her strength, she delivered a vicious kick to Skit's mouth, smashing it against the warehouse wall. 2 broken teeth traced a line of blood, soaring through the air before meeting the ground. Even if you beg for forgiveness through tears, you shan't receive it, shall you? That is quite an amusing line. Skit was taken aback as Mirabel slowly rose, scrambling on all fours in an attempt to flee, only to have her hair seized. Her face was then forcefully slammed against the floor. How utterly humorous. Am I to weep and plead like you? How pitiful. If I were in your position, I would rather perish than expose such a humiliating situation. Skit's hair was yanked as she raised her terrified face. She had lost the will to resist, trembling pitiably. Now tell me, who is weeping and begging for mercy? It is I. I plead for your mercy, Skit screamed, bloodied and tear-streaked, snot and saliva mingling. Hearing this, Mirabel released Skit's hair. Yet, the girl was not so benevolent as to let it end there. She withdrew bat wings from her cloak, beginning to infuse them with magic. Indeed, I am the one who forever stands atop, the sovereign. If you possess enough wit to comprehend this, I shall grant you certain rewards. The magically charged wings ignited into flames, resting in Mirabel's claws. Her nails transformed into a cerulean hue, writhing as if alive. Skit, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, emitted a shriek and attempted to retreat, only to realize her arms had already been ensnared. What are you doing? Fear not. I admire your capacity for gathering information, as well as your skill in controlling others with it. From this moment forth, you shall wield that power for my benefit. Mirabel, with a sadistic grin, mercilessly plunged her claws into Skit's arm. In an instant, a searing pain radiated from Skit's limb, prompting her to scream and roll over. A cry echoed from the depths of her throat, so primal she did not even recognize its source. When the agony subsided, Rita bore a sinister blue nail upon her index finger. The claw was a testament to her bondage. Should she refuse to comply or attempt to sever it, it would shift from purple to blood red. When that occurs, your demise is imminent. Your very being shall shatter into fragments, reincarnating as mindless vermin, forever devoid of rebirth. Are you deceiving me? If that is your belief, then by all means, test it. I shall not hinder you. Skit's complexion paled, her lips quivering. What manner of being is this girl? Is she truly a product of humanity? How can an ordinary student so coldly commit such heinous acts? Skit was at a loss, unsure of what stood before her, uncertain if it was even human. I shall return, but trouble will ensue if the teachers discover this warehouse in such disarray. You will take care of everything and tidy up, will you not? What is it? Did you not hear me? Skit, too frightened to speak, was taken aback when she caught sight of her own nails, screaming in horror. The color has changed. Once as azure as the sky, it had morphed into a deep navy. No. Skit raised her voice, hastily standing. Yet, it was futile. In an instant, she comprehended the reality. Yes. Now, immediately. In response to Skit's demeanor, Mirabel snapped her fingers, murmuring, It's fine. Take your time. Magic may be employed. Cleaning shall not prove overly burdensome. Fear and violence forced Rita Skit to kneel, as the demon, with an expression of indifference, returned to class. Left behind was Skit, striving to tidy the warehouse, her recent ordeal feeling as though it were a nightmare. Chapter 67, The Challenge in Water. You claim to have unraveled the riddle of the golden egg. Yet, at present, you have not. Harry recoiled in the face of an irate Hermione. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the second task, Harry finally conceded that he had been deceiving them and sought assistance from Hermione and Edith. With their guidance, Harry deciphered the mystery of the golden egg. The forthcoming challenge awaited him beneath the water's surface. The second task required him to plunge into the lake and retrieve a vital object from the depths. However, that was the extent of Harry's knowledge. He remained oblivious to the methods of retrieving the crucial item. The golden egg had provided a hint, and the time limit for the challenge was set at 1 hour. This implied that he would need to remain submerged for nearly an hour. How could he breathe underwater? Let alone for an hour. Harry could hardly swim, much less endure such an ordeal underwater. This is beyond my capacity to manage, Harry pondered. What you require now is to learn how to swim, he mused. Yet, Edith, if the important object lies at great depths, that presents a significant predicament. We must devise a means to breathe underwater. Hermione did not perceive this as a trivial issue. Beyond merely swimming and diving, there was the necessity to breathe for an hour while retrieving the vital object. and potentially engaging in combat as well. Ideally, one would need to be transformed into a submarine or some other entity. However, the magic capable of such transformation was a 6th-year curriculum, thus rendering it unattainable for them. Hermione's suggestion was undoubtedly sound, yet Harry himself lacked the knowledge and capability to execute it. To partake in this Triwizard Tournament, participants must be at least 17 years of age, and the nature of the challenges is accordingly tailored to that standard. Therefore, these trials are designed to the level of 6th-year students, while Harry was merely a 14-year-old contender. It was evident that Harry's cards were significantly fewer than those of the other competitors. What of using a transfiguration spell? Perhaps he could transform a backpack into an oxygen tank or something of that nature. However, the workings of an oxygen tank eluded his understanding. Indeed, that presents a challenge. Harry and his friends endeavored to brainstorm solutions, yet they found none that were satisfactory as time slipped away. A week remained, and Harry continually reassured himself that time was on his side. 5 days passed, and he believed he would soon discover a solution. With only 3 days left, time was growing short, and Harry still had not conceived a plan. On the final day, despite the presence of Ron and Edith, who were both lively, they lacked Hermione's intellect and insight. Harry found himself in a predicament where he could not afford to be optimistic that the assembly of 3 simpletons would yield favorable results. In truth, Ron only offered unhelpful suggestions, such as shouting at the submerged individuals from the lake's edge, while Edith lurked nearby to ambush. Well, it seems difficult to conjure any viable magic from what we have at our disposal. Should we not alter our approach? How might we change our mindset? Perhaps tools, potions, magical plants. There may be something that can assist you. Edith had exhausted her knowledge of spells, leading to her conclusion that attempting to accomplish the challenge with magic accessible to 4th-year students was nearly impossible. This was the reason Edith proposed alternative methods. But Edith, we have not learned about such potions before. Even if we had, would we have time to brew them now? As for tools, potions are indeed a fine suggestion, Harry remarked, but as I said, we lack understanding and time to create them. Furthermore, Ron promptly dismissed Edith's suggestion of tools, asserting, there is nothing that allows one to breathe underwater. Could there be a magical plant? Harry was not well versed in flora and was uncertain if any existed. Magical plants? Hearing this, something clicked in Harry's mind. What was it? What had lodged itself there? He desperately sought to piece together the fragments of his memory to dispel the fog in his mind. A magical plant. Something capable of being used underwater. Where had he seen such a thing? After much contemplation, he recalled a lesson from Moody's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The Mediterranean Magical Aquatic Plant. It was Neville. Neville has a book. Harry kicked his chair aside and began to run, feeling as though he had glimpsed a long unseen light. No, this was their last hope. He had been searching for spells but had yet to find one. So the opportunity to uncover a solution on the final day seemed exceedingly slim. Rather than that, it seemed more prudent to place his hopes on the magical plant. Harry rushed to the Gryffindor common room to speak with Neville, who was seated there. Neville, I apologize, but do you still possess the book on the Mediterranean magical aquatic plants that you received from Moody? Yes, I still have it. Why? Might you lend it to me? The second task requires remaining underwater for an hour, and there may be clues within the book. Neville appeared startled, but upon hearing Harry's words, he was taken aback. I know of a plant that can help with this, Harry. Oh, truly? Yes, it's called gillyweed. If consumed, one can breathe through gills. Yes, that's it. Neville, do you know where gillyweed can be found? For the first time, Harry felt a glimmer of hope. He grasped Neville's shoulders in a fit of joy, though Neville seemed somewhat at a loss for words. Perhaps it's not available at school? Though anxiety flitted through Harry's mind, what Neville had just revealed added to his concern. It's an exceptionally rare plant. I saw it once in Snape's lab during remedial potions. But beyond that, I have no knowledge of where else gillyweed might be found. Snape, the most fearsome of professors, akin to Harry's nemesis, made him tremble at the mere thought of approaching him for gillyweed. Harry feared that if he were to ask Snape for gillyweed, Snape would undoubtedly be reluctant to share, relishing the opportunity to conceal it instead. In this predicament, the only course of action left was to steal the gillyweed. Harry's heart was heavy. He did not wish to resort to such measures. Yet time was of the essence. It was evident that should he continue to seek alternative solutions, he would face utter humiliation in tomorrow's challenge. The fleeting disappointment on everyone's faces was a sight he wished to avoid, particularly Hagrid's distorted expression from having placed his trust in him. The taunts of Slytherin and the jeers from those around him made him long to flee at the mere thought. Harry picked up the book and studied the gillyweed's appearance, committing it to memory before departing the common room. Edith and Ron stood outside, watching Harry with concern. The only option is to steal gillyweed from Snape's lab. Edith furrowed her brow at Harry's suggestion of such an extreme measure. Theft, from a teacher no less. Regardless of the motivation, this constitutes a crime. And the consequences of being caught, losing points, are merely trivial. Even Harry understands that such actions are unbecoming of a student. Yet, he finds himself devoid of alternatives. Very well. Let us steal, Ron readily concurred, speaking without hesitation. In moments of urgency, their impulsive decisions serve both as their strength and their weakness. Confounded by the resolute advancement of the two, Edith lowered her gaze, pondering why these two were sorted into Gryffindor. They approached the vicinity of Snape's laboratory and halted. It appeared that Snape was absent, presenting an opportune moment to pilfer the gillyweed. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly until, at the most inopportune time, Malfoy sauntered into view from the opposite corridor. "Hey, Potter, what are you doing here?" "None of your business." "Oh, I'm rather curious. What exactly are you up to? If you're not engaged in anything unsavory, you ought to be able to share, right?" Malfoy possessed an uncanny knack for detecting Harry's unease. He scrutinized Harry and his companions with a grin, as though he had stumbled upon his quarry. "Nothing. Just leave. Come now, this is near the Slytherin dormitory. And you think you can simply tell me to leave? I'll remain right here, watching you." What a complete jerk, Harry thought. Yet, this was the customary demeanor of a Slytherin. Rarely did one encounter individuals like Edith. Brutes like Malfoy constituted 80% of what it meant to be a Slytherin. Well, what is this? The so-called savior has made an appearance. The deranged Mad-Eye Moody passed by, his prosthetic limb clattering. Humph! Malfoy, who harbored a distaste for Moody, made a disgusted noise and hastily turned away. After all, Mad-Eye seemed to harbor a particular loathing for Lucius Malfoy, even going so far as to ridicule Malfoy himself out of disdain for his father. The memory of being transformed into a ferret and tortured still lingered in Malfoy's mind. However, this time, they were confronting a teacher, and the situation remained dire. Stealing in front of a teacher was out of the question. Yet, to their astonishment, Mad-Eye passed by with a smile, declaring, "I didn't see anything." As he moved on, Harry mused that he might just be an unexpectedly benevolent instructor. After all, during the first challenge, Moody had also attempted to offer guidance, and when Snape had caught him in the dead of night, Moody had extended a helping hand. Moreover, it was Moody who had provided Neville with that book. Though he appeared intimidating, Moody was indeed a good teacher. Harry silently expressed his gratitude before stepping into the laboratory. He achieved a score of 45 in the long-awaited second challenge. The challenge involved navigating through a lake, overcoming various obstacles to retrieve a precious item. Hermione was of utmost importance to Harry, which was precisely why McGonagall had summoned her. Perhaps that ball was to affirm the significance of something. Harry was swifter than anyone else, reaching the hostage and successfully rescuing Hermione. However, this was merely a manifestation of his propensity to assist others. With rational thought, one would recognize that Dumbledore would never endanger students for the sake of a competition. Yet Harry took the trial earnestly, believing that if time were to pass, it would never return, and even sought to assist other hostages. As a result, Harry noticed that Fleur seemed to be in trouble. Unable to rescue her own hostage, Fleur's sister. Resolutely, Harry aided Fleur in freeing the hostage, ultimately finishing in third place. Nevertheless, Dumbledore, Crouch, Maxime, and Bagman all acknowledged his noble heart, awarding him high marks and enabling him to secure a score of 45. Karkaroff was the only one to grant him 5 points. Yet even with Karkaroff's favoritism towards Krum could not surpass Harry. Now, only the final challenge remained. Chapter 68, The Twisted Mirabel. The night remained shrouded in darkness, with no signs of the students sharing the same room awakening. Mirabel donned her robe over her pajamas and made her way towards the exit. "Peeves, I'm here. Go cause a ruckus to catch Filch's attention." Using Peeves as bait, she wandered the school at night, strutting as if it were her own home. Ascending to the second floor, Mirabel reached the balcony, claiming the chair there as her own. With a snap of her fingers, a bottle of wine and a glass materialized before her. Soon, this fleeting peace shall come to an end." As she spoke, she swirled the wine in her glass, her gaze drifting towards the Quidditch pitch. The second challenge had concluded, leaving only one more to face. And at the final stage, the hedge maze awaited its completion. "At last, I have long awaited this moment." Mirabel addressed the figure beside her, a silver-haired girl, a patroness of her own magical design. The girl's ethereal form remained unresponsive, merely standing still, gazing at the crescent moon above, her lips pressed against the glass. Mirabel felt the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold. "You have not changed. You remain the childish image I recall." The appearance of a patroness reflects the essence of the individual. Mirabel tilted her glass once more, downing its contents in one swift motion. The alcohol coursed through her, warming her cheeks. Mirabel yearned for another drink, but knew she could not afford to be intoxicated come morning, exposing her unsightly visage. One must not reveal their vulnerabilities to others. No one in this world could compel Mirabel to unveil her weaknesses. in a world where muggles and wizards coexisted. Her desires were on the verge of realization. Only those superior beings, indifferent to their origins, would remain, eliminating all fools who cared solely for their lineage. The world would undergo transformation at my hands. Nevertheless, with that thought, Mirabel crushed the glass in her hand. A shard of glass sliced her finger, and crimson blood dripped onto the balcony floor. But why? Why do you not smile, Letus? The Patronus offered no reply, merely gazing at Mirabel with a sorrowful expression, as if on the brink of tears. She never smiled. The smile that should have remained in her memories, of course, did not manifest in her mind. Mirabel surmised the reason. It was simply not enough. Indeed, the journey had scarcely begun. It was merely the approach of the starting line. Naturally, to elicit joy from her in such a state would be rather foolish. If one wished to see her smile, a bloody purification of the magical world must be undertaken with utmost dedication. Look at me, Letus. The blood of the decayed remnants of the magical world, fear, and life. I shall dedicate these to you in that moon. Raising her blood-stained hand towards the sky, she would grasp the moon as if to seize it. Soon, very soon, I shall command the entire world. I can achieve it. Even if no one else can, I alone can. Mirabel, in a place where no one ought to speak. A familiar voice reached Mirabel's ears. She swiftly turned from her Patronus to see Edith. Edith, what brings you here at such a late hour? I observed your departure. Is something amiss? It was evident that Edith remained oblivious to the happenings around her. Such an occurrence was indeed a matter of carelessness, especially given that she had failed to notice someone approaching. Mirabel, suppressing her inner turmoil while inwardly clicking her tongue, instantly adorned her lips with a smile. As was her custom, "It's nothing. I merely wished to enjoy a drink beneath the moonlight, so I stepped out of the dormitory. I used magic to clear away the bottle and shards of glass." Upon finishing her words, she rose from her seat, attempting to make her exit. However, Edith hastily grasped Mirabel's hand. "Wait, Mirabel, you're hurt. What transpired?" "I simply knocked over a cup by accident. You needn't fret." Mirabel's reassurances were met with skepticism by Edith, who continued to clutch Mirabel's arm, her face etched with concern. For reasons unknown, Edith felt an inexplicable compulsion to retain her grip. "If I do not keep her here, some events may unfold irreversibly." Yes, a potent intuition stirred within Edith. "Let go, Edith." At that moment, as Mirabel's golden eyes seemed to shimmer, a chill coursed down Edith's spine. A biting cold enveloped her, as if she stood naked in a frigid blizzard. Her body grew heavy, languid, as though she were burning with a fever of 40 degrees. Breathing became laborious, instilling in her the illusion that Hogwarts had suddenly ascended to a mountainous summit, her body drenched in an unpleasant sweat. It was a palpable pressure of dominance. Mirabel typically exuded an aura of intimidation and conquest over others. With every ounce of strength, Edith resisted the urge to release her grip. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had already relinquished Mirabel's hand. "I have let go. My heart screams that this is wrong, yet I succumb to fear." After pulling away from Edith's grasp, Mirabel turned to leave. Of course, had Edith chosen to pursue, she could have easily caught up to Mirabel. But Edith's legs remained rooted in place. "You should return and rest," she remarked, watching Mirabel's retreating figure. Too far, far too distant. Until that moment, Edith had believed their bond was growing closer. "We have been together since our first year. We had a quarrel in the second year, unilaterally. By the end of the third year, she taught me the Patronus charm." This was how Edith perceived it, feeling as though she was bridging the gap between them. Yet, the reality was different. The distance from Mirabel had not altered. She allowed no one entry into her heart. "The wall between Mirabel and me is insurmountably high." Edith could not help but feel this truth more acutely than ever. June 24th. It was the final day of anticipation for everyone regarding who would emerge victorious in the competition. Even before the contest commenced, the audience buzzed with excitement, eagerly awaiting the event. The ultimate challenge was to navigate the labyrinth within the Quidditch pitch. Seizing the championship trophy placed at the goal would signify victory. Currently, Harry held the highest score, leading the ranks. With this ranking system, naturally, Harry enjoyed the most significant advantage. Following him were Cedric Diggory in second place, Victor Crumb in third, and Fleur Delacour in fourth. Fleur's start was unfortunate, but that did not imply she lacked the opportunity for triumph. Whether in tears or laughter, everything would culminate in this day's competition. Who would claim the esteemed title as the victor of the century's first contest? All eyes were riveted on the field, determined not to miss this historic moment. Amidst the crowd's focus on the match, only Edith noticed that Mirabel was absent from the stands, nowhere to be seen. In a mansion on the outskirts of Albania, the owner, Heathcote Beresford, was indulging in afternoon tea. Known as Lord Beresford due to his lineage from an ancient noble family, he served as an expert in counter-dark arts at the Ministry of Magic. Typically engrossed in his duties at the ministry, This afternoon tea time was a precious and leisurely interlude for him, until an unexpected guest arrived. "What are you doing here? And why shouldn't I be here, father?" Seated with Heathcote for tea was his daughter, Mirabel. She regarded him with an audacious smile. The girl's visage was familiar, yet now Heathcote sensed a peculiar disquiet. "I recall today is not a holiday." "Indeed, it is not. So how have you returned?" The atmosphere within the room felt markedly different from usual. The intimidating aura exuded by Mirabel was also unlike her customary demeanor. The maid appeared peculiar, serving tea solely to Mirabel without sparing a glance at Heathcote. The house elf, Holar, who had served the family for years, trailed closely behind Mirabel, as though his allegiance lay solely with her. "I can easily apparate back home from outside the school. That is not what I meant. I inquired as to why you have returned. Today is not a break. What is going on? What troubles have arisen?" For years, Heathcote had dealt with criminals as a counter-dark arts specialist, and his instincts screamed at him. "Flee! Leave this place immediately." He had never felt such trepidation before. However, standing before him was not an enemy, but his beloved daughter. Heathcote had been strict with Mirabel in her youth, but it was only because he held high expectations for her talents, to which she had proudly responded with commendable achievements. Heathcote had done everything within his power to meet her demands, even providing her with literature on dark magic. He had covertly thwarted all external threats aimed at the next family heir, and he recalled having eliminated a Muggle-born girl who had approached Mirabel from unknown origins. Why? In the presence of his impeccably nurtured daughter, did he feel such fear? "It's nothing of great importance, merely trivial matters. I seek a little assistance from you." "What do you require?" "Thank you, father. I wish to test some dark magic. This form of magic necessitates fresh blood and sacrifice." "I see. It is a magic that cannot be made public. I do not wish for you to tread too closely to darkness, but fear not. I shall procure a couple of prisoners from Azkaban using my influence. Some dark magic is indeed horrific, demanding sacrifice or life." The notion of his daughter dabbling in dark magic was troubling, but Heathcote believed that to combat darkness, one must also embrace it. Thus, upon hearing Mirabel's request, he was taken aback yet resolved to assist her in acquiring blood and life. However, Mirabel bestowed upon Heathcote a mocking smile. No, not in that manner. The sacrifice I seek is one that cannot be substituted by a prisoner. I desire your life, Heathcote Beresford." In that instant, as those words escaped her lips, Heathcote overturned his chair within less than a second, reaching for his wand. Yet, at that moment, Mirabel had already completed her incantation. The flash of the disarmament charm emitted from her wandless hand struck Heathcote's arm, sending his wand flying. At the same time, the little sprite pointed at him, rendering Heathcote immobile. "Mirabel, what are you doing?" "Hush, calm down, father, no, Heathcote." At that moment, Mirabel completely shed the suffocating anger she had harbored deep within. No longer did she harbor any hypocritical respect for this man. From this day forth, he would no longer be the master of Beresford, but merely a pitiable victim. "Where have all the people gone? Come out." The maid and butler appeared from various corners of the estate, responding to Heathcote's call. All of them were skilled wizards, capable of acting as bodyguards in emergencies. Heathcote smiled confidently as they all rushed into the parlor, wands at the ready. Yet, in the next moment, that smile completely froze. Each one pointed their wands at Heathcote. "You, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha. As you can see, no one here has ever pledged loyalty to you," Mirabel replied to her disheartened father. Heathcote noted the flicker in Mirabel's golden eyes, her lips curling in mockery, and he inhaled sharply. It was the first time he had witnessed the true nature of Mirabel, her visage grotesque, akin to that of a demon. Under this pressure, Heathcote unconsciously clenched his sweat-drenched fists. "When did you begin to plot this?" 5 years ago, foolish father. For 5 years, you were oblivious even as your estate was taken from you. 5 years ago." Upon hearing this, despair washed over Heathcote. How could this be? 5 years ago, Mirabel was only 10 years old. The entire family was usurped by a mere child of 10? I had no inkling at all. Heathcote felt an overwhelming shame at his own incompetence. "Why, Mirabel, why? I poured my love into you, raised you. Why would you do this?" Mirabel regarded Heathcote with a cold smile, then slowly drew her wand. She aimed the massive wand at her father and unhesitatingly unleashed a spell. Cruciatus. The unforgivable curse, forbidden to be used against another person. Mirabel cast it upon Heathcote, gazing down at his writhing form in agony, her eyes locked with his. Then, she stepped onto his head, forcing him to cease his movements. Love? Ah, that unfathomable sensation. Parental affection, familial bonds, compassion, apologies, these concepts are beyond my comprehension. You taught me to feel nothing for others, to kill my dearest friend in the name of the love you espoused. In Mirabel's heart, love does not exist. Whether it be for her father, her brother, or those around her, they are all without exception, mere tools, foes, or indifferent figures. Mirabel spoke no falsehood. This is the truth. There is no one in this world whom Mirabel loves. She understands neither the love of others nor her own. For Mirabel, the sensation of love is but a shackle that would weaken her, one she need not comprehend. In this world, there was only one deceased individual who could render Mirabel vulnerable, who could bind her in chains. I know but one form of love, Heath Scott. Self-love. That is what I comprehend. It is truly a marvelous feeling. I love myself, and only myself, needing no one else. Mirabel loves only herself. Friendship, kinship, and kindness all revert back to herself. Everything returns to the essence, a complete being, rendering her incapable of loving another. This distortion was instilled in Mirabel from a young age by her parents. She could do anything, for she loved only herself, capable of cruelty to the end. To demand that this twisted girl possess the same values as a normal person is itself a folly. I do not require love. It would only serve to weaken me. For a truly strong individual, those feelings are merely an impediment. Heath Scott. Chapter 69, The Exceptionally Smooth Labyrinth. The third challenge, the labyrinth, has finally commenced. Unlike before, Harry faced this challenge with the calmest and most confident demeanor. Although the labyrinth is fraught with difficulties, many dangers and unknown creatures lurk within its confines. Harry saw no reason to halt his advance. In his first year, he confronted a three-headed dog and various traps to protect the Philosopher's Stone, ultimately facing Quirrell and Voldemort. In his second year, he battled Tom Riddle, and in his third, he faced a swarm of Dementors along with Peter Pettigrew. Each encounter was a fight for survival. Given this context, the labyrinth did not seem so daunting to Harry. Each experience fueled his determination, propelling him forward without hesitation. Entering in the lead also worked to Harry's advantage. In this competition, the higher the scores in the first two rounds, the greater the advantage. Harry was the first to step into the arena. The walls of the labyrinth were tall and thick barriers. Upon entering, he could not hear the audience's voices, and the surrounding environment was shrouded in darkness. Harry illuminated his wand and hurried along the right-hand wall. Hermione had informed Harry that this method, advancing along the right wall without glancing at the forks in the path, is known as the right-hand rule, a renowned strategy for traversing mazes. However, something felt slightly off. Up to this point, everything had been too smooth, with no obstacles in sight. Not a single trap, nor any creatures to impede his progress. This left Harry feeling uneasy. Strange, what is odd about this? Am I merely fortunate? Or is this a trap in itself? Just as he pondered this, he heard a scream behind him. It's Cedric. Cedric Diggory is in trouble, screaming. Moments later, Harry saw red sparks shoot up from the very spot where he had just heard the sound. Launching red sparks into the sky signaled an exit. In other words, for some reason, Cedric had withdrawn from the competition. One less opponent. How fortunate. But the next could very well be me. There is something in this labyrinth that even Cedric cannot handle. Continuing onward, he finally encountered an obstacle, a boggart, which Harry dispatched in an instant. Yet, Harry remained perplexed. The progress was far too smooth, almost suspiciously so. How could Cedric withdraw from a maze that I can navigate? As Harry contemplated this, unexpectedly, Fleur Delacour's scream pierced the air and red fireworks erupted. Shortly thereafter, another spark ignited. Harry saw that the other three champions had all exited the competition. Wait, am I the last one left? Just me? Why? What is happening? Everything had proceeded so effortlessly, without haste. At this moment, Harry stood just one step away from victory. With no opponents left, as long as he did not falter, he would ultimately achieve his goal. Even if Harry were to withdraw from the competition at this moment, considering his current standing and the fact that the other three had ultimately forfeited, he would undoubtedly secure the champion's throne. In such a case, wouldn't it simply be better to concede? As these thoughts circled in his mind, Harry shook his head. This led him to suspect that this labyrinth might be a trap. It was possible that no one had actually withdrawn from the contest. Perhaps it was merely a ruse. A deceptive signal flare. Then, he might let down his guard, foolishly believing that victory was assured. Regardless, his pride would never allow him to abandon the contest. I will not withdraw. I will press on. In his mind he envisioned the moment of triumph. He would raise the championship cup before the entire school, greeted by smiles all around. Perhaps Hermione would even kiss his cheek. At the thought, he felt an unwavering desire to emerge from this ordeal with the trophy in hand. He was determined to win a victory worthy of pride, rather than one obtained by mere happenstance. Had Harry maintained his composure, he would have noticed the peculiarities surrounding him. He could have delved deeper into the anomalies present. Why was he progressing so smoothly, with hardly any obstacles in his path, while the other competitors had met their demise? If he had recalled the warning issued at the start of his fourth year aboard the Hogwarts Express, this year, it's best to be mindful of your surroundings. Yet, Harry had cast this advice aside. Initially, he had been cautious, stepping into the fray as one of the top 3 contenders, wary of anyone who might wish to see him harmed. However, he had been blinded by the confidence of having come this far and the glory that lay ahead. I can win. I can win. At 14, I will surpass the competitors from other schools and ultimately claim the championship. Such an active mind rendered Harry less cautious. Ultimately, navigating the labyrinth with miraculous ease, he found himself standing before the championship trophy. Is it truly over? Is it really this simple? What is the final challenge? Could it be so easy? Is something amiss? Anxiety and anticipation, joy and skepticism intertwined, causing his heart to race like a frantic fly. Now, before the trophy, Harry stood alone. He swallowed hard and slowly reached for the championship cup. The moment his fingers brushed against the trophy, Harry vanished. Chapter 70. The New Evil and the Old Evil. The Villa on Moulin Flower Crescent. Although the Ministry of Magic could tolerate the use of magic within the estate to some extent, if a large ceremony were to be held in the main house, the Aurors would undoubtedly come running. I have been waiting for you, Mississippi. Yes. Quirrell welcomed Mirabel, who had arrived at the villa alongside Heathcote, and bowed respectfully. Beside him lay the pale-faced Simon Beresford, his eyes filled with terror. It seemed he had fallen victim to a full-body bind curse, rendered completely immobile, save for his frantic gaze fixed on Mirabel. On the other side, a flaxen-haired maid stood waiting, her face stiff with anxiety. She was the virgin Mirabel had brought for this day, trembling in fear as she understood the fate that awaited her. And Mirabel, what exactly do you intend to do? Silence. You will soon find out. Ignoring Heathcote's inquiry, Mirabel stood at the center of the magic circle drawn on the floor. She then took out her wand, crafted from a blood tree, and plunged it into the ground. In an instant, the magic circle radiated golden light, illuminating the entire room. Come, let us begin. Tonight, I shall transcend humanity and attain the pinnacle of demonic power. I shall rise above death and become the eternal ruler of the magical realm. At the same moment, in the cemetery located behind the Association in Little Hangleton, Harry found himself bound to a gravestone. Why had this happened? Even Harry could scarcely comprehend it. He should have been in the competition, completing the 3rd task. After overcoming several obstacles, he should have been leading the others toward the trophy. Yet, at that very moment, he had been transported to the cemetery, captured by the suddenly appearing Wormtail. I am ready, master. Wormtail gazed at the immense cauldron before him, his voice trembling. In his arms, a grotesque, baby-like creature writhed. This is certainly not a baby. Who would give birth to such a ghastly thing? Harry thought. He had never seen anything that resembled a baby, yet appeared so utterly unlike one. The creature's head was covered in scales, its face as smooth as a serpent's. Wormtail disdainfully tossed the creature into the cauldron, which was filled with a boiling, liquid substance. Harry thought it might not be so bad to drown this monster. However, his wish did not come to fruition. Wormtail raised his wand, closed his eyes, and began to chant into the night. Father's bone, unwittingly donated, may your son be reborn. Simultaneously, Mirabel was also chanting a spell. My blood-related brother, offer your blood to me. Let your life become my sustenance. Mirabel intoned above the magic circle aglow with golden light. Hearing this, Quirrell drew a knife and, with a casual motion, stabbed it into Simon's neck. There was no time even for a scream. So cold, so ruthless, her own brother, Simon, had his life extinguished. As Simon's lifeless body fell to the ground, it erupted in a spray of blood, transforming into a cloud of red mist that swirled around Mirabel. The flesh of the servant, willingly donated, may your master be reborn. Contrary to the chant's content, Wormtail extended his arm, his voice tinged with a sorrowful tone. Then, with a chilling, horrific sob, he pressed a shining silver dagger against his own arm, severing it in one swift motion. A scream erupted. The severed right arm fell into the cauldron, staining the liquid a deep crimson. Even as he inflicted the wound upon himself, Wormtail wept in agony, clumsily writhing on the ground. Innocent maiden, will you swear eternal loyalty to me? Will you offer your unblemished flesh to become my eternal servant? A question that demanded a clear answer. He posed the inquiry to his devoted maid. Then the flaxen-haired maid, Mary, stepped beside Mirabel and, with the calm demeanor of a steadfast martyr, replied resolutely, I am willing. A satisfactory answer. Mirabel quietly embraced Mary, a smile that radiated warmth for Mary. Then, gently, she licked her neck 2 or 3 times, her fingers trailing across it. In the next moment, she bit into the tender white flesh at the nape of her neck. The blood of the foe, forced to be donated. May your enemy be resurrected. Amidst gasps of pain and moans, Wormtail's chant continued unabated. He plunged the silver dagger into Harry's right arm, collecting the blood in a small vial. When the blood was poured into the cauldron, the deep crimson liquid transformed into a blinding white. Ple.